Good afternoon and welcome back to Blast Slam 3. I say welcome back. We're just beginning our day number 3 here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Beside me is the usual suspects. We got T on the end over there. Hey.
Hi. I forgot my glasses, but it's okay. We don't need them.
I'll read any stats.
I'm going to be
any
blind
names.
for this entire segment, but it doesn't matter.
And we got Effie as well. How are you?
I also forgot my glasses.
Do you need glasses?
No.
Okay. I was like, I've never seen you wear glasses.
I just thought it'd be a show of solidarity with T. So
what about you, Misery? Do you need glasses as well?
Eventually, you know.
Eventually.
Age and things, you know.
I am younger than Misery, by the way. Just to be clear, just in case in chat you say I'm 40.
I also need glasses, by the way. I just put in contact lenses every day.
I'm too scared to go near my eyes. You know, the thought of losing my vision is the scariest thing in life to me. So
I'm a thrill seeker. What can I say?
Live life on the edge.
I'm living life on the edge.
Those contact lenses.
That's right. We're living in the fast lane here, guys. Dangerous as always. But let's shift the conversation a little bit more towards the Dota. Not so much about what's happening here today, but more so about what has happened already here at Blast Slam 3. Let's take a quick look back at all of the fun action we had for our very first studio day yesterday.
And they will be able to quickly get that kill. Laurel is still hitting a good Rolling Thunder, though, with Yutaro here. It'll take a little while. Oh no, this is bad. They get a vacuum with the grab on Nisha as well. This is looking a little bad. A stick charge is going to be used. He turns around, big damage on his save line. Can he finish him off? He does manage to help get the kill in the end. Boxy is maybe going to be run down by Maposhka. He's going to find himself kited. Hopes to be able to get the kill on Rue. Maposhka in from behind. Walking in.
He's thinking about going for the steal. Trying to take a dig up the Echo. The Echo comes in, they manage to get hit with the Aegis. Nightfall goes down the once.
RP is awkward.
Echo is... The Echo, it's a decent amount of burst onto Mirror.
That boom.
There's the RP. Indeed, onto the two of them. Just tap out like that. GG's called.
We were lucky to start our day with a 3-game best of 3. That was Liquid up against Spirit. And it was some good, you know, the game 1 was that back and forth, a really impressive comeback by Spirit themselves. Then it was this massive stomp. And then it was Liquid getting a lot of meta heroes for themselves. And then the 2-0 as well for the Aurora and Bet Boom Series 2. But standout moments, standout games, if you had to watch back in one of them at least?
I think what was most impressive yesterday was the Spirit just kind of decided to pick some cool heroes for themselves that were not really meta and just take everyone by surprise. Everyone expected Liquid to win that 3rd game, I think, based on draft, but it didn't look close at all. And that's kind of classic Spirit in a way. Like,
it really is, yeah.
Like losing game 2 there, looking pretty bad, and then even in game 1, right, arguably after laning phase, and then game 3 they end up winning the series. In their own fashion. So I think that was the highlight for me at least.
I mean, I feel like the confidence of Aurora is growing. Like, teams are banning out Kiyotaka's heroes. He's playing Morphling mid, like carry heroes from the mid lane. We know he can play Shadow Fiends and Arc Wardens and all these like annoying ones. Again, maybe not in meta, but it's just the anticipation. What if at some point we get to see a hero like that? That's kind of exciting. So maybe not a player of the day or whatever, but more just the potential of Aurora. I think it's pretty exciting.
I need more of a sample size of Aurora's games. Like, I'm gonna hold my judgment because while they did look good, that was just it to me. It was good. I felt like versus a better team, they wouldn't have looked like that, but I am excited to see if there's more growth coming out of them today.
Okay.
But Spirit's like first comeback really was quite impressive. It was like pretty vintage Spirit being 10K behind. Your carry makes a really good play and suddenly you're in a winning position.
I feel like it's very obvious to like say that game 1 of Spirit and Liquid, but for me, it was all the action we had in that game number 2. I feel like there were just so many good team fights. It felt like this constant aggression coming out from Liquid. And we posed the question to you guys, your play of the day. You got to head over to Blast TV. You got to have your say, vote on which exactly was the key moment for you. And well, we can have a look at yesterday's play of the day.
And Mickey is able to finish him off. Now he turns his attention on Laurel, knocked up in the air by the punch, hoping that the shield will save him here, but the Sprout delivers the final blow. The Wisdom Shrine finally gets taken and gets given to Rue.
All right, let's see.
Who thinks he can beat Mickey in a fight?
They have global here, so you can't TP out.
1v2, they play it slow.
They might get him here.
Oh god, the TP coming in. It's blocked. He blocked himself in the trees, but he got the kill. No, their shield's going to Mickey. Nature's Prophet stays alive.
There wasn't a global in time.
He just needed the global a bit sooner, but Insania with the quick fingers gets off the defense matrix and the heals from the Holy Locket and the Glimmer Cape. A billion shields get put onto the Nature's Prophet, and they lose everybody for it.
It's such a shame that we won't be seeing Liquid anymore in this tournament because a play like that, it was so clutch to have the Sprout to TP in that quickly from Insania on the Tinker and then get the barrier off. I was like, what just happened? All in the span of about a second.
But it is one less Tinker playing team. So
Okay.
for the sake of the fans, it's very good. You know, Tinker, exceptional. Insania, exceptional. But no, it's a very good play from them.
By the way, this video is just so cool. I could watch a whole movie of this. The way it's made and everything.
That's the announcement later. Come on, Misery.
Directed by TV.
Yeah,
Directed by T for that
Cinema.
one. Absolute cinema for sure. But yeah, you guys, you can have your vote for the play of the day. Like I said, at the end of the day, head over to Blast TV, put in your thoughts there as well. But for now, let's focus on the competition at hand, just how Blast Slam 3 is panning out for us. Our first day in studio yesterday did leave Liquid going home in a 2-1 series against Spirit, and then Aurora getting the 2-0 win against BetBoom team, who did have a stand-in, didn't have their normal coach here as well, so maybe not at full power, and left a lot to be desired for themselves, but does leave us with two very exciting matches for today. Starting off with PARIVISION up against Spirit, some ex-teammate rivalry there, and then Aurora against Xtreme Gaming, where we've had China Dota. They're doing better and better every tournament. They're consistently sitting up there in the top 6 position.
Yeah, and I think another cool aspect of that matchup is that there are 2 players on Aurora that beat Ame and Zenkyu at TI. So Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira did win TI Grand Finals over Zenkyu and Ame. So there's gonna be that little bit of added fire lit inside of them for that kind of revenge.
I don't know why I'm looking at you, T. I thought, you know, always so I got some more to say.
I had a dead face.
I
I was
have nothing.
back to you now.
Well, look, I know that there are some teams that you want to talk about, T, so let's get on into it. Our first matchup. Let's start by discussing PARIVISION.
Toronto, Tokyo pops his BKB, but it's too late. The RP is already undone. Meanwhile, no one on the side. Vacuum back in. What a beautiful hit. Catches 2 cores, and they're both gonna die.
Dota is a merciless competition where even the most consistent and stable of teams can lose their standings. That's exactly the case for PARIVISION, who have the best record for this overall season, but a mediocre one at Blast Slam.
Ice Blast is going to actually connect it onto Radahn. No Sunder to rely on. He's going to try the TP out.
It's all falling apart for Spirit.
And they're going to dive in more here from PARIVISION.
Despite being the most recent back-to-back finalists, without Coach Astini, PARIVISION are in danger of their worst land placement of the year. A series win here, though, will have PARIVISION top 6 at every LAN they've attended.
That's a pretty good stat for this team, but it's not an accomplishment that they can wear on their sleeve just yet. They do have to win this best of 3, but all about 5 players there. We've got Satanic, Noah, DM, 9 Class, and Ducalis. They've just grown so much together as a roster. We saw them win Bangkok last year, and then they made the roster swap, and no one really knew what to expect with Satanic joining them. Is it going to take a little bit more time for them to grow into it? But honestly, this team has just been success after success. It feels like very consistent.
Yeah, it didn't take any time at all. And I think one of the most impressive things was how quickly PARIVISION adapted to Satanic's style of play. Because when they were playing with Chrysalis and they did win Bangkok, a lot of it was they were one of the teams that had the shortest average game duration. And they were running a lot of chens and they were running a lot of run at you. We're gonna go high ground minute 25 and end the game. But when Satanic joined, it felt like the transition to, oh no, we're drafting around our late game Terrorblade and we're drafting around our late game Morphling, and we'll win off of that, came with no hiccups.
Yeah, I feel like as a team, it's rare that you have every single player have the same kind of perspective, and I feel like they're all kind of coming out with ideas. It's not as if it's just one guy with Astenia. It's coach plus player, and that's how we play Dota, right? It feels like everyone, if they see it in a pub, they're going to try and replicate it. If there is a quirky idea, there's not people shutting it down, because in other teams, you can see the creativity is no, we can't do that yet, because we need good foundations, good fundamentals, right? But this team, it's anything that's possible, they're going to try and do it, and if it works, they're going to win tournaments, right? So I think this type of team existing is just always good for the scene, and it is going to create these moments of, of course, haha, 9 Class to his hero pool, right? But without his teammates and without his coach, 9 Class might not look as good, right? I think as together, it's just rare that you have all these players in one team.
I think also this team it's just the way it's been built. Like you see them here, they have a bunch of young players, and then they have no one in DM with a lot of experience in the back. I think it's just a nice mix of youth and experience, and the hunger that comes from all the young players and experience, it just meshes really well together. I feel like the result they've had the last half year or something is probably due to this hunger that they keep having, right? They're not inconsistent like other teams where, like we talked about with Liquid, for example, they do really well in one tournament and then they get burned out. Like Insania was talking about. These guys just keep going and they keep innovating and they keep having fun with the game, which I think is one of the most important things in a hectic tournament, run like we have in Dota right now, that you keep having fun with the game and keep innovating. So yeah, I think that's one of their main strengths for sure.
Yeah. We also saw the group stage standings, however you want to word it there. So they went 2-2. One of the wins, T, was very impressive. It was the one against Aurora, where it felt like this should have been Aurora's all the way through, and then PARIVISION having the exceptional late game. But that was a lot due to Satanic being able to still find farm for himself. He was still top of net worth as a carry player on a losing side.
Yeah, I feel like what PARIVISION has been able to create with Satanic is understanding that he can do anything for the team. If he needs to play active, he'll be there, he'll take the fight. If he needs to be the scaling guy, he'll scale. But no matter what, he's always at the top of the net worth, right? So in the bottom right-hand corner, that #1 stat, that's of all players competitively on the current patch. He has the highest net worth than any other player competitively at the 10-minute mark. And that is just like, I think, to have that in your carry role, and the fact that he's joining fights, progressing the map state, playing behind DM, ganking with no one, playing the Morphlings, the Terrorblades, the big farmers, it's like he really seems to be able to do it all. So the fact that he's in form like this, PARIVISION are capitalizing it, and of course they are winning tournaments.
Yeah, and on that note, like I do think that's quite interesting because, like we talked about in the group stage, they had that game versus Aurora where the entire time PARIVISION were playing with a 10K net worth deficit to 14K, it would fluctuate. But for the first 30 minutes, that was their deficit. And I asked DM afterwards, I was like, did you know that you were playing with a net worth deficit? And he said, were we? It just felt like a normal game. We just were like waiting for Satanic's timings and we were gonna go. So they themselves, like so long as he has farm on him, they don't really feel the pressure inside of the game.
I think that also speaks to the confidence in the team. If like the feeling that you have, if you feel like you're behind, but the net worth is even, like some of the moves we saw Bedboom make yesterday, to go on the Magnus, for example, it says that they're feeling like they're pressured, right? They're behind, we have to do something. But with PARIVISION, it's quite the opposite. They can be 10,000 gold behind, but feel like we're completely fine. Maybe we're even ahead, We have a game plan we're gonna execute, and I think that's another big strength. And to touch one more thing about Satanic, it feels like he always makes the right decision. It's kind of crazy. Like even when they're behind, when they're ahead, it's always correct what he does, it feels like.
I mean, again, there's layers to it, right? 9 Class is always dewarding you or playing some Slark or Terrorblade with Illusion Vision or something. You then have DM, where it's like, if you do kill Satanic in lane, now you've got an Enigma on DM taking your tower, or a Sand King with Blink who's then gonna counterplay and get a kill, right? It's like, I feel like all the moving pieces of the team, if you do shut one down, the others very quickly step up. Compared to other teams where if you shut down the carry, where is the game plan? You have to really wait another 20 minutes. Like they always make sure that if one thing's getting dealt with, the other 2, the other 3, they will step up and just fix every problem. So it's not as simple as, haha, look at the stats. If you stop Satanic farm, you're going to win the game. Like there is so many moving pieces to this team that you need to try and shut them down on all fronts.
Yeah. It feels like a lot of the key things that we've said about PARIVISION, a lot of their strengths that we're yet to see here in the studio, we might have already seen them in group stage, but first time playing in the studio, are also key strengths that we've seen from their opponents, from Team Spirit who have already played here. But let's get some more information on that roster exactly.
Get in there now. They hope to be able to stop it. Saberlight tries to hit it, but the Burrow Strike, it was blind, and it barely missed, and as a result, Radon, the pickup on the Ace.
Staving off elimination, Spirit began their gauntlet run with a dominant Game 3 victory over the TI-13 winners. Their hipster carry picks for Yutoro and stubborn drafting pays off this time, but an even tougher opponent is ahead.
Stick charge is going to be used. He turns around, big damage on his Saberlight. Can he finish him off? He does manage to help get the kill in the end. Boxy is maybe going to be run down by Maposhka. He's going to find himself kited. Hopes to be able to get the kill on Rue. Maposhka in from behind.
Not only has PARIVISION been the best team this season, but they also dismantled Spirit in the ESL 1 Raleigh Finals. For the veteran squad, the threat of elimination is a trifle. The real thrill is revenge.
Well, there they are, Yotaro, Collapse, Miposhka, Rue, and La. Like I said, we saw them yesterday. They brought out this troll last pick in game number 1, something new, ran it back in game number 2. But in the third game, also a new, fresh, exciting hero came out, Misery, for them in the Snapfire.
Yeah, I mean, that whole draft there were so many different things that were kind of new to us, that series. Snapfire, not a hero we've seen for a very long time. Maybe the only player that I can think of has maybe played is Tofu. But apart from
it was
that,
like since the Phoenix offlane meta, I feel like she's just been 1 or 2 times here or there.
It just doesn't feel like the hero is that impressive overall. The cooldowns are too long on the nukes. They don't get quite enough damage. You know, he's just like kind of in a weird spot right now. But yesterday the hero looked surprisingly good. Also pairing it up with Slada. You know, it also shows that maybe a slightly worse hero combined with another slightly worse hero, it's suddenly like when you have the combo, it actually works, right? Which is pretty cool by a team like Spirit here. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against seeing another combo like that from Spirit today.
I just want to see the drafts from these 2 teams because I think they are the ones who are pushing forward with trying heroes that other teams aren't too excited by, right? And I think it's like, even with PARIVISION not having their coach here, I'm hoping, anticipating that there is a little hero or a strategy that they have prepared. And I think Spirit, every draft, it feels like there's a new concept or a new approach to trying to beat their opponent. I think Spirit often shows that they develop through the series. I think they're one of the best teams at drafting against their opponents and making sure that every little change is trying to find a weakness in them, whilst other teams, they stay true to themselves, right?
I don't know if you guys follow Spirit on any social media platform, but they like to do little videos with their players before and post series. They just recently posted one with Yotaro, and he was giving pretty much exactly what you were saying there, T, where he kind of thinks PARIVISION might be on a bit of a downturn, you know, unsure where they're sitting as a roster right now, but they're going to learn a lot from game number 1, is what he gave away, is that whether it's a win or a loss, right now they're just waiting for that game 1 to happen to know how they want to draft and progress forward. So this is a team that 1 game down, I mean, we already saw it yesterday, it doesn't mean they're out. This is single elimination. Spirit are going to be putting consistently everything into every game and every series.
Yeah, the thing about Spirit is they really live on the edge with their drafts, because yesterday, like that easily, if they hadn't made like such perfect troll plays in that game 1, that easily could have been a 2-0, couldn't it? And the fact that they ran back the same draft, lost spectacularly with it, and then just went for something completely new in game 3, while that is very admirable, it can also be very dangerous against the more seasoned teams at the moment, you know?
Yeah, especially the ones that are polished, right? Like we are talking about PARIVISION, a tournament-winning team, right? That even though they're creative, their playbook is so wide that it's like they're not really going for new stuff. They're just going for their stuff, and they have so much to deal with. So again, I think the game 1 will really be the perfect test. What is Spirit's initial read on PARIVISION? And that will then see how far they have to calibrate again for the second game. But I think, yeah, game 1, that's when we're going to really know, like they said in the interview.
But after yesterday, like, it does seem like Yotaro is in excellent form, and Miposhka as well, like played some of his best Dota yesterday in that game 3. And after you win like a gauntlet match where you were almost out and you're back in, I'm sure that gives you a surge of confidence as a team. Like, oh, we went from a 14K net worth deficit a minute 15. Of course we did. That's what we do. And then they go into the next day with that confidence, like, and they refine their troll strategy potentially, maybe even more, you know?
I think it's also a pretty good mentality from what you said about Yotaro, right? Like, just having the first game play out and see, okay, how do PARIVISION actually play in this tournament, you know, without their coach, and like the 4 best of 1s in the group stage doesn't really tell the whole story of PARIVISION right now. So I think that's a good mentality. See how the first game goes and then adapt from there, right? And then that's something that Spirit excels at, really.
Yeah, I think like because we just saw the group stage standings for results for Spirit as well. It's like they were 1-3, right? Aurora was the only game or the only team that they were able to beat for themselves. And this is the thing, I think it was a lot of data collecting for themselves. I'm just hoping that it can be refined in such a short amount of time with, you know, elimination always just 1 best of 3 away, potentially even just 1 game away for themselves. But is there anything else that stands out? Because we love to praise Spirit for their freedom and their inventiveness when it comes to draft, but is there anything when it comes to gameplay on Spirit that you would love to bring eyes to?
Yeah, I think that for Spirit, like obviously we talked about how well Yotaro played yesterday, but I really do think that Laurel is kind of an unsung factor in that team's victory. Like when he does get drafted a good lane and then Rue is given an active hero, those two do wreak a lot of havoc on the map. And we've seen it happen in quite a few tournaments. It just gets overshadowed sometimes, or when they start losing, they take a step back from the active moves. But they can draft actively and they can play through Laurel, and I really wouldn't mind seeing that today.
I mean, it's critical. critical in that regard, where if your mid and your 4 aren't playing into the map, then what moves are you really making? A lot of the offlaners nowadays are sitting farming, they're offlaned, and they might get like an item or 2 to make a move, but it's like you need your mid and your 4s to be active. So we'll see how Spirit draft to get that kind of potential, but yeah, you cannot let no one have a free game. If no one has a free game, then again, PARIVISION often walk their way to a win. Like I think the only times I've seen PARIVISION truly struggle and not have any possible hope at winning is no one getting shot down in the mid lane and Satanic losing his tower early, forcing them to farm together, and now they're just kind of clumped up in a corner, right? But that's so rare. But maybe Spirit can like find a draft where they get some counter picks and some way to like push them in that direction.
But I mean, it does feel like, to touch on what we also talked about Spirit yesterday, that game 2, they had a hard time killing heroes just by the nature of the draft that they made for themselves. But in game 3, they suddenly had this Snapfire, Slardar, Bounty Hunter, really strong heroes around the map that could easily kill in combination. And I think that's something that you need in Dota nowadays, and easy access to get kills. And I think that's something that we are going to have to look at in the draft today. Like, who drafts the better kill combinations? And who has the harder time killing heroes? Like, I think that's very, very critical.
That's why we banned Slark, Misery.
Yeah.
I don't know, so we, as if we have any issue with this, but we collectively...
You should walk over there right now to you.
I mean, technically, we are that close to the teams that we could quickly grief them and ban it, but that's why I think Slark for PARIVISION breaks everything we're talking about. For 9 class, he gets every single D ward, he's tanking every gank, he's got the depth shroud to keep people alive, and then when you finally feel like, oh, we've caught this hero, he just breaks it. So I think teams that playing against PARIVISION and they early banned Slark, that's the best way to do it.
Okay. That's a big question for me, this lurk, because they tried to counter it in the group stage. They picked Disruptor SF, and like it was a cool idea, but it did not work out.
Yeah.
Just ban it.
There's a lot of ideas floating around. We're hopefully going to see some solutions, whether it's as simple as a ban or another hero matchup that works for them there. We got to hear some more voices, all right? We've given our opinions on just how we think this matchup might potentially go, but the players themselves also gave some opinions about their carry players.
Worst person to play against is Satanic, because he last pick Morphling or TA, and it's kind of unplayable.
Why is Satanic so much better in Toro? I don't know, because he's tier 2 player, I think.
I think better than Satanic because of hero pool and macro gameplay. I can not only hit creeps.
Maybe sometimes like a little bit joking about like Satanic, how we play with him. Like, oh, Satanic played also TAs, he play better than you. Something like stupid jokes, but it's a little bit just for fun, you know, memes.
Just for memes, just for fun. I do like Yatori, you know? He's like, yeah, I do more than just take creeps.
Damn.
I got a big hero pool.
That's true.
I mean, all jokes aside, Yatoro is a different beast, right? He won TI twice. He has a gigantic career behind him, right? So Satanic still needs to, I mean, as good as we have been praising him for being, Satanic still needs to prove himself a little bit more to be in the same category as Yatoro.
Yeah. Well, let's actually compare them a little bit more, right? Because we could say words, we could hear from our players too, but sometimes what we really want to see is the numbers behind these two carry players, just how they do like to play the game, what gives them the best setup here. So Satanic right now, you can see his KDA, the GPM, the XPM as well between these two carry players.
Yeah, I think this doesn't really tell the full story, because a lot of the ways that PARIVISION won was they won off of like an early timing that he hits on Morphling Terrorblade, and they just try to end off of that. Whereas you see Yatori's KDA, they're playing like these really intense, long comeback duration games, you know, and it reflects here, but they're both generational carries when it comes to their talent.
I think the thing that Yatoro is saying in the interview and what the stats are reflecting there is Yatoro is happy to join his team a couple more times early on to remind Satanic, at least in this series, that if you don't join this fight, if you don't have the correct farm when you join this fight, there will be problems. Like Spirit, you know, often the post-go and the supports, they have super high KDAs because they're just bringing numbers, right? And that is where I think with PARIVISION, the reason why they excel is they always poke these fights as 3 or 4 heroes, as Satanic gets like freedom to know what's happening. The way that Spirit play, you easily feel like you need to bring 10 people to one area 12, 13 minutes into the game, right? So I think that's maybe where Yatoro, if he can get that little edge, find that correct way to join the fight, then it could disrupt Satanic's casual farm that he always seems to get. I
mean, how many fights do you want to take in a game 4v5? Like, at what point is it detrimental and like your carry isn't really going to be able to?
It's probably like up to after first Tormentor, now you're dictating probably need to bring all the numbers, but again, depending on the game, you can do a little cheeky 4v5, but once you're getting that mid game, please, everyone has to turn up.
It still has been a couple of months, 5 months since we've seen this roster change, Satanic going over to PARIVISION, but there's been multiple instances of both Spirit and PARIVISION facing up against each other across so many different tournaments, and it doesn't feel as if it favors...
stack it?
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard the noise and like...
We're gonna need a new stand-in for PARIVISION. DM just fell down the staircase, yeah.
It's dangerous in the studio. Well, let's look at the matchup, the record of these two in previous tournaments, because all the way back in Fissure Playground, that's where it started, where Spirit, they had the advantage in the upper bracket, but then PARIVISION knocked them out in the lower bracket.
They did knock them up, and to note in this graphic is that this is Spirit versus PARIVISION after Satanic joins PARIVISION.
Yeah.
So actually, Satanic, after leaving his former teammates, gets to knock them out of the first tournament that he plays on his new team, win versus them, and get that confidence. At Dream League, though, Spirit did get their revenge. They beat them pretty heftily. They dropped, one series, but they got them out of the tournament. Then Fissure, also Spirit had the edge there, but recently at ESL Rally, the grand finals, the big ones, PARIVISION won, not just slightly, that was like pretty convincing victory from them. It felt like they had Spirit's number through and through, and in the group stage, again, PARIVISION won. So if recency has anything to speak about it, it does feel like PARIVISION have learned how to play against Spirit very well. So for Spirit to take it to them today, I really want to see them mix it up, because PARIVISION have a really good read on how to play against Spirit's late game Dota.
When you add it all up, series-wise, it's 4 series wins to Spirit, 1 series that they have tied, and then 4 series wins to PARIVISION. So this is kind of like the tiebreaker. You won't be going 1-1 in this. There will be a winner and there will be a loser when it comes to the end of the series.
It's also the form, right? Because when you look at it, Dream League, that's where Spirit won. They were in form, they win the entire tournament, they beat PARIVISION. Then they kind of lose a bit of form, they're getting top 6, they might get a second, another top 6, and that's where now PARIVISION are turning up and winning the tournament. So I think right now it's like we are looking towards a PARIVISION being in better form, but with the loss of their coach, with their group stage results, the fact they're starting the gauntlet so many rounds away from the final, if there was a chance for Spirit to, again, turn this matchup on its head, it would be this series. It would be this best of 3.
I think also one thing to note is that this graphic from before is over a couple of months, 3-4 months maybe, and the game develops all the time. And as we also see in this tournament here is that teams have different unique heroes for themselves. They also have, overlapping heroes. You can see here, for example, some heroes that Spirit were playing yesterday, the Bounty Hunter, the Slaughter, AA, they also brought back into the game as well, and Medusa. Whereas PARIVISION play heroes like Slark, Enigma, have more success with Terrorblade, Ringmaster. So, and then there's all these overlapping heroes, and the list is very long for that. There's heroes not mentioned here, but one specific one is the Bristleback. It's always banned. The Kunkka can be picked by both teams. Same for heroes like TA. Jakiro is like the most played heroes for both position 5. So yeah, this is kind of what we're going to be, both teams are going to be looking at, these type of heroes. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Slark ban like we talked about, also Enigma potentially, Bristleback, yeah, these type of heroes. And of course, there's always room for potential even more new heroes for this type of series. It's kind of hard to predict.
People might look at it and be like, oh, there's some like meta heroes not on the list. They're just ones you get banned.
I mean, there's so many heroes, right? But this is some of them at least. We'll see if there's something even more new stuff that can happen here.
But that graphic just shows that PARIVISION, they like to play heroes that after a good laning phase, they just take over the game. They keep reminding their opponent that we can, poke you here, force you around the map, and the Satanic always plays behind it, right? So I think it's on Spirit to enter this draft in a gauntlet style where you don't really have time to adapt, to go, we know what's coming. We lost to them already, we know the playstyle that they have. Don't enable them to have these good lanes to force all of Spirit to have to scale. Like if I'm seeing Spirit with a farming mid, a farming carry, a farming off lane, a passive support duo, I'm expecting PARIVISION to win the game, right? So I think there is a very clear way for Spirit to have a good draft against PARIVISION, but again, that's the joy of this format is you need to make sure your prep's good, otherwise, see ya, you're going home.
Yeah. For me, I just go back to the Slark. Like really,
full circle.
I think it is a big circle because this hero is really difficult to play against when 9 class plays it. And Spirit do have this idea versus heroes that other teams play really well. They never really want to ban them out. They think, no, we'll just cook something up. And if they're going to be kind of stubborn about letting that Slark through more than once, that's where my concern lies. How willing are they to give up on an idea that they had? Their idea was, we're going to pick Disruptor if Slark ever shows up, and we'll play off of that. Are they willing to drop that idea today and just ban it in the first phase?
I think Slark is likely to get banned, but to one up that, I think 9 class just in general like it's hard to ban against this guy, right? What's he gonna come up with next, right? Last time it was TA +4, it was Slark, it's been Venomancer, it's been all types of things, and I think that guy in particular is very hard to deal with. It's not just on Slark, it's like anything he plays. He makes kind of this crazy chaos around the map.
I feel like a similar story has to be told for Rue. He's played 7 games, he's played 7 different heroes, right? Right now, both position 4s feel like this player that you kind of want to target in draft, but you can't focus on him because there is a bigger picture as well that needs to be addressed here, but we don't want to touch on it anymore, all right? I promise you that we could keep going on and on about this one, but instead, let's just see exactly what prep these two teams have brought to the table today as we have game 1 between Spirit and PARIVISION.
Game 1 draft is finally ready here. Effie, what do you think is going to happen here?
It's pretty hype, right? It's Aurora versus Satanic, the man versus his spiritual successor, the showdown of the top-tier carries misery.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope we get some close games and it's not going to be very one-sided, because I think if these two teams have even drafts, it could be a true banger. And actually, we got AA being picked up. I was expecting this hero to be very highly contested in this series, and to be honest, in the whole tournament going forward, because I really feel like this hero has been slept on the last couple of weeks.
I mean, at the previous Slovakia, the win rate wasn't the best, but like you mentioned, when a hero is that popular and picked that often, the win rate is going to deflate a little bit. And that Slark that we talked about, we're probably going to see it. It's not
actually
banned.
in the pool. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if Team Spirit expected AA being picked up first like this. Maybe they were hoping that they could get it for themselves. Now I think that Team Spirit, like we mentioned, unlikely to be picking the Slark themselves, and they should be looking at, I mean, PARIVISION could easily pick up Slark here with the AA. It's a very good combo overall, so they go with the Ember pick right away here.
They've already started to cook up some draft scenarios. I mean, a second pick Ember in response to an AA is not something that we see often, but Ember players, like what they look at when they want to bring that hero into the pool is how can we bully this apart? Are they bullyable? And if you're an Ember running into an AA, he has really no way to protect himself. He can't stun you, he can't control you. He is just free food. But by picking this Ember so early, you're going to have to cover for him quite a bit, right?
Yeah,
a lot of his counters are...
Yeah, isolated. Ember is definitely good against AA, right? But there's 4 picks remaining here, and we saw yesterday Ember picks that were like questionable, right? Against Tidehunter, Morphling, Abaddon, where the Ember really had no place. So I feel like there's also a lot of heroes you have to consider banning when you pick Ember Spirit early. But I mean, it is definitely a strong hero. And on the other hand, you can also build your lineup around the Ember easier like this. So I think it's not too bad. You gotta pick something, right? You have second picks, you gotta at some point reveal something anyways. So let's see what the Spirit is thinking with this Ember Spirit here.
The thing about Ember is that its inability to flex to carry comfortably makes it so that like you really do have to cover for it, right?
Yeah.
No one, he's a sniper player, loves that hero. That's not something that they can expend a van on right now. It's like way too much. There's always the threat of Huskar. There's threats of things even like Viper that you don't see that often, but can always come out.
True. They actually end up banning the Morphling, because the Morphling has been kind of the meta pick against the Ember mid. We saw it on Aurora yesterday. But yeah, I agree. The no one sniper is something that we might see. I mean, it's been gone for a while, but he's like the classic, maybe the best sniper in the world. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, and the Morphling ban, it's like pretty heads up, right? Because they have the AA, there's no, it's like a cover pick. They can choose whichever hero they want. And again, they don't have spaces in their bans to like account for things like, oh, we'll ban Doom and take Morphling ourselves for Yotaro. That's the issue with this first pick Ember.
Slark is also still available, like you mentioned, Ringmaster. So that's not a hero that Team Spirit have been playing that much. It's usually PARIVISION's hero. But they do go for it here. And I was about to say that I really want Spirit to get strong supports here, so that if Ember loses his lane, which he probably will, he might get counterpicked down the line here, that at least your side lanes are solid and you have heroes that can come mid and help out the Ember, or Ember can play around later on. Ringmaster is sort of one of those. He doesn't have exactly the most burst, but I mean, a very solid hero, very flexible overall.
I just love the combo of Ember plus Ringmaster. You can get so many early game kills with a slight change into a max charged Q. It is a ridiculous amount of damage. It's like one of the better setups for the hero, and it creates that combination that we were talking about on panel of how we want them to run as a unit, Rue and Laurel. And I can already see their like 2-man strategy.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a good support to play with Ember. The Riki is a hero we've seen as a +4 quite a bit in this tournament, but not to the best success. I can see why they pick it here. It's very good against Ember, and it's also very good against Ringmaster if you think about it, right? He can't save when they get shard. Can't target the guy. Yeah. So that's kind of a nice way of thinking about it. But most likely no Slag then. It's gonna be the Riki instead.
I mean, there's always a chance for a little bit of kooky Riki mid coming out.
Could be.
You always have to keep that in the back of your mind, but you are right. Like, Ringmaster's biggest counter to his save is that Riki Cloud. There's absolutely nothing you can do.
Yeah. Do you like the Riki 4? I feel like, I mean, with AA, anything can work, honestly. This hero lacks a lot of damage. But with AA adding so much damage, it's gonna work out fine. And I like the Shaker. I think Kiyotaka showed yesterday how good Shaker still is, and it's also a hero that has fallen off a little bit. Remember, Sumail used to play it all the time, but since then, I don't know, people stopped favoring this guy for other things, but it's very strong, and it's a very good combo with AA. Going back many years of Dota history, this combo has always been very lethal.
Yeah, and it's like the big, we're gonna beat you in Roshan with the Ice Blast into Echo,
exactly.
we'll beat you at the Tormentor. But also it's just a good matchup mid versus Ember, if that's where they want to put it, right? The flex is still open, which is like pretty genius because they have played Riki mid way back in the day, but it's most likely a 4, but they can also play the Shaker 4 and 9 class.
Yeah, I guess. The chance
the flex is still
maybe if there's some like godly pick later on, right? But most of the time it's just gonna be Shaker mid, I think. Slaughter again.
I think a very cool thing that they did with the Shaker is that the Riki AA support duo, like if Riki is a support in this scenario, they don't really have control. So you have to account for this by picking as much control as possible.
Yeah, I like it as well. It seems very balanced. I like that the Spirit going back for the Slaughter. I think one of the, if not the only team that's having success with this hero, but it is working really well for them. They also lacked a lot of team fights, so adding the Elder Titan into the mix also kind of balances out their lineup, I would say.
Yeah, I also think that by picking Elder Titan here, you're doing like 2 things in the draft in terms of like thinking about Medusa. One is if that the enemies pick Medusa on 18 here, because that hero hasn't been banned yet, is that you have a solution to her with ET's sleep. And if they don't pick Medusa here, if they're discouraged because of the ET pick, then you can look at a Medusa for yourselves in the very last stage of the draft.
The Slaughter also to some extent blocks the Lifestealer, right? Which is a very good hero against ET. I don't know. You could still pick the Lifestealer, I think. I think this hero looks pretty good here for parry, but maybe not the most common thing for Satanic. And then another signature for PARIVISION, the DM Enigma. I think you have a last pick on Spirit now. I mean, there's not that many heroes in the pool that count as Enigma in theory, but the ET is not too bad in this lane, right? You're gonna get a lot of damage running through this Riki and Enigma, and if you have a carry that can follow up on that, the lane for Enigma might not go as well as you'd expect.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think that if they do play this Riki, like, it would actually not be bad if they put him mid and just put the Shaker instead, because Shaker is going to give you more kill potential with the Enigma, where you can actually get value out of playing versus ET. Whereas with Riki, I think if you're still leaving Medusa in the pool as well, you're looking at a potential ET plus Medusa lane versus Enigma plus Riki. That does not sound good for the Enigma plus Riki.
I think Yatoro should be very happy here in his lane overall. I mean, regardless of it's Riki or Shaker with the ET. But of course, I mean, Enigma is notoriously kind of disgusting in lane, right? Especially when he gets like level 3, level 5 and starts pressuring the tower.
I think a nice aspect of Enigma in this draft as well is that Ringmaster can't really save. Like, it's all damage on the ground with Midnight Pulse, and that does go through Escape Act.
But yeah, Dusa is still in the pool, and PARIVISION picks first. So even though there is an ET, you could still pick the Dusa for parry. See Naga getting banned out, also not a hero we don't see much, but it's a very heads-up ban, to be honest. This would be an insane Naga pick for PARIVISION. Set up for the Enigma, destroy Slaughter in the game overall, and just very, very strong pick.
And also, it just shows how much these teams know each other, because let's say that PARIVISION banned Dusa here, then Spirit could be looking at Terrorblade for themselves.
Right, TB is actually still there, yeah.
And then she is a hero that Satanic did play carry a couple of times at Dream League. And if you want to run that TB, you get that out of the way too. A lot of layers in this draft, actually. These teams have prepared a lot for each other.
It's also not that often that you see the carry being picked last, right? But that's a result of the Ember Spirit being picked very early on. So the mids get showed really early, and then the carry ends up being last picked.
Honestly, my take so far is that I really would rather prefer the Shaker is the 4 and Riki is mid, as odd as that sounds. But I think that you want to give your Enigma as good of a lane as possible.
Just don't know how the game plays out later, like mid game, when your Shaker is low level. You have a mid Riki, you don't have the nicest setup for the A blast. You don't have the best way of fighting back, perhaps, except for the Riki.
That's true.
We'll see. I mean, if they choose to do that, there's Terrorblade.
And you're playing against Slardar, right? If you do run Riki core, you have the issue of the Slardar counter.
That's a nice interaction as well. The Slardar pick into the Riki. But yeah, the Terrorblade is not too surprising to see Satanic play this. They both like this hero, but actually looking at their stats, Satanic has a higher win rate on Terrorblade by a good margin compared to Spirit. So what is actually left here? Dusa got banned out. Any classic Terrorblade counters? It's kind of hard to counter this guy nowadays. He's so strong.
Knowing Yatoro, he wants that troll, but the issue is you don't want to get black holed as a troll warlord.
I mean, I don't know, man. We might just see a troll again, honestly.
Yep, there's not really much left.
Not that bad. And at the end of the day, troll is not the worst hero against all this big teamfight spells, right? You can just press your ult, and you're not dying at least during this time. And I don't know, it's definitely an option.
It's a very good carry-to-carry matchup versus Terrorblade, but there is the issue of getting black-holed. Like, I know that Astini has this idea of Enigma. If there's a run-into-you hero, always pick Enigma. He said that all the way from the Lima Major. But, I mean, Yatoro did impress very well on that troll yesterday. Like, he showed us that he could play into almost anything in that game 1.
I don't know, I can't really think of anything else. What else could it be? You have to play against into Enigma in lane, and you have to play up against Terrorblade matchup-wise. And Yatoro hero, I mean, the guy plays anything. I was thinking Drow, but it seems not. Oh, Clinks. Okay. It's kind of cool. I think that's also one of the heroes that Yatoro was playing for a while there. Out of nowhere, he started playing Clinks. Similarly to what one of the Chinese teams were also doing. The hero, if he does get items, the hero looks very strong and has a lot of interesting abilities as a carry, right? Like being able to run around hasted on the map in this, having this insane burst. Also, maybe not the easiest hero to catch for the somewhat limited disables for PARIVISION, right? You have to get on top of him either with, pretty much just a Shaker, right? And he's very fast.
I actually really love this Clinks pick. There wasn't much left to work with, but when you think about it, like on lane versus Enigma, he can eat an Eidolon. He should be able, with the damage amp from ET, to kill basically any target. And the thing is, if people are getting black holed and Clinks is not in the black hole, he will force-shot the Enigma out of the black hole.
He
like
will.
This hero at a range can do so much damage, and like you mentioned, not that much ways to get on top of him. It's pretty much just the Riki and the Shaker, and it looks pretty cool. I wonder what Cap and Avery have to think about this Clinks.
Man just will not quit the Clinks. He just keeps on going back to it time and time again. Avery, is it a good enough Clinks game for this hero to work?
Yeah, looks pretty good. Got a last pick. If it's not a good Clinks game, he last picked it. What's he doing out here? That's just embarrassing. It looks pretty solid. The lane should be good. He has a lot of nice synergy with the lineup. This is a really cool draft. Huge amount of team fight and a lot of early game skirmish power out from the mids in this Ember Shaker. This I could see being a really hype game. They have all of the tools necessary to give us a good show.
Okay, what matchup do you think is most important then? Do you feel like because there is so much potential for team fight that the mid lane is going to be the lane to watch?
You did get the Shaker counter pick there. I think that's a big deal. So what no one can do in the first 10 to 50 minutes to set himself up for success and then bring that fast team fight could be pivotal. So yeah, I'm looking towards that mid lane.
All right, well, it is going to be a very important matchup. Elimination, of course, always on the line here in the Blast Gauntlet. Let's get into game 1. A repeat of the ESL 1 Raleigh finals where, to put it frankly, PARIVISION destroyed Spirit in that best of 5. It may have been a score of 3-1, but to be honest, I felt like PARIVISION kind of gave them a freebie. They destroyed them in the 3 other games that they won. Really, Spirit didn't put up much of a contest. In that mind, Avery, what do you think went most wrong for Spirit in that best of 5?
I don't think they were playing up to their level necessary to win that tournament.
I mean, Yatoro was definitely not playing up to his level. Yeah. That's for sure.
The executional errors were pretty big. Another component, I think, was the draft. They were really stuck on trying to deal with this ancient apparition, which is a hero we see in PARIVISION's hands again. So they are going back to, we're going to give you the AA and beat it. But this time they didn't commit so heavily into slow, farm-driven heroes to beat the AA. You know, that series, they went on multiple carries in the Medusa and the Terrorblade to try and deal with him, which in theory makes a lot of sense. They just got stuck in the hole, and then it's hard to recover that series. I wouldn't read too much more into it past that.
Yeah, this time around, we don't have a hero that's like, oh, this hero counters Ancient Apparition because Ice Blast doesn't do anything to it.
Exactly.
Right? Which was...
You're countering him by just having solid pace, solid team fight, some scouting with this Elder Titan, some scouting with the Clinks, some backline jumpers, right? All 3 of these cores can get on the backline pretty nicely and just destroy AA with the physical burst damage. Not a fun-looking game for the Ancient Apparition. At the same time, who are you AA blasting here and getting a lot of value out of it? It's not really a great target.
Do you think they overly fixated on the hero because it has been so strong in the meta right now?
I don't think so. I don't think you can over-fixate on this hero. He's incredibly good. Okay. He's a hero you can first pick. He's a hero you can build around. He's a hero that you pick him as a support, and then you pick cores to enable him. And anytime you do that, that support better be damn good. And he's living up to the hype. We could see him fall off as the meta develops more, particularly in the next few months. People bring more counters to the table. They're willing to play better lane matchups for this hero and have better ways at abusing him in the small things, not giving him pulls, playing summons. Like, you know, we used to see 4 Enchantress versus hero, for example, or more Clockwork Tuskars, or heroes that just made his early life miserable. If that comes back, this hero will fall off a little bit.
Due to the later smoke and the vision placed by PARIVISION, they did have an idea of what Collapse is up to, but it did not give them a bounty rune advantage. Laurel, Maposhka, and Yatoro all find a bounty. And so an early lead for Spirit is going to help out that mid lane matchup, which you already talked about, how that Ember versus Earthshaker matchup, not too fun for the Ember. He's going to need all the help he can get.
Very curious to see what Maposhka does in this game, because we saw that series yesterday. I feel like he was the MVP in that game 3. He really secured that series. Here he's on another one of his signature melee heroes in the Elder Titan. I'm a big Elder Titan fan. Of course. But it's just a cool hero, and he did take this deconstruction talent. I think this is the facet that makes him a really strong laner. When you can just run heroes down and you're reducing their armor, it's annoying, man. It adds up here.
Yeah. It was also a lane that Yatoro might be able to find that extra farm in, right? Because he has Death Pact, which he can kill Eidolons with, and he's a ranged hero that has pretty high physical damage early on. So combine that with the Elder Titan, who also utilizes the extra units. They're going to run after DM here. Yatoro opted for the early Death Pact, as you could see from him killing one of the Eidolons. They may not be getting that much damage on DM, but getting all these free Eidolon kills results in a lot of extra experience.
Super nice, and they're going to get some decent damage on him here. He ran back into that Spirit. This hurts. This is not a fun lane with PARIVISION early on. ET is going to have his way, and I would not be surprised to see Spirit get some kills down here. And we'll give him the team fight that they need to combat this heavy team fight lineup. I mean, you have AA, Shaker, Enigma with a Riki and Terrorblade to scout and give you some vision mechanics. It's pretty terrifying to try and play into this 5v5 later on.
Yeah.
So the stronger your early game here as Spirit, the more you can accelerate Roshan, accelerate the Tormentor, abuse the Slardar strengths with your lineup, and not give that easy 5v5 to PARIVISION's clump.
Do you think Spirit wins this top lane too? Ringmaster Slardar sounds pretty damn potent.
I think it's a slight edge. I think you have some pretty decent Keltard on the AA on the side. You should be able to block Ducalis from pulling for free here. Absolutely, the Ringmaster should outfight this hero. And then you can try and abuse the big camp, pull him into the jungle area, run that AA down. Going into this Terrorblade can be a little scary when he has Reflection and meta up. So you have to be worried about the overextension. But if the meta is down, you're absolutely stronger on this lane. And you have a lot of chase down potential. So you kind of have to play it in these sequences. You want to get the lane back all the metas up, which they've done. They're in a solid position here. And the second this is out, you have a green light to go. Upside here for PARIVISION is you meted while the Lotus will spawn. So if you can secure the Lotus, should be happy with this minute here on the lane no matter what. But still no pull available for Duke Hollis.
Earthshaker and AA have gone 55 and 63 at lifetime LAN events, including iconic games at TI. MIM Misery with 0-2 against the pair at TI1. Come on, man. That's so unnecessary.
That's a little bit of a cherry pick stat. I mean, TI1, there was only like 10 heroes in the game. So.
I was about to say, how many games couldn't have Earthshaker, Ancient Apparition?
Well, I was going to say there's probably a lot more other pairs that Misery went 0-2 against.
2-0. Okay.
Oh, okay. Huh. Now I look like a fool.
No. Knoxville looks like the fool. It was a typo.
That's true. We'll put it on him. Natural order up from Maposhka down here. This is when you have some decent kill threat. Start laying in.
They thought they had a little bit of kill threat, but as soon as Maposhka gets close, they immediately turn back on him.
Yeah, but just look at the physical going into 9 class. That whole exchange, he loses all his armor. You're just getting hit by his clinks, turns it into pure damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Not fun. You really have to respect his facet on the lane.
And he's got his patented Falcon Blade Rush already, so we'll have the mana to keep spamming. Fighting for the Water Runes. Rue will be able to pick it up.
No Water Rune for no one here.
This is a little weird now, Rue. I feel like he could have just run up river, but now he's put himself in a nasty situation where the Cold Feet lands, and if no one gets close enough, he will get the Enchant Totem hit. That lands First Blood. Laurel will try and get a return kill on Ducalis here, and likely to be able to run him down. Nice dodge there with the Slight.
And Fissure Block as well.
Bit unfortunate, but
honestly not the worst exchange for Spirit here. Any extra gold and XP they can put into Laurel so he gets out of this matchup faster. Super nice. I think I'm pretty happy with that if I'm Laurel. He also denied the Water Runes out from no one, so that was the rest of his mana on this lane. He's now sitting on nothing. Gonna have to get stick charges or go back for the bounty rune.
That is pretty funny. It's like they got First Blood, so you would think, of course, PARIVISION would get the better of that, but the fact that Laurel gets solo experience for the kill means he's going to get level 6 faster. He won't be as threatened by the Echo Slam, potentially.
And it's just a more efficient kill for him. Double Fissure thrown out from no one's expensive. Yeah. Here's where that meta...
A lot of magic damage being thrown onto Satanic with the Whip and the Blood Grenade. Thankfully, though, the Cold Feet robs Team Spirit of a bit of their aggression.
The meta is back up, but they did get punished during that downtime. Upside on that lane is you could block the daggers with the illusions. Kind of a really annoying interaction.
Yeah.
As another courier goes down, I mean, he's been on top by killing these couriers.
Maposhka. He's going to try and slip in behind Satanic.
This is when meta's active. Is super high value kill if you can get it. Kind of dicey though. You have to gap close with the Sardar. You're going to get hit really hard.
Shows himself now and is likely expect to go through the gate with the Spirit to go all the way across the map for some delayed threat in the bottom lane.
Oh, this will be a massive Spirit.
Yeah.
It's a level 2 one as well.
6-minute power rune did go to Laurel. That's an arcane rune for him. So another little win here.
Oh, I think 9 class is dead here.
Yeah, 9 class, that Spirit is on its way. He needs to get back to the tower and fast. Otherwise,
that was his last blink, though.
He's going to get beat down. And yeah, Maposhka's going to try for it, but there was still a Malefice. DM did have the mana for that one.
Plus 280 here on a level 2 Spirit. I think he got all 5 heroes.
Yeah, he might have.
Because he hit no one mid, and it went through both bottom. So he had all 5. That's pretty nasty. Doesn't do anything for him, but it's pretty nasty. And now you're looking at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. They're rotating Laurel bottoms.
Yeah, Laurel with an arcane rune, you want to make some moves with that. This is definitely the most valuable move you can make in this like 5-minute window.
Pre-TP, no one down here. They're just going to go on Radon.
And they might be able to get this quick kill before Laurel can have an impact. Sure enough, the Clinks is already dead. And Laurel, under threat of so much damage, will just jump back to mid. So they secure their Wisdom Shrine and get a kill on the Spirit carry. Very good for PARIVISION.
All that obs on that cliff placed by 9 class, it just makes that play way too easy. You see the Ember rotating, easy setup. You know Spirit are going to play aggressive on that bottom lane.
Oh, meanwhile, Collapse gets a solo kill on Satanic. Maybe he had a helping hand there of Rue a bit, but...
Yeah, not a solo kill.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's that period where the meta's down, you get caught in that jungler, you just get run down. Hard lane to stand on in the 1v2 situation. Now you can think about this Terrorblade respawning and maybe killing him again if you're Spirit. That'd be super juicy. They're lingering up here with Laurel as his support trade happens bottom. I mean, again, you got to respect the armor here.
Nyclass actually needs to juke this. He's in trouble, man.
He is.
He's dead. Oh, got to jump over to the neutrals.
Vision.
That is a sick move, using the courier to give him the vision in that clutch situation where he otherwise surely would have died. 8-minute power rune coming in. Yatoro and Maposhka go for the bottom one. Are they going to go for the kill here? No one? There are so many heroes around here. No one is likely to be run down. Slight Chains sets up Yatoro for a bit of damage as he pops out with his skeletons. Was that enough? Got the sleep on him. That is surely enough. Laurel will get the last hit for it. So, Team Spirit, heavy focus on the mid lane already.
Oh, yeah. They want to skew this mid matchup, and that's another really nice power rune for Laurel. He's gotten his luck here in the early game. Haste rune guarantees that chase down. This early Clinks rotation, we've seen it a lot with this hero. Yeah, double bounty. No one ever claimed those. So you're going to trade this mid tower for your safe lane tower, but this was a tower that was going to be tough to defend for Spirit anyway.
And top's also going down. Pressure of collapse, just sitting in lane.
This is a nice sequence for Spirit here. Anytime you get the Clinks involved early, you should be happy with that. This hero's really strong on these like random ganks. Just appears, get a numbers advantage, does a lot of damage.
I think especially since the fact that these heroes are not natural tower takers either. The Enigma, if that tower is going to fall eventually. It always does against off-lane Enigma. The hero's just too strong in lane, and he's too good at hitting towers. But Collapse being able to take his tower with an off-lane Slardar this early is a huge boon.
Oh yeah, this opens up some ganks into that upper jungle area. Maybe you get some wards up there, try and scout the Terrorblade.
A faster Blink Dagger as well.
Of course. Coming together here in the early game for Spirit. I also think the more they can get their cores involved early, the happier they're going to be, because this Slardar Clinks are not the fastest junglers. I don't think you're going to be happy in this game just trading farm against Terrorblade, Enigma, Shaker doing stacks or whatever.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game. Like, the more the early game is skirmish heavy, the happier Spirit are going to be. Whereas PARIVISION, I think, slowing it down here.
DN, this is a little awkward. He's not going to be able to protect himself with a black hole, really. Body blocked by Laurel expertly. And the one hero who was set up for success in DM's Enigma, he gets shut down trying to, I guess, make a move for the power rune. It was odd because his supports didn't come to him.
You don't have a ult yet. You don't have 6s on the supports, and you don't have this blink on the Shaker. So the early fighting power for PARIVISION is just not there. They're getting out-tempoed right now. Again, slowing the game down, really favorable for them, but they're losing power runes. It's another one that got taken away from the Shaker.
They just go back to it. Smoke again. 20? They've had 20 courier kills? The hell?
Another typo or what?
I mean, have they actually had 20?
They have played a lot of Bounty Hunter.
I guess.
Bounty Hunter games, and they were doing some courier.
Nyclass runs into the smoke.
I just look at the setup. The chains are going to be nasty this game. You get chains, there's a stomp waiting for you. There's a whip waiting for you. Going to get impaled. Clinks can just strafe you down. There's a lot to throw into this kind of poke. Makes it really threatening in this game.
And real like, especially the combination with the facet, deconstruction, right? Just put that spirit on you.
Yeah, the minus armor is another thing that PARIVISION have to think about itemization-wise, but
yep.
Curious Echo Slam here, because you already had the blink. Maybe you're thinking, I want to go make a play, but at the same time, you can't farm the stack without committing the Echo.
I think they're, I think they're afraid that if they don't clear the stack now and quickly, that Team Spirit, they're strong enough to start invading that triangle area. They may not have another opportunity to farm that stack, and they need that experience for this Ancient Apparition and this Riki.
Too important for the lineup. I agree with the Echo there, and no one else is going to clear that.
Yeah, no, certainly not.
We'll lose another power rune for it, though.
They got 6 kills from Maposhka. Yatoro has 5 courier kills? The hell?
He's just a beast. He's a beast.
It's too good. Must have been all those troll games somehow.
Deso Rush for him. Adding more armor synergy into this lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Terrorblade, some high natural armor, but where's the armor going to come from? Is it just...
Yeah, they have no...
Brimstone Enigma, maybe? But, I mean, it's not even that good here.
Yeah.
Shiva Shaker way later on. Lotus Orbs These are not supports that naturally build Lotus.
Yeah, they've got no natural bonus armor builders.
It's kind of an awkward game itemization-wise from PARIVISION. They're really going to have to make up for it. Maybe some Yule Scepters or...
Yatoro slips right on by this smoke gank. They had the right idea. May still find him.
Gotta remember, no echo for this play. Could black hole him, though.
They could. Team Spirit chasing after DM, but he is not alone. If anything, they're kind of getting baited in. They spot Ducalis, though. Ducalis going to get jumped. He is going to die almost instantly. No chance for an Ice Blast that lands. No one quick to go through the gate, and DM will back down through the side of the map.
Downside, though, you're giving up this part of the map at almost 14 minutes. These Wisdom Shrines are going to spawn. Very easy to think about invading here if you're Spirit. And then that 15-minute Tormentor. This part of the map is pretty valuable right now.
Yeah, the only way they could stop that as PARIVISION is if no one wants to TP over there with his Blink Dagger, but Spirit don't actually want to go for the engage, it seems.
It's going to be early utility. Ghost Scepters, Force Staves. That's going to be the name of the game here for PARIVISION. You get a couple of those, maybe you can take some of these early fights or contest that Roshan that is also going to be another fast objective. Did not get their Wisdom Shrine invaded. I think PARIVISION are quite happy about that. Got to be thinking about where this Clinks is at right now. With that Deso coming out pretty soon, they'll catch 9 class. Another freebie on the map. Someone has to pay the price here with everybody jungling. And they are jungling. And that's, again, the downside. I think if PARIVISION just get to trade farm, it's pretty good for them right now.
Yeah. But as it stands, Spirit getting a bit of a net worth lead. Satanic is working towards his Manta. He's also going to buy out the Shard when it hits 15 so he can farm a lot faster.
Fighting items are online for Spirit, though. Deso done. Mage Slayer done for the Ember. You're absolutely ready to take any fight, go for any of these objectives right now. This is where the pickoff game becomes super important for Pari. You cannot give up big cores on the map.
Successful scan. And they're coming through the gate. Yatoro's trying to bait them in a little bit. He's got his whole team coming through. They had a kill squad of just 2 heroes, Ducalis and no one. We're together to try and get something out of it. Fortunately, no one reads the situation, does TP away in time. So once again, it is PARIVISION just bleeding out supports. They haven't lost cores too often.
You're going to lose objectives, though. I mean, you just go gate and you Tormentor here.
Sure.
Or I guess look for more. They have wards down here, so they know the jungle action's happening.
And they know the Riki is right there. He was just underneath a sentry. Now as he shows himself on Tricks of the Trade, does go the right direction for it, but there's just no escaping. They have too many mobile heroes.
And that dust barely caught. These are 5-man moves. I thought you just Tormentor there. It's almost the bigger prize. Get some Deso charges for some of these random kills, though. That's pretty nice. And now you get to go back for that Tormentor anyway. So it all works out in the end.
They are going to do it super efficiently once they get there.
Oh, yeah.
Corrosive Haze and Deso. Maposhka will be found in the meanwhile, though. So PARIVISION still showing that they can be the aggressors in the situation, at least for a little pickoffs here and there.
That is a greedy jump. You're out of
Got Black Hold into the Ice Blast. I think he is just dead.
And he used the rune, so you don't even get the reward.
That's true.
For the risky play. That's a streak as well. It's a 1,000 gold kill. And you get the mid tower with the Eidolons.
They've got the numbers advantage. They are going after Yatoro right now. At least I thought they were.
No dust on 9 class.
That's a little... He's got a dust on Earthshaker, though, and he gets point blank right on top of him for the instant Dust Echo Slam.
No one came prepared. He will find Radana again, and he'll find another. Yep. Shaker heating up right now.
Rue popped out of the jungle to try and help out Yatoro, and he's just going to add one more kill to the slaughter. Double kill for no one.
You're the one hunting on the map with this Desolator looking for the charges. Instead, you pay the price straight into that Echo Slam. Too aggressive for your own good. And this mid game kind of faltering for Spirit here. They're not finding the momentum they wanted with that early game. The objective wasn't super fast and clean. They're bleeding some big kills here. Wasted that amp damage power rune. You get stuck in some weird map play game versus Pari. It's not a game a lot of teams win.
Yeah.
And you got to remember the whole time, you just got this Satanic kid farming somewhere on the map. He's not dying. He's 0-1 and 0, but he will make his presence felt very shortly here as he's just going Manta Butterfly. And they are going to be both very valuable in this game when you're just dealing with Dispel and Evasion.
Yeah. They will have the Burning Barrage for the Clinks. Yatoro kind of always buys that at 15 minutes. It was actually a bit delayed because he wanted to finish up the Deso. And combined with him dying as he picked up the shard, his farm is really stagnated from where it usually is.
Just didn't get those pickoffs that he needed.
Does get a great neutral item, though. Brigand's Blade.
Not a bad one. Plus 10 damage as well.
Very good for Clinks. Collapse is going for a Yules next instead of just a BKB. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I saw him doing that earlier. He tends to do it on Slardar a lot. He just plays this catch roll. Like, you blink in, you amp someone with the shard, and you run away. You don't sit there and hit the guy, so you don't get stunned, you don't clump, because the damage is going to come through once the amp is there. You're going to get hit by the Clinks, hit by Sleight of Fist chains. Right, he's not going to stick around.
Doesn't he need the BKB, though, at some point against the Terrorblade?
He does go both sometimes. And then once you get the BKB, you can use the Yules aggressively, right?
Sure.
You jump stun someone, Yules chase him down.
PARIVISION are up to their games, man. They're TB pushing with illusions. No one is Fisher pushing these lanes. They do get the jump on Collapse, but Collapse was being stalked the entire time by 9 class.
Straight into the trap.
I mean, I feel like Team Spirit are not accounting for 9 class's Riki at all. All of the aggressive moves that they've made that have led to it actually being a trap.
To be fair, though, they have a crap ton of sentries down on the map. And there were a lot in that bottom area.
That is true.
I think they are accounting for the Riki Austin. I think that was just a little unlucky in terms of not seeing him on the edge of that sentry range. Like, their whole map is lit up. They should see where this Riki's maneuvering. I think it's more they're just not combining the cores at all. We have not really seen any go where you have 2 or more cores in a single part of the map.
Got him with the dagger and the chains. He's going to take a lot of damage. He tried to kill himself on Roshan, and it doesn't work.
Dude, once your armor starts ticking down, either from this ET or the Slardar, these hits from the other 2 cores are devastating.
Yeah.
We'll get an Arcane Rune here. You can always think about Roshan early in this game.
I was going to say, PARIVISION, they got to be careful of not giving up any core pickoffs, because that'll lead straight to Roche, surely.
And the other nice interaction I was going to mention is that Tormentor gave Shard to the Ringmaster. This is a really nice game for it. I think Terrorblade is the best hero to have this spotlight against.
Oh, yeah.
Really ruins him, like the whole game.
Instant response, Echo Slam, Ice Blast. Collapse once again, thinking he has a pickoff. There is going to be a beautiful Earth Splitter into the Ringmaster Wheel of Wonder. Rue will probably die here as both DM and Satanic are going to be able to run him down, but it was a nice hit and response from Team Spirit. They trade 2 for 2.
No Black Hole did use meta, but the fact Satanic gets to clean something up there is pretty nice for him. Makes his first mark into the game. It's another jump from this Slardar that does not end well for Collapse. He's the sacrifice thrown in there.
That's also another reason I want him to go BKB, right? If he could seize these opportunities to jump a hero, there's nothing that stops him if he has a BKB outside a Black Hole. And if you want a Black Hole to Slardar, you know, I feel like it's be my guess.
You take that. All Spirit need is the initial stun. They either need the stun or the chains, and the ET will guarantee the follow-up, and then everything follows from there.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree. It would be nice at some point to get the BKB this game. Maybe he felt, he's thinking about it now. This is kind of a standard build-up. I think he felt he was going to get this Yules faster. You just go in, stun the guy, Yules yourself. I don't know. Some extra, move speed mana is nice here too. But it's not paid off so far.
Maybe it's just credit to PARIVISION playing really well around each other. They do seem to be playing in pairs, kind of covering each other all the time for these Slardar initiations. Collapse really hasn't gotten the free pickoffs that we see a lot of times with his Slardar Yules.
Get a nice little ancient stack.
That is pretty nice.
The bait game has been strong, that is for sure. And we saw the Lotus Orb come out for the Enigma. So I was talking about the supports don't really build Lotus in this game. It'll be DM picking up the slack. So you get 1 Dispel / armor item here. Pretty nice. And it's a good Lotus Orb game because you're predominantly thinking about throwing it either on the Shaker when he goes in or the Terrorblade. You have very strict damage sources here, so the more utility you get to protect those damage sources, the happier you're going to be in the fight. A little smoke up from Pari in the river.
Yeah, it seemed like they were looking at mid lane, but team wasn't really ready for the go. Yatoro cleans it out so quickly, burning barrage and runs. And they set up for Roshan.
You do not want to get a Blast echoed here. Yeah, you take the fight over committing here. And Blast actually went in.
Oh, I mean, if you see that Ice Blast, feel like Spirit just go straight to it.
You have two options, right? You either aggressively look for the fight, or you can just go back in the pit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think you almost called their bluff. You just go back in the pit here.
Yeah, if they want to back up that much, still look in a second time in mid lane, drop a sentry. The smoke is going to run out soon. They're going to run into the Riki, drops a cloud. They go for it, blind, but a slight whiff there on the crush, barely off the mark. And as a result,
which is valuable here if you want to go back into the pit, because now you at least know where they it gets Lotus.
He got Lotus right away, so there goes that.
I mean, this is just a game of chicken right now. You're trying to bait Pari into the fight, but at the same time, you don't want to get jumped in a terrible way.
Now the Ice Blast is back up. The cores of PARIVISION are nowhere close by, though. No one's going to TP onto the tier 2. Can he get here in time with the Ice Blast giving him the vision? It's going to see a lot of heroes. It hits one or two of them. The Riki kind of distracting them a bit. Quickly gets blown up. Aurora is still available. Echo Slam immediately put to use on a collapse. He sees his opportunity inside the pit. Radon is at half HP and gets forced half low, while Roshan is at 1600. There is not much left, and PARIVISION can go straight to work on Roshan.
Need a stomp here. A really good one.
A spotlight to give him a little bit of opportunity here. The Wheel of Wonder is going to be put to use. Got the taunt on two cores. A beautiful setup, and they're both going to die. No DM gets off a Ghost Scepter. Low jumping in. A black hole put to use. No one picks up the Aegis. He gets in. Radon, who force-staffed himself in to try and seal away the Aegis, and will now be victim of his own play as he tries to run away with the invisibility. Somehow he does so on just 200 HP. Rue hops himself away from a Fissure. Radon goes back in, gets a support kill, but 9 class here to strike. Can he do it? No. Force staff up to the high ground, and away he goes. He is just being pushed all around. Yatoro survives, but PARIVISION, they do walk away with the bounty of Roshan.
So much damage going into that ET. The spotlight on top of him, melting the illusions. You get stomped there. That is the stomp that Spirit needed. You needed some way to slow down that Roshan and give you the engage on the Terrorblade. You just 100-0'd him. The power of the supports right there. Earth Splitter plus Wheel of Wonder. With that Spirit on top, that's a lot of magic damage coming through.
Yeah, that was
nasty. No BKB on this Terrorblade. No way to deal with it. No save came out. This is just a beautiful setup. And Pari, they salvaged this situation by getting the Roche, getting that Aegis. It's a nice Fissure here, too. That's what forces the Force Staff from Radon, right? He's blocked off by no one. It's a really nice little mini play.
I can't believe he just lived here, though.
Oh, yeah. He's just
they didn't have a sentry out or anything. There were so many Eidolons around the pit.
I mean, I can't believe he went back in for an AA kill.
That was pretty ballsy.
How is that risk reward worth it?
Sends a message, and it gets him a Desolator charge, which he was lacking before that team fight. He was only at 2 extra damage. Now he's at 8.
Also gave him the levels. Now he's level 18. Close to that Terrorblade's 19. Close to another item here. Big win for Radon. And he'll get the Riki again.
Yeah, 9 class will just kind of continue to be the victim of this as
they want the next Tormentor.
He's fishing for information, and he certainly got some. He got the fact that Spirit are largely in the corner of this map, likely to do Tormentor. Here comes the Ice Blast, thinking they went straight to it. They did not. They waited it out.
They're going to do it now.
Now they'll do it.
Kind of a race to the sustainable items here in terms of being able to frontline. I think you're going to need the BKB on the Terrorblade earlier in this game than maybe you'd like in a lot of games to deal with the supports and the ET Spirit.
You know, that chart is actually kind of nasty. In this matchup specifically, the Elder Titan versus the TB.
It can be good if he doesn't have BKB. You can just jump on him.
Yeah.
It only takes 1 or 2 hits with 0 armor to blow that hero up. We could definitely see Miposhka going.
Because these kills are going to happen fast. You hit the stomp, he's there. The Clinks is close enough for a burning barrage. That could just be good night.
I think in the mid game it's less tempting, but as the game goes later, it becomes more and more tempting. You just need that all-in burst. And gem also acquired for Spirit. Really important gem for them. They'll hand it over to Laurel. Need to deal with this Ricky on the map. 9 class. He's not had the highest impact game we've seen out of these kind of niche heroes for him, but he is still providing you a lot of vision. And you just can't buy sentries forever.
Yeah, they do have some really good heroes against this Riki. They have like mobile, low cooldown heroes in the Ember and the Slardar.
I'm gonna courier kill here. He's waiting for it to purchase.
Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty.
No data list for you, or no MKB, depending on what Radon. I mean, he's probably going MKB now.
You want to talk about min-maxing your play. That's how you do it right there.
See if they get the D ward on the cliff. This ward is timing out for Pari. They didn't really get a fight out of it. Kind of sad for them. Ideal situation is you get some deep vision off the Ricky. You can take a jump off of that with the shaker.
Yotoro, this is gonna be. You don't have BKB. He's caught in the black hole. He went for the Shrine of Wisdom. Now Ice Blast will finally have to be used.
Too greedy.
Way too greedy.
Still have to respect the damage that can come out from these powerful spells on the side of Pari, even if the big cores aren't there. That's a costly death. A lot of time now for this Terrorblade to pull ahead. Spirit trying to make a move to counteract that. They would love to catch Satanic here.
He's gonna run right into them. Manta gets rid of the chains and dodges the stomp as a result. Miposhka, I think a bit of an error there. He kind of had to drop the Spirit and cover both sides with that stomp.
I think his plan was you just run up the hill into the stomp instead.
Oh, and Laurel ruined it by...
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think you're killing him there anyway. It's very close, but that's a tough kill. Manta into Sunder is pretty spooky. No one is the most.
Oh, yeah. I knew that one.
Dire are scanning.
Goes back to the days of him and Samael rocking the Storm Spirit. No one had so many Aegis steals back then.
Clutch Force Staff. He's going to stall this out.
Yeah, he's got nowhere really to run to with the Fisher blocking him in, and his allies are not going to try and save the situation. Unfortunately, he had the wrong items going on there.
Yeah,
he popped the Strongman's Tonic, but the Whoopee Cushion was still on cooldown for a second. Get a support kill in return, though. Once again, 9 class trying to find where their wards are. He found them.
It's just so easy to pop this Ricky. Any stunner chains, it guarantees a stomp, and you have set up for whatever else is around. He just doesn't have Dispel, no way to get out of it. Just food on the map. Ticking clock, though. BKB coming out for Satanic on top of that Butterfly. He is going to be incredibly strong with that timing.
Yeah.
Especially if you can get it before the Roche spawn. It's going to be very close here. It depends on when that Roche spawns. If it spawns instantly, you will not have the BKB on the Terrorblade. If it spawns later, you will. Kind of an interesting situation if you're PARIVISION.
It's not an easy Terrorblade game, though.
No,
no matter what.
But this is going to be his strongest point.
Sure.
When you have this long duration BKB, you ignore a lot of the Elder Titan. You don't get amped up. You ignore a lot of the Ember Spirit damage. Especially if you can put an Aegis on that. Then you really just maximize this kit. And we've seen PARIVISION kind of push high ground out of nowhere.
Oh, no one.
What was that?
He got tagged by the Dust, I think? Dust still do damage even if you're visible?
Was it Dust?
Oh, either that or he just biffed it.
Did he get hit by an ET Spirit?
Maybe he did.
You don't take
it's
damage.
Revealed, if you're visible. Yeah, 25 damage.
Dust
so
would not have popped in there. Unless he was invisible. Oh, he
wasn't.
wasn't.
He was invisible. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Okay. I mean, what can you do, I guess?
What did do you have an invis rune, I guess? Must have. He had an amp damage.
Wait, was he just smoked there? I feel like every time we have one of these situations, it's super obvious what it is.
Wow, if we had a better analyst with us, then it would help.
I mean, it's on the corner of the screen, man. I can't even like see anything. I just see his feet.
There's the BKB. So Satanic.
Yeah, he was smoked ninja gear. I don't think he was invis.
I actually didn't know that dust does damage to you if you're smoked. I guess I never really thought about it that way. It is, you aren't invisible, I guess, so.
Oh, another smoke from Pari. No echo this time. Trying to bait this Enigma show mid.
Yeah, the Ember Spirit's a hard go, though. You never know when he's going to slide or jump back to his Remnant. He's got BKB. SNY, BKB, Mage Slayer. He's not dying very quickly to magic damage, that's for sure. Collapse backs away just before the Fissure lands.
This Terrorblade's so strong right now. If you don't all in him with some of your big wombo combo spells.
Runs into the Riki, almost got him on the crush. Instead, Radabatos trying to get the BKB out of him. He's going to Eul's instead. Pulls off onto it now. TM tries to push forward, gets light chains. Half HP, Collapse holding on to the BKB this entire way. Still chasing after him. Fissure got him on the secondary stun. Collapse makes a run for it through the river with the Gale Guard. He will survive.
Man, he holds that BKB. He was the gem carrier there too. Pretty risky, but you get out and you got the meta out of Satanic here. Roche potentially spawning. That's your concern right now if you're Spirit. Did that Roche spawn? Are they scouting it? Answer is no. They're just going to push down mid. Another option, take the fight here. Still have that BKB available on the starter. They're going to smoke up, look for that themselves. Meta wearing out. Less than 10 seconds left. Perfect opportunity to re-engage here if you're Spirit, and
they are pushing into a ward. PARIVISION got a little bit of vision. They know that Collapse is making his way up here. Of course, he shows on the Watcher as well.
But you're not winning a fight without meta unless you land some crazy black hole / echo slam. So this is, in theory, Spirit's Roche to get right now, or at least a situation where they are going to force Pari into them without the meta available. That's tough. Might just have to lick your wounds here and split the map.
Well, the upside for PARIVISION is the Roshan's going to be another like 45 seconds or so they will have meta back up.
Very late, actually.
Yeah, Roche is a slow spawn.
So if you're Spirit now, you want another pick off here if you're Spirit.
Yeah.
They're hunting for this Riki, man. Hunting for it. Laurel scouts the pit, still not up. Only despair right now for Spirit as this meta is coming back.
There's the Wisdom Shrine they can take. 10 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
9 class still playing in the back lines, man. It's so dangerous. You don't know where this sword or gem is going to be at all times. Don't know if you go over a random sentry, you get caught by the Ember. Terrorblade Illusions were pushing top that entire time. Forces Collapse back. This gives a lot of information to PARIVISION as the meta comes back off cooldown. And both teams are aware Roche is spawning. They
going after an Echo Slam, Ice Blast. It lands. That is enough.
Such a clutch pickoff.
A massive kill, and it's no longer a fight over Roshan. PARIVISION, do they want to dare to poke at the high ground with this Ember gone for 60 seconds? They back away. They say, no, let's just do Roshan. It's guaranteed.
We saw that Shiva's is done for the Shaker, so they did kind of get to the big armor item in this game. It's a huge deal here. Makes that Shaker a lot tankier, especially if he gets the BKB later or something.
Yeah.
You're just not getting the fights that you want with this lineup. As Pari are slowly taking over this game right now.
It's just
so many Gale Guards.
I mean, this is the power of Ancient Apparition, right? It's just at any point in the game, you have one stun that is followed up by an Ice Blast, and kind of any hero dies to that.
I mean, AA is good because it lets you kill anything. It's that simple. You jump anybody with a stun, this guy throws all his spells on top, that hero's dead. And if he's not dead, you probably weren't winning the game anyway. Or you're playing against Medusa, because, you know.
Yeah.
That's not a real hero.
That hero's it's a menace, for sure. I would say that's a quintessential Dota hero.
Medusa?
Yeah.
Not this Medusa, I'll tell you that much.
No, I think the more disgusting a hero is, the more it is. Like, no other MOBA could have that hero. This is what I'm saying. No other MOBA could have Nature's Prophet, Tinker, Medusa, Techies.
Yeah, but I think if a hero's disgusting conceptually, it should be difficult to play. That's what I think. Because then at least it's balanced out. It's like, you know, it's kind of like Meepo, right?
We just wanted to watch
him smack some kids
Ringmaster get sent to. I love a good. That was one of the best changes Valve has made in a while. The Enchant Totem, knockout punch, the home run hit.
Yeah, you know why? Because it's on a hero that is a quintessential honest Dota hero, perhaps the most honest. I stun you, I kill you. I am the Earthshaker.
Currently, PARIVISION looking to kill Roshan, but despite the fact that the Ember Spirit is dead, for another 20 seconds, Spirit are smoked up. PARIVISION know about it. They're still going to try and finish off Roche. Daring Team Spirit's trying to interrupt them. The Spirit's inside the pit. They pick up the Aegis. They should be good now. Now the question is Yotaro. Is he going to get caught on the way out here? Dust, it hits him. PARIVISION don't chase, though.
Big deal. They did not use meta, so kind of hard to jump in right there. Both these carries are stacked. It's Pari slowly building a lead, though. Once more, Spirit cannot find the team fight opening. Too elusive. There's too many illusions and eidolons and this Riki scout that you're afraid of. Very hard to just pick a line, commit in, and jump.
Yeah. Combine that with the lanes always being pushed in between eidolons and illusions, and you've got kind of a mess.
We're not going to see it, but it almost feels like you need a swift blink on this Klinks or something, just so you can guarantee.
Yeah.
Like, you just need to be able to go in at the same time with all your cores on Spirit, pop the BKBs, 100 to 0 the Terrorblade or Enigma or something.
Caught the Riki, and he's dead. Collapse, not using the BKB yet. Yule's on self. I think he has to use the BKB. Black Hole gets the grab on him before he can. Comes back down from his Yules to death. Now no one chasing after him with his smoke. He's got a blink up in 2 seconds. Hits a Fisher on 2. Blink in 1. Satanic's taking a decent amount of damage. Remember, he's got that extra life, though. But it would be a shame to lose the meta so early on to the fight.
Yeah, Pari afraid of pushing forward. Don't know where Radon's waiting. And no one, he does not want to jump in deep without a BKB. Get caught by some random chains and you're just dead.
No one being a little aggro in his positioning because he has a haste rune. And it runs out, he backs away.
Got a player on the vision. Both teams super important here. I think this is why a lot of the jumps from Collapse have just not been working out for him, because he's kind of going in blind, where he sees a Riki, he sees some target, you jump it. You have to take what you can get, but at the same time, Pari are just playing so disciplined around the Riki being on the front line, being the scout, that every time you jump him, it's just a bait.
Yeah.
By the way, you have BKB Black Hole available now, which in theory there's only one counter. I mean, you do have you know, Escape Act, but you're still taking damage.
shows himself. He's walking into potential ward sentries unless he goes through the gate. He goes through the gate, but Ice Blast, it's gonna hit him before he gets through the gate. That's done. Now he's in trouble. Fisher gets thrown out blind. He BKB, TP's away, and DM does not have Black Hole to stop him.
That was sick, though. It was really sick play. You really have to think about this BKB.
Oh, they're coming through the gate. Look at Collapse and Laurel. Oh, Crush, a little bit off the timing there. Satanic comes through first. That is not the target you can go for. Malphus done. Inside the smoke screen, he jumps away to his Remnant thanks to his BKB.
Oh, he got blocked by
the neutrals.
That was okay. Well, they got Tormentor, but every shard's been taken in the game, so you're just getting gold here.
It's not an insignificant amount of gold, that's for sure.
Better than dying there. Could have been a Black Hole out instantly. Just didn't know where some of the stuns were. Yeah, you might have to save this Earth Splitter for this Black Hole now, or at least think about it. You can kind of preemptively throw it down, right? If the fight develops where the cores all commit on top of each other, you can just Earth Splitter that, and then as a team, you know you have 3 or 4 seconds where you can't go in and Black Hole that area.
Sure, yeah.
It's kind of a play, but it's a tight window. It's a really tight window.
Level 25 is coming in soon. Klinks with his Tar Bomb multi-shot and the Terrorblade. The Sunder cooldown or the Metamorphosis duration. Any other notable levels or items? Wonder when DM's going to start considering, is it Refresher next for him? Now that he's got
He might go back for the blink here if he thinks he can get aggressive with the black hole. I think the only other talent I'm really looking at is this undispellable corrosive haze if the game goes that late.
Yeah, that one's definitely a big one.
It's always super valuable in some of these games where there's an immense amount of dispel, but we are 7 levels off of that, so that would require probably 2 teamfight wins here for Spirit.
Do you think DM needs a blink dagger? I almost feel like he doesn't, just because much of his black holes is just kind of protecting the Terrorblade. Like, they have to go into the Terrorblade, and so he doesn't really have to blink out there so much and,
I put it this way,
after
I
them.
don't think he needs one this game. But the blink does open up that opportunity of what ifs, right?
Sure. Yeah.
What if they clump 2 or 3 heroes and I can just BKB blink black hole?
Yeah.
It's pretty hard not to have it. Blink can also be a strong defensive item in some of these games, especially when you have a lot of scouting mechanics. You scout this slaughter, you see him on a ward, you just blink out.
Yeah.
It resets the fight a lot. The bigger question is maybe what else does he buy here as this Enigma at this point, and I don't think there's anything better.
If you're just joining us, we are 40 minutes into a very tight Game 1 between Team Spirit and PARIVISION, 2 teams that faced in a recent Grand Finals. PARIVISION were the betters for it in a 3-1 victory. Team Spirit here not only trying to survive in Blast Slam, but also a chance at revenge for them.
They need to find a way to scale into this game because they're getting outscaled right now. There's just so much late game firepower in this lineup, and you have a Riki to make sure you're not getting jumped first. Very tough to take these late game 5-on-5s. You have all the damage in the world on this Clinks. He has MKB and Daedalus. In theory, a really strong power spike, almost level 25. So you're not getting much better than this. You just have to out-execute. You have to find a way to hit huge stomps or huge crushes.
Yeah.
And line it up from there. And I mean, BKB coming out for no one very shortly here is going to make your life way more difficult. There's no BKB Pierce in this game for Spirit, outside of, hitting someone with a bash of the deep, which I wouldn't exactly call it reliable here.
No.
Look at that triple totem. Quad totem.
They're moving.
God,
they want to move.
The whole ogre army has been slaughtered for their neutral item selection.
And meanwhile, the Terrorblade wants a little bit more attack range, and DM wants a little bit of cast range. He is going to go the blink, it looks like. He's got that queued up for now. Yatoro doing his typical, playing deep on the enemy side of the map with his skeleton walk, cutting waves.
He just loves going here, this Wisdom Shrine area. It's a nice area to find a random pickoff, but I think he's backfired on it more than it has been successful. We'll show insta TP out, draw some attention. Not a bad play from him. He's not going to risk it this time. For good reason.
That's interesting. Collapse went the crush damage. I would have thought with the clinks and all this minus armor physical damage, she would want the extra minus armor.
I mean, honestly, I think it's just about the farm.
Yeah, it's like the game slowed down that much that it's
a talent that lets you clear waves faster and clear camps faster. And
clear out some of these illusions.
Yeah, faster you move around the map, you're going to get more farm. You're going to probably die less. It's more important right now.
Fair enough.
Like, an extra 4 armor is not changing this game. Him getting to another item can change this game.
And that item, Nullifier.
It's an interesting one. It does deal with a lot of the Ghost Scepters here. Triple Ghost Scepter, Yules, and a Force Staff. Double Force Staff, actually, on the side of Pari. There's a lot to nullify here.
Satanic for Satanic.
He's slotted. He's not going to get much stronger in this game. He has his 25 talent, took the meta duration, more common one. Fully 6 slotted. You're looking at replacing BKB with Aegis, and that's about it.
Didn't you just say that about Yatoro's Clinks? Are we at a stalemate? Both carries are beginning to peak.
What do you mean? Yatoro has 1 more slot left.
I mean, I guess so. He can still get a butterfly.
It's going to come down to who rolls a better tier 5 neutral enchantment.
It might.
I don't know. I'm on the Terrorblade side right now.
I mean, it's hard to argue with Terrorblade late game, especially when Clinks, his impact late game is so hit or miss, right? You do so much damage, but you simultaneously could do no damage if you just get jumped once. 9 class in front of all of these heroes. What is all this vision he's getting? Okay, spotted, should be killed. Tries to make more break for it in the mid lane, but no.
Been a while since he got picked off, so
Yeah.
maybe getting a little too confident there. Double nullifier for Spirit. They really want to just kill this backline, right? Get on top of the Enigma and the supports, take them out of the fight. These are not items necessarily to all in the Terrorblade, which is reasonable here. I don't think you are going to get that window too often against this team.
No.
And against this player in particular.
It's just too much protection, right?
Yeah.
They all in on the Terrorblade. There's Black Hole, there's Fissures, there's Smoke Screens and Ice Blast. They have so much AoE gunk.
I also
really
just don't know how you're supposed to find him first.
Yeah, that's also true with 9 class being the pest that he is. Smoke up from PARIVISION. They push out the mid lane. There's an amp damage, and they're going to spot it with Eidolons. Oh, he instantly kills it on DM.
Why?
That's a little sad. He just passed over the bottle to Satanic, too.
I don't know if we've ever seen Satanic mad, but that might be what it looks like.
Yeah, maybe.
That's his mad face.
9 class, Sports Century laid down. Collapse, running into all these heroes, blinks away just in the nick of time. No damage from PARIVISION to hit him.
That was... of all the times maybe he should have just jumped blind. Could have had a 3 or 4 man crush.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't win you the fight there automatically, but it would have been sick.
I mean, the clumping is super dangerous now that you've got this Tar Bomb multi-shot. This clinks with the Tar Bomb multi-shot and Burning Barrage. If you're in that AoE, you're done.
You cannot clump here if you're Pari. You can't clump here if you're Spirit.
No, neither team can clump whatsoever.
Which makes these angles and the vision that much more important. We're seeing Spirit go for this mega flank around the pit. Old school.
Yeah.
No one. He's old school though. He knows it's coming.
Yeah, he's playing to his ward he's got here.
Says before you were.
But they spotted him on the Fissure. He used a Fissure. They knew where he was, farming up the camp to try to make a jump for him. He gets off his BKB. No chain stun. And yeah, a lot of ults get thrown around, but no kills. And now Satanic is pushing into them. Slowing down Maposhka. Force Staff, Glimmer Cape is available. DM thought he could get a grab on something here. 9 class chasing after them. Smoke Screen trying to slow him down in any way they can. Collapse, somehow missing that crush. 9 class took a moment there and barely dodged a bit of damage. Fissure goes out, saved there by the escape back.
Did get meta out of the Terrorblade.
They did.
Traded a lot of big ults.
And Roshan isn't up yet. It'll be coming up when Netta goes down.
Yeah, this is really awkward for Pari. Spirit don't know that, though. That's the issue. They're going to keep scouting it. They have a Ringmaster illusion in the pit right now. They'll send the Spirit in.
Yeah, they can kill the illusion. They can't stop the Spirit from getting the information.
But this means Collapse can't go heal. So you're going to have a half HP Slardar going into the fight. Yeah, there's a reason we see a lot of Ogre Seal totems. I mean, this is just... Another Force Staff. You got 4 of them here. You can kite out these fights super heavily.
I'm surprised Mindbreaker's on 3rd, because I agreed with you when you were talking about that item feels way more lackluster than it used to.
I'm sure it still has its times where the impact's very high. It just doesn't feel good to take.
Yeah.
Such is life. Things come and go.
Collapse is really trying to get to that nullifier, but look at this gang squad coming his way. Instant Echo Slam. Shiva's, the Chain Stun is there. He puts the Yules onto the Earthshaker with his BKB, running up the river, trying to get just far enough away. He can blink out. The damage over time from the Malphus is stopping him. They hit him with the Yules as well. A little bit more damage. He's finally getting his blink up, and away he goes.
Nice.
Fissure randomly thrown out, but did not find him.
And the Eidolon spawn that hit him almost got him killed.
Yeah.
But he escapes. That's a massive dodge right there. Now Echo Slam on cooldown right as this Roche has come back alive. Maybe the little opening you need here to progress as... By the way, 9,000 gold on Satanic.
Yeah, he's buying out its Aghanim Scepter.
Gotta spend it on something. This is more gold than your supports have net worth.
I mean, I feel like that's one of those spells you sometimes forget about. Smokescreen on 2, straight to 9 class. He's dead. DM does manage to escape thanks to a Force Staff.
It's another small opening. Grinding this Roche control out.
Yeah, how many more openings do they need? No Echo Slam, no Riki. Is that enough?
There's no way you can just commit for the Roche. You got to keep looking for more here. Satanic look for the rune.
Collapse, no BKB here. Pops the Yules. Does DM want to commit the black hole? The Ice Blast was coming in, but an Ogre Seal Totem got him away, and DM's a bit too late. Look at the damage rating again, and Collapse comes back into play. Gets his revenge. No one tries, and escape back. Oh, dodges a bit of Fissure damage,
HP.
and protected with the Strongman Tonic as well.
How does Collapse get out of there, man? Less than 100 HP, no AoE left to finish him off, and they got the meta out of Satanic.
That 80% magic resistance on the escape back nullified much of the Fissure damage. He lives as a result.
He's closing in on that 25. He is getting there. As meta is gonna expire here for Pari without that fight. Could buy out that Ags. Let him re-engage, but that's your Ricky buyback. It's an Enigma death. Another 30-second window here. Spirit continuing to capitalize.
But you said you can never commit to Roshan. You got to keep going for the picks. If they never win a full fight, they can never Rosh.
But you're winning the economy war.
That's true. You are chipping away at the PARIVISION lead, which is now a Spirit lead by 1K.
I mean, you can commit for Roche with Amp and put Radon in the pit. That's the one way you can do it.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous putting him in the pit. I wonder if Collapse can solo it.
He can eventually. Takes a while. This is also going to go to the south here in 30 seconds. So your opportunity to do it up here is right now. They're all 3 cores in the pit.
They're committing.
It's very fast.
DM, remember he's got that black hole still. He didn't use it in that last fight. They're smoking him into the pit. The Ice Blast is coming in now. Echo Sam immediately put to use. The Ice Blast lands on Yatoro. Aegis, it has to be picked up, and it does. Yatoro barely gets it. Turns around, gets the damage on 9 class. Caught in the black hole, but Satanic is struggling to get the damage. They took away the Aegis, but the escape bat protected Laurel, so he doesn't go down. Now with Yatoro on a second life. 4 staff away from Satanic. Laurel's jumping to the other side. Still chasing after DM with a stomp. Beautifully placed on the Satanic. He is dead. Beautiful setup from Maposhka that allows Yatoro just a clean house.
Oh, Maposhka, God, he does it one more time. He just finds these late teamfight openings. So many ults committed from PARIVISION, but none of them can cut through. Another life for this Clinks as Radon. He BKBs at the exact right time that jump comes in, commits for the Roshan, gets the Aegis, gets it all, and a clutch buyback on this Elder Titan to seal the deal. That is such a terrifying Roche to commit to here when you're against a Blast Earthshaker, but they split perfectly with the cores. And that Amp lets you cut through that Earthshaker so fast. Refresher Shard did get picked up by the Ricky there. I don't even know what happened to the cheese, but this stomp, so massive because you don't get to sunder anybody. The arrows just fly in before you wake up.
Yeah, and you could see no one was focused on trying to help DM with the Ember Spirit, so he commits the Fissure. Yatoro then has free reign to launch 1,000 arrows.
By the way, that was Shaker buyback as well.
Yeah.
More damage done to Pari. They lose a lane. They now don't have buyback on that mid. Did get the Refresher Shard, though, which is important here because now you can put that on the Enigma. And now you have 2 black holes.
Yeah, now you have Blink and Refresher.
So it's a huge deal that 9 class picked that up. That is a really successful team fight for Spirit. With some very clutch positioning. The fact they split all 3 cores like that right as the ults came in, just perfect timing.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that no one didn't BKB on the jump. Like, he got crushed when he went into that pit. I'll give the shard to him. Okay. Maybe you want double Echo BKB on the Shaker. It's just faster than playing for this double black hole. I mean, this definitely lets you kill anybody, even solo.
Certainly a much better chance of him being able to utilize both rounds of spells effectively.
And I mean, lo and behold, we did get to the 25 on Sardar. Undispellable Haze now in this game. That is a rough talent for this Pari lineup to deal with.
Yeah.
These are not heroes that want to give vision away like that in the fight. How long these fights have been going.
He gets
the ability to re-engage.
He gets a Wind Waker with this Ogre Seal Totem, and like their poke game is going to be incredible, right? He just blinks in, crushes. He can get back out. The Corrosive Haze is going to stay on them.
Double Nullifier available. Hex available for the Ringmaster. Hex available for the Clinks now.
Smoked forward. 9 class is creeping in from behind. The smoke is going to break on the Clinks first, and they get a Scythe on him, quickly turn and kill him. Crush. Push forward. No one. He had a bash ready to go as well, so got the extra stun time on him. Laurel thought about chasing inside the base. Thinks better of it.
I mean, no one might be lucky the Rookie died in a way because they're not hexing him instead.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot make these scouting plays anymore. The time for them has come and gone. With double hex, double nullifier, undispellable haze, you cannot kite this anymore.
Simultaneously, is he really helping in these team fights that much, this Riki?
Not really.
I mean, the best he could do is smoke screen with the shard.
I mean, this is one of the games I think we've seen 9 class disabled the most. He's just not found his mark, and he's not scaling into anything.
Ice Blast early on against Yatoro. Fisher makes sure it lands with the Terror Wave as well, but they always have the escape back.
Ate a Moon Shard, by the way. In case
He
you're
did.
wondering where some of that extra gold went. Has the monocle attack range, still has the Hurricane Pike. I mean, his attack range is pretty ridiculous right now.
The only thing left is
Plus 325. Like, this guy's just sniper.
only thing left is an Ag Synth for him at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
Not going to see that one too often, the Burning Army. Sleight of Fist charges for Laurel. He hits his level 25.
Yeah, the levels advantage for Spirit is huge right now. Don't have that 25 on the Shaker, don't have it on the Enigma. These aren't as powerful talents. I mean, the Shaker one is pretty damn good, but a lot of these fights have just been no one. He's getting the jump in and then feels like he's locked in there, man. It's live or die. You might need some clutch black holes at this point. You really might. And if the game is going to come down to these big ultimates and you're thinking about this as Spirit, you just hold buybacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Play a 10 on 10 or 10 on 5 or 10 on 7 game, whatever it is. Throw a life into the black hole. Okay. They only have 1 black hole until he gets refresher. Even if he has 2, if you sacrifice 1 or 2 lives and you have buybacks, the Ember can instantly come back with the Remnant. The Clinks can get to a fight pretty fast off of an outpost DP. Slaughter's pretty fast on the map as well. You could even get some bots in this lineup. I mean, it's one of the ways you can think about trying to end this game with the advantage, especially if you get the next Roshan.
As it stands, though, Team Spirit are certainly not playing fast enough. It does feel like we're waiting for another Roshan. We are going to play for 60-minute items. They really want that extra life.
And this is where how much more can Satanic push this hero right now? Because he's capped on the Terror Blade. He has his Accent, he has the Shard, he's 6-slotted, he has 8,000 more gold in the pocket. He can eat a Moon Shard, but that's about it. I think it's just a refresher
backpack.
Yeah, it has to be a refresher Terror Blade because you need double BKB more than anything else. He dies when the BKB goes down. You're gonna get hit by some ET spell. That's kind of it. That's all Spirit need to seal his fate.
Do you think the Terror Wave is ever good enough in this state of Terror Blade for him to go blink?
It used to be the build, right? Swift blink in the late game. You blink in
Terror Wave.
Even you can even refresh double
Terror
wave.
Yeah.
It can be pretty nasty. It's a consideration here. You could definitely put Swift blink into this build. Sub out the Manta.
It would be like a dramatic change of pace.
Oh yeah.
Right? Satanic going in so aggressively, causing a lot of chaoticness.
The issue is there's so much kiting and bailout. Like all these Ogre Seal Totems, the Glimmer Cape Force Stabs, the Ringmaster Box. Even if you go in and Terror Wave the Clinks or the Ember and start hitting him, you're not killing that guy.
I mean, that's why I was thinking about the Blink Dagger, though. If he blinks in far enough, it's a big enough AoE, he hits the Ringmaster as well. It gives him a window.
You're like AoE control to go in with other ults, maybe.
Yeah.
This game could certainly get to a point where you have to get creative like that.
It's might be about time for Moposhka to start thinking about building an Aghanims himself. Get a 4th core up in here.
I don't think he cares about going in and dealing damage. They have more than enough damage. He cares about control. He cares about keeping his cores alive or disabling the enemy cores. He'll get a Hex here. Refresher killed on Satanic's Courier. Not insignificant. Because he's sitting on so much damn gold. 10k now. Nothing to do with it. Collect interest.
Yeah, if only he could share that gold.
I mean, he's young. That interest counts for a lot.
It does. What is this arrow? They're trying to wrap around. Looks like Takalis actually wants to make a venture outside the base for this next Roshan timing.
Gotta kill somebody to contest this objective.
Get a long wrap all the way through the lanes. Get up into the enemy team's triangle. I mean,
It feels like the fact you lost the refresher for the Terrorblade.
All that planning and idea, and Laurel just pops out to clean out a way, but instead, he's the one who gets cleaned out.
That's where you wish you had an Aeon Disc. No Aeon Disc in sight. Remember, he does have buyback.
They're walking underneath the ward. Scythe is going to be used, trying to go for the fast kill with Radon, having an amp damage. Dangerous stuff, but the Earthshaker is tanky enough to survive. Fisher goes out. There's that Wind Waker, allowing him to be able to disengage with the Wheel of Wonder. Oh, got a force staff over the Wheel of Wonder. He's okay for now, but the Scythe, that'll be the end of him.
Amp damage. Radon makes a mincemeat out of Pari's offlaner. And they held the Ember buyback the whole time. That's a really dangerous fight for Pari because you're going into a high ground ward with that Remnant up. That Ember can come back instantly, and suddenly you're in a world of pain where the positioning is way too good for Spirit.
But he had faith in the other 4 of Team Spirit. They win the fight without him. And now puts PARIVISION back on the back foot.
They were highlighting Hexa. This is where Monocle is incredibly good, by the way.
Yeah.
On these ranged carries that buy Hex, it's
that is
so
that's
damn good.
Point.
You get the attack range, you get the cast range for the Hex. This Hex on Radon is it's a menace.
Yeah, it's pretty big
hard.
AoE.
Like this is it's no joke, especially on a hero with a Hurricane Pike that can also just jump in off the Death Pact. It's kind of annoying to deal with. You're looking at gap close from Pari that is really centered around big ults and big commitments. And like we saw there, you can get one, but can you win the fight afterwards?
Night Class might just have the most deaths in Blast Slam 3 if he's not careful. Beating out Panto in their current tie.
I mean, it's hard to see him not dying at least once more in this game.
Yeah, that's...
Either way.
All right, 60-minute items. Ducalis is already out on the map for PARIVISION, so there's at least going to be one person hitting some neutrals. The rest of them heading to the Triangle, Team Spirit. Instead of trying to stop PARIVISION from exiting the base, they are going to focus on efficiently farming their own.
There's just so much gold in this game. It's ridiculous. We saw the accents for the Clinks. We're seeing the refresher for the Terrorblade now. The only thing Pari are really missing is refresher for the Enigma. Still holding in the shard for the Shaker. You could get a refresher on no one as well. I mean, you need to create a situation where you have more ults to play around in these late game fights because you're going to have to go into buybacks. You're going to have to go into an Aegis potentially. We are getting to the tier 5 neutral items. We will see 10 Books of the Dead. No, we will not. Radon did not roll Book of the Dead. We got a lot of attack speed.
Magic Lamp.
Nice
I mean, Magic Lamps, considering the fast kill potential of PARIVISION between Echo Slam and Ice Blast, I wouldn't mind a number of those.
100 more attack speed on the Clinks? Sign me up. Sad part is they're going to have to give up all their Ogre Seal totems. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. Replace it with Force Boots.
15% cooldown reduction, feverish for the Book of the Dead on the Slaughter? That's...
Or sorry, we don't have Force Boots anymore. We have Spider Legs.
Yeah. Get with the program, Austin.
Sorry. Anything else that would be... I mean, it would look pretty badass if Satanic went Meteor. Went Fallen Sky into a Terror Wave. Now that's a sick cinematic right there.
Yeah, interplanetary orbital strike.
You got to play for the SFM, you know?
Do you? I'll leave that to Miracle. I still feel like the enchantment matters. Maybe not more than the item, but...
The RNG of the enchantment, right?
The volatility of the enchantment is way more than the item for sure. If you get good or bad ones, especially on these right-click carries. Some of them are just absurd, and some is like, 1,000 XP, you know? It's like, what is that doing for me?
Yeah. All right, doing another Roshan. Think Roshan should contribute to your little neutral item shards?
No.
Why not? He's a neutral. He's just a really big neutral.
He's not neutral. He's Roshan. Refresher for Terrorblade and... Okay, so... Aegis Refresher Shard to Radon. She's on the... No, Refresher to the Ember. Because he can come back in off the second life. So that makes a little sense here in a way. And he did go for the Aeon Disc. So if Laurel's going to be your front line, you just run in with this Aeon Disc. You don't get dispelled, you're super happy.
Earthshaker and Ancient Apparition both have their tier 5s. They've got enough for them.
Yeah, What is...
Book of the Dead for Ancient Apparition. Book of the Dead.
No one takes Magic Lamp.
Magic Lamp, okay.
With debuff and spelling. That's...
Ooh, that is that's a spicy enchantment right there.
And Ducalis took the 1000 XPM. He just wants to get to the later levels. But your base is dying while you're thinking about all these.
It's going to be a second lane of barracks down. Melee barracks, I guess, still up, but slight chains on 2, not bad. Laurel.
He has Aeon.
He does. He's got PKB after the Aeon. Look at the burning army going to work. Echo Slam, good put to use onto Radon. Yatoro, he gets on the Wind Waker, saving him a little bit of time there. The team really couldn't follow that up. Now, no one is in so deep. He's still trying to get out. Terror Wave goes out, but the Ember Spirit, who is right in front of him, had BKB and a slight dodge. He gets back.
Collapse was so fast on that Blink Wind Waker. I think at the point where the Clinks was up in the air, no one just... He wasn't sure what to do in that situation. Just echoed again, hoping something happened. But now you're down 2 Echo Slams in this game. Just a little too late. Collapse right on point to bail his carry out. You're lucky to escape. It's Ember on the front line causing them some problems, especially with a Minotaur Horn on top of it.
Oh, level 30 on the Clinks and amp damage rune in the bottle.
I was looking at that, man.
3 minutes left on the Aegis. I mean, he doesn't get better than that.
This is peak. Whatever you want to get, it's peak. You know, there's no bigger prime than what Yatoro is hitting right now on this hero. You're missing 3 levels on Satanic. Did eat the Moon Shard, but he's not getting that XP.
This fight is not a 5v5. It is a 10v10. We have buybacks available for every single hero in the game.
He did roll a Desolator here if he wants it. They're getting
Smoke's gonna break. Got the jump onto DM. A big pickup if they can get it. DM, Black Hole, Wind Wakered away. A Black Hole that whiffs. DM in trouble. Lotus goes out. Ducalis is going to be run down by Laurel. Dagger lands onto DM at the same time. Meanwhile, big damage onto Satanic. Satanic needs help. He needs a Sunder. He needs anybody to Sunder. Got off their Collapse right before Collapse comes in. But that is going to be a dive back onto Ducalis and escape back. Bailing Collapse out for the damage of Satanic. Satanic struggling between the damage that is being put on him by Yatoro and the saves from Rue.
There's so many saves in this game. We didn't mention it, but the Ags on the Ringmaster, you get 2 boxes in this late game. They're just crazy strong. This is when late game Ringmaster is impossible to play against.
Echo goes out and he takes out Collapse. He goes for Maposhka as well, but realize they need to reset. Satanic, a Terror Wave to cover their retreat.
Refresher for DM on this Enigma. He's flying it in right now. Spirit do not know about this. Do not want to overextend into a surprise second Black Hole.
DM, gotta hide that information as much as possible.
These Wind Wakers from Collapse are what's winning the fight right now. How many
9
more?
class is sitting right on top of like 2 or 3 heroes here. A lot of information, but they're all spread out. Fisher, here comes some damage. DM, not going for that Black Hole just yet. 9 class gets spotted. He jumps back inside the base. Laurel going in. Popping his Minotaur Horn. Does he have a Remnant to be able to get out? He's out of Remnants. He's trapped in the corner here. This is not so good. Meanwhile, DM blinked out of the base, didn't get a Black Hole off. Once again, now he's gonna be psyched. Now he's in trouble. Hexed up, a little bit more damage, but he got off the Ghost Scepter. A Nullifier hits him next. Collapse chasing after a Fisher. A little bit stunned, helps out. Laurel with the buyback, almost a dieback. Gets a jump away, it's a dieback. The final shots on Satanic, finish him off. Now the Fisher stun on the Collapse. Satanic, he wisely backs away. Metamorphosis on cooldown. Even though there's blood in the water, they can't afford to push out against this Yatoro Clinks and the 30 seconds left on his Aegis.
Disaster for Spirit. Double core buyback. You didn't even get the Megas here. And you did not get the second Black Hole out of DM. I genuinely think part of that jump from him was he was baiting the ET ult. And he got it out, but no ability to re-engage versus all of these hexes. It's just so hard to play against. Satanic ran out of mana in this fight. Just has nothing left to cast because of the heavy usage of Refresher and all these items. It's expensive for him. And all you got was a Ricky buyback? That's wild. The fact you got that early Sunder off. Yeah, you killed your AA on the dieback, but it keeps him alive and you're unable to finish him off. That Fisher catches 3, bails DM out.
Beautiful. And the fact that DM has the awareness to go back for Laurel on that play.
Last hit crit. I mean,
yeah.
What are you supposed to do? he just got trapped in that corner twice. I don't know how Laurel kept ending up there, but he really did, and no one just puts him in a cage. This game is absolutely bonkers at this point as Pari, hold on, they do not get Mega'd. They don't have to commit big buybacks. And now you have that double black hole available in a minute. You have double everything on the Terrorblade.
Yeah, he buys an MKB, swap that in when he feels like it's best. Level 25 for the Enigma, and also gave them, they were missing 2 of their tier 5 neutrals. They still don't have the shards for it yet.
Yeah,
the Enigma and the Riki.
Absolutely have to work on it here.
They could use another Book of the Dead. They're out Book of the Deaded right now. It's 2 against 1, so.
These are really strong in Spirit's position. When you have 2 lanes down, you just spam these books on the map. It's really obnoxious to deal with.
Yep, there it is. Book of the Dead.
And cooldown reduction.
No surprise. Cooldown reduction.
He's thinking about his level 25 talent as well? Surely you take the Eidolons here.
Yeah, you're just trying to push out lanes, right?
I mean, especially with cooldown reduction, it's pretty ridiculous on this hero.
No surprise that Riki goes Fallen Sky. Just one more way for him to go in, and if he's spotted, perhaps jump out.
He did get that 14th death, by the way, so.
Congratulations to 9 class most deaths at Blast Slam 3.
I'm sure he'll get a little trophy after this game.
Yeah, then we'll believe a little placard with his name on it.
Titanic Stygian Desolator we didn't mention for the Terrorblade. I think, is that the highest damage roll he could have gotten?
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade being the highest base damage hero in the game, 20%.
15 deaths. Another round of applause for
Hey, good
he's
job,
gonna get
he's gonna
get a second trophy.
Breaks his own record.
He's breaking a lot of records in this game. That is a dieback technically, 100 seconds.
I'll be real. I don't think Team Spirit even consider him.
Yeah, I'll be honest. You just ignore him in the fight. Like, is he even worth spending any amount of time on in the fights? What is his? But okay, what is the
like an actual team
max
fight
impact of the Riki in this game? What is it?
Yeah, it's not much.
He has no spells to contribute to this game. He serves no purpose.
I mean, there is
still a walking ward.
There is still the shard where it means that if he has smokescreen, they can't save that person with Escape Act. That's, I think, the biggest contribution he has.
I guess.
I'm not sure if we've seen that situation for him yet, as he's
in
too
theory,
often dead. But
you can Fallen Sky stun 5 of them and smokescreen all 5.
I mean, that smokescreen worked out against that Ember Spirit when Laurel put himself in a corner with no.
I guess, yeah, the spell is strong. Nothing to scoff at. I just think he's so squishy and so susceptible to dying. Man, DM is still holding on to this 25 talent. The longer you hold on to this, you don't get the extra Eidolons.
Yeah, the less value you get out of it. Collapse. The call has been hanging around here for a while. And he
still purge on these
that was such bad timing for him. Like, he had Ward Sentry in lane he was playing for. So he was like, oh, nobody's in lane. I'm going to cut a wave, and it's collapse. Just right place, right time. I'm confused. Is DM going to snap pick Malefice instances in mid-team fight?
I mean, that talent isn't even that good into the BKBs and all the kiting here.
I mean, maybe it lasts so long that it is good against BKB.
That is another way of looking at it, yeah. Buybacks available for all of PARIVISION's cores here. As Satanic is running out of slots, including his backpack. There's just nothing left to buy.
Yeah. Oh, jumped in from the Earthshaker. Got Yotaro with the Terror Wave covering it. They almost had the damage, but Yotaro, he backs away, and 9 class jumps after him. But what can 9 class do against the might and power of Yotaro's Clinks? No one. He gets a Fisher off onto Laurel, but he'll die for it. And Laurel still able to jump back in. Buyback's going to be used by PARIVISION. Trying to hold up against these goddamn Necronomicon units. Satanic can't even kill them, man. He's losing too much HP against them. Has to Satanic to keep himself alive.
Send his own ones in.
Crush attempted, but Satanic
just losing the
not
racks.
Gonna land on him. Satanic is gonna be out of mana soon, and it's going to be Mega soon.
Gets hexed.
Scythe on him.
The damage.
Any saves? No saves whatsoever. They're just going to have to use a buyback. Collapse did jump in, and he's bursted by the Ice Blast. Fisher on 2. The 2 supports are way up in the front here. Rue, a Minotaur and TP out. That's not going to work. Pushing forward, Satanic. Leading the charge will clear out the base of Spirit Heroes, but it's a bit too late for the creeps anyway. Megas are on their way.
The Burning Army plus the Eidolons, just so hard to fight into there. They got all 3 core buybacks. They got Megas, and it cost them nothing. Didn't have to commit any of their own. That is massive, massive team fight win for Spirit. And we're just not seeing the black holes. Just so hard to land in these fights. There's so much gunk you have to fight through to even land it.
Quick check-in on the arena.
Studio's still there.
It's a bit of a barn burner, but the studio
Divine.
is still up. The Divine Rapier is into play, and Aghanim Scepter for the Enigma. They have to go all in. They can't stand up against this sieging anymore that Spirit is doing. Spirit's not giving them any opportunities.
They are going to full send it here. No buybacks available. You may as well spend all the gold you can. Ags delivered for the Enigma. You need any extra damage you can muster. You have to be careful about not getting thrown yourself. You're missing tier 4s, but you do have a glyph. Radon will TV back, so Spirit is just going to take the fight. No rat shenanigans.
One buyback use, Collapse, is the one to pull the trigger on his PARIVISION. Will take the 1 lane. It doesn't really matter because it's Megas after all.
You hold as many buybacks as you can here for your Spirit, and then you just push, and you have such a big advantage in that fight.
Yeah, frankly, I'm a little bit surprised Collapses.
Well, they're chasing out. I mean, they have a lot of chase here. You linger on this map.
Yeah, Terrablade's pretty slow because he, has too many items. He doesn't have boots.
He's got to get drummed up. The 73-minute drum can't sell this. I guess, boots of bearing. This Enigma.
The Eidolons will spot some of these heroes. Spirits, they'll start circling the wagons around Roshan.
You can just Rosh here, yeah. Definitely have the time to do it. By the way, that Magic Lamp bailed Radon out. That top go.
Oh, yeah.
The Collapse did not get the Wind Waker off. Ended up getting stunned, and then he Wind Wakered himself, but Magic Lamp plus BKB bailed Neotor out of that burst situation. Such an annoying item for the Shaker to have to deal with.
Yeah, in that regard, there's really only Black Hole that can help you with this Magic Lamp situation where
it's like... this game is coming down to.
Yeah.
There has to be some Black Hole that finds its mark. You have 2. You might need 2 to find their mark. 9 class doing some more scouting here. Buyback is available for the supports on Pari.
Yeah. Don't worry, 9 class, he'll make use of that soon.
But now you have Aegis on Yatoro. So he can absolutely frontline here and just force the action. And you still have the buyback on the Ember Spirit, plus that Aeon Disc. So these 2 frontliners for Spirit are really hard to jump. It's tough to just commit the Echo Slam on them. You might have to and just play for the second one. Of course, if you're Pari, just sitting here and waiting is also totally fine, because your buybacks will come in 4 minutes here if nothing happens. Have to make a move here if you're Spirit.
Saying you got to take advantage of the buybacks being on cooldown.
100%. Yeah, you're missing Collapses, but be real. No buyback on 3 enemy cores in these late game situations. You have to.
I mean, I'm like fishing around looking for any other items that they might be building that could be consequential, but I mean, Laurel isn't even sure what his item is. He went from Sight to now thinking about Abyssal.
You don't have an item you need by now. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Everybody is just completely stacked. We even have a refresher shard from that Roche on Maposhka, so...
Yeah, double Earth Splitter?
Double Earth Splitter, which is absolutely no joke in these late game scenarios. You can double pump it out and just shotgun down this Elder Titan. And if he does not have BKB up, he's 100% dead. There's going to be some extra random damage in there. You're just gone. So he is a massive threat as well. Pushing towards level 30 of his own, by the way, because he took that XP per minute.
Oh, Radon, he's reached that point. I swear, I talk about this all the time.
But I never see somebody do it. He's starting to give away moon shards. The one item you can give away.
Alchemist Light right now.
Yeah, he just gave away 2 of them.
Jeez.
One to Collapse, one to the Ember Spirit and Laurel. Now he's back down to just 10k net
That's
gold
what they
in the
needed.
bank.
They needed the extra night vision here.
Yeah, of course.
That's what they were waiting for.
Ooh, Taggart looking for no one. No one's got the magic lamp though, so.
You gotta go here. High ground ward. 2 minutes, still no buybacks on any of these cores.
Laurel fishing for information, jumping inside the base. Doesn't really see too much.
Still Aegis for 2 minutes as well.
The slow push forward, Spirit getting more and more bold, corralling PARIVISION closer and closer to their ancient. Got to stomp onto the Riki.
A classic kill here. They'll show mercy.
The 17th of the game, doesn't take it. Go for the Clinks. Got a BKB out of him, but the Enigma's in trouble. Force that forward. The Clinks trying to finish him off. BKB Ghost Scepter will protect him from now. He has to use the black hole. He pulls the trigger onto Laurel. Laurel in some trouble. The Aeontis nullifier, he just gets broken down. Satanic now turns the attention onto Yotaro. Big damage. A 2,000 damage crit wasn't enough. Instead, it's going to be the Terrorblade who dies with a Divine Rapier on down. And that is it. No buybacks available from PARIVISION. Spirit will finally close out Game 1 in a 78-minute victory.
What a game. That is such a hype Game 1 here, as both teams are going to go into Game 2 having to deal with the afterthought of what worked for us there and what didn't. And you way rather be the victor, because then you don't have to think about it. All the pressure's on Pari here to have to adjust as the Radon Clinks gets the job done. Satanic, he falls in the end. That ET matchup in the late game is just brutal. We saw him get decimated by these Earth Splitters in the late game fights. And then a single Hex comes out, you're just done. You're gonna hit by arrows, random spirits. Such a hard late game for DM on this Enigma as well.
He actually got a little close to killing Clinks at the end.
Yeah, he found one black hole, but the problem is he has to dodge all this Earth Splitter, or double Earth Splitter in the last fight coming into him. He has to dodge all these hexes.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Tough times, but Spirits will manage to take Game 1's victory. That's right, we have at least one more game ahead of us, and we also have a panel segment to go to.
Yeah, I can't believe that this is only our game number 1. We saw a stat right towards the end there. The 4th longest game on this patch, and it was an insane one. Team fights just were not clear which way it was going to go. Whatever you thought, throw it out the window and just enjoy the spectacle that was this Game 1.
Yeah, is it too late to ask for this just to become a best of 5 or something? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that Game 1, it had everything, right? Like the early game that we'll easily be able to talk about later, but even in the late game, just the clutch choices, where to fight, you know, you got refreshers, double echo slams, you're trying to kite it. You know, Spirit, they're just showcasing that they played this map so well that they kept forcing PARIVISION to feel like they could fight, but they couldn't. I think Satanic at 50 minutes in the game, he was sitting at like 1 kill, 5 assists. It's like his second lowest kill score in his competitive career. Like
Of games over 60 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. 50 minutes, yeah, exactly. It's like Spirit just did such a good job just kiting them. And on the flip side, PARIVISION, so that had so much farm, they had the fight, but they just couldn't connect it. Like, yeah, again, this game just had everything.
It is impressive from PARIVISION that they even made the game as close as it was, right? A lot of their connections in this early game just weren't amounting to anything. And then it was the Roche fights, Effie, that really turned in that middle to the later part before we got into the late game.
Those Roche fights were so ridiculous. Like, there was one that it really looked like it could have gone either way both times. They're like, oh no, caught them in the pit. Oh wait, here comes the ET ult into the Wheel of Wonder. Oh no, here comes DM with the black hole.
Yeah.
Oh no, no one missed his Echo Slam, but it doesn't matter because we're killing the backline. There's just so much going on. But I just really want to say something about Collapse. Like, dude entered the flow state this game. I mean, his score may not be indicative of the kind of impact that he had, but when you talk about like macro play, he was like constantly pushing these side lanes. He was absorbing a lot of attention from PARIVISION. They were throwing out Echo Slams, they were throwing out black holes on him, they were trying to hunt him on the side lanes. And after he got that Ogre Seal Totem, there were so many times that he just like lived on 10 HP, would tank an Echo Slam.
His KDA should have had at least like 3 or 4 more deaths on that for sure.
There was like 6 Ogre Seals, yeah.
There were so many times that he just got out of there and they were like, he blink dodged the Echo Slam in one of the Roche fights. Like in the third like chaotic Roche fight, he blink dodges the Echo, which enables them to win the fight because he's able to go back in. Like he really just, I don't know, he accessed his TI winning self today.
He realized, like, you know, yesterday he kind of wasn't performing as his old self. He's like, lanes were going bad for me. It just wasn't looking good. It feels like a whole new Spirit has just stepped up here, T.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at PARIVISION's lineup, right, it's like they have to win that fight. They have a Meta, a Black Hole, an Echo Slam. If you commit poorly, you're going to lose the fight. So you need players like Collapse or Ruin the Ringmaster, even Lau. Sure, Lau died a couple of times, but someone has to be the sacrificial lamb to soak the spell for Yotaro to step up, right? Like, between all of them, they knew that the entire game plan was poke, skirmish, you know, see what spells are used, then commit. And I think just having that game plan and not buckling from it at any point is what put PARIVISION under so much pressure.
Yeah, and as the game progressed, exactly what T said about the teamfight ults, like if they couldn't find the perfect connections, which honestly, it looked pretty solid for them at a while. It's why when they had Aegis, Team Spirit dodged them entirely, because at that point of the game, they didn't really have a clear solution. But if they did manage to either live on the target that PARIVISION went on or dodge it entirely in the case of Collapse, then there was so much range damage coming out of Spirit's draft. You couldn't really walk up comfortably if you were any of the heroes on PARIVISION if the initial connection doesn't land, because Klinx is doing like a bajillion damage from miles away, so is Ringmaster, so is ET, and it got really, really hard, especially when those tier 5 items came into play.
Yeah, the PARIVISION held the high ground really well. We've already given them props despite them not winning this game here. But let's take a step back from all the chaotic Roche fights and, you know, that high ground defense from them and look at the early game a little bit more, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, a big question about this game was like, ooh, Klinx, a new hero. Spirit have been treating us to some new heroes, but, you know, with all that chaos, let's take a step back and talk about the early game, maybe the vision that Spirit had when they picked the Klinx. And we'll see that in the laning stage, if we can start here. Yeah, in the laning stage, was the vision, right? Medusa and Gyro were banned out, so he eats an Eidolon, 2 shots or 3 shots the other 2, and is able to win the lane off of that. Here, this rotation was beautiful. He walks uphill, eats a creep, and goes mid. Then, because he's providing vision of no one here, him and Lara are able to connect on him and kill him very early on. There are very few carries in Dota that can be that active this early in the game, and Spirit really capitalized on that. The follow-up to this kill was, of course, taking that mid tower, which gives them a lot of map progress, and it really showed us that they're thinking about the game in a level that may not be so obvious, but it played out so beautifully.
Yeah, a key thing for this is also the way that Yotaro plays in the early game. He ensures that his team kind of scales with him, where, you know, when you look at PARIVISION, at different stages of the game, you're looking at Terrorblade being top net worth by himself, and then the rest of the team, the supports were starved. And that kind of created these volatile moments of, if you don't hit the slam, if the Terrorblade can't right-click, you're not going to be able to win out a key fight. So I think just the way that Yotaro is playing on the Klinx, he makes sure that Maposhka on the ET, he has a game. That Ringmaster has a game, because you're kind of throwing in that additional bit of force early on to do it. And because you have that early force, you then have economy to play into what PARIVISION has, right? Like at 19 minutes, Spirit, they really hated 9 class with like a passion. Like the minimap was beautiful. It was like a Christmas tree. There was little sentry lights everywhere, right? They just made sure that they just stopped him from playing the game. And you know, we're gonna see it here. Like this is where I think Spirit, it feels like they're trying to control the game. They have 3,000 gold lead. I think they had like 14 sentries on the map. But the problem for Spirit and why the game actually became so beautiful was they just cannot maintain this much vision. They cannot stop 9 class from doing his job. Because when you look at, you know, about 13 minutes later, the map, it goes dark. They lose like half of their sentries. PARIVISION just keep running at, sure, 9 class, he finished on 17 deaths. It doesn't really matter because it's that war of attrition. It keeps, you know, whittling Spirit down. So again, the reason why this game's so beautiful is you cannot hold the map state the entire time. Maposhka also lost his gem to PARIVISION, and then because you lose your 14 sentries, because you lose your gem, you then lose the next Roshan. You get a Shaker still because you don't have the vision advantage, and then you get this like epic 70-minute game. So Spirit, they had a good early game. The vision game, PARIVISION beat them. They dismantled them like in the mid game, but you just cannot maintain it from both sides. So again, I'm just a little nerd for the vision, but just that is the value of 9 class, because no other team would place that much respect on a Riki that's kind of low-key feeding. And that's why Satanic found his farm, because it's all about the Riki.
Yeah, I think it is easy to, you know, when we had the scoreboard up just before, look at it and be like, this Riki 9 class, what was he even really doing? What was the like idea behind picking it up for themselves? But, you know, whilst he did have a tough game, yeah, nice to point out to you all of the resources that had to go into it. Are we expecting potentially another 60+, 70+ minute game when we do eventually get to it?
Honestly, maybe. These teams played ridiculously well. Like, towards the end, it did look hard for PARIVISION, but they played an incredible game. Like, they clawed their way back into the game.
They made Spirit work
and
for it.
showing us that vision advantage, that is why they were able to come back into the game, and Spirit had to slow down. And Spirit only came back in through an outplay in the Roche fight that then they turned into more outplays and more dominance. But for a really good chunk of the game, it looked super winnable for PARIVISION. And also, I just want to say, the supports on both teams played incredibly well, especially Mapochka and Rue. Like, there were so many team fights in the early game, not in the absolute late stage, where it looked kind of over for Spirit. But then here comes the Earth Splitter into the Wheel of Wonder. You're like, wait, they can do it. And then it just went back and forth so many times. So I hope they treat us to like a bajillion more games of that, really.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, everyone is looking to potentially go to that game number 3, but that's still later down the track if we do get there. For now, we're going to a break when we come back at game number 2.
Worst person to play against it's Satanic because he last pick Morphling or TA, and it's kind of unplayable.
I mean, in pub games, I don't know, because I play pubs for fun. So maybe people who try hard much, like not pro, like pub players. So every pub players who try hard much, I understand them. But when I play after official Clan Wars, I just play for fun. He try hard, try to show he's better. And maybe this type of players, when they see your nickname and they wanna fuck you, I don't know how to say, something like this. So maybe this type of players.
My worst night played against to play against, I think it's all carry annoying guys who is less picking morph, anti-mages, slarks. It's fucked up.
The most hated player to play against it's Kiritic. He just owned me every game at Abadan, so I can't do some shit.
I do like that the PARIVISION players were on the same page. They pretty much were like, anyone that picks Morph, that was it. That was the most annoying. And then, Yatoro in there throwing one people wouldn't have expect as the most annoying to play against.
Yeah, as the players soften up, maybe we're going to get some better answers down the line. They're going to
I was going to say, maybe if we ask now, they would all say Satanic on the side of Spirit.
Again, yeah, like a top rank Morphling picker, you know, as long, if he's not on your team, it is just going to feel bad. You know it's coming, it still happens. You tell your team, they don't pick around it. So ranked truly is a beautiful thing.
I think the carry players will always say Doomer Abaddon players. Like you heard him say, this guy's always picking Abaddon against me. Over it.
Well, we were hearing from the players, you know, that was something that they said at the start of this series, but the special setup with Blast of having everyone in the studio is that we actually got to grab Silent, the coach of Team Spirit, after that game ended to talk about the chaos that was the first Roche fight.
Okay, this fight is for us was really close to disaster in my opinion because we just outplayed them. Feeling like it was beginning of the fight was very terrible. We lost Ember, we lost Swardar, I think, but Ringmaster, Klinks and Elder Titan was doing really well. One of is the most important fights from entire game, I guess, because if we lost fight there, it will be very hard game.
I like that he starts it with a ridiculous disaster. Names a couple of things that were bad, but it's like they did, you know, not lose it completely. It's not like the game was just over for them, but it's nice to hear from Silent where he's like, I was stressing, man.
I feel like that's often a lot of times with Spirit, where it's like if they don't clutch that one fight, you can see, you know, 10, 20,000 gold going the other way. So it's like in that fight, they clutch it enough to survive, and then later on they clutch up the third Roshan, I think it was. But it does feel very, you know, Spirit style to have to win that one fight for the game to feel like it's alive.
Yeah, I mean, that game they also managed to kill the Aegis carrier. Was it No One's Shaker? So they killed the
No
Aegis.
one snatched it.
Yeah, Klink's got a pick off on a support hero, and then that was honestly just such great team fighting.
Yeah, I think like limit testing as well, showing that Yotaro is very familiar with this Klinks, the amount of damage it can output, how he can sustain himself as well. And that was a new pick for him, for us right now at Blast Slam 3. And with a game number 2 draft just around the corner, there is the potential to see some new picks coming out from either team as well. Or maybe even just the run back. Maybe you think we should have won with that lineup.
I mean, they definitely could have won with that lineup. Like, really, their lineup was strong, and so was Spirit's, and that was the beauty of that game, is that really it felt like it could have gone either way until too much net worth accumulates on one side, in the case of Spirit. But I do like that Spirit's bringing something new to the table that is consistently working. Like their starter, they're looking for opportunities to actively pick it now on Collapse. Like it combos so well with a lot of their heroes and always gives them that blink initiation when Sand King is taken out.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 3 starter games, 3 wins. The question is there enough bans to really get rid of a Slardar? Because then you're going to open up a lot of other heroes into the pool. And on top of that, like Maposhka, he plays an Elder Titan. He finished the game 4-2 and 29. Like, he's just playing a very casual game. He doesn't really die. He sets up his team. He's able to always threaten the Terrorblade. So I think in that game, there's so many different pressure points from Spirit that make the game hard for PARIVISION that it's not really about the draft. It's more about the play, right? You have to find a different entry to the fight. You have to hit that Echo Slam, not miss it when you enter the pit, or enable DM to find that wraparound. So for me, it's just all about play, and there is no change this bit in the draft because that game was way too close. It's like an injustice to the team to go like, that's a bad pick.
Do you think the Slaughter is a bit skewed with stat-wise? Because it's tough. A lot of us are saying like it's not being picked. It's not really that good of a hero. But then right now, won 3 games on it. They've been able to draft for it preemptively. Yesterday, picking up the snap, knowing they wanted to go into the Slaughter. This time round as well, an Ember, Ringmaster Slaughter. It feels like they're being more comfortable just kind of going for it.
It just looks good for them.
I would say no, it's because they're drafting it with combos, right? It's like a Slaughter Snapfire lane, and then you've got a Medusa in the carry role to utilize it. You then have another game where you have like a Weaver carry, right? And there's just overwhelming negative armor. Like, it feels like they're drafting Slaughter for like the classics of actually playing for negative armor and just breaking your opponent, rather than it being, I blink stun, right? It's like just nice drafts around it.
Well, the Slaughter, it's got a good win stat right now. Will they go for it? Or will that potential win streak be broken? Either way, these are questions that can only be answered with a Game 2 draft.
Hello. Game 2, epic game 1. Again, the draft, to me, not many changes are required. I think that game was so like epic and beautiful that we could see the same drafts and we're going to see like the same amount of great plays. Are there any major changes that you would make, or are you in the same kind of agreement that teams are kind of in a good spot?
I think Team Spirit played a really, really good game. I think they were under a lot of pressure in the mid game, and I think not many teams would have been that calm and collected and been able to pull that one back. So I would like to see Spirit change up a little bit, or at least, just recognize that they won the game, but it was a very, very close one. I could have easily, like Silent was also talking about, could have easily swayed in the other direction.
Yeah, I think especially with PARIVISION's lineup, it just takes one clean early game Roshan with the Aegis advantage and the Echo Slam and the Black Hole, and then you feel like Spirit can't fight. And that's exactly kind of what happened, just without having the Aegis. Like, they had that timing where Spirit just split push forever. It felt like they was like, what happened to the game? They went from being fights everywhere, picking heroes off, to then 2 Roshans of skipped waves, wait for your time, see the opportunity, and that really frustrated Satanic, right? When he's entering the 50-minute mark and he only has 1 kill, 5 assists, like that's because Spirit understood how to play out this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also very, very impressive win by Spirit by recognizing that, you know, we cannot fight them. We need to get a lot more items, and seeing that there is a timing later on, like way down the line, you know, 70 minutes in or 60 minutes in, where we actually start getting enough HP that the Echo Slam doesn't burst us, where the Ricky becomes mute, and you know, suddenly you have a lot more opportunities to take the fight, right? Because before that, the team fight was way stronger for PARIVISION. But yeah, anyways, we have a new game here, and I mean, first game Slark was untouched. Here, Spirit's still recognizing it, actually banning it out on first phase. Another interesting ban is the Elder Titan, like you guys talked about, also getting banned out.
About in a millisecond of time. Oh, thanks for the TA, we go Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a prepared setup here. Like, leaving the TA is definitely, I don't know, risky business, I would say, because this hero looks completely busted in the right hands. On the other hand, though, Morphling is one of the better responses to it, so it definitely makes sense. You know, you leave a hero in the pool that you know Team Spirit's going to take, and then you have a response to it, right?
Yeah, and the fact that you get the Morphling so early for PARIVISION, you're at least forcing Spirit away from like the Slardar that they've been picking a lot. Because the Slardar is a hero that isn't going to do too well in lane against Morphling. In the game as well, it's sure you might have like a 20-minute snowball timing to beat out the Morphling, but eventually Manta, Butterfly,
I don't know.
fall off.
Maybe I wouldn't be surprised to see actually Spirit pick it into Morphling.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like, I feel like not that you shouldn't, but it's more like on paper you put yourself on a timer, but Spirit don't care, because it's like, if you have a Slardar and a TA, who cares about the Morphling if you're killing everyone else, right? So
sure.
Like, I can maybe see them going for it, but maybe it's yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, I think with the right hero, you could also argue, you can't pressure Morphling, but Morphling also cannot really pressure Slardar in lane.
No,
which means that he does get a decent lane. But yeah, we'll see. Another interesting ban is the Brewmaster, actually, kind of out of nowhere, getting banned out there in the second phase.
Yeah, so PARIVISION was actually one of the first teams to play Brewmaster at ESL1 Raleigh. That then trickled into PGO Valahia, where teams started playing it more. And I think that is just a nod to DM, of course, on the hero. Especially a Radiance buying hero into Templar Assassin. TA often doesn't really want to buy BKB. She's a hero that goes for, you know, Hurricane Pike, Deso, Daedalus, Blink. She plays kind of as a glass cannon on refraction, and BKB, it's like you want to get it maybe 40-50 minutes to have the high charges to be the hero of the late game. Yeah. What is the single ban for PARIVISION?
Yeah, that's definitely hard. I mean, there's a lot of the primary supports that are getting banned out here, like the AA, the Chikiro, Muerta.
Okay, they go for the Doom. Kind of like the classic.
Protect the Morphling. Yeah, they get the Sand as well. Also here we saw a lot yesterday. Very strong offlaner in the sense that you're always going to get your farm, it feels like. It's very hard to shut down all the camps that are stackable on the side and on the Ancients. So even if he has a bad lane, he's still going to come out of the laning phase with a dagger after 10 minutes. And yeah, so I mean,
potentially setting up for a silencer for Team Spirit. Like when PARIVISION, they lock in Sanking and Morphling very early on. You know Morphling carry, Sanking mid or off lane. Like for Spirit, like it's not as if there's any flexibility here, right?
I wouldn't mind seeing Silencer, but if they are going to pick Silencer, I would love to see the other support be heavy on the damage department so that you don't lack this kill potential overall.
So yeah, maybe like a Muerta for additional laning. Then you have like kill threat and punishment.
Muerta is banned this time.
Oh, is it banned? I'm blind.
I mean, maybe the Ringmaster, maybe. I mean, you could also run something like Tusk or something like that, but then you just need to make sure you have damage on your cores, right? I don't want to see a Weaver here. Is my point? Like they did yesterday,
I don't think anyone wants to see a Weaver here.
Yeah, I want to see something.
And
else.
Weaver was picked. Oh, no.
Maybe Snap again. Okay, Abaddon.
So off lane Abba for collapse, and then he just sits in the lane and farms against Morphling.
I guess that's the idea. You can remove the Sanking Stun.
Yeah.
Also leaves the potential for the Rue hero not to be too counted in lane, because they haven't shown any supports on PARIVISION, so...
There's also the argument, of course, TA to mid, Abba to carry, but I think fundamentally, outside of flexibility, the Abba is I can buy time for the team to understand the fight. You'll happily walk into the middle of it, you'll soak the Sand King who have to try and get away, get around you to get to the back line. Then the Silencer also has global, so Abba can walk up the high ground, give vision, Silencer will protect whoever the Sand King jumps with global, and now PARIVISION, it's like, where is your damage in that kind of like 15-minute ball of Spirit that you are expecting to see after laning phase?
It's also, if Spirit ends up with... Now they have 2 cores that are very hard to kill, right? Like TA is very hard to kill, Abaddon obviously, and then if you get one more, it becomes very hard to play Sand King. It becomes very hard to like actually start the fight for PARIVISION with a global on top of that. It's very hard for PARIVISION at that point to take team fights.
But I do think I prefer the Abba to offlane into Morphling, know that he can just farm like 1 for 1.
Rather than mid TA.
Yeah, and then put the TA to carry, and then again, like they're gonna see 2 more heroes, so PARIVISION most likely will be double picking their supports here to...
I mean, you could also, in some scenarios, you could also put TA mid, put Abaddon offlane, and still last pick your Toro, right? And then you have you run a 3 tricore like that, but I don't recall seeing Lal play TA too much, so I think it's less likely.
How many games do you think he has on the hero?
Don't know.
You want to go for a number guess?
In competitive? Maybe 15, 20?
5.
5, well... Yeah, I mean, probably not going to happen then, too much.
You know how the last game, the fights were explosive and people were dying and ET and black holes and slams? I'm really sorry, this time it's not going to be the same. It's like, it's a defense matrix and a marching machine and healing and then a shield and a miscoil and then refraction. It's like, these fights are going to be longer, a little bit slower, not as explosive, outside of course, a TA jump or a Sand King jump. And
Marana, interesting. Into Abaddon as well, right? Can remove the arrow very easily. Also not very good against TA. I wonder what that is about.
It does feel maybe about map play, right? When you get the Moonlight Shadow, you utilize the invis. We already said that getting around the Abaddon is critical. You don't want to initiate on him. You want to find the Silencer or the TA, try and get the double jump. If the Morph and the Sand King, Burrow Strike and Waveform on top of TA, doesn't matter if they're global, because they're going to have a BKB and a Manta or something to dispel. So maybe it's just because of the ultimate.
Ooh, this is a good Storm game. Right, very good against Tinker and Mirana. Very limited stuns. Can also threaten Morphling throughout.
Yep.
And it also adds the magic damage that they're kind of lacking in that draft. So I think this is a very strong pick. Obviously, the 18 pick is the strongest from first pick generally, so making use of it here. But yeah, I'm not really sure about this Mirana. I think we saw it one time in this tournament. I think it was either Xtreme Gaming or Tidebound. Can't remember. But it didn't look that strong.
In regards to the Banzos from Spirit, are we going, Ember is one of them, like Puck as well, just any team fighting mid laner for no one to, again, try and contain that fight? I think what else no one would want to play here? Again, he does have last pick, so before that, Spirit, a Koto and a...
I mean, there's also something like Kunkka that can be maybe stacking more team fight. Because I think the Puck is like into TA and Silencer.
Yeah,
and Abaddon, like, are you really gonna kill? I mean, let's see. But I mean, Puck does give them the extra disables and scaling, I guess, in some ways. But I think TA and Abaddon don't really care about Puck.
And for Spirit, they have some choices to make here, right? There's a lot of position forwards are banned out now. The Muerta's gone, Ringmaster's gone, even Coddle. Like, are we going into the hero pool now of like a Shaman for like an instant lockdown? Some classics like a Willow just for a bit more control? Like, how creative are we now going for Rue to...
There's no real choice, right? Like you said, they're all banned, right? So it is something like Snap again, the Dark Willow, maybe Rubik, something like that, right? That's a bit more unusual.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Do we have any concerns in regards to damage?
Yes, I think something that follows up on Storm, like an extra nuke onto the Storm Spirit jump, like maybe the Snapfire is honestly not that bad, right? Another save for the Sanking stun. Like you can find the Tinker in the back line, perhaps. You have the damage to burst the Morphling potentially at some point. And yeah, I don't know. I think also the Abaddon lane might be pretty strong with the Snap. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again.
You walk up as like a Tinker or Morana, depending on how they lane it, and just take a Scatterblast to the face.
On the other hand,
but that's where Spirit will show us. Do they think with their draft, do they need more damage and follow up, or do they want more control? I think there's kind of two options for them to follow, and
I think Rubik this is also a decent Rubik game, in my opinion. Like if there was ever a time where you could see Rubik being fine.
My friend, Jakira's been in the meta forever, and Rubik is still yet to be touched. It's so unfortunate.
But it's more like I think their lane's already fine.
Yeah.
Like I don't think Rubik grieves the lane, right? Let's see. Ooh, the bounty comes back, of course. Yeah, Team Spirit played this hero twice yesterday with great success. Also a hero to play with the Storm Spirit.
Yep.
Good against Sand King, obviously, as well. Good against Mirana Ultimate. Amazing against Mirana Ultimate.
We did mention how the Moonlight Shadow could be a important reason for the pick, but when you have the bounty to leech the XP, again, the difference here, it's not providing crazy lane impact, and it's not providing major pickoff. It's more kind of the subtle thing throughout the game. It's leeching the XP, setting up the vision, stabilizing where they want to fight, so that when they do fight, it's on their terms.
For sure.
So that means the lanes have to go well. And PARIVISION with the last pick, they can maybe get a way to stop the Storm having a game if they can find a hero for no one to threaten him there.
I think having a hero that can... I mean, I think it's very hard for PARIVISION to kill a hero right now. They need something from no one that can... Tiny, okay.
They are just going for just explosive entries to the fight. Like, sure, there's global, but if you're not instant on that global, and if you coordinate on PARIVISION, it's like blink, avalanche toss, blink, burrow strike, waveform. Like a hero can die pre-global if PARIVISION have the fight on their terms.
Especially the two supports and the Storm Spirit, right, can be vulnerable here. I think it's still hard to kill the TA instantly before anything comes out, but this Tiny gives them kind of, it makes the Tinker and the Mirana's game easier to play the game. They have another hero to play around. It's not just relying on the Sand King, right?
I'm just really intrigued to know how the lanes are going to go, right? You've got an Abaddon into a Morphling. The Abaddon can easily just take over the early game. Then you have Storm and Tiny. Like, who gets the active runes? If Tiny gets the early blink, he can control the game. He can pick off a Storm or a Bounty or a Silence with ease. But if Lyle pops off, now suddenly the Bounty's playing behind him, the TA's joining fights, taking Roshan. Like, I don't know, there's like the first 10 minutes really feels like it's going to set the pace for the rest of the game.
I feel like Team Spirit supports are a little stronger though than Ting and Mirana in terms of coming mid at minute 4, minute 6. So I would give the edge slightly to Team Spirit in this regard. But enough of us. Back to the casters.
Welcome back. Game 2 of Team Spirit and PARIVISION is on the way. We just had a bit of a long haul. What do you do after a long game 1 in the middle of a series like that, Avery?
Go take a smoke break.
Well, that's a classic.
Dota player classic right there.
Especially Dota player classic, yeah. What did you do in those situations?
I went in the smoke break and didn't smoke.
Yeah, you just inhaled some of the nicotine.
Yeah, you know, the little secondhand toxicity. Dota players are used to it.
That's true.
I mean, genuinely, you just put it behind you. If you lose, you put it behind you, and you talk about adjustments for game 2.
Okay.
If you won, I think it's always better to think about what you want to adjust to preemptively consider what they're going to change.
I've heard Dota players talk about if a game goes that long, it means something went wrong, usually on both sides. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Unless you like long games. Like I enjoy long games, so I was like, yeah. That's
well,
exactly
I think we
how
all
the plan
enjoy
was.
long games. We'll see whether or not we get a long game 2. Let's get into it. It is good to see that Team Spirit got some of their mojo back against PARIVISION, because earlier this season, they were dominating in the matchup against PARIVISION. They went 4-0 in the first bit, and then they tied in a group stage at some point in time. And then, of course, they lost that best of 5 against PARIVISION. It was beginning to feel like a bit of a downfall for them in this matchup, but coming out clutch in game 1 is certainly going to help that.
To be fair, though, everybody was losing to PARIVISION.
That is true.
Lanes. They won them, so it's kind of by default. If you're not the victor at those lanes, you're going to be losing to this team. What I find funny about this draft is we had, some of the player interviews before this game too.
Yeah.
And they were talking about players they hate to play against. And they name basically people that pick Morphling, people that pick Templar Assassin, and Rodon, of course, said people who pick offlane Abaddon. And then we quite literally got all of those in this game.
Yeah. I see. I thought you were leading to, until that third one, I thought you were leading to, those are all heroes that 9 class places as support.
That is also true and pretty disgusting to think about.
Yeah.
The reason he plays them as support, though, is because you want the flex potential, because these are just powerhouse heroes of the patch and heroes that can be really annoying if you don't properly deal with them. I think the TA and Morphling are a bit higher than the Abaddon there, but you can see how annoying some of these laners are. And it's interesting we get this Morphling TA trade because some of those 9-class heroes got banned, like the Slark. You're banning some of these offlaners out of the pool. Darkseer's gone, and Darkseer being out of that pool opens these carries even more.
Yeah.
Man, it's scary to play against both of these heroes. If I had to pick one, though, I would take the Morphling. I have a little more faith in this, just the raw scale and power of what this hero gives you and how hard it is to contest him. It's just so difficult to stop his game plan. That said, you get this TA. It is a carry that can play really fast, can out-farm the Morphling early, can do stacks, and can give you that early Roshan. And these traps are a massive nuisance.
But if we go late this time around, it feels like PARIVISION have a clear advantage.
I wouldn't say it's super clear, but yeah, you're going late game with Mirana Tinker versus Bounty Silencer. I'm giving the edge to the party supports in terms of scale, and you have Morphling, Tiny, Sand King. It's just a massive amount of HP to get through in the late game team fights.
Yeah.
Like, whereas the damage has to come from the Storm and the TA getting in the midst of everybody and just being close. And that seems really difficult to sustain in those super late game fights. Of course, Spirit, though, they showed in that game 1, their late game magic. Nothing to scoff at.
That's true. It is also a 9-class Tinker. He is 8-4 lifetime, 7-3 rather, in this patch. We saw that disgusting list of Tinker players yesterday from Knoxville. All of them had, all the best Tinker players and the most prolific ones all had a well above 50% win rate. Dakalis with the level up of the Starstorm, the miss percentage chance does not help him live. First blood going over to Laurel, and a lot of damage put on no one. This is setting up Laurel for massive success in the mid lane.
He just purchased a bottle, Austin.
Oh, God.
Before the creeps met, this Storm is already fairing out the bottle. So, yeah, he is going to have a fantastic time here, assuming no one doesn't completely out-CS him. Can always happen with Tiny, but Storm is just such an obnoxious laner. I don't see it happening. See these win rates here.
Silencer and Bounty Hunter way down there in the win rates.
Yeah, but you got the #1 in the TA, so you're chilling.
Yeah,
Where's Morphling in there? I'd be interested. Or are there not enough games of Morphling because he's always banned?
Could be. A little bit of pulling. We'll see DM pulling creep wave constantly. Team Spirit likely going to be doing the same with Ruse Bounty Hunter.
Oh, 9-class loses his courier. How's it feel? How's it feel?
I was thinking it is a change of pace to have 9-class playing Tinker, and he's going to be hunted down by Rue on the Bounty Hunter. So Shu's going to be on the other foot. Morph, 50% almost dead even, 38 and 37.
I mean, by that, you would think TA is just way more broken and that this trade was terrible to make. See how it pans out.
Yeah, we shall see.
Tia is just such a fast hero, such a strong laner and such a fast farmer, and gives you objective taking. It's really hard to go wrong with this hero right now.
Oh, he's got a Fairy Fire. The hits just keep on coming. That is going to be killed. The top lane back over to bottom, where Satanic does take a bit of harassment from Collapse, but he'll be able to shrug that off. And Dakalis will always win the man fight thanks to that Starstorm. That's why he didn't want to level up Leap. Starstorm is just way too valuable at level 1 in this support-on-support fight.
I will say, as someone who used to play this lane, unfortunately, way back in the day, I really hated Mirana Morphling.
Why?
This lane combo is just... It's just nothing, man. It's a personal flavor. I'm not saying you can't play the lane and do fine. It's a Morphling.
Yeah, you just right-click them.
I don't know. It's like Mirana. You want to get in there, you want to arrow someone, you want to fight him. Your Morphling wants to just farm and out-CS the dude.
Oh, I get it. You're saying you couldn't land an arrow without a setup stun. You could just say that.
In fact, it was more, you land the arrow without the setup stun, and your Morphling is CSing under his tower because he's never going to get aggressive for 30 minutes.
Well, listen, we saw the deathless games for Yawar, all right? We all know what kind of carry you are playing with, and it wasn't one searching for kills.
My point in this story, Austin, is that I think the lanes are going to go Spirit's way, and they already are. especially with that mid lane getting skewed so heavily to the Storm.
Yeah.
That is just such a big win here for Spirit, because you really do want this mid laner to get out ahead, especially when you're looking to contest the power runes that both these mid laners would really like to collect. You're looking at the 6, 8, 10-minute power rune here, potentially breaking this early game. You get 6 first on Storm. That's going to be yours to claim, especially if the bounty can roam. Better this offlane does for Spirit, the earlier the bounty can roam. He's the fastest roaming support in this game compared to everybody else, so see how active Rue can get.
Trying to get some punish on the collapse. Waveform, bit of damage, but he pulls the creep wave away from them. They have to turn to the tower. I was going to say, you know, at least they've got Sand King, so it doesn't matter if that hero loses lane because you just stack up for him anyway. But 9 class hasn't run back to stack until now. So only just now beginning that little adventure.
Not an easy lane to leave this offlaner solo on, no matter what the hero is.
Yeah.
Very high chance you get run down. You can always TP out. It still costs you a lot. You're going to miss CS. Kind of a hard lane to pull against, too. You're just getting hit. Of course, if you die, you're going to lose the int. Satanic's career once again being sniped out here with the boots on it.
Yeah, Rue is just tearing it up in the bottom lane. Is that
Ward
deep warrior? Yeah.
And this time it's Spirit with the Invis 4. So we'll see if the trend continues of the Invis 4s losing.
They're going to try and go on Satanic here, but nah, there's not enough. Maybe Dakalis, though? Yeah, they get that.
Mincemeat. No leaps.
DM, nice body blocking. Maposhka trying to stay ahead of him. Does get ahead of him, and he has to use the Burrow Strike. Still keeping the creep aggro, though. So still has the wave with him. If he can keep that, it's mission accomplished.
Actually, just continuing to chase him here.
They're actually going to go all day. They're going to make him lose that. Maybe they even... I mean, he's got another Burrow Strike. There's no way.
You're not missing any CS right now. I guess they don't mind just completely zoning him out.
And he's going to miss at least 1 or 2 by the time he gets back there.
And of course, Maposhka is going to use this opportunity to scout that triangle. Already blocked one of the camps with the sentry. He's going to block the Ancients now. This is super annoying. Just no stacks being built up for this Sand King Tinker. 2 heroes that need some jungle efficiency here. Very strong early game so far for Spirit. And we've seen them be explosive with this bounty hunter. This is one of those heroes like the Ricky last game. If you get out ahead, he just makes the map impossible to play. If you fall behind, he can be a massive liability.
Yeah. We'll see if
nice little D-ward there.
Rue will be able to make it look as good as Maposhka did.
Oh yeah, his bounty was just straight nasty. Level 6 available for the Storm, no level 6 for the Tiny. But you're probably not killing him. If you're looking for the 6-minute power rune here, vision advantage around mid is all Spirit right now. Especially with the bounty threat. And Rue is gonna rotate. So this power rune, this is Laurel's to lose right now.
Oh, that attack speed is so slow. Going for it, and it is going to be an arcane rune for Laurel. What a big pickup.
It doesn't have Vortex though, so yeah, you can't just TP out here.
Okay.
I mean, that is something to consider about the Spirit lineup. Where are the stuns, man?
Yeah, they don't have many of them, that's for sure.
You have Shadow Walk hit and Vortex, that's it.
Yeah.
And you're not getting any more. I guess you can get like a Yule's on the Abaddon if you really feel like you need one, but...
I mean, that being said, they do have a disable that I think is actually better than a stun. It's the TA traps with the shard.
That's a good one, yeah.
Especially this game, right? You've got some heroes that have some innate mobility, Mirana, Sand King, and Morphling.
For sure, for sure. It's just, I don't know, man. You're playing against Morphling with no stuns? It seems like a free game for Satanic. I don't think you ever kill Morphling in this game, honestly, unless you win the fight and you're just running him down. Which is a scary thought, is when that hero can just become this brick wall. Blocks all your moves, blocks aggression, can sometimes defend that safe lane tower for a while if you can't force him out or you can't bring numbers. Storm is a hero that can run this hero down on the map. I guess you have this global silence. I mean, that's something to consider.
Yeah, with the surprise jump of Storm combined with global silence, that's pretty dangerous for Satanic until he gets Manta.
Fast global would do some work here. It's just not a lane that Spirit can rotate into at all.
Collapse is so annoying. He's done that so many times. The Aphotic Shield on the range creep when Satanic's trying to kill it under tower. He's managed to make him miss the CS once or twice.
That's all you can do. Just try and annoy the Morphling. You're not pressuring him here. 8-minute power rune coming up again in 10 seconds. Gotta contest this. If for both teams in a way.
Yeah, I mean, last time they got honestly a bit lucky that they were just able to get Laurel to make use of it. The Bounty Hunter is going to be found, quickly killed by no one. It does mean the Power Rune will be secured by Maposhka. He'll have to grab it, though, I think, as he can't hold it long enough for Laurel to get here.
It's a win for Pari around the mid lane. No Power Rune going to the Storm. That's the biggest factor there. Slow Laurel's game down because the stacks have finally been built up and are finally being cleared. Some nice, juicy gold for DM after that rough laning phase.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing his net worth skyrocket up. Oh, no.
Well,
got him.
He did get the gold from it, though.
Yeah, I guess he did.
Plus
he
8?
sure got that +8 illusion gold.
His net worth skyrocketing, as you said, Austin.
Actually got a dust on him. They're going to toss up the silencer, but Laurel is going to go for the kill on DM. DM has Burrow Strike. He doesn't get it off. Chase after Laurel. Laurel is out of mana. He's got a Fairy Fire to work with. Rue trying to do some body blocking, just trying to slow him down. Laurel, he will fall. This is PARIVISION, a massive win for them. As Team Spirit try a bit too much to push into that triangle area. Sure, they got the Sand King, but getting the Storm Spirit in return's got to feel good. Collapse is going to run down 9 class. No one. He doesn't have the toss to stop it. So.
Who's Cobalt? Is this? I like how the Cobalt runs in and body blocks Rue for a second.
Burrow Strike and Arrow as Rue.
Well, he's dead either way.
He took the time to deal with the ward, so.
Spirit really having trouble skirmishing this Tiny around. There's just so much HP. They don't really have early damage to throw into him. Kind of a low damage support duo.
I mean, it's weird because I feel like lineup-wise, it should be simpler for them to skirmish. Stuns into Arrow.
The hero's just too beefy, though.
Yeah.
Interesting rotation from Collapse. Trying to get the payoff here with the tower. It'd be super nice to claim this tower this early in the game.
When an amp damage, even if they don't get the tower, there's still going to be an active threat in the hands of Laurel.
I do kind of like this idea, though, of... I don't think as these offlaners that are teamfight, skirmish, utility-based, you want to just sit in these lanes for Smorfling. It's not that fun. Your argument is, oh, well, if I leave, he's going to free farm. But he's going to free farm anyway.
Sure.
So if you go get something else done and you make this game harder for Morphling to carry, you're going to feel better about it.
Yeah, better to give the lane to your Bounty Hunter and let him get 6 guaranteed rather than depending on hero kills around the map that you're not finding too many of.
It is dependent on making that move work, but if it does, I think it's not that bad. Moonlight Shadow available. The towers are getting pushed in here, and that mid tower is once again going to get hit. You're pretty reliant on Tinker to defend this. It's just gone. No defense. Last hit to the Storm. I mean, Laurel has gotten...
It's the 9 class.
This game.
He's pushed forward so aggressively, just trying to... He's like...
baiting it out.
Wanted to get some sort of punish, wanted to bait them back into DM and his Blink Dagger usage, but...
Would have been a nice one.
Instead, they'll just have to back to farm.
That's another thing. The Abaddon move mid, giving you the extra chip damage on the tower, means you commit for it and you don't get punished by that Sand King blink.
Yeah, just ahead of the timing.
It is Yatoro at the top, though. This TA, uncontested right now, level 11. This is why this hero outpaces everybody. He gets so much XP once he becomes uncontestable. He can go to this early Ancient stack. He does it so efficiently.
Yeah, we talked about the presence of this Ancient stack and behind the Safe Lane Tower and who benefits from it. We're talking about Sven in this conversation. Templar Assassin is the hero that benefits the most.
Yeah, premier carry for this camp. You can do it so early, and it costs you almost nothing with the Sideblades. Amp damage pop for Laurel would like something here.
Getting a lot of damage out in Dakalis. They go for no one instead. Have him surrounded. That'll be one. Maposhka actually ends up dying there to 9 class. Did he just run into too many marches?
Sometimes you just get killed by March the Machines, you know? That's how it goes down. Free trip to base. They bring everybody to that mid, though. Recognizing the tankiness of this Tiny. Slow that Blink Dagger down. Slows the tempo down. More gold for Yatoro. More XP for him as he pulls ahead of this Morphling. Scary pace he's setting. It's going to be an incredibly fast Desolator into Blink here. And if you give this Storm a Roshan off the TA killing it, then he can play really aggressive too. track available as well. A lot of pressure on the map right now that PARIVISION have to respond to. With a lineup that can play very successfully from a defensive standpoint, if you protect these tier 1s, you play around them with the Tinker, the Sand King, the Tiny. I mean, those are great fights for you. Very tough lineup to push in deep or dive against if you're Spirit.
Right.
Even though you have the heroes to do it, it's just scary going into all the AoE turnaround potential.
Which again is why that early mid-tower kill was so beneficial for Spirit.
That is not a tower I would have bet on going down that early or having to be the first tower to go down at all. Massive gain for them.
I know Rue's around here somewhere. Drop the sentry in the planned assault of the tower. Finds an observer ward planted by Rue.
This is why these tracks are important for both teams too, because Pari wanna operate around this map without Spirit knowing where they're setting up either these counter plays or where they're farming the stacks, stuff like this. The more information Rue gets, the more aggressive Spirit can play, the more they can dive tier 1s or go aggressively into the triangle. I got another tier 1 for free, no contest.
This collapse is going to have a very fast radiance at this point.
I don't know if you should get this tower like this. This is way too easy for what Pari's lineup can do. I mean, one argument is, yeah, Tinker can always push these lanes out deep, and he's hard to catch. But their lineup really would have liked to have fought around these tier 1s. With the early blink on the Sand King, now you have a blink on the Tiny, but now all these smokes you make are going to be a little more difficult to hit. You can go into this top lane. That's the one lane left where the fight should reliably occur. If you want to bring both your blink dagger stunners and look for this TA.
This bounty hunter is always standing in front of him, though.
The Cobalt's going in.
It is. It spots the Sand King. So they know that DM is trying to find that Blink Dagger initiation. They just don't get it. 9 class pushes away too far forward there. Laurel tries to find an extra kill onto the Sand King. Gets a pull back on the Vortex. TP away. DM. They actually jump in on no one, though. The arrow doesn't combo with it. Both support survive through the combinations of hits from no one. And instead, no one dies. PARIVISION
disconnected. And the
discombobulated.
Early itemization to survive these tiny jumps. An early cloak on the silencer here that will go into Glimmer, but he bought that cloak first, plus the raindrop saves his life. Fluffy hat on the bounty hunter. Plus some brawny, trusty shovel. Little extra HP stops that Tiny getting a double kill, and all of a sudden you're on 5K instead of no one getting a free 2 for nothing.
They're going to go through the gates. I assume setting up for Tormentor. Collapse doesn't have his Radiance yet, though, so I imagine he just wants to focus on farming that.
Oh, this pace is so good for Spirit right now. They're going to have a Radiance on this Abaddon as well.
Yeah.
Collapse,
that was also...
he's not going anything.
That was also 4 more charges or 4 more damage for...
Yep, he got that Tinker kill solo, joined the fight.
Yeah.
Blink already online, by the way. You gave him TA, you took the Morphling, but are you going to regret not having it the other way around here?
Comes the double meld hit. Oh, they actually found Ducalis through the trap, leaping through the trees. He's got a TP, but he figures he's probably dead. And you'd be right about that.
Deso charges in another in. Adds up here. Tormentor, Shard to Maposhka. That's not a bad one here if you're snowballing the game, honestly.
Yeah, when you're already ahead. Some killers in the Storm Spirit and the Templar Assassin.
Really adds up if you can just win these team fights with Global. Well, this is Team Spirit's map to try and control right now. You have this Radiance Abaddon that can push in the waves. You have Storm and TA that can combine for kills with the Bounty Hunter track. You can cause a lot of problems for PARIVISION right now if they cannot get the lanes out. And they have these 2 blink stunners that got these blinks really early and found nothing with them.
Trying to get a surprise kill on Satanic. They go for it. They got him.
No Manta available. It was flying out on the Courier.
Oh, man. What a timing.
Yeah, what a window to find there. Massive setback for this carry-on-carry matchup that Pari are going to need to rely on at some point in this game. That's the Bounty Hunter value. Only takes a few good pickoffs like that, and he proves his worth.
At this point, it seems like PARIVISION is all in on DM's timing, where he's going to go for an epicenter attempted kill onto Laurel, so they have the avalanche and the arrow. Both are there to chain the stuns. Can DM get out of here? A TP away, attempted. He doesn't make it out the last tick. If he made it out, he would be completing his Aghanim Scepter, but instead he will find that delayed another minute.
So much damage from Radon. Orb of Destruction on top of the Desolator, just take away all the armor.
No one jumps in onto Rue, but once again, the supports have the gold to stay alive through the combination of the Tiny. They're good for now. Rue TP's away. In the corner, he's fine.
An aggressive go, they get the Storm. That's a big kill under that tier 2, especially getting it before the Abaddon shield can come out off that teleport. You have very little time to make that play. They landed all the stuns, including the arrow, to make it work. Of course, taking advantage of the global beam down. Really important for these goes. Eternal Shroud for Laurel. Kind of an older school Storm build.
Oh, yeah.
From those patches past. Still a decently strong item. Not as strong as it used to be. But in a game like this, where you're looking at PARIVISION's damage, it is pure gas, right? It's all magic damage except this Morphling. Which,
yeah.
in theory, I mean, you're not getting hit by Morph. Downside, you don't have BKB. So
I mean, there's a little bit of the Ags of the Sand King. It's stinger attacks, right? So that would be physical.
Yeah, I guess.
No one.
It's still good here, though.
Slowed down quite a bit. And Collapse having a Radiance. This just makes the team fight seem impossible for PARIVISION to be able to win. Nice Burrow Strike in! A 3-man hit from DM. If only there was an epicenter to combo with that. Having used it earlier in the mid lane, they'll just have to content themselves with not losing a fight and getting a kill on Rue. I feel like DM just spared the rest of PARIVISION's lives there. That was not looking like a good fight.
That is case in point, though, of why it's dangerous to commit on this Morphling without the control. Maybe late game you get the Hex or something, that's a different story, but you're going to pump damage into him, and then it's just going to set the entire fight up for PARIVISION, right? They have so much counter initiation. They have 2 AoE stuns in this Burrow Strike plus the Avalanche. You're going to get punished so hard on that clump committal. You are going to regret it every time. That is a dangerous go for Spirit. They'll lick their wounds.
Smoked right into Rue, TPing onto the... Oh, no way! An absolute bungling affair from PARIVISION, whiffing every single one of their stuns.
I mean, there's something to be said about breaking ankles. That was... The entire team just got sent to the ER there.
Utility saves lives. What a force staff from Rue, but... Oh my god.
3 stuns all missed. And all you have to do is look in the mirror.
Marl, does he want to make a go here into Colossus? They want something better, something bigger. Smoke into a deeper part of the jungle here. DM is being scouted.
I've seen this before, in this exact spot.
3 seconds for the Blink Dagger. He gets grabbed. And I don't think he's making it out. Burrow Strike for a bit of distance, but of course Laurel can always keep up. And there's Yatoro.
I look
to make
for
sure
more
to
here.
Get those Desert Charges. Looking for more. Moonlight Shadow, he's revealed. Toss back. That's an interesting move. It lands with the arrow. What a combo from PARIVISION. Seemingly recovered from that affair against the Bounty Hunter. They put on quite the show.
Can always look for these chain stuns potentials, and that's the downside of Eternal Shroud. If you're not tanky enough to survive or last long enough for the Aphotic Shield to come through, you can't really play as aggressive as you would with a BKB. Still Yatoro, I mean, he gets another kill. He's level 18, more Deso charges. He's completely out of control at this point. That ult gonna get popped. Minor victory, and yeah, I was about to... Oh, they're gonna commit on
Yule's
this.
a bit late, but he's already recovered some HP. Goes after and toss back. But Yatoro is here. This is a dangerous move. Collapse is quite tanky, especially with the help of the Essence Ring. Got global silence out of him. Burrow Strike does land on Yatoro, trying for it. Force out, gets back to the tier 2. He's good for now. Laurel is back into play here. Another toss back. Satanic is just pounding him. Yatoro's gone, and Satanic will push forward past the tier 2. Look for another one. It's Maposhka. Gets him with the Templar Assassin Meld Strike.
The Morphling TA. I mean, that's why you give this matchup. You can take the TA spells, use it against him, and then you have Tinker Shield to back him up. That is not a target you can turn around on there.
And now
All that
they
advantage
can
gone.
go and take Roshan.
Dude, no one did so much work. I mean, that's a series of 4 or 5 tossbacks that Spirit are just not ready for. They get crumpled by it, one by one. Roche is... it's not instant.
No, Satanic wasn't able to keep the Templar Assassin morph, I guess, so...
It's good enough here, though.
He runs
I
out.
mean, is Rue going to force tap in for this?
That would be a crazy move! Oh my god, that was quite the attempt. No one with a very fast reaction.
There's more gold to this Morphling, though. Starting to heat up in this game. And these tosses are incredibly annoying for Collapse. Doesn't have any mobility. This global to bail him out. But look at the damage just goes into this physical mitigation with all the shields that PARIVISION have. And the fact you double force Radon and he still gets caught by another toss here.
Yeah, Yatoro not respecting that he was going to get tossed again.
Not at all. And he's not putting damage into this Morphling. This is not the guy you want to be focusing with your big damage targets if you're Spirit. You just don't have the control.
Yeah, and you can't... We saw him try and put damage on the Tiny as well, right? The Tiny jumps in, toss people back. Yatoro's trying to punish him, but Tiny just has so much natural armor that he's not an easy kill.
Now he has Ghost Scepter on top of it.
Oh,
Ghost Scepter Yule's Tiny. Yeah, who do you hit here with the TA? That's the question. Normally you have stuns that allow you to go in and deal the damage, but without that.
Runs into Night Class.
You can't go on this guy either.
Go on him.
Solar Crest Tinker.
And they'll get Maposhka. Or at least they'll stop his TP. Spotting him now as Glimmer Cape runs out. He's got 4 more seconds for it, though. There's the Yules. Is he blinking again? He does.
Can't commit on these kills.
Maposhka, another Glimmer. Still running. He's like, God, anybody help me out here?
This is a sad death.
It is 3 tosses.
Spirit are crumbling. They're building that lead up to 7 or 8K, and it's just completely gone.
Rue spotting 9 Class. I think he thought that Collapse was going to turn around on him, but Rue, locked down by the Warp Flare. And into the arrow, Ducalis nails him 13-13, but PARIVISION had the momentum all the way, perhaps all the way to the base. Looking at it right now, 3 minutes left on Aegis.
This is Tinker Dota right here. You get to this mid game, you make everybody unkillable, and you put the enemy in a damage test. And so far, Spirit are failing the damage test quite considerably. The fact they lost that Roshan with this TA lineup.
Does the MKB make the difference? Does that get them over the threshold?
It's a lot more damage going into the Butterfly plus the laser.
Trying to get some side blade hits.
Okay, those hurt.
They do.
Definitely hurt a little.
Got to be careful of those, for sure.
But you're more afraid of the toss back here than Satanic is of you.
Melee Barracks is kept alive for now. PARIVISION, I'll actually back away.
I mean, it's worth mentioning that Pari also went for double Solar Crest this game between the 2 supports.
Yeah.
So you got 2 of those shields to get through.
They backed out, and now smoking back into play here.
This fight just does not look possible for Spirit with this Aegis still active.
Good read by Team Spirit. Got the scan on him.
There's a ward in the base. This ward.
And they know where Yatoro is, and they got the toss back. Global Silence gets used in an instant blink backwards. He's good for now. Ghost Scepter protects no one, and they have to wait for him backwards. Spotting 9 Class, who again a little bit far forward there. Collapse, popping his ult in. What a jump from DM! Hits the back line and demolishes 2 supports and sets it up for the team to drive straight to Yatoro. He goes down, Rue gets cleaned up, and all that's left is Collapse and Laurel. Collapse goes for the creep wave, trying to keep things alive, but a buyback used from 9 Class. They think this is their moment. He got the creep wave, though.
That's going to end the game.
Backdoor protection might be able to go up and protect against this invasion from PARIVISION. Backdoor protection is up now, but another wave is inbound.
You still have a minute on the Aegis, 40 seconds with no TA.
And Satanic is actually getting through the backdoor protection.
He's chunking it. 27-minute backdoor solo. Very balanced in all things, says Ice Frog. My finest creation.
This is ridiculous, man.
2 lanes. They still have a tier 2 up at top, so it's not going to be a push for Megas.
Zero's something else, man.
They're actually going to hit the tier 4s. Okay.
Why not? What is there to stop you right now?
Glyph already used early. Does PARIVISION say that's what we wanted? Or they keep the pressure on Team Spirit?
No epicenter.
Give them some room to breathe.
Yeah, maybe what makes you want to back off a little bit here. You got so much in this exchange. It's your position seems untouchable. It has been all pari since that 20-minute mark. This game turned on a dime. Those tossbacks mid into the Roshan.
Yeah.
Completely cleaned house, and Spirit never got that full team fight where the TA could sit there and kill multiple heroes. You got some clutch pickoffs you were starting to summon with Deso, and then the second the 5v5s came along, Tinker took this game over, made everybody unkillable. Super hard to dive in.
There's also only really 2 instances of the impact of collapse being felt, I feel like. With the early Radiance he had, I thought some early team fights were guaranteed to be won, but
he's just not that useful this game. He doesn't give you any utility to deal with the Morphling. The shield is nice, but at the same time, there's enough stuns you can just keep throwing them in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
they spot him. They kind of go for him. Toss back. See if they can get him far away. Beautiful combo. Tossing him onto Callis for the extra leap distance here. Nullifier put onto no one. He's got a BKB. He should be okay with Yules. BKB and Ghost Scepter collapse using his own blink to get away during the middle. That borrowed time. Tier 2 falls and PARIVISION. Now look at the final lane. Laurel having a bit of a poke at him. Satanic. He ignores it. Keeps pushing onto the tier 3s.
No Aegis on this Morphling this time around, so you can all in here.
Not even waiting for a second Roshan. Foot on the neck of Team Spirit. Bleed out yet another building that is 1 melee barracks away from Megas.
You have to jump him, get the Manta out, and then clutch this global.
This is the jump. This is the commitment. Global silence used, trying to get him off the TA traps, but a Manta and a waveform away, and now the arrow lands. That's Laurel dead. He's got a buyback. Dust being used. Team Spirit, they're going to go back into play here. Nullifier put onto Satanic, but he just strength morphs and is fine. They got the glyph at him. They got a building. They got a buyback. And they will say that's good enough for now.
Went for the all-in play, throwed the global instantly, and it's just not enough damage. The man shrugs it off. Too many shields, too many early utility items, not enough burst damage. He's just gonna go straight back in.
Yeah, why not? They don't have global.
That was your Hail Mary. What are you gonna do now? You even disassembled this Radiance to get the Nullifier to try and remove all these shields and all of it, and just single target burst that Morphling. Still wasn't enough.
Yeah, some of that is...
If you have one more stun there, you know, it's...
Yeah, one more stun. If he had more like TA traps to side blade off of too. And now we're into potential Roshan spawn time, meaning PARIVISION are likely to play it safe for now. Team Spirit, it feels like they have to contest. By the way, Laurel is on 2 galvanized stacks.
Oh, the D-Ward?
Got it.
I mean, he'll take that.
Is that enough? PARIVISION literally saying just any hero, any pickoff is good enough? Go for this final pull. Okay, they got a buyback out of him.
You
Sure.
just finished Scotty on this Morphling. I do not see how this guy dies.
If he dies, though, if he loses this fight.
Yeah, of course.
It is Roche for the taking for Spirit, though. So.
That is Morphling. It's always if you kill him. And guess what? You never kill him.
They will back away. They will secure Roshan first.
Aegis just cleans this game up. This guy with 2 lives. Oh, and an amp damage.
Team Spirit can contest, though, because they know exactly when Roshan spawns.
You have to contest. You have to contest.
So we're going to see them. They got a second Hail Mary in them.
Did finish up the brooch on the TA. Some nice damage into the Morphling.
Radiant
ignore some of the armor here. But amp damage bottled for Satanic is... You gotta get here fast. And you're not gonna like what you find.
Yeah, they don't have much of a window. The roar goes off. So they know they've got like 5 seconds to get in the pit. They need to time it perfectly. Roshan about to fall, but no one! He stops the initiation in its tracks before he can even DM with the follow-up on the Burrow Strike. Before they can even plan their assault, the fight is over. The game is done, and we are going to a Game 3.
This is a series you definitely want to see a Game 3 in, as both teams will make their final adjustments to stave off elimination. Ultimately, the question is, will we see that exchange again? And I think the answer is no. One of those carries felt way more untouchable than the other. Of course, you can go back to, what are we drafting to deal with these first big carries? What other tools do we have? How fast can we play that game? But that game looked like a pretty solid position for Spirit. If you run that simulation a bunch of times, I think they'd be happy with their position there. And maybe they say we mis-executed around that first Roshan, and the fact we lose it is debilitating. But sometimes Morphling just does Morphling things, and he's untouchable.
PARIVISION, such a durable team, bouncing back from an 80-minute loss to take Game 2 and push us to a third.
After that Game 1, we were hoping this series would go the distance, and PARIVISION heard our pleas. They win game number 2. We will be seeing a game at number 3, but for now, breaking it down of exactly how we ended up seeing a PARIVISION win. Because, if you tuned out, let's say about the 15-minute mark, maybe just before that misery, you'd been like, oh, it's Spirit. This is Spirit's series to take home, and I could just turn off the stream now.
It kind of looked like that after laning phase, I would say. I don't think many people expected that comeback. It looked like PARIVISION was a bit lost from last game, perhaps, and that Team Spirit had their number, but some great moves by no one. Like we see here, the Tiny Airlines. We're gonna see it later in a full compilation, but felt like after that, the 5-man of PARIVISION was unstoppable, and the team fight of Spirit was really lacking, right? See the power of Tinker as well. When they start grouping up, it's impossible for them to initiate and actually kill a target. So that was kind of Team Spirit's problem after that.
Yeah, for sure. And it really did feel like Team Spirit only had one means to take a fight throughout that game. And sure, it looked good at the start when they were getting track kills and building up that net worth. But if your play is, we can only play off of a global into a storm jump and kill the target then, and they can't fight after that, it means that within that one global, you have to be able to kill everybody. And that's just not the case. Eventually you get dispels, eventually you get BKBs and things like that. And the thing about TA players is that sometimes they just don't buy BKB, and you just have to kind of buy BKB.
No, you got to look down the camera here, Effie, and you have to tell all the TA players at home just what went wrong here, what they were really missing out on.
Sometimes you got to buy BKB. I mean, in Yataro's defense, the game slipped out of their hands very quickly, where pivoting from your item build can be really difficult, right? Because there was that one catch mid where you got the Sand King stun, and then he got double force staffed away, so it looked like he was up, but then no one comes in with the toss back on the TA, and that was the beginning of the end for Spirit.
What happened for Satanic's Morph to be able to just all of a sudden join these fights, to be able to be so strong? Because he got picked off by the Storm Spirit and the Bounty Hunter, and I was like, oh, this game is really hard for PARIVISION.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden shows up.
It was like a 8-9K lead. It was looking really good for Spirit. Everybody had their items. Storm had a good game. The Radiance was online. Yatoro top net worth as we usually see him. But then the Tiny Antlers happened. And if you can see it right now, it starts bottom lane here. They catch on to Storm Spirit. Quick kill. Goes into this mid lane where he tosses back again, gets the Abaddon kill, and that turns into this chase where Team Spirit feel like we're really strong, we're far ahead, maybe we can even fight. And Yatoro starts hitting the Morphling and deals no damage, and here we go again, the Tiny Alliance. Jarek's coach, maybe it's a factor here. And it felt like after this, I think it was a 9K lead before this, and after this, it just shifted out of control. They end up getting Roshan off of this, and yeah, their lineup is not suited to be able to come back after all this. So yeah, I think maybe PARIVISION's lineup overall was more solid and did not need that many mistakes from Spirit to close out the game, as we saw here.
Yeah, I felt like Spirit's draft was kind of built to snowball. Like, you have an Abaddon, you have a TA bounty hunter. Like, you want to snowball. You want to get the first Aegis. You want to be the ones going for the picks, just building up the track gold, not giving up your position on the map. But if you lose one engagement, that leads you to lose an Aegis. You're in trouble because you don't want to lose Aegis in TA drafts. If you're trying to, like, you're looking to push and you're looking to snowball, that's a really big difficulty. And I know that TA as a hero generally doesn't buy BKB, but when situations happen, when you're playing against all of these stuns and all these ways to be controlled that don't allow you to enter the fight, it can get really hard to play.
I think it's a good point with the Aegis, because Yatoro was so farmed, but I don't think we saw him hit a hero much in this game. It was kind of the Storm Spirit, the Bounty, and the Abaddon doing most of the Silencer as well, doing most of the killing around the map and getting this lead. And Yatoro was kind of just farming. And if we saw this Aegis on TA before all the Tiley Airline moves happened, then perhaps it would have been a completely different game where we could have got a really early MKB on the TA with the Aegis, and then suddenly Yatoro joins the fight, and then suddenly it's PARIVISION who can't deal with this TA and Abaddon behind him with Global, right? And it's a completely different game. So maybe it was just about the first Aegis, realistically.
Yeah, as they go. But I just want to praise PARIVISION as well, because like coming back from a net worth deficit that early, that's something we saw Spirit do yesterday. That's something that they're famous for. PARIVISION have that exact same spirit. We've seen them be a very resilient team and come back from very difficult situations. And honestly, Satanic, even though PARIVISION are often in like a losing net worth situation. For example, group stage day 1, Aurora versus PARIVISION, he's still like topping the net worth charts. He was like neck and neck with the TA, maybe 1K below. And if you have a win condition carry who's still top of the net worth, even if you're losing, you always have a play you can make. You always have a way back into the game.
I think we should talk about the Morph a little bit more as well, because he didn't actually go any points in Adaptive Strike, all right? Maybe people are like wondering why he didn't, like why we never saw that spell used, and what is the reasoning behind it, Misery, to not even go for that skill?
I mean, that skill just doesn't do that much compared to the stats, right? And this is one of the reasons why this hero is broken. And so many pros that we saw in the clips that don't like this last pick morph is because this hero is too overtuned, right? He doesn't need to skill his spells. He just needs 3 points in his what's it called, the shift. He can skill stats. It's too much, you know. And he gets more out of the stats that he skills. So
if you want to, play better as a morph, maybe just ignore the Adaptive Strike and you're just looking to put it all in on the...
Yeah, I mean, if you're actually a morph player back at home, you could just read the spell and you'll see that it's not very good. And it's better to skill stats. Just copy Satanic.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you two could be upping with Satanic. Yeah. Well, look, game number 2 there, it was fantastic from them. The Mirana is something else that I think we should very briefly talk on, because we've kind of sung everyone else's praises on PARIVISION. But Mirana's not getting picked up much this patch at all. It feels like maybe one other position 5 snaking likes to play it, but other than that, it's fully kind of pushed to the wayside.
I mean, we can talk a bit about Mirana, but I don't feel like he was...
I guess, why,
he played
why
his
was
hero.
it picked up?
Good question.
Okay.
Follow up onto the Sand King. Maybe they felt like the Mirana was good. We talked about it in draft a bit. I don't really know. There was a lot of heroes banned out. All the classic 5s were removed from the pool, so you gotta go down the tier list a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have anything to say about that, the Mirana?
I think 5 Mirana is a pretty solid hero. Like, you may forget about her, but the 5 Mirana players will call for her when they feel like they just need the Moonlight Shadow. Like, if you have 9 class on Tinker, something they're used to having is the exploitation of invisibility and the means to make plays off of that. He's on Tinker this time around, not on his Riki or his Slark, and you want to kind of compensate for that map play through Mirana 5. So to me, that felt like a pretty natural hero to pick once 9 class changes his tune.
I guess it's also when you see the Mirana picked, maybe you think mostly of a 4 Mirana and a 5 Tinker, but these guys actually played kind of the Tinker in a 4 role. So maybe I think the 5 Mirana has a lot more merit than the 4 Mirana.
Oh, yeah.
So
4 Mirana, bad. 5 Mirana, pretty good. Solid.
Going to the thumbs up? Double thumbs up?
Solid. It's nice. It's good.
Right.
It's fine.
Well, it feels like no matter what happens with the meta, the one thing that is consistent is Invis. It definitely wins you games. It won PARIVISION their game as well. We're going to jump to a break when we come back. Game number 3. Who shuts down completely when things start going wrong?
Me? It's me.
Kiataka can say something like why I exist.
Why do I play Dota too?
Have you ever been kicked from a team? How many and which ones?
Yeah, I got kicked from Spirit and Red Bull. I hate them. Motherfuckers. Yeah, that's it.
Who would you be most scared to argue with when they're tilted?
Sometimes I see like Toronto playing like pub, and he's like unreal, like mad, like crushing his like keyboard, like he's like screaming like that hard that I'm like already like a little bit like scared. So like if you like come to him like at the time and say something bad, I like afraid like some scary stuff could happen.
They don't understand still that it's what I'm doing, like it's acting. I'm doing this for content in our like our life.
Without Oscar.
You know, our life is so boring. Like we are playing computers, so I'm doing some content, so we will not die from the. Yeah.
Even when he's alone in the room, he's still acting.
I hope someone hears me.
Who has the biggest "I told you so" energy when things go wrong?
It's me. It's me. Always me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Actually,
because I always told and never listen.
I always like predict the meta, predict the heroes,
Everything.
like the Slark support, the mid ranger support and stuff. Like yeah, and after like they get the meta, he like. But I told you so.
But it's okay. It's part of my life in every team.
When we're gonna listen, it's gonna be way too easy to win.
Yeah, thank you, Aurora fans. Bye bye.
Cheer for us.
Yeah, cheer for us. We try to show our best and fuck this tournament.
It was nice to see a little bit more personality coming out from the Aurora players. We'll be seeing them later today. They did fantastic in their match yesterday, but right now we're looking at either a Spirit elimination or a PARIVISION elimination here at Blast Slam 3. It feels like both of these teams could make it to the grand final. Obviously not in a position right now. There's still a couple of steps between now and then, but a game one could have gone PARIVISION's way, went towards Spirit. Game number 2 was just an immediate, turnaround, a 180, and PARIVISION just closed it out from being 6K behind to closing out in, I'd say, 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the trend right now feels like when you pick heroes like Silencer, like Ricky, that they eventually just don't do enough in the game. That's what it feels like. That you need, if the game drags on to 30 minutes plus or 25 minutes plus when people go as 5, the heroes just don't do enough. So I think both teams should really be looking at picking heroes that scale into the game, right? Like even Mirana does more than Silencer does, in my opinion, like later on, right? He has more farm, he can farm more items, and the Mirana ult obviously is a big spell later on in the game. Global is nice, but he just doesn't offer any damage at all, it feels like. So
it's like a window. It's like everything has to happen.
The same goes for 9 classes Ricky last game, right? He has some really good moves where he scouts and they get a couple of kills off it, but he just can't do anything later on in the game. He's just a smoke screen, right? When people have BKB and refreshers, like there's just no way you're gonna have impact as Ricky, right? So I think the supports just feel like they're so important, right? You gotta pick those early. There's too many good core heroes right now you can pick. All these like melee heroes like Kunkka, Shaker, Abaddon, Underlord, like there's plenty of them, right? But the supports, those are the ones that...
the pool's a bit more limited.
Yeah, I think so.
The Aberrus, like you mentioned, you're saying it's a good hero. It does have its legs. We saw Nightfall be able to get 2 wins on it so far in this Blast Slam, but if he on Collapse, feels like a hero that we're not used to seeing him on, at least that type of hero, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, Collapse as a player has grown a lot in versatility, but to me, he does the most for his team and he can play make to some extent. Like last game on Slardar, we saw him weaving in and out of the fight, stunning key targets, tanking damage, like revealing heroes in the backline with Corrosive Haze. You can't necessarily do the same thing with Abaddon. Like once they started to lose their control of the game, they didn't have a play to make outside of the storm jump with the global. If that's the only play you can make and you can only make it every 2 minutes, it's not valuable. Whereas when you have collapse on something like a Sand King or a Slardar, you can always look for a smoke on the map. You can always look for a pickoff. And ultimately, like you look at the Morphling, which they gave away in the first phase, you have no stuns versus Morphling. So you're playing for the death ball early game end. Like if you're playing a stunless game versus Morphling, if your only stun is Electric Vortex, you really better make no mistakes.
I am curious around it with like Mag still being in the pool. At times it feels like that's what's been picked out because you can flex it to a potential position 4, but people like to pick it up against a Morphling. It's a long enough stun that you're able to dish out this damage onto a Morph if you've got the carry like a TA.
I think the problem with, I mean, ideally, yeah, you can stun the Morph and maybe burst him.
Yeah.
But it's not that good in lane against Morphling. He just kind of sits there and soaks whatever and hits the Magnus. So I think that's not a good matchup in that sense. But I would also like to see Collapse play a more aggressive hero with a initiation or stun, something like that. And I would like to see when Team Spirit have had success this tournament so far, it's been when Rue and Collapse has synergy, kill potential together, right? And they can play around Laurel as well. And I feel like with Bounty Hunter, Abaddon, Storm, there is some synergy, but at some point when the enemy goes 5, you don't have much plays anymore. So I really think that, you know, being able to kill heroes is like the most important thing in Dota. I think you need to have that throughout the whole game. When you stop being able to kill heroes, it's problematic. And that's what we saw last game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. On the topic of Magnus, like I don't think that's a good solution versus Morphling, honestly, because he weaves around fights. He's like hard to RP, and if you do catch him, he buys a shard. But there are other heroes that can account for Morphling, like through the support role, like Misery mentioned, right? Like things with stuns, things with hexes, anything like that that can play into him if you're going to let him through. Or if you want to play on your death ball, you need that kind of late game security that isn't going to come out of a stunless lineup. So. I mean, for collapse heroes, like even things like Tidehunters and Underlords, we haven't seen them play that in a couple of days, but those could maybe fit the bill.
I think also the next game might be completely different, right? Like last game was a first pick TA, it was an instant Morphling response, so it was kind of a trade that is going to occur because PARIVISION gives them TA. Maybe Spirit is not going to let that happen again the same way, right? If TA is open, they're not going to ban random hero there. They're going to ban the Morphling now, and then, you know, they get the free quote-unquote TA, right? Yeah. So maybe Morphling won't happen next game, at least not in the same fashion. So yeah, everything's going to be different.
Well, I have good news for you, Misery, and everyone watching at home, because at Game 3 in our best of 3, it's elimination on the line between Spirit and PARIVISION. So let's get on into our draft.
Hello. Game 3 draft, very exciting. The team with second pick, by the way, has won both times.
Ooh.
So I don't know who's second pick this time, but not to spoil it, they might just win.
I could see that happening. I mean, that Tiny in the very end, we saw the damage that it did from no one with all of those tossbacks, all of those avalanches. But what was your take on Spirit's stunless approach, T?
It was just momentum based. They got to win the lanes, they got to ride that through the early game, make sure that Satanic doesn't enter the fight with a good kill, because, you know, he was 0-0-0 for some time. 1-2 fights later, then he turned it around. So it felt like Spirit, you know, we talk about their creativity. They just put themselves on such a high pressure draft.
And they're just not about that life right now. They ban out the TA, they ban out the Morphling.
They're
like, yeah, we're just tired of it. We gave it a shot. The Slark, though.
It's still available if PARIVISION are going to first pick it. It is possible. Again, it was banned in the second game. I believe it was ignored in the first, and this time they take the Ancient Apparition. Again, the Sand Kings and all those heroes that PARIVISION utilize are still available. So a decent lad.
Yeah. Did they run back the Ember like in game 1? They let the AA through, just went for the first pick Ember. They kind of just called PARIVISION's bluff in the sense that they know they're not a team that's gonna draft Tuskar.
Again, he can play it. Again, they don't rush to play it, but it's one of those things where I think against Ancient Apparition, the hero is very good for the team fight, but his laning is relatively weak. He plays on Chilling Touch, some right clicks. In the game, if you get on top of him, he can die, right? It's like, yeah, he gets Glimmer, but you get one dust, you get on top of him, assassinate him, it can be difficult. So I like lineups when the team early picks AA that has multiple forms of get to the backline, find the hero, get the kill.
He is quite defenseless, has no means of properly protecting himself, which is why Spirit in that game 1 ran the Ember. But maybe in this game 3, they'll cook up something different. We haven't really seen Spirit in a game 3 draft double down on any ideas. They usually bust out something entirely new. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Here he is. I mean, for the same reasons that they picked it in game 1, they're just kind of calling PARIVISION's off. They don't really need to cover band that much. The hero maybe you have to worry about is Sniper. No one does love a little good Sniper pick here and there, but...
I mean, they didn't even ban in the... To be fair, PARIVISION banned Monkey King in the first game. So this time Spirit. With the Ember, Monkey is now in the pool, so Monkey has to be considered. Morphling's already been banned out. So I think the expected ban from Spirit would be the Monkey King. But again, I feel like as much as maybe historically PARIVISION don't rush to pick up a Huskar, you have to always, in the back of your mind, think about it and ensure that the rest of your draft can deal with it. I'm not expecting Spirit to ban it, just have a couple heroes to ensure that can we gank the mid lane, can we, play into the Ember?
Yeah, and there's a bit of a draft variation here is that Ringmaster gets banned, and in that game 1, they followed up the Ember with a Ringmaster pick. And because PARIVISION saw the Ringmaster pick, they went for their Riki and not their Slark. This time around, I really think we could just see the Slark come out, which could mean that Spirit want to try their Disruptor idea again from day 1 of Blast, but I'm not a huge believer in the Disruptor idea versus Slark.
Disruptor's fallen out of favor for many, many months just because your laning isn't as strong. You're playing against tanky heroes, so Thunderstrike, Glimpse, not the craziest amount of damage. You're not really playing up against like Baranas where your attack range is high value. And if you ever start losing the game, your control is all just deleted by a BKB, right? So the hero's very tempo-based, but if there is a team to try it, it would of course be Miposhka on Team Spirit.
But they've tried it and failed, so hopefully this is not the one.
Will they ban the Monkey? That's all I'm interested by Spirit now. They do have a pick out of the phase, so they could maybe take it if they really want to do, but they do ban the Sanking and take the Slug. Interesting.
Okay,
so they don't care Monkey, they don't care Huskar. They ban Sanking, again, like we mentioned earlier, the AA Sanking is PARIVISION's best combination that I've seen them play so far, and they steal the Slug.
But now your Ember feels quite exposed with Monkey King still in the pool and Sniper, who no one has already played this tournament. Not to success, but that is a hero who will love to exploit.
I'm just intrigued to know, is there some like bluff occurring, right? It's game 3, it's a gauntlet, there is no lower bracket. Is there a world where like we see the Slug sometimes go to position 5, in pubs at least, the Ember has been played off lane by some high level players, 4 position, right? Is there a path where Spirit in a game 3 forced the Monkey King to mid and now this could be some really scuffed support? I don't know, I'm just excited by the prospect where it could occur, but maybe also, Lal, I'm sorry boss, but you're just playing Ember into Monkey King. We'll find a way to fix it later on. But I gotta keep that open, that is a potential.
No, I mean, I understand your thinking, because if they counterpick this Monkey King with something sickening, like a Viper or a Huskar or whatever, it could be crazy, but this carry Ember for me doesn't provide enough.
Oh,
especially
it's
now
not to carry,
that
to all the other roles.
To all the other roles, like 3.
Yep. It's rough.
That's tough. I think you just take the L. Like you lose the lane, hopefully you can get support now from position 5, because I don't want to see this Lark 5. That can come mid really early and try to help Ember with his lane. We need some Miposhka rotations.
What is available for him though? Right, keeping it simple. Jakira's still in the pool, so there are some of the staples available for him.
I think Jakira is quite valuable just because you have some follow-up damage to the Ember Slight Chains that Slark doesn't give you. With the Macropyre, you have follow-up stun with the Ice Path.
A hero we don't see often is Grimstroke. I wish we saw more of that. Again, they go for the Jakira expected, but like when you have a Slark and an Ember jumping in, Soulbind and like your eventual Aghanims down the line against a TB and a Monkey, I don't know. For me, it's just like, it's good value. Sure, the TB supports, so it's not as good, but lost hero.
I know PARIVISION's take, well, at least 9-class's take, he thinks Grimstroke is a shit hero because I asked him on day 1 about, Slark counters and whatnot, and he said, well...
Oh, not for that though, but yeah, I think just it's good tempo. I don't know, I feel like I've seen it, but unlucky.
I hear you.
Maybe in the 5 role, not the 4. That's why maybe 9-class doesn't like it. It's not a 4 hero for him.
So now for me, the question is, for PARIVISION, like, are they content enough with just the Monkey King as a solution for the first pick Ember, or do they maybe want to draft some more Disable? Because outside of the Boundless Strike, they really are lacking. And then if you're just depending on no one's Monkey King mid snowball, and it goes wrong once or twice, like we saw in game 2 of the TA, then you could have not enough tools to fight. So I think maybe some added stun from DM on 18, just like a banger pick, maybe an Enigma.
Yeah, it's going to help a lot. The thing with PARIVISION is when they have these 3 heroes in the same team, they're always looking for the map play. The Terrorblade in support role scouts with his illusions, Monkey's in the tree line, he jumps in, and then A gets the kill. So they're always getting a pick off on a call that stops the enemy, that where Spirit, they look like they have good team fight, but if they're always losing one hero from some good map play, they're never crossing the river and making that move. So yeah, I think adding an extra little layer to that, but for Spirit, they are really trying to like increase the pace of this game. Like sure, Ember, and let's assume it's still mid, right? He gets countered by Monkey, but then you got the Empower for the Magnus to fix it. Most likely the Collapse Magnus in the off lane, so you can like play around that. Again, I really hope there's some extra layer to this draft from Spirit, but if we ignore lanes, it's going to be exciting fights from both teams. But
yeah, I mean, even Magnus on the lane versus TB plus AA doesn't inspire that much faith, but maybe you can just bring in your Jakiro really early on. Like if Miposhka can just roam between mid and top, I can see him controlling a lot of the game. And that's the Enigma on 18 that I was talking about. There really aren't any solutions on Spirit's side for this like potential Enigma coming out at the very end. They're gonna need another ranged turret type of carry, something that doesn't even come close in the fight to deal with it, because 3 out of your 4 heroes so far are melee heroes.
Team also doesn't play many heroes, so I feel like in that position, it's like, uh-oh, all my heroes are getting banned out. All right, what do I need to go for? Let's get for that. And to be fair, Spirit, they already somewhat do answer Enigma, kind of, with the Liquid Fire from the Jakiro. If they were to put Magnus in that lane, you can push it out with a Shockwave. There's multiple carries that also can get on top, kill. There's the Clinks that we saw in the first game. So there's opportunities for this Enigma not to have the perfect game, but that's why Jakiro is so OP. He kind of protects from the tanky off lanes, the Zoo off lanes. He kind of does it all from the fire position. But are we expecting, again, there's last pick on Spirit, so they can flex the Ember to the very end. They do ban the Clinks, but PARIVISION, they're going to have to pick out at this phase.
I have a question for you, T. So lanes aside about they have solutions for Enigma on lane, let's talk about Black Hole, because Spirit drafted a very team fight intensive lineup with this Magnus plus Jakiro coming out, right? They want to like make these big moves and, go for like the combo plays. But we saw in game 1 how it kind of froze once PARIVISION got a bit of a lead and they didn't feel like they could play into Black Hole. Do they have the tools to play into Black Hole?
I mean, they have enough poke with their heroes that they can make PARIVISION have to retreat. So even if there is a good Black Hole opportunity, the rest of their heroes aren't in a good position to capitalize on it, right? Like Mag will skewer one guy, then you've got Slark jumping onto the back line, kiting heroes. Ember, if he's not hit by the boundless strike of a Monkey, will be able to bait key spells. So I think Spirit's game plan will be somewhat reminiscent of the first game, that if they keep poking and leading the fights, then it doesn't matter if there is a good Black Hole, because I'm not expecting the rest of PARIVISION to be able to stand their ground.
I think for that to occur, they need like a turret type hero that's just outputting constant range damage.
That's why
like
the Clink is a good ban, yeah.
Terrorblade of their own. But what does that leave for heroes that fit that archetype?
For your Toro?
Yeah. There's like Gyro potentially.
They actually ban out the Medusa themselves. Sure, Gyro is like the classic anti-Enigma again in lane. Just I press flak and farewell, you don't get to play the game anymore. We'll see if PARIVISION want to ban that out.
What if you fly Slark to carry because you have Jakiro? You can still lane versus Enigma, and then you pick.
That's what I want to see.
You pick Silencer or Rubik.
Oh, they take the profit. Okay. What's that? Oh, look, I'm Owen on the coach team's all excited.
Oh, do we say the same thing, Owen? Cool. It might not happen though. I'm talking to Owen right now, but I'm going to talk to you, T.
No, that's right. They go for the nature's prophet. Yeah, so PARIVISION, they often have leaned on Satanic just being the biggest farmer. He is the best farmer, the best at accumulating net worth, and Prophet is also that same hero. So he'll be able to stand his ground, get to the BKB brooch very, very early on with the Mjolnir. And for Spirit, like, is there any creativity here? You know the Monkey's the mid. You know the Prophet's the carry.
I think maybe it's TB being 4 gives more value to the Slark carry because of the Dark Pact off of the reflection.
No, I want the TB to be 4 here for sure.
No, I mean, but it gives value to Slark carry if they make it. It's just a Gyro in the end. That's the thing is. So I did mention this hero as a turret type, but does it function as a turret in the same way that things like Terrorblade do, I feel like the damage that it consistently outputs is tied to Flak Cannon. And if you're like pressing Flak 10 seconds before the black hole happens.
Yeah, but when you pick Gyrocopter in this draft, it's like the Enigma shouldn't have a good enough lane that Gyro will always have the items to feel good. And it boils back to the earlier point where their Spirit's aggression, they lead the charge with a lot of it, so they should be punishing PARIVISION. But enough of that. Please, Capitalist and SVG, take it away.
We will take it away. Going into Game 3 of Spirit versus PARIVISION, and this seems like Spirit have had enough of 9 classes nonsense. They said, Rue, you're going to play the Slark. Make sure we don't get Slarked.
Isn't that a victory for 9 class, though?
Yeah, I'm sure he looks at it that way. He's still playing a goofy-ass hero. He's playing his Terrorblade.
Can't stop the man.
No.
And now, in a sense, you've capitulated. You've given him what he wants. He's turned the scene into a bunch of toxic 9 class impersonators. Who has really won Austin?
No.
Even if he loses here, he won the long war.
Did we lose? Or did we win?
We've all lost.
Yeah, I think we've all lost. The pubs have certainly lost, that's for sure. Yes. But we'll see what happens. One of them's going to lose, either the Slark support or the Terrorblade support. Let's find out going into Game 3. And the mass tips roll in for Rue, who is not really a Slark player. This is going to be his second game of Slark lifetime.
All right, let's play a little game, Austin.
He lost the first one, in case you're wondering. Yes, go on.
Who would you rather have? Okay, I'm going to ask you between 2 things what you would rather have. You have to instantly answer.
Okay.
All right.
I'm ready.
Would you rather have Yatoro Gyrocopter or Satanic Furion?
Satanic Furion.
Would you rather have Miposhka Jakiro? Or do you call it
Jakiro.
Would you rather have Ember Spirit versus Monkey, but in this situation, ignore the lane? Would you rather have Laurel Ember or no one Monkey?
30 seconds.
In a vacuum. These are all in a vacuum.
Laurel Ember.
All right, would you rather have a Rue Slark or a 9 class Terrorblade?
9 class Terrorblade.
Okay, but
but
would you rather have a DM Enigma or a Collapse Magnus?
That is actually the hardest one of all. I thought maybe the 5s is going to be the most difficult, but you're right. It's a Collapse Magnus and a DM Enigma. Lifetime, of course, you're going to say Collapse Magnus for sure. But DM Enigma, I think this is his best hero in the best patch for him.
I think it is very close, but I think, you know, my mind's telling me one way, but my heart's
but
going
my
the other.
body.
Yeah, you just can't not root for Collapse Magnus at this point. It's historic. It's legendary.
Yeah, well, we know you can't help but root for Spirit, so.
He also has the phase cosmetic, which I've not seen on heroes in a long time. I thought these actually got removed, but good to know they're still in the game.
That is incredibly distracting.
Yeah, they're incredibly broken. The Abaddon one is actually incredibly broken because it looks like he's constantly ulting. I learned this when I played against ROTK back in the day, and he abused it quite heavily.
That's...
And when Valve were asked if that's balanced, they said, we don't know anything. We don't know where that
What
came.
cosmetic?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
So it makes its appearance back here, but that is why it's legendary. This is a legendary Magnus, so he gets a legendary cosmetic.
Well, Rue may have lost to Falcons in the group with this Slark, but he's already off to a great start in this lane. He is just click to call us and DM over and over and over again. What do you think about the lane swap that's happening? What are we doing here? What is the goal of doing a lane swap?
I mean, simple. Dodge this Gyro Enigma lane. PARIVISION did not want to lane the Eidolons into the Gyrocopter. You remove a lot of that early game in laning value, and Furion is a hero that, I mean, he's an off-laner anyway, so you send him down here, he's going to get something, it'll be fine. Maybe his net worth is a little lower early, but he can always recover regardless.
Sure.
And honestly, Furion's probably not as bad in this matchup as he used to be because the Treant has a lot more HP, so flacking it down isn't as easy as him summoning 5 lower HP Treants.
Right.
And you just spam it out.
Well, of course, we know that mid lane matchup should be thoroughly won by the Monkey King. We'll see how well no one does. If he's able to actually get a kill on Laurel, if he pushes them out of lane, force them to go back to base at some point.
This is the lane that Pari guarantee will win. They're trying to swap these side lanes, maybe give the other two side lanes a boost. You can always rotate this Furion off the teleport to top as well and just really crumple that lane.
Yeah, this is definitely a world where Pari can win all 3 lanes, right?
Yes.
And just start running over the map, a la Team Liquid style with the Nature's Prophet.
I will say, though, Spirit invested heavily in this early game. You look at their heroes, maybe outside of the Magnus, the rest of these 4 are kind of skirmish-heavy laners to a degree. I mean, Slark's a weird hero, but I think he still can fall into that category. He can do a lot of mischievous stuff.
Yes, if it wasn't for the Slark and the fact that it's Ember versus Monkey, like you're talking about some fairly good laners.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, what stood out was just a lot of team fight. They wanted to make sure that classic Team Spirit style, that they'll always be able to win the 5-on-5s when it comes down to it later on to the mid game.
Hey, Enigma will do that for you. Wukong's command on top of it. You have a Sunder save potential. It's a lot to get through here, the Spirit lineup. But of course, you have displacement with the Magnus. There's always something. You can take the Monkey out of that area. You can take him out of the Wukong. You can just RP skewer this Enigma, remove him from the team. I mean, there's not a lot to combat the Magnus team fight in this game, right? What is instantly interrupting these skewer plays? Boundless Strike? That's kind of it. Very limited on the insta stuns or the like AoE vision mechanics.
Malefice is pretty fast, but yeah, it's not great.
Listen, brother, if you can stop Collapse Magnus skewering you with a Malefice, you're a 4-time TI winner or something. Like, I don't know. That is not a thing.
Okay.
Which means we're probably going to see it at some point. But then it'll be hype when we see it.
Maboshka coming in, trying to punish no one. Got a long-range blood grenade on him and a big dual breath, but the TP counter comes in from 9 class, and now he returns the blood grenade back onto Laurel. No one could not get the Jingu stacks, though.
It's a D-ward. Something for his troubles. I mean, every time you can burn the regen out of the Monkey, put this lane back Laurel's way, and get him some regen through the runes, you're going to be happy getting out of this matchup.
Yeah.
Which is what's happening right now. Laurel is getting out of it.
He's not getting out of it in a great way, but he is making his way. 22-10 for no one, 11-3 for Laurel.
Upside in this laning phase for Spirit, despite kind of a rough laning setup, is you do have a free farm Magnus. And so Collapse will have his choice of how he wants to itemize this game. How greedy, how much he's going to scale on his own versus playing for the team. Is it going to be faster blink? Is it going to be farming item in between? Have his choice for Don loses. Man, he loses that full blade on the courier. That kind of really blows for him.
Yeah.
That's like 600 or 700 gold on there.
Did you agree with my would you rather answers?
Most of them, yeah.
What do you think about the Monkey King? No, like for me, it was just like no one's just such an old school player, and Laurel is a very good Ember Spirit. I just don't think of no one as a Monkey King.
That's why I asked it, because I feel like a lot of these are signature or semi-signature heroes for these players.
Yeah.
Or interesting matchups where if you put them in a vacuum, it's, you know, of course in this game some heroes are counted, but in a vacuum, it gets pretty interesting. That mid matchup, I don't know, that one's really close, right? Obviously, you'd rather be Monkey in the lane or whatever, but
yeah, of course.
Assuming you just get to play a game of Dota with these players on these heroes, I think it's pretty damn close. I think Laurel's Ember is pretty underrated. As double courier down, Rue.
Collapse, Malefice, Cold Feet doesn't actually latch.
That's where you're supposed to tip 9 class.
What? Laurel makes the rotation over pre-6. He doesn't want to be in that lane any longer than he has to. They commit all in for the kill, and they got it.
Got the stack.
First blood and the stack goes to Rue. Barely. Ever so barely. And what's even better is you did get no one to TP in.
You're not going to get the power rune, though. It's a Haze sitting top right now.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of sad for Laurel. He wants more out of this.
Yeah, he's going to stick around. He doesn't have a TP to get back to mid. The Monkey King's kind of blocking his way. It's an awkward position. Laurel is, in a way, stranded.
Nice idle on scouting, though. Preventing all these aggressive plays up here. Rune's still sitting top. Rue is going to get it. He gets denied out from both mids here, as Laurel trying to dodge his mid matchup and get his 6 somewhere. But an unsuccessful move for him. It's putting him really far behind now. This is not what they wanted out of this exchange, as no one just meets him on the rotation. Because now you're missing a lot of net worth and you're missing a huge amount of XP.
Yeah, I was thinking that Laurel made this move and then he was going to be able to TP back to mid after the Monkey King is here, right? And great, you get at least 1 lane for free. Man, that's close. Right on the edge. but he didn't have a TP scroll, so
it really cost him a lot. We will see it reflected in the net worth here.
Do you think you ever, in this situation, you ever give the shrine to Laurel? Just say, hey, bud, forget about that lane. Just come back, take the shrine.
I think supports just need this XP too bad.
Yeah.
The first one, at least.
Satanic missile on the way. Nice Sprout. That is a beauty. Completely shuts out Yatoro Maposhka's play. Night Class in from behind. Meta, reflection, he's taking a lot of magic damage, but Radon, he wants to stay alive. He's got a stick charge to keep him alive. They're one shot. The second follow through from 9 Class secures the kill. Now they try blind sprout onto Maposhka, spots him. More damage. A little bit of slowdown there from the Ancient Apparition. Maybe 9 Class can catch him. Yeah, he's got him with the reflection. What a move from the Terrorblade.
Yeah, Terrorblade Fury on lane. Beating your ass. You wouldn't expect it. But it's so much stats. Just early right-click power. Gets the job done. Yatoro TP's back in here. He's 1 creep off 6.
Yeah, if he could get 6 and drop the ult on him, maybe he could get some surprise kills on the supports, but it's not going to happen. He gets a lot of damage on 9 Class, but now he gets that 6. Whiffs on it. 9 Class does have to back out into Laurel, though. Monkey King in for the trees. Found the strike onto Radon. Radon too fast for him, though. He scoots on out of that ult pretty quickly. 365 movement speed. Still, though, it is PARIVISION owning this side of the map. They will get the tower. Satanic claims the last hit.
Rough early game for Spirit. Trying to find little openings here, but that mid matchup really messed him up. And I mean, your only saving grace is your free farming collapse up here.
Well, considering the mid lane matchup, that is your only hero to rely on. Rue, nice body blocking from 9 Class. Really showing quite the proficiency with the support Terrorblade. Running in, got him on the ice path, right on the edge. No one. He will manage to get that kill thanks to the Wrath of Nature. Collapse is coming in, RP on 2. Great setup, Asunder available. Nah, no one and 9 Class will both fall.
What a rotation. Just when Spirit need Collapse to get active in this game, as he's had the best early game. He now pushes himself to the top of the board there, finding 2 with that RP. And a massive man up on that Monkey King ends up working out. Hero combinations
look at
with
that.
50 plus games, 70%. What? How's that only 25th? I don't want to know what's
who's in the top 10?
I mean, it's the Universe Faceless Void and
oh yeah, that was a big one. He always had a 70% plus win rate on that. Collapse gets his Blink Dagger, so still another 75 seconds for his RP to come back up, but he could certainly fish for some skewers. And maybe, oh, this is quite the move if they catch him. Satanic, locked in the chains. Rue can combo that with the pounce. They've got him.
Sprout down, no.
Yeah, Skewer will knock down the trees. Big pickup for Team Spirit, in particular Laurel, who died before they got that double kill, so he gets some much needed experience.
The thing is, it's a max Empower. Magnus, some power on the Ember can help him recover in this game, right? That's part of the game plan here. That mid lane's going to be rough, but
sure,
you get some extra Empower, clear through some of these waves, you're going to be stronger even with the lower net worth. This is not a bad position for Spirit considering how one-sided that laning phase was for PARIVISION. In fact, they hold the net worth lead right now.
Oh, we got him! A boundless strike straight up into the black hole. Now they do still have Yatoro, who's going to try and challenge him here. No one's got the Jingu stack, so Yatoro can't commit for that kill, especially under the Wukong command. Meanwhile, Collapse setting up for his skewer play. No RP, 10 seconds left on that one. He gets hit by the reflection. Spotted, jumped on, skewers away to safety. The team of PARIVISION should be able to take the mid tower now.
You can see how much Spirit want to defend these towers. It's a great place to fight for this Gyro Magnus. But the Swarm, from the Eidolons, the Illusions, the Wrath of Nature, plus the tree, and just too much.
Ice Blast coming in. Rue, he gets his level 6. He pops his ult just towards the edge of it. The Monkey King's going to be able to shadow him here, and he just might take out to the Frostbite. Yeah.
Can't Dark Pact or anything. Nice hit from Ducalis. Find a little action around the map.
Yeah, there's another man that's Maposhka, obviously an amazing fight position, but Ducalis has really shown up this season, man.
He has improved a lot.
Yeah.
Silent hero of this squad. Doesn't get a lot of credit, but does a lot of work.
Yeah, I think honestly I would have chosen whoever had the Jakiro in that equation because Ducalis' Jakiro is a monster. Gyro have his pilot's license. All right. He's like 5 feet off the ground, if that. Ooh, there's the stat. ATF's Doom and Maposhka's Elder Titan at 79%. Wow. That is so impressive. For 50 games, 50-plus games to be able to have that kind of win rate.
ET's no joke, man. Move the mag to bottom. Gets scouted on a ward. So there's another move for Collapse that will yield nothing down here. Pari continue to farm the map. This is kind of the scary part of the game for Spirit, because you weathered the storm in that laning phase pretty well. But now you're going to enter this mid game against a team that has an insane amount of lane shove around the map.
Yeah.
And a lot of global ability with this Monkey Furion being able to connect on an A ult to anywhere. Really annoying to make moves. They will get the D-ward at least.
You do have some decent heroes to deal with that lane shove, though, right? Ember Spirit, especially if he has the Empower from the mag. You've got Jakiro, who's a good one. Gyrocopter, obviously. Drop his ult, drop his flat cannon. They can very efficiently clear out creep waves that are pushing into them.
They have tools for sure. Furion's a different beast, though, man.
That is true.
You got to keep up with the net worth this guy can just vacuum off the map. That is really tough.
Those Treants are a different beast. Ducalis is going to try and sneak a Wisdom Shrine. If Team Spirit do not have somebody in position on 14 minutes, he will get it.
Looks like you might get it here.
Yeah, it's nobody's going back to it.
Thinking about it.
Oh, TP, Slark TP might be able to get there in time. He will. Ducalis, he knows the situation, but they know Ducalis is here. They're going to find him.
Good read from Spirit. Do not want to give that up. Get a little bonus on top. More XP for the supports here.
No one's still trying to play on this high ground ward that Ducalis did get down.
I may be looking for a quick support pick off.
But Rue's going to know the ward is here, so he's going to go for it. And Rue, he's got his ult, but he still dies. No, he didn't have his ult, sorry. Meanwhile, no one. He is going to get skewered just on the edge of his Wukong's command. Now the RPM to make sure he won't be able to get any other kills out of this.
Deadly exchange for no one. Collapse was smoked up behind him. They were just kind of setting the trap. We'll claim that Monkey King, even out that mid differential a little bit more here. Help Yatoro keep up with this Furion.
Yeah.
Who is going to have a Mjolnir done in one more camp. Super good timing here. 10 CS a minute. That is what you're looking for.
Very dangerous. Put that active on the Monkey King and let no one go in.
Have to keep making plays here if you're Spirit. Downside of that, Monkey kills, you used RP to kill him and the Tormentor's up, so your chance of contesting this objective go down considerably. In fact, I think you're just giving it up here.
Rue's already trying to get in position. He does make a read of another ward. He is getting some good D wards out of all this. But yeah, the damage is already done. The objective will be taken. All these heroes are going to be low.
That's a lot of damage.
Rue.
Man.
If he did go up to that high ground, he would be met with a Sunder immediately from 9 class.
And it will just be Ags for Collapse. So he's going to go for the Horn Toss plays, kind of identifying that there is not a lot to interrupt this just skewer gameplay.
Yeah.
And I mean, the skewers and the RPs are going to be deadly because you skewer people back. You have Ice Path to throw them into, Slark Pounce, the Gyro damage, the Jakiro damage.
Okay, but that's nice. It's impactful, but we have a more important item, which is, of course, 9 class. He's going to be building towards his Orchid. He had Dagon queued up earlier, though. I'll let you know that.
It's a little too... I think he had his fun with the...
He had a little bit too much fun in that match.
Yeah, these armlet / Dagon builds are... they're spicy, to put it mildly. Now, Dagon versus the Terrible. When he runs in on 0 HP,
okay,
the Sunder, you Dagon him.
That's the counter to 9 class, yeah.
You got to think outside the box, Austin.
I don't think you do. I think you stay firmly inside the box where it's safe.
Go down to 9 classes level and beat him there.
Didn't you say that's how he wins?
You got to send a message.
I might get in the the Joker meme with the burning the giant pile of cash. 9 class. We need a better class of support player here.
This guy really does play the wrong
into
role.
9 class. He wanted the 2-man RP. Instead, he gets Ice Blasted in the face.
gone.
He pays for his greed. Now the TP coming in from Satanic, looking for more, fishing for it. But Laurel, he runs interference and does manage to delay at least some of the PARIVISION heroes. They're still after Rue. Rue still has Glimmer, still has Shadow Dance. It's a tough kill to get.
You're not getting him. That's a very deep go. Right by the tier 2. Your vision is kind of there, but it's limited, and the team was super far. What's the follow-up there? You went fishing, but you ran right into all the nets. Now, this is a support battle of the ages.
It really is. Unfortunately, it's not a fair battle. Watch out for the Sunder. Ah, they got him.
The classic river fight between support Slark and support Terrorblade.
Yeah.
This is what Dota's been building to for a decade and a half.
Have we gone too far?
Nice ice path on this teleport in.
Oh, I didn't notice he used the black hole on that. Oof. That's a choice.
120 seconds. No ultimate for DM. Does have the pipe drum build online, though.
Yeah, so it's not like he's...
Yeah, you're not super dependent on black hole at this point in the game. Clean up some Eidolons here.
That'll be a healthy amount of gold for Yutoro. Doesn't get him easily, though. Slight chains. Bit of a poke here from Rue. Follow up Ice Path. Getting a lot. No one has to drop the Wukong's command to try and protect DM. And it does successfully allow them to be able to disengage. Rue's still chasing after them, though.
This Slark has been annoying.
They
have no real control for him in this game. Not a lot of stuns. No AoE outside of that black hole if you want to drop it.
He had the ward down. I thought Rue was going to go in early or stop one of those teleports.
And this is kind of the problem. If you just run the Slark in this game, not a lot you can commit on him, and at the same time, you're worried about where this Magnus is based off the Slark vision.
Sure.
That's the threat of this Slark running into you. Am I about to get skewered? Am I about to get RP'd? You have to react in that way. That's a lot of pressure that this 4 Slark's creating right now, especially during the nighttime.
And especially if you can do things like this. Just have a go on Dakalis. Make it awkward for him and his positioning and his Ice Blast. Pressure on the tower is rather easily lead PARIVISION. Smoke up 3-man smoke. They've got 9 class on the other side of the map. He's going to TP in to join this smoke. And of course, Satanic is ready to drop anytime he wants. 10 seconds to Wrath of Nature.
Also 20 seconds for this black hole.
Breaks a bit of the smoke. Should see this coming. Yutoro trying to get away. The Ice Blast going to chase after him. DM slowed down by the Ice Path. He doesn't have a black hole, but the jump in from 9 class. He's body blocking Yutoro, trying to allow no one to follow this up. Oh, no one. Jumps into the trees. Cut it down instantly. Yutoro.
He's actually getting out.
Heatman might have just saved his own life and bound the strike. He's finished off by no one, thinking he has the shard to be able to close that gap. They get 3 off of Spirit, thanks to a big smoke from PARIVISION.
And you know what? The mag, he blinks in, looking for the play, gets Malefist. can't get back out. Has to just sit there and RP2, and you only get a support for it.
Yeah.
Not an easy fight for Spirit when that AA blast lands. This is one of the old school, really hard counters to Gyro. This is not a fun spell for Gyro to play into. A lot of times, dependent on the Satanic build-up, can't go for it here. Very clutch hit from Ducalis and eventually gets the chase down. It just does not start how you want it to if you're Spirit. You want the Slark to be the first point of contact. You want him scouting out, being annoying.
Yeah.
Instead, it's 9 class running into you being annoying. And Satanic just gets a free fight. He gets the TP in the middle of it and just right-click away. Almost get out here. I mean, that was a good cut.
Can I change my answer? I don't know. Collapse Magnus isn't showing up like it usually does. Maybe a little rusty out here.
To be fair, this is not an easy early / mid game to play.
Yeah, Malefist is a very good answer to Blink Skewer.
Apparently. I mean, this hero also has been nerfed. We don't see him as much anymore.
Yeah.
Like, his skills really have been toned down. This Ags buildup can be pretty slow. We're seeing the effects here. It's just taking a while for him to get it online. But you are right. I mean, PARIVISION have done a decent job playing around it. Not giving big RPs, not giving away free skewer kills on core showing on lanes. That's a big component of it.
Nice deep ward from Ducalis.
The Empower will always have an effect. I mean, that is, you know, you're going to see the Ember catch up in net worth.
Yeah.
You can empower this gyro. He will hit incredibly hard. You can dodge that AA blast. His fight is pretty solid.
He has actually, Laurel is quietly caught back up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, empower Ember Spirit. That is classic for a reason.
Yeah, you get the double impact hit too sometimes. Ooh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, Mjolnir, though, for Pari, so strong right now. They just have so much damage between these two cores, particularly if you can lock heroes in Black Hole / Wukong. That's the dream.
Yeah. Combine that. BKB soon for Satanic, so he's going to be pretty untouchable.
And you still have 3.5 on this Aegis. Would love to get a fight going here. Just push the waves in, make somebody show, make a quick smoke move, teleport the Furion in. Easy team fight. You can also just push the towers. You have the auras on the Enigma, so... The downside of pushing the towers is you're a little worried about this Magnus smoke pulling someone in deep. It's really easy to get these skewer backs around these tier 2s.
Yeah.
So you kind of rather just get the fight in a random open area where you get to start on them than push straight up. But it is an option if you feel strong enough with the Aegis. Ag's done. Horn toss available. This is where the game begins for the Magnus Maestro.
Macro Pyre to deal with the wave, pushing in. But PARIVISION, that is just a distraction. You don't have many heroes behind this Furion. It's PARIVISION moving, sweeping across the map, trying to clear out this jungle area. Not finding anybody just yet, though. BKB for Laurel, so a second item timing hit by Team Spirit.
You have to expect they're going to smoke soon here.
Yeah.
You're trying to wait out this Aegis timer, but you also just hit a power spike and instant smoke.
Did the Terrorblade illusion get enough information, though, for PARIVISION to read this?
Didn't see it, technically. They're kind of distracted right now.
Yeah, they are. The Ruse is creating some havoc over here, and I think PARIVISION know they need to start retreating into the trees. They smoke up themselves. Ember Spirit, he goes straight into the middle of it. They spot the Ancient Apparition. That's a good target to go on. Already starting off on that while Yatoro's in a bit of trouble. He has to force staff away. Both No One and Satanic are on him right now. He drops the ultimate, trying to save himself. An RP onto 2. Skewer back in. Yatoro turns back around the Wukong's command, and they got the Black Hole. The Enigma doesn't die. He saves himself with his ultimate.
That RP skewer, it looks so good, but at the end of the day, you just put DM in a position where you can black hole your gyro, who doesn't have enough HP to survive it and not enough damage to burst him down.
A move that would work if they were on even ground, but too far behind. The DM Enigma set up to succeed as Collapse misreads the situation.
Is Yatoro going up there into that tree line and taking so much damage early on in this fight? Just not enough to bring those two heroes down. I mean, you get one more flak off there. It's a completely different exchange.
Yeah.
Pipe Enigma. DM's tanky enough. Let the Magnus be your blink dagger in this situation.
His squad of PARIVISION has had only top 6 performances.
Oh, BKB for Satanic.
And if they win this, that will be another one. Collis, once again, spotting out the Ancient Apparition. I mean, it's a good fight to get if you can follow it up, but they just seem to struggle on the damage department. Rue's trying to make it out with this shard, but yeah, a little awkward there from DM, but it's okay. They got it anyway.
Gotta watch for those in the fight.
That is true. Always something to worry about. No One straight to it. Goes through, TP's up to the outpost, and straight to this top part of the map. He's going to run into Yatoro here, try and threaten him a little bit. They do have Satanic who could join in. No One, he is all in on it. He is going to die, and now Yatoro just TP's away. A misread of the situation this time by the mid laner of PARIVISION.
That is a bad misread from No One. Underestimating the... I think he's surprised at himself. Like,
yeah.
Well, what am I doing? That man has some single target damage, especially when you're isolated. There's no summons. There's nothing to tank the barrage. Just ate all of it.
There's also the secondary strikes from the ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
Some added damage in there as well.
Oh, yeah. Tank all those Ags hits from the gunner. It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's something for Yatoro to pick up here in a game that is spiraling out of control for Spirit. not finding those team fight wins they need, having a rough early game, getting out-farmed by this Furion, who is becoming a beast right now.
The funny thing is, they're doing all this without vision. Rue has dewarded, I feel like, almost every single aggressive ward laid out by PARIVISION. He has been doing his job in that regard. Teleport in, PARIVISION looking at another Tormentor, but Spirit is in the area.
Collapse is not, though. I don't think you're winning a fight without this Magnus.
Yeah, that's true.
You really have to play around where he wants to go. Shard for the Enigma, not too bad. It's going to be a BKB for DM.
Maybe
a bigger threat off that black hole. And I mean, there is no real good cancel to it. Right? It's just a question of if the Enigma catches the Mag or the Mag catches the Enigma.
Rue can take the Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, yeah.
That's something.
Definitely go for it with this hero.
Down 4 levels. DM
He's going to get it.
is not going to be able to get there in time to stop him, but maybe he can still punish. Malphus, it's going to be handled, but the black hole, he can't do it by itself. He still has Depth Shroud as well, and there's no stuns to stop him, so he's good. That's,
Only Boundless kills you there.
Yeah, Laurel returning the tip from earlier.
Tips being thrown out in this game.
Certainly not the cleanest game from either squad in this game 3.
Smoke up off the Ninja Gear for Collapse. Nice neutral item for him. And you have an Invis rune on Laurel. So this is kind of like a mini smoke play. Oh, they're just going to smoke it again.
Okay, smokes on smokes.
Why not? They're looking for this hero bottom off this ward.
Oh, yeah, they got a great ward.
They know no one's in this area. He's likely farming this camp. You have to stop the tree dance.
If you could get him here right now, in this moment, you will deny his BKB timing. He was 40 gold away.
And now you look for anything else you can get.
And they'll get it too. They know Dakalis was there from the ward earlier. Ancient Apparition turns around, goes for the Ice Blast. Not an easy kill. The flank cannon shot's gunning in. They will manage to finish him off. Night Class, half HP. Collapse gonna get him on the skewer, denying the opportunity for a Sunder. One turns to 3.
Such a classic Team Spirit play. You have some cheeky ward on the map or some high ground. You see them chuckling about it because they know it's just classic Spirit Magnus. Use the vision, get one kill on a good core target, and then just snowball the map. Look for more. You have infinite catch with this hero. Clawing their way back into this game. And Radon's starting to do some solid damage now, especially
he got
with that
no one, or TM rather.
Oh, it's another big fight.
He wants to get the BKB out of him. He doesn't. Oh, the bounce! It held in place, screwed up the skewer, I think. Oh.
The anti-synergy. They should have let 9 class play the Slark.
Yeah.
This influence. Destroying teams from the inside.
Oh, dear.
Not
that
like
would have been
this.
such a good pickup for Team Spirit. They would have just gotten themselves like a full 2 minutes where they had the numbers advantage.
So much momentum that they were going to get off that kill. You maybe even get Roshan, right? Like, this is a potential Roshan spawn interval. Now you're stuck in this head-on fight without the Magnus BKB. 9 class leading the charge. He's not afraid of anything.
No, he's not, because whatever he runs into will get orchided and will be killed.
And again, you're playing for Roshan right now. All these pickoffs mean a lot, no matter who they're on.
It's guaranteed to be in the bottom pit. It's just a question of when. Daedalus now complete for Yatoro.
You put that on top of the gauntlet. You get a couple crits in here with this gyro, with the Empower on top of it. It's some serious damage right now. You have to respect it if you're PARIVISION. You cannot blow these big ultimates. The Black Hole and the A Blast, I think one of them is going to have to connect on Yatoro, unless he's just horribly out of position. Roshan, Satanic says, time to go.
And he can do it pretty damn quickly with Nemesis Curse and Revenant's Brooch.
Spirit Smoke, though. Collapse.
They're going to run into no one. It's going to break there. No one. Is he going to jump in? They go for it. Night Class, he gets chained up. Wukong's command will separate them. They can't get to the Roshan pit. Rue, at best, can maybe jump inside, but he's not going to. Satanic, he picks up the Aegis. And now Team Spirit, awkward positioning here on the side. Slight chains onto 2 heroes with the ultimate dropping in from the Gyrocopter. They're playing it a bit slow. Don't want to get caught in by Satanic. Teleporting in, they will make short work of Rue. There's the ward toss back in. RP to make sure there's no black hole this time around. Ice Blast on point. Hits 2.
No one trying to follow it up. Night Class, Zucala scrambling to get there in time. Bound the strike, hits onto Radon. Immediate Macropire in response. Manta running it away. There goes Satanic, just barreling into them. Skewer, not going to be able to land. BKB goes off just in the nick of time, sparing that Aegis for now, but it's a BKB sort of wasted for PARIVISION and Spirit. They feel like this is an opportunity, even with the extra life. They may be able to win the fight with no BKB on Satanic if they can just finish this off here and reset around that. Rigo, they got to call us. That's a skewer. Another go.
Spirit, they are on the hunt right now. They smell blood in the water. They know.
Trying to pick him off one after the other. They stop the TP. Rue gets there in time, giving up his life to do so. But now Spirit, an all-in play for a second death on Satanic. They want it. They've got it. The burst comes in quick and fast. There's nothing. PARIVISION. Oh, Night Class picks up the kill on Marl. What a turn by Yatoro. He's ultra. Yatoro will not be denied. He's Rampage.
God damn, what a chase down from Spirit. And an
they didn't even get DM. What?
He almost gets him on a knife's edge.
Jesus Christ, that was close.
These skewer plays keeping Spirit in the game. As Satanic's aggressive teleport into the middle of them backfires hard. He BKBs the initial skewer, but then you're just kind of stuck in no man's land, and you're worried about Spirit either healing and coming back on the Ember, regaining resources, and the chase down. They chased him across the entire damn map, straight back into those wards that were down there from earlier. And Rue, the hero, perhaps not the hero they needed or deserved, but the one they got in that situation, as he just throws his life for the cause.
I mean, he did so much for them there.
And you still don't have the Wukong, right? Because the Wukong is coming up, but it was used to secure the Roshan initially.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think no one goes back in here. Huge Sunder play from 9 Class, but ultimately, Radon is just cleaning house with this Daedalus, man. Hitting for 400, critting for way more, and you can just bring these heroes to him with the skewers. You don't need anything else to win this game. He's level 25 right now.
Team Spirit booth getting loud as they have gotten a comeback. They are only 2K down now. 21-22, an even game on our hands and a game 3 elimination. Just what you want to see.
Oh man, and I mean, this Gyro is ahead now. He is top net worth in this game against a Satanic Furion. I mean, that's basically a cheat code. And you're outpacing him. Full silver edge done. Level 25 Flak Talent online. This is deadly, man. I mean, now you have to land some big ults on this guy, right? It has to be Wukong, Black Hole, AA ult. 1 or 2 of these 3 going into the Gyro to bring him down. And he's not dying. The one advantage you have is that A ult is kind of preventing the Satanic buildup for Yatoro here. So he doesn't have the sustain in the fight if you can land some spells on him.
Yeah. That is true. And he's looking at Ag Synth to open up a spot for Lincoln, so he's just not going to have that for the foreseeable future.
This is not a great Lincoln's game. It's just Sunder protection, pretty much.
That.
What else are you?
I mean, isn't Satanic the classic pickup for Gyrocopter with the Zags against Enigma? You could just pop it mid-black.
He's afraid of the A ult.
Yeah, I guess so.
You kind of have to pick your poison here. Are you more afraid of A ult? Are you afraid of Black Hole? Are you afraid of Wukong? Or are you afraid of man fighting Furion? Or are you afraid of the Sunder? I mean, take your pick. I don't know. I'd be surprised if he commits for this Lincoln's. I don't know if the Sunder is that terrifying. You have Depth Shroud to play around. You have an Ember who can frontline.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just buy and Lotus on somebody. In fact, Maposhka, he did not go utility. He went Ags. Ags Macropire online. More damage as they're looking for a skewer play.
Might just get one inside the base.
If
Collapse.
he sees anything here.
Drop a ward. Instantly spotted. DeCallis backs away. They go for the illusions in mid. None of them are real.
DeCallis is lucky to survive there.
Yeah, if they had their attention to the right instead of on 9 Class's Terrorblade.
That said, Blink available for DM. Blink BKB Black Hole online.
Instant smoke out. They're trying to catch Team Spirit
Collapse.
before they can get back away. Collapse put himself on the high ground. Skewers down just before the Boundless Strike can catch him. But they're teleporting in on Satanic. Gets the vision on him.
Quick Glimmer Solar Crest out of there. That is an incredibly dangerous D-Ward. You can Black Hole. this Magnus, you're not afraid of committing it.
Yeah. In the way the fights that Spirit has won, it has been very dependent on this Magnus just repositioning heroes over and over again.
Now, also watch for Satanic with this Satanic. He has completely bought out for this next fight. If he dies, no buyback available for this Furion, but he should have 2 lives with the lifesteal unless you get that big RP connection.
Diffusal Blade instead. So going for the...
Disperser.
Yeah, Disperser. Interesting idea, trying to get... I mean, moving fast enough, getting out of Wukong's command, the incoming Ice Blast. I could see it.
Again, you have to pick your poison here.
Yeah.
Is more damage. It's a lot of damage. Extra stats for this Empower to go to work on too, as this tree eludes.
He sold out his treads for that too, so he's entirely reliant on that Disperser for the movement speed.
He has also bought out. We have 2 30K carries with no buyback.
Yeah.
And you're looking towards that next Roshan. This is all in.
Tier 4s being picked up now. Ogre Seal Totem for some extra mobility. A tough one at that.
Imagine they just find no one here.
In the trees. Oh, instant Hurricane got him into the pounce. He uses the shard to bound the strike away with his BKB. There's still a chance that Collapse can find him.
My God.
But he's too far away. He is successfully
jumped into them.
That was
That's a
absurd.
jump scare for both players, I think.
Yeah.
Very quick Hurricane Pike. I might have ended up saving him there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so, but you have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, what are you
after.
supposed
The
to
monkey
do?
shows himself. You're like, he's got to be going on me.
Jumps on your face.
Yeah. Like, surely I'm about to get Black Hole and Ice Blasted here, and we just said he bought out. He's going to be extras on edge right now.
This is why you want that next Roshan if you're both teams.
Average games per Rampage. Yutoro at 3rd, 25.
He is up there. I mean, the fact Miracle still holds that slot is kind of ridiculous in its own right.
It is. It is. Bat chesting all over the place.
Slowly farming these buybacks up again, though. See if they buy out again or if they want to hold it. I mean, I would be incredibly surprised if Satanic switches anything in his full 6 slots to not hold.
Got him on the horn toss. Collapse goes fishing. Finds a whale. No one. That is 1,100 gold, 70-second death timer. This is where Spirits, they've got full control of the Roshan pit if they want it.
Spawn.
It's going to spawn.
You said earlier you were leaning towards the DM Enigma, but this is...
It
this
is
why
proven.
You don't bet against this guy in these clutch games, in these clutch situations. He always finds the opening more often than not. I think Ninja Gear has really done some work for him.
For sure.
Like, this is just the ideal item for this build-up.
Yeah, having Monkey King detection and just being, invisible for the setup.
It just gives you the confidence, too. You go in, you're smoked.
Roche is up. And it was an early spawn, and they go straight to it.
It's going to be Spirits here.
No way that PARIVISION are going to contest this one.
Man, I mean, if you're Yutoro now, you can even just fly out the Ags and right now, eat your Ags, have that extra slot for the Aegis.
Yeah. Ice Blast might actually snatch the last hit. No fucking way. Perfect timing from Takalis. Takes the last hit on Roshan. It would have been even funnier if 9 Class was there with his illusions to deny everything.
That would have been out of control, but nothing is free in Pro Dota.
That is true.
Absolutely nothing. Still, they get all the spoils from that Roche, and that is a refresher shard for this Magnus. That is terrifying in its own right, considering he has 1,700 mana to work with. It's a lot of spells that can come out, and of course, Aegis, Agsynth, eaten by Radon as she's in the backpack. He has a lot of lives to work with.
9 Class is trying to become another carry. Like, he's had Butterfly queued up for some time. I was like, okay, we'll see if he actually does that. But now he's actually getting enough gold. He could buy it out soon.
Well, he's been trying to become a carry for his whole career.
That's true. That's true. A basher for Radon. Oh, no way. He's going to try and stop the black hole. That's a move. He gets an RNG
takes one
black.
bash.
Yeah, he gets an RNG bash on DM when he black holes him. That would be.
I mean, it's not bad here in general because you're trying to gap close these heroes, and being able to abyssal the BKB Satanic Furion does feel pretty nice.
They'll get a punish on Rue, I think. He can depth shroud. He does have a TP, but the Ice Blast is covering the area. He's trying to dip away into the trees. He's doing a good work of it. Actually gets away to the side. Goes to the TP out. He won't make it. But, I mean, fancy moves from the 4 position.
Are Spirit going to try and do anything here? They're smoked up. Looking for a straggler to take advantage of that information, at least, but nothing to go on. I mean, this is a situation where not going Satanic on the gyro pays off because you have 2 lives with the Aegis, so you really want to take the fight.
Yeah.
Where you're not afraid of these big ults. And, I mean, part of it is just dodging. You can always dodge with Furion.
Yeah, you're almost level 25, which is a game changer for the Nature's Prof.
Oh, yeah. He is. He's going to do some ratting. For sure.
And combine that ratting and the splitting with the fact that you have Enigma, Terrorblade, Ancient Apparition, Monkey King, who can all scale up. 9 Class has never purchased a butterfly in his pro career. Apparently, he's taken that next evolution of 4 positions.
Been watching some Baboka replays.
This
man knows what's up.
There you go.
Yeah, this is a real 4.
That is actually the closest comparison to 9 Class as a player. That is ridiculous. Hopefully he doesn't follow all of Baboka's trends.
Oh, he'll be playing the support sniper here soon enough. Don't worry. Oh, that is a deep TP if Spirit want to just mass TP outpost and try and go for this.
Yeah, I mean, you can go, get him to use his BKB, teleport, then maybe Collapse gets here in time to stop him.
He's very close.
He's running for it. I mean, he's got that refresher shard. He wants to put it to use.
Oh, does he know? Does he know? He does not. Man, but you can see, like,
nowhere to be found.
That is a dangerous.
Except for the Ancient Emperor. Oh, what? That was frame perfect gate.
I mean, Collapse himself was shocked that he got out of there. Probably going to report that bug to Valve after this game. Says, if I don't get that horn toss, who will?
That was so close. There's the butterfly. It gets bought out. First time for 9 Class. 3rd item, butterfly, Terrorblade, pretty standard stuff.
I mean, honestly, if you feel like this game is going to go ultra late here, which it likely is.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with it. What else is he supposed to buy to impact this game at the 60, 70 minute mark?
It's 45 seconds left on the Aegis. If Spirit haven't found a way to be able to close out the game now, are they going to be able to stop that late game? Because,
well, Austin, you forgot
the
key factor here. When you pick a 9 Class hero against 9 Class and he starts scaling on the 4 position Terrorblade, you can now scale the support Slark into it.
That's
who
true.
also
That's
has
true.
Empower. Rue thinking about utility items.
So you
here.
think he needs to go MKB in order to fight the butterfly Terrorblade?
Yeah, he should go Bloodthorn.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a much better choice. Right, what was I thinking?
Well, you have Empower.
You do. You do. He is, of course, thinking about Scythe and maybe a Dagon. Maybe dealing with some Furion Treants, dealing with some TB Illusions.
Gotta do what you gotta do here.
Dagon is kind of a requirement.
You should have enough damage in this game with this Tricore. It's hard to see a world where you don't. You could run into problems ultra late against, double black hole without enough ways to cancel or prevent it.
Right, well, that's what the basher is for.
Of course, the Abyssal Gyro will just bash him.
Abyssal Gyro's coming, man.
I will say this Gyrocopter inventory.
Peak.
It's looking badass right now.
That's a badass inventory, brother.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of carry players who'd be like, I wouldn't buy Silver Red here. I wouldn't buy the Abyssal, but man, you just look at it. It's like, this is so aggressive. It's just raw aggression.
Don't try this at home, kids, all right?
It's just a badass inventory, man.
You're the kind of guy to make smoking look cool, Avery.
I'm not advocating anything. Oh, barely gets out.
Oh, I mean, does he want to get out? Does he want to go in?
It's like all 6 items are also the same diagonal orientation.
Yeah.
You know what
Top
I'm
left
saying?
to bottom right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's even the Ogre Seal
Even
Totem.
the
That's
Ogre Seal
probably
Totem.
why he chose it.
It's such an aesthetically pleasing. Look at it. Look at it. It's just all lined up. Planned. He came here with style, with the blue hair.
Sure.
Against his arch nemesis in Satanic.
Who is thinking about buying out an Ag's Blessing soon.
Yeah, he's still been farming this whole time. They are neck and neck. In fact, the Furion just took the lead by 100 gold. That's how close these 2 carries are right now.
Less than 1,000 between the 2 teams, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Yotoro's like, let's hit the base. Takes a tier 3, gets some heroes to show, collapse, not jumping.
Just think about it.
Hurricane Pike out of there.
Really thinking about it. You have to watch this reflection too.
Yeah.
That's another... You have this Manta on the gyro, but that's about it. And if you land a reflection in the middle of the fight when that's gone, it does a lot of damage. A lot of damage. This Slark scouting is so important in this game. It's going to let you land the skewer, or it's going to let Pari into the fight if it's not in the right spot. To block a smoke or block an initiation. Buyback situation? Not a lot for Spirit. Just that gyro. Missing gold. Whereas Pari are saving it here. And I mean, you can always just play for this Furion buyback team fight.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
For a Roshan or something of that nature.
Yeah, that buyback is so much more dangerous if Gyro doesn't have BKB, right? You've got Revenant's Brooch.
This is where
not chunk the gyro.
Going that Satanic hurts you. Your teamfight longevity is lacking if Satanic has 2 full lives to deal with you.
I mean, that's a real terror play.
Yeah.
They whiff on the Ice Path, though. A little bit awkward, but they whiff on the Black Hole. Wukong's command. It's a whiff, and now the Macro Pyre is on them. They have to run away. Team Spirit. Laurel wants to keep him here. Trying to keep him chained up. He gets a chains onto 2, gets Malefice stunned up. They finish off 9 class. The team is coming in soon. They need him because Laurel's going to die otherwise, but they fished out and caught DM on buyback immediately from 9 class.
Do you go for more here? You have that refresher shard.
Roshan's up.
2.
I think they're going to back up for Roche.
I mean, you have buyback on this Ember. Don't forget about it. That Remnant's
Yeah, that Remnant is sitting there. Maybe. I guess it all depends on...
They're going to back.
Yeah, Collapse thinks that Satanic is going to make some sort of split push play here. He's trying to bait him out. They still going for the play into mid. They're going. Satanic's at half HP, but an Ice Blast lands on a Radon. He's trying to make it out of there. The Sunder. He's brought low. He's dead. Satanic finished him off now. A Sprout for the extra kill. Maposhka denied. No TP out for him as the Malefice will be able to stop that one. And now you're going to pay the price for not doing the Roshan. Satanic is teleporting in aggressively into the top lane after Collapse.
They went for the gamble play, trying to predict the Furion split push, but Satanic was having none of it. And it cost them the ability to take that team fight. Did get the Enigma buyback out there. But like you said, you're going to lose so much more here if you're not willing to commit buybacks of your own. I mean, there's some worlds you buy here and just kill Satanic and trade it out. It's pretty tempting.
Got him on the horn toss. There's the buyback from Yotoro.
Yeah, they should get him here.
They've got to refresh. There's certainly no way out of this one.
So you trade this gyro buy for a Furion kill.
And with Roshan, you could probably force him to use that buyback. Yeah. He's going to buy back immediately. You're going straight to the pit. Can they kill Roshan fast enough?
This is fast. It's very fast.
I think the Roshan roars. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Instant Manta. They need to do this as quick as possible before Collapse gets here. He's smoked up. There. He's about to get into the pin. Laurel's right in the middle. He got tagged by damage. Doesn't use the RP. He gets inside, and they snatch away the Aegis. Oh, Satanic. He's in trouble now. Hurricane Pike out of the pit. They deal with Monkey King. Monkey King getting run down. That's going to be the Aegis. Meanwhile, Satanic. They got to bodyguard Satanic. They got to get him out of this fight. Tukalas. He gets caught. Run down by Yotoro, who hit by the Ice Blast. Has to get up to the high ground. Ogre Seal Totem. Force that. Satanic teleports right up. Yotoro has to stand his ground and keep him in this fight. A dieback on both carries. No one. A dieback on him as well. The mid is gone. Team Spirit, they have the advantage. That's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead, 4 diebacks. Yotoro gives up his life to take down his nemesis. He says, sit down, young man. You're not number 1. You're just another one.
Call me when you have some rings, as Laurel will pick up a Divine in an attempt to give him the physical damage to end this game right here, right now. Biggest factor in that fight, no Black Hole. was available on the cooldown. You have one now if you're DM, but what can you do with it?
Yeah, he's trying to cut the creep wave by himself. There's just no way. 1v4, a creep wave that is pushing into the base. Team Spirit will go straight to tier 4s.
What a man up. Just straight into the face of this gyro. They played it all on the line. And it's not enough. As Spirit stand tall, this collapsed Magnus. He wins it in the end with an incredibly clutch timing on that RP around the pit that let Laurel steal that Aegis.
Yep.
Imagine you get that second life on the Furion. That fight is incredibly different there. But once more, the Team Spirit team fight magic prevails in the end as they get some revenge from Raleigh.
Come out clutch, get the revenge, get PARIVISION their first time outside of top 6 in a LAN event.
Just ridiculous, man. What an absurd series. And some incredibly high-level gameplay. And PARIVISION just left stunned, like...
Shout out to that kid right there, Rue.
Oh, yeah.
His second game of Slark professionally, and he looked like a 9 class out there, man. He was in PARIVISION's face nonstop,
So
getting the vision, being an annoyance, catching the heroes, got the pounce to kill Satanic on that TP out. I mean, that was just fantastic.
Ultimately, this all-in damage build from Yatoro, it works out in the end, too.
It does.
He had 1,100 XP in this game, 55,000 hero damage. He outscaled, out-DPS, out-leveled Satanic on basically the fastest farming hero of the patch. Just ridiculous. Of course, you have Empower to back you up, but there's downsides to that Magnus. It was a slow early game. It was a slow mid game. And ultimately, PARIVISION just couldn't find enough teamfight openings to put themselves over the edge. You also go back to that play where Satanic was pushing top lane with the Furion, daring for that buyback exchange. That ended up backfiring pretty hard in the end.
What a way to be able to close out this very close series between Spirit and PARIVISION. Let's close it out with some interviews.
It definitely was an insane series here. Collapse. Where's the adrenaline, the nerves right now? Where is it at for you?
Yeah, in the end, it was kind of shaking. Everything was shaking.
Were you guys worried in the early stages of this game 3? Because, you know, PARIVISION were kind of running it down, seeing Yatoro die a couple of times. Were you worried there?
Yeah, we want to use the Magnus. I got the blink and we didn't find any pick off, so we were like kind of nervous. But then someone was said like, we can just farm. We have Magnus. I give him power and we just farm. Anyway, we can win the late game because we have Magnus, Gyro, Ember, and some stuff. So a little bit nervous.
Okay, just a little bit, but you guys are able to clutch it up. In game number 2, though, is a very different story. The type of hero we were seeing you on was different as well. The ABBA, were you as comfortable on that one? And what was the reason behind picking it up?
Yeah, we had to, before the match, we prepared some heroes for their morphling. And in the second game, we just laid it out because we knew we need to pick something because they ban Doom. And we don't usually play with Enigma, so ABBA was a single choice. Yeah, and I think it was a good hero in this game, but feels like Morph is kind of uncontestable in later, like in mid game, because he's good versus our 3 cores, and they have also 2 stuns, 2 heroes, like with stuns, like Sand King and Tiny, and we are playing Vishto. Single stun.
I'm glad that you guys are able to see the issues there, bounce back a little bit stronger. And final question is, with this format, you know, always on the verge of elimination, you guys now going to game 3 second time. Do you like it? Does it make the games more enjoyable for you to play?
Yeah, we're taking revenge on every team we lost on previous tournaments and games.
All right, I love it. Always knocking them out. Collapse. Congratulations again. I look forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Thank you.
And that was Collapse's 55th competitive Magnus game, right? And what was the win rate on it? Let me double check. 71% now. Like, of course, again,
71.
iconic hero combination for the player. But not only that, Rue on the slot, Yatoro with his gyrocopter, right? Everyone on the Team Spirit just stepped up in this game. They were down like 12, 13,000 gold. If they don't get the pickups, if they don't go fishing with the Magnus, then this game completely different. So once again, Spirit just showing that they just always find that way into these, into these games. Like the magic of the team fight, they are so good at it.
Yeah, I feel like they did it again, Spirit, right? Like similarly to yesterday, very close games, very clutch, different drafts, and yeah, just hats off to them. Always seems to be able to come back in the most dire situations.
And Lar with the Aegis still as well, just to throw that one out there. Yeah, beautiful.
I was gonna say, that moment was so key, right? Satanic dies, but he buybacks to get this Roche, thinking they have enough damage to take it, despite knowing Lala is going to be up in about, 5 to 8 seconds by the time they actually start hitting Roche here. Is this they just wanted to close out the game, maybe now in hindsight they should have just played it for the longer, or this was a open closed case?
No, you definitely make a play for the Aegis there, because like Gyro buys back to get the kill on Nature's Prophet. So if you're able to take that Roche fight, get the Aegis up, then their carry has no buyback and yours has 2 lives. And like any team worth their salt would have gone for that play. But that was incredible.
Yeah, it's also if you don't buy back on Fury in there, then Jericho just walks over and grabs the Aegis for himself, right? And also, I think Satanic probably thought that, look, I'm Nature's Prophet. I could just teleport straight into the pit and start hitting Roshan. And they're all the way in their base, right? We can actually kill it before they get to the pit. And it was very close, as we saw. So, yeah, just... the marginals were just in
I was going to say,
Spirits,
1 second difference and we could have been interviewing a completely different person, having a different story about that buyback there.
Yeah, I don't do this gauntlet is really playing into Spirit's strengths. Like every day, it feels like one more player is like being pulled into the zone. Yesterday, we saw Yatoro and Maposhka like unleashed. Today, Collapse and Rue are like in the midst. It feels like everybody's playing just such incredible Dota. And today, I think one of the most impressive things about Spirit's performance was every time one of the cores that had been like carrying or winning the game for them, other players step up. Like in that game 1, when that Roche fight looked despair, when the target would get echo slammed and it felt like it was over, here comes your double supports with their double teamfight ultimates turning the games. At the very end, your Gyro's getting killed with no buyback, but because you're able to snatch the Aegis on your Ember, and then your supports are dishing out damage, getting really good ice paths to the very end, you clutch the fight anyway. So it's really cool that they can like make all of these big plays, but they've been taking turns on who's making the big plays.
Yeah, also we heard just from Collapse that they were like, okay, we have Magnus Ember, Gyro, we're just gonna farm a bit, don't stress, you know, we got this later on, and they're just so good at finding that timing where they actually do strike, right? I mean, we saw in this game they were down again like 9,000-10,000 gold, and suddenly they do this like one smoke and get a bunch of kills, and suddenly this Magnus Skewer comes into play, and yesterday or like game 2 it was like tiny airlines, right? But this game it turns out to be like the Magnus airlines, you could almost say, right? You just see the skewers over and over again. Like here you have the first one on Enigma, right? And you use RP, right? Which you didn't have to, but that kind of lures PARIVISION into chasing. And here's another one onto the A8, just like that. Second kill. Keep chasing, the fight goes on. And there's a third one onto the Monkey King here. And it's just...
I'd say that's the theme of the game, right? Like everything for Spirit is all around the Magnus.
For sure. And this was the turning point in the game. The game slowed down. I mean, here we have another one onto the Monkey King later on, which is just, I mean, Collapse classic, right? Another one here, it just keeps happening, and you see why this hero is so popular. I'm sure we're gonna see more of it later on in the tournament, right? It's really coming back now.
And he refreshed just to skewer back again in the end, make sure he had the RP available, which also made it available for like the force half RP into the pit at the very end. I mean, Collapse really delivered. We talked about it in the post game for game 2 about how him on Abaddon, it doesn't do the same for Spirit. When he's not on these blink stun playmakers, these heroes that can create situations for your team to win, like in game 1 on that starter. In this game 3, he busts out his signature hero and absolutely delivers.
I did like, by the way, that when I asked him, he was humbly like, you know, like I think the Abba was good. He's like, Loki, not my fault, maybe just the fact we had no stuns was more the fault here. And he's like, I am going to rectify that. He played fantastic for this Magnus here. And I want to talk about PARIVISION a little bit more here as well, because we can sing all the praises for Spirit. We're going to see them tomorrow again, so we will get a chance to talk about them. But PARIVISION, this is kind of our last moment. Whilst the series doesn't go in their favor, there was still a lot of fantastic things that came out from them, from draft to laning. Like in this one, swapping the Enigma into that safe lane to not enable Gyro early on.
Yeah, for sure. I also think the game 1 they played really well. I think overall this was not necessarily a weaker PARIVISION than what we've been used to seeing, to be honest. It just felt like Team Spirit showed up today, like Team Spirit we've seen in the past, and once they show up for real, then I don't know if anyone can beat them.
But that's
in a
where
BO3, that is.
If anything, it just comes to the clutch moments, right? Like you have the DM, he misses a couple black holes, which maybe could have turned it. No one getting picked off a couple of times could have turned it. And then you have Satanic at the end, right? Hitting that melee racks, backdoor protection's up. Should he really stay there? I feel like when you know collapses on the Magnus, to stay there for an extra 4 seconds, you're not really respecting the enemy hero. But on top of that, Yotaro, the way he itemized, put a lot of pressure, I think, on PARIVISION, right? Like he's playing this gyrocopter. He obviously can't go Satanic because there's an Ice Blast on the side of PARIVISION. So he's going for like Manta. The Manta's actually a pretty cool idea, just because when the Terrorblade wants to go with the Sunder from the support role, you Manta, you disjoint that, he has to then recast it. So every small little play, then you throw on top of that like a Hurricane Pike for repositioning and the Disperser for movement. Like he understands that this game on gyrocopter is not about I stand and A-click. You will die and lose the game if you do that. So he's going for such unconventional items to be able to play out the positioning, the skirmish. And sure, if he does die, he's going to buy so much time with all this utility from the carry role that Lyle steps up or someone else steps up. And, you know, I think just that alone is like all the small little factors to Spirit just, again, winning this game 3.
He even bought a Basher for like all of 2 minutes before he sold for an MKB.
Yeah,
he had it was there in his backpack for a while, but he had this idea that if he needed to, he could even be the person with the Abyssal Blade, maybe getting that bash off of the Enigma and stopping the black hole. So he had some really great takes this game, but we also just didn't mention that pick-off that he found on the Monkey King by himself in that top lane where he was able to kill no one and then TP out when Satanic TP'd in on him. And that was like one of the big kills that also started the comeback. Like it gives you that burst of, okay, we got this, we got a key kill, we can actually play this game. Yeah.
I like it. A little bit of gold injection for them as well as motivation, I'm sure, during that game. But right now, halfway through our day, let's check out the bracket, how it is shaping up in this single elimination gauntlet for Blastland 3. Yesterday, Spirit were able to knock out Liquid going to Game 3. Today, they treat us with some beautiful Dota yet again of a Game 3 series where they prevail and knock out PARIVISION. Tomorrow, though, they're coming up against Tidebound, a team that, let's be real, you never really know what to expect, T.
I'm scared for Tidebound because they had a good group stage, but based on their previous tournaments, the playoffs is where they struggle. The groups are good, the playoffs are bad. And normally, your playoffs, you learn as you play, but the fact they've been in the hotel waiting, now they're going to see a Spirit that every single series, Spirit's leveling up, they're making these like magical team fights. Like Tidebound, they have to play their best Dota tomorrow, because if not, Spirit will just be continuing through the gauntlet.
Yeah, and it would be nice to see some more Chinese Dota here at Blastland. And luckily for you, it's not just tomorrow that you have to wait for to see Tidebound. In fact, you only have to wait a couple of minutes because we do have Xtreme Gaming up against Aurora.
I have tried using Nisha's name, and it was not successful. We were trying to enter a club, and I tried to get us in for free, and I said, do you not know who this guy is? And I pulled up his Wikipedia page, and the guy did not give a single shit. Saber probably. Saber probably tries all the time. I think Saber probably tries all the time.
What? I mean, I use it like subtly. Like, I would never say it. It's just the confidence that's in my body, you know? I'm like, I am the Valakia 2 times winner, and it gets me anywhere I want. But this is not because I say it. It's just, you know, it's about the mindset.
It would be me, but I don't mess up.
It's Boxy, but he doesn't mess up.
I will just say it. The other people just think it.
Me? I don't think I've cooked a meal in like 25 years.
What about instant noodles?
Instant noodle, but does that count as cooking? It's just cooking.
Mickey just cooks in pubs and pro games. That's the only thing he cooks.
If you count that, then you know it's been like a week.
I said we had no jam, so there could be like smoking on us, and they got the order.
Yeah,
and you're like, well, but there's no order.
Yeah,
so like
we have,
obviously it's like.
We checked the like he's like they could have a ward here. Why didn't you buy me a gem?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
And then I checked the repo. I'm like, there was no ward. So why are you complaining?
We would like argue for like 10 minutes about like some. Super stupid shit.
Can we rephrase the question?
No.
Can you ask him, have you ever intentionally lost your passport so you don't have to go to an event?
No, it was not intentional. It just like disappeared, obviously.
It just disappeared.
But no, I've never lied to cancel a scrim.
So I was out with my dog in the woods and I got lost. So I was lost at the time and I didn't even know like how to find my way back. And they were like, yeah, we have scrims like 5 minutes ago. And then 2 days later, I also forgot scrims and I was at the hairdresser. And then they called me as I was getting a haircut. And then I had to tell the guy like, all right, we gotta wrap this up. I gotta go for the second game.
I mean, for sure, Blitz. I even know he has other accounts, like Taylor Swift fan 69.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Is it 420? Oh yeah, maybe it's both. Yeah.
Gracie Adams 999.
I actually saw on his phone, he has like 3 Reddit apps. And they're logged into like different accounts, and he's like responding to himself on Reddit. Wow, Team Liquid's coach has never looked more buff.
We're looking so clean with his drafts.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me?
Did I check it?
you weren't even there.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that these guys would think about it.
I did forget my dongle for my headset for this event. So I'm gonna borrow William's headset, but I'll remember to give it back because it's a piece of shit. What Blitz? Whenever he like, a draft is like shit. He's like, oh, I didn't care about this tournament. I needed to go see a concert with Nat T. I couldn't like, I mean, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, Sabrina Carpenter was playing this weekend. Like, what do you mean? Like, Taylor Swift tour is only like these 2 specific years. Like, I've only seen 7 of them. If I miss this 8th one and prepare for the draft, like, come on, like, there's just no way. So I would say probably Blitz Dota on this one. Yeah.
It was a lot of fun getting to talk to Team Liquid, asking them what appears to be the hard-hitting journalist questions there too.
Insanity's answer for everything was just always Blitz. They just.
You should have seen the ones we cut out. It was also all Blitz.
So where can we find those ones?
Paywall, don't know all. Actually, you could go over to Blast TV and you could have a look at all the content over there that Blast is producing, because it's not just all these fun content pieces with the team. It's also our play of the days. You can go and have your vote as to which play you think is the one that should be made into a beautiful little video like our play of the day yesterday.
And Mickey is able to finish him off. Now he turns his attention on Laurel, knocked up in the air by the punch, hoping that the shield will save him here, but the Sprout delivers the final blow. The Wisdom Shrine finally gets taken and gets given to Rue.
All right, let's see.
Who thinks he can beat Mickey in a fight?
They have global here, so you can't TP out.
1v2, they play it slow.
They might get him here.
Oh god, the TP coming in. It's blocked. He blocked himself with the trees, but he got the kill. No, their shields go into Mickey. Nature's Prophet stays alive.
There wasn't a global in time.
He just needed the global a bit sooner, but Insania with the quick fingers gets off the defense matrix and the heals from the Holy Locket and the Glimmer Cape. A billion shields get put onto the Nature's Prophet and they lose everybody for it.
That was our one from yesterday, and I feel like the 3 games that have already happened between Spirit and PARIVISION offer a lot of different contenders that could be voted on Misery.
Yeah, now you're putting me on a spot.
Yeah, you gotta come up with
play
one.
of the day. Well, I mean, last season, last two, we had a really cool Magnus SFM. So it's kind of...
You want another mag one?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
okay. You're a bit
there's
of a-
plenty of mag ones to choose from, I feel like. Maybe the tiny one
Or a Roche fight one.
could be also a really cool
Mag,
Roche with
tiny.
everybody there, but
Yeah.
maybe the tossing back all the time with no one,
Yeah.
be
And
okay.
It feels hard because we already had so many
Yeah.
good moments
Yeah.
in 3 games, and we still have a whole nother series to go. In fact, we want to get onto that series, so let's start talking about Aurora.
Pure. Walking in.
And he's thinking about going for the steal. Trying to take a dig on the backside. The Echo comes in, they manage to get the kill.
With a triumph over ex-teammates, Aurora's first playoff victory was a vindicating one. For their next matchup, Toronto Tokyo faces old foes from his TI victory. The former LGD trio of Ame, Jin-Q, and Zhao Wei stand in the way of Aurora's path forward.
Nightfall goes down the once.
RP is awkward.
Same with the Echo. It's a decent amount of burst onto Mero with the chance to finish him off. Another toss-back attempt here from Pure. Desperately trying to swing the fight back. Fly's not going to get away either. They're going to get the team wipe.
Beautiful.
Nightfall and Kiyotaka validated themselves against BetBoom. Now it's time for Toronto Tokyo to stand independent of Spirit and defeat their Chinese rivals once again.
We saw them yesterday and we had a lot of fun getting to see that matchup. BetBoom team unfortunately falling to them, and Aurora getting to live another day here in this gauntlet. It's been fun to see this roster come together, and I guess Toronto fit into the position of an offlaner.
Yeah, I think he's doing really well. I mean, he's bringing back the Magnus that we just saw Collapse pick up, kind of inspiring the comeback of Magnus. And we saw him also play Tidehunter yesterday, also a hero that we don't see that much. So I feel like he's also bringing his own identity or his own ideas into the role, which is very cool. I'm excited for this match. I think Aurora looked really strong yesterday. I think also their drafts were really good and cohesive. So yeah, I think it's a tough one for Xtreme.
Yeah, I liked when you talked to him yesterday, Nat, and he just told you, I've seen Collapse play this hero. I can do that. I want to do that. And I did do that. So, I mean, he's a really talented player. Anyone who can play multiple roles in competitive Dota at a high level, like, their talent cannot be denied. And on top of that, he is a very strong voice and a strong leader. But I do still have a little bit of concerns in Aurora, because when we watched them yesterday, it didn't always look like they were on the same page, even though they did win.
Yeah, I'm just more intrigued where last blast, Abaddon went from like middle to last phase hero to like first phase. Magnus with Spirit and now Toronto Tokyo. Like, is this going to suddenly be a hero that we have to entertain as like a first phase pick, early second phase, where teams have to respect it? I kind of hope so, because it's bringing some some good moments in the games. It's clinging on, it's holding on, and then just crushing them in the late game.
Yeah, the ABBA came out in group stage in Aurora's last series against last game against Falcons. It was last pick though, right? And Nightfall had a fantastic time on it. And then immediately the next time we see them play, it's actually first pick for themselves. So it went from like, oh, we do think this is a gotcha pick, to wait, actually maybe this is a Nightfall pick that might not be counted or figured out, that we can keep slamming until proven otherwise.
I mean, I think there's also a big difference between the Abaddon and the offlane that we saw Spirit run just now, and then the carry Abaddon that enables you to pick whatever you want in the other positions. More hard carry from mid, like Morphling we saw, could be like a sniper, could be something else, right? Could be a more carry style or an offlaner. So this carry Abaddon is a lot different. And I mean, we can see the Aurora hero pool here, like the new heroes, I guess the unique heroes that they are bringing out that other teams don't really prioritize. On the other side, though, we have Xtreme Gaming also playing very different heroes. Sometimes, at least, they play a lot of Fury on Elder Titan, but sometimes they'll bring out the Naga Siren support they've done in the qualifier just now. They also play Sanking, which is something that Aurora doesn't. And again, you have a bunch of heroes that both teams really like, so these are going to be highly contested.
Specifically, sorry, for Aurora, it's just like hard to kill, right? Like a Magnus got counterplay with Skewer, Tidehunter counterplay with Ravage, Shield, Ricky, Smokescreen, Tusk, Snowball, like all those unique heroes for Aurora is like they're baiting in the fight to then outplay you in the fight. And that kind of volatility, like if they don't execute their draft, it leans on it. So I think once they like polish their fighting, their team play a little bit more, if they can excel on those heroes, it is going to be so scary to play against them once it gets to 25, 30 minutes. Like exactly what Spirit's doing. Aurora is trying to be like that, but just a little less polished, I'd say.
I think, go ahead.
Just on top of all of those heroes, like ones that we didn't see are also the Kiyotaka mid-specialty heroes that he's been busting out that have been looking good. Like if you kind of forget about it. You could get hit by that mid Morphling, that mid Ricky, that mid Shaker, that mid Timber. Like, he has so many heroes that he used to pull out back in the day that are slowly seeing a reemergence this tournament.
I'm glad you actually brought up Kiyotaka because, well, you know, we've been having our players sit down, talking to us a little bit, giving us all of the juicy details, and Kiyotaka was one of them.
In this patch, I hate when supports get my water rune because I like to drink water rune. So I think in next patch, Valve should make something about it. Like maybe supports cannot deny runes and cannot pick up it. So I think it will be fair to 1v1 middle only. So, and more I hate is because as mid laner, you always need to go somewhere. Like team saying to you, go control wisdom, go control wisdom. Tormentor, help side lane, help side lane. And I wanted to say, guys, I don't fucking care. I just core player. I will carry you, let me farm. But in this patch, I cannot do it. So I need to always time help them.
Does someone want to introduce this man to a game mode called ARAM?
I'm just happy.
He clearly wants no one else to come into his lane. He doesn't want to leave mid lane.
Well, luckily, support's patch of the game, not the cores. Because what he was suggesting was egregious. He wants no one to be able to gank mid. He wants to only be able to farm mid.
Yeah.
He basically wants to put on his little blinkers and not see the entire game. Like, whew, thankfully, again, the mid laners aren't the ones, you know, patching out.
I did like that one of his issues was, now I have to go to wisdom.
Yeah, oh God.
Oh, I have
Those
to help.
supports, yeah.
All they do is take my runes and I have to go and help them.
I kind of get it though. Like, I feel like mid recently in Dota has developed to be like such a high responsibility role where like there's been an evolution in mid, right? When it was like mid that ganked for you, and then for a while mid was like a core hero that farmed and you had to help mid and input resources into it. And now it's gotten to a point where mid has so many early game responsibilities that it has to tackle, like almost as much as the supports at the start of the game. Like you have to always be ready to TP to a side lane. You have to always be ready to gank with a power rune. The Wisdom Shrine is a very early objective. And because of that, if you're low on resources at any point, you can't play for these early runes or these early objectives and you have a big disadvantage. I think resource management from mid has gotten very difficult.
Especially now without bottle refills. I think that's like added to it, right?
So I get my trusty shovel. I still walk there. I park it in the river.
Wait, then do you feel that it's more mid running with support rather than supports now running with mids?
Do you want to take this? You had an expression on your face, so.
Misery is like, she's just talking about random shit again.
I was just thinking, I mean, it's like also kind of a natural development of the mid, right? Because he gets the solo XP, he gets to buy the bottle, he gets to play all these flashy heroes with spells early on and stuff like this. So maybe you should play a different game or like go into like a one-on-one tournament or something like that. That way he doesn't have to have any teammates to rely on.
Yeah.
He can just be free and do what he wants, right?
He's still competing at the high level. Kiyotaka, we love him. You know, we love to flame him. We love to see him play as well. But I'd love to see how he does go in his matchup in the mid lane. Xtreme Gaming is who they're going to be coming up against. So we're going to hear more about that.
I thought he was away from there, but Chrysalis is gone. Dunzo, as our main XSS will clear out illusions, Jinky has died to Sax in the back, and Chrysalis has bought back. But XM now has Aurora on the Dark Zero, the cleave! Oh, Arme, a triple kill, this big sword, too much to handle!
Xtreme had a promising start to Blast Slam 3. Wins over Tundra and Bet Boom had expectations high for the squad. However, losses in the latter half has showed that Xtreme still has much work to do to compete on the international stage.
Phoenix down to half HP, but XXS two-man burst strike in the back. Perfect counter initiation. Allows the Supernova to come out. Everything you want, GG Core, GBK.
But bolstered by legendary names and decades of experience, Xtreme are not ones to back down from a challenge.
There they are, Arme, XM, XXS, Jinkyu, and Polison. Whew, it's been a while since I've seen these guys playing. Let me say that, it was 2 days ago. There's so much Dota that goes on. It really isn't that long. But it is nice to get to see them in the studio, as well as joined by their coach, Zhao A.
Yeah, the legendary coach. I mean, maybe he's going to be the difference maker. I don't believe he was here last time. So that's definitely a nice addition to have to your team, right?
What's your run-in with Zhao, right? Because you were a player and then you were a coach as well. Did you get to interact with him much?
Yeah, I mean, I used to live in a house with him in China when I lived there. We were staying Chinese team on the bottom floor and we were staying on
LGD International?
Yeah, they were staying on the upper floor and they I mean, yeah. So we know each other for many years. Went also when he was playing, I was also playing. So we went to all the same tournaments, stuff like this. So yeah, I mean, a lot of history there.
A lot of history, you know. Well, I appreciate your story, your tidbit there, Misery, but we also have some stories from our players. Paulison on Xtreme Gaming, well, he sat down in the chair to give all the details.
I think working with Xiao8 has been amazing for me so far. He's really insightful about the game, and he knows basically everything about the game. Yeah.
We're going to be talking about them. Sorry, it was so short. Yeah, I was expecting like
a bit more.
Genuinely he's gonna. We're going for like the Big Brother style, you know. You're gonna like confess it all there. Apparently, he doesn't have many secrets.
Not yet.
Right?
After game 1, maybe he has so much more.
He said he knows everything. That's a big secret. How do you win
but he
against
doesn't
somebody who
actually
knows
say it.
everything now?
Well, all right, you're fair. And you know a lot as well, all right? Effie, you like to break it down. I know that you love your China Dota. And so for you, how is Xtreme Gaming going? Are there certain moments where you're like, this team is it?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys their big comeback that they made versus Tundra. So this, for me, was like a very nice showing from Xtreme Gaming because they were down so much net worth and they basically blind smoked into the enemy smoke and they found the perfect pick-off at the Wisdom Shrine. They found the only kill that would have brought them back into the game, which was the Terror Blade. And off of that, they were able to punish, right? BZM overextends a little bit here and there they are with like their big burst damage, finding, again, way back into the game. And here, this is another team fight that goes in their favor. But I'm telling you guys, before this, it was very despair to set the tone. Like, they were down 12K and they were just getting completely rolled. So watching them kind of fight their way back into the game, just like we watched Spirit do, gave me a lot of hope for this team because what they used to be famous for way back in the day was their team fighting, was their ability to outplay fights.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm going to instantly segue to the other side of this, the roller coaster of
I thought
Xtreme.
you would like try to hype them up a little bit.
No, sorry.
It's so good.
No, unfortunately not, because
Straight into it.
Because when Misery and I got to the studio, we'd watched this Sven game, and we were like excited. Oh my gosh, Arme, Sven, he did it!
Yeah,
great!
Yeah.
And then we watched 2 games that were utter despair. They were very discombobulated all around the place, doing different things, and that, unfortunately, to me, that volatility is still something they need to find and to fix, And maybe Xiao8 a little bit more time. Once they fix it, I would be so excited to watch every single game they play. But the fact that every draft I get into the game, I just don't know what Xtreme I'm going to see. Is it the one that can take a game off anyone? Or is it the one that's going to just feel like they're not on the same page and they're just destined to lose? They're just too extreme at the moment.
So it wasn't really the draft, it was more like the specific moments in the game that you guys were witnessing.
We can try to take a look at it. I mean, we have some clips from the games we were casting the other day. And we have a BKB getting flown out on the courier here onto the Ursa. And normally when you get the BKB, you're with your team, you're ready to smoke up, but no, Arme is just continuing to farm. He's hitting a small camp, he's going for the next camp, and his team is nowhere around. It seems like there's no real plan with this BKB timing, and then he just gets picked off here. And then this is the classic example of watching an Xtreme game, at least in the group stage, that we were dealing with, where you actually have all the opportunities to make cohesive plays together, but you end up in this situation where you're getting picked off, and again here, we're getting jumped, and we're not ready at all together. We're running away, we're not in time, and again, this is just the story of Xtreme Gaming in the group stage. And
at least for our 2 games.
For our 2 games, at least.
Our perspective of the team is probably very different to the morning crew.
So I guess the conclusion could be that even though they are showing better elements and with Xiao8 back and everything, it feels like they still need a little bit more time to mesh together, and they're a bit volatile right now.
I guess in that sense, then this could be a positive experience for Xtreme Gaming right now because Aurora, we talked about one yesterday, also did it with messing up here or there. Like, they didn't play a perfect game, although they played a really good one. So for Xtreme Gaming to go against an opponent that isn't super polished, that will make some key errors, maybe it'll be a very good learning experience, even if they do lose.
Yeah, it does feel like this series is somewhat like anyone's game. I think there's a slight edge to Aurora because even though there's been some moments of like, ooh, maybe not, they're still just looking like a better team. So I think for Xtreme, even though they're seeded higher, they're the ones like waiting for their opponent. I think they have a lot more work to put in. So this first game will kind of tell it all because I'm favoring Aurora just a little bit at the moment.
Okay, and that's, again, more down to team play, what we're going to be seeing when we actually do get into it. But if we are just going to look at these players, the skills individually, I want to look at their carry players, right? We're going to have a look at Arme, and we're going to have a look at Nightfall here, because Nightfall has someone that I think has always been on an upward trajectory, and then towards the tail end of last year, it felt like he was a bit of a question mark. I'm not really sure where like it felt the old Nightfall had gone, but maybe this is a roster that he's settled into a bit more, and we can see him develop into the carry potential that he has.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was one of the big new players a couple of years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago. He was like the new talent, right? And then he made this trip to EG, played offlane a bit, you know, came back, and he hasn't really found his footing yet, where he starts winning a lot of tournaments and getting his name up there with the absolute most successful players. But I feel like this team could be his turning point. I feel like there's a good synergy there.
I mean, this is a series of 2 different carries, right?
Yeah.
Nightfall, he's confident. He's screaming in the room. He knows what he wants to do. And Arme, he's getting item timings. It's like every game's a little bit different. So I think this is just a battle of confidence between the 2 carries. Has Arme refound it after, you know, kind of a bad group stage? And Nightfall, he's carrying that momentum through the gauntlet, right? Like, again, if he's like he plays yesterday, when I walk in here, I'm like, oh my God, this guy, like he was insane. Just like the aura he had, I was like, oh, I don't want to go near this guy. I do not want to play against this guy. So I'm hoping Arme can step up to Nightfall's level in this game.
I'm just hoping the energy is going to be high. We're going to be seeing a lot of fun, maybe even some new heroes. It feels like that's something we've coined with other teams, but this series, I'm sure, is to deliver. And luckily for us, a Game 1 draft is on our way.
Here we have our second series about to be kicked off. Draft 1 is ready. What is your expectations now?
I think that, honestly, I think Xtreme Gaming got a little bit underrated in our talk. The way we talked about it favoring like Aurora and how they've been grinding. I do think that Xtreme Gaming are full of players that we've seen time and time again, like clutch games, and thrive when they get a little bit of experience. Like these are seasoned players, the same way Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira on Aurora season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I kind of agree with that. Well, I mean, out of nowhere, there's a first big Phantom Assassin. Didn't expect that one.
There's a bristleback down there. It's hidden.
Oh, there's a bristleback as well.
That's why.
Yeah. Okay. That's why there's a Phantom Assassin.
That is why, yeah. But I can see that would have looked really weird without the bristleback. But you know, typical counter pick with the fan of knives. You get the break. It's very rare seeing this hero come up in the first phase, though. I feel like she's really fallen out of favor. And if you're not pairing her with her like classic Warlock lane, which they get banned out, her laning after the nerfs on her spells just doesn't feel as good.
I think the Silencer ban is also very good here. It's an old school counter to Bristleback, just because you curse the Bristleback and then he can't really use the spells, right? Because it'll just keep triggering the curse over and over again. So that's a kind of a heads-up ban here. I kind of like this opening for Xtreme Gaming right now, like seeing the carry so early on and like, you know, yeah, you counter this Bristleback, but he's an offlaner. He's gonna buy, you know, Crimson Guard or, you know, team items anyways. He's gonna get the green facet and just, he won't mind getting jumped and getting focused. So, yeah, I don't know.
And now the other team just has a PA. Which is a hero that like can fall susceptible to tempo quite easily, and tempo is what Bristleback provides. This Ringmaster pickup leaves AA in the pool for Xtreme
I'm really
Gaming.
surprised AA was not picked up here by Aurora actually, because now you leave it to Xtreme Gaming. The fives are banned out as well, the classic PA fives, Warlock Silencer. So I think I was expecting Aurora to go for AA here, but maybe they feel like the Ringmaster is a bit more flexible, perhaps. Maybe they feel like they can play it on both positions, and they... I guess it's also pretty good against Bristleback if you think about it, right? The dart.
Yeah, no, definitely. The percentage-based
You can also
damage.
turn him into the ultimate.
The Wheel of Wonder. I still think that it's not as valuable as an Ancient Operation, which, by the way, gets completely ignored.
Yeah, I guess.
by Xtreme Gaming.
I guess so, yeah.
But Ringmaster can open up for a lot of pairings. Like earlier we saw the Ember plus Ringmaster pairing. Like any kind of stun into a max charged Tame the Beasts is almost entirely a kill in the early game.
For sure. So Chikiro, Shaman, the support duo for Xtreme Gaming. Has a lot of teamfight, disables as well. I think it looks pretty solid to me. especially when you're gonna end up picking like, well, the Mag is back, you know, another game of Magnus. Can't blame them. It looks really good with the PA especially as well, an old classic. I was about to say about Xtreme Gaming's next pick, I feel like if they get another frontline kind of tempo hero out of mid, could be, for example, Ember Spirit, could be Primal Beast, something like that to enable your supports. Now suddenly you have a very strong draft overall that, you know, plays well together and around the same timings.
What I do like about what Xtreme Gaming has done is that they've made sure that they can always play for kills. That's what I've noticed when I watch them play during the group stages, is they always have some kind of a kill thread, some kind of smoke duo, some kind of combination. But how do you feel about this, like Magnus into the Bristleback? Do you think you want to skewer him back into your team, or are you trying to look to disrupt the backline and ignore the Bristleback entirely?
I think it just depends on what kind of options you get in the game. I think the Mag pick is more just a combo with the PA. It's Toronto Tokyo specialty, like we saw yesterday. He likes the hero a lot. I think that's pretty much it. It's also just maybe the most comfortable offlaner. He feels like maybe Magnus is just a better tide hunter for him. It's a better, you know, the other options are worse for him right now. And there's the AA. I think the fact that they get it so late in the draft also is nice for them.
Yeah, I think this AA is definitely something that bothers Bristleback a lot, and it's going to give them a lot of follow-up damage to the RP. And it guarantees their team fight with the Wheel of Wonder and the Ice Blast. But I wonder what extra you're cooking with the Shaman, right? Because I think this hero conceptually is very cool versus PA, because if you're getting focused by her, you get the auto dispel, right? And then you can turn a team fight. You can kite out a little bit, get her with the shackles. Like, it's not a support hero that gets burst the way you want to burst supports.
Yeah, it's more annoying to kill for sure.
Also, the Hex versus Magnus has always been one of the most annoying things for him to play against.
Yeah.
Because it combo breaks him and stops the skewer backs.
I agree. Now on the Aurora lineup, I think is a little susceptible to something like an Ember Spirit, some kind of Storm, Ember, this type of Spirit, because you don't have a very easy like setup for a stun, and your supports are also very vulnerable to this type of hero. I guess maybe they are debating which one to take, or if they need to pick the carry now, because there might be more Spirits to pick later on.
I think Storm is something they have to be very wary of, because it makes Magnus's game very hard too. Not at all easy here to catch. If Storm goes for Orchid, that's like one of the classic counters to these initiating type Magnuses. The Ember I don't like as much, but I also think for that same reason, as Storm, like Puck has to be something you worry about. There's not really anything to catch the Puck with, and it phase shift dodges the RP.
I'm just looking at the Timbersaw a bit. Are we sure that this is an offlane Bristle? Would they ever run Bristleback carry on Ame and put Timbersaw offlane and then get another hero? Could that be an option? I mean, it doesn't look like that great of a Bristleback game, since there's A, there's PA, but at the same time, the safe lane Bristleback does play on a completely different timing, right? Getting perhaps more items and things like that.
That is true, but I think regardless of whether it goes carry or offlane, you're looking for an early timing anyway. Like, you want to run and exploit the period of Aura's draft where PA is weak and she's got that Battle Fury and is farming up. But honestly, wherever it goes, it's fine. I think it's still a solid pick despite the Fan of Knives. For Timbersaw, it could also be something that goes mid, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mid pick, I was thinking the mid pick was coming here on 18, right? But since it's Timbersaw, it's a bit like, could they be flexing something? They don't have the last pick anyway, so probably not that much value in doing so. Timbersaw is pretty good here. The only problem with Timbersaw is that he can get burst. A is one of the better heroes against this hero, and a Timbersaw that cannot go in and play freely in the fight is not necessarily a happy Timbersaw.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty brave Timbersaw pick because of the Ice Blast, but also because of the Fan of Knives. Like, you do have a hero that builds a break anyway for your first pick, and you pick your 18th hero as something that gets countered by that.
That was a little curveball for me, the Timbersaw pick. But again, I do think this hero is just strong in general, so I'm not against it too much, because even if it has counters, I think he still does what he needs to do, and that is just unlimited damage. So I'm okay with it regardless.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they see this hero as a damage option for them, in spite of its counters, works, because it's also playing against Ringmaster, and it has pure damage. Like, Ringmaster's Escape Act does not save anybody if you're just throwing damage on the ground, especially pure damage like Timbersaw can do.
We also saw a little bit of Bristleback mid, some players playing that. BCM, for example, that's also something that could happen here. Timbersaw offlane into the AAPA. Maybe he feels like, you know what, I'm just gonna free farm in this lane. They can't stop me. XM will just give you the Bristol this game, and then we get the Army last pick still. You know, they're potentially very flexible here with their last pick.
Still a banger Storm or Puck game.
Mm-hmm. We see Aurora Gaming banning out Dusa and Terrorblade, so they do think it's they need an Army hero still, which makes of course the most sense. Just exploring all the options here for what Xtreme Gaming could do. So what do you think Aurora Gaming needs in their draft? They need some kind of hero that can play with supports, right? Because Mag is going to be farming his Blink, his Pipe or whatever, like we saw yesterday. PA is going to go Battle Fury.
I think it's just going to depend, like the Kiyotaki hero is going to depend on whatever it's counterpicking.
But what are you kind of, at least you're counterpicking a mid hero, but you don't, like a melee hero, but we don't know which one, right? In theory.
It could be Shaker, in theory, right? Like he loves his mid Shaker. You could throw it versus any melee hero and it'll do well. It gives you a lot of extra control. You have 2 spellcasting supports, so it's something that can fight early.
Could
I
also
wouldn't
be
mind
maybe the Puck. I don't know how well this hero does with against these 3 heroes. Like if he does well against Timber, Slada, but you know, outside of Shaman, it's pretty good Puck game. I guess there's Jakiro as well. Storm is still in the pool.
I think there's enough disable on the side of XG for Storm to not be like a reliable 3-man ball with his 2 supports. Like you need something that can buy time for your PA.
Shaker, Primal.
I think Shaker's a pretty big one, but the Primal is a cool concept as well because you can get the Aghanim Scepter break versus these 2 heroes.
Pangolier is also an option, I guess. But it's something like that.
I just don't associate Pangolier with Kiyotaka very much.
Sure, yeah.
I'm really thinking about this one.
Yeah, I like what Xtreme Gaming did here. I think they're also giving it their own flair, right? Who would have expected this draft from them?
And they have a Triflex open.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it is a Pangolier, but like but again, we don't know who's playing what. Okay, so it's going to be a mid Slaughter, offlane Timber, and then it is a carry Bristleback. Interesting, interesting draft from Xtreme Gaming. I don't think that was what Aurora had in mind when they started drafting their PA and their other heroes, right? They expected just, okay, Bristleback offlane, things like that, so.
And I think the Pango pick is cool. It does a lot, like you have like this hero with a debuff immunity that can jump the backline, cause chaos, allow you to take these fights early on, and also set up for good RPs because of all the chaos. Again, I just don't see it as like Kiyotaka specialty.
Adds a lot of minus armor as well, right, to the draft. Plus, he's if you think about all the 3 cores of Xtreme Gaming, he's pretty good against all of them, right? It's not that he can kill the Timbersaw, he can kite the Slaughter out, and he can also, you know, disable Bristleback enough for him to die. So I think he's also pretty good against the supports. Yeah.
How does he do versus Slardar mid though? Because I'm giving that edge to Slardar. I think Slardar is very happy to play into Pango.
I think so too, but I also think that the Pangolier getting level 4 can start pushing in the wave every time and do fine there as well. But yeah, let's throw it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Misery. Yes, looking forward to this. I mean, Fogged, what do you make of this? I like the confidence from Xtreme, right? They open their draft with the Bristol, and then at the end of the draft, they're still like, yeah, we're going to keep, that's going to be our carry. Arme is going to take the carry Bristol into this game, which could be difficult, right? They've got ways to deal with a Bristol. They've got ways to kill a Bristol.
They've got AA Blast, which is historically pretty good. They've got Magnus to reposition a hero that likes to play overconfident, right? Charge in a lot of times. And then they're going to just have the break that comes in from PA and percent damage. This looks pretty good from Aurora. Xtreme definitely trying a little bit of their own flair, throwing in some different stuff coming in. But Aurora, it feels like they've got everything they wanted.
It does. It seems pretty robust. And we've seen, you know, the other day, obviously, they Toronto Tokyo, right? Coming in with the Magnus.
Really well on the Mag.
Did he die at all at the end of that one?
I think he did end up having a death or two, but his build was nice too because he went Pipe, then he went the Aghanims, and all of his plays hit. So it looks nice for Aurora, but I think Xtreme maybe trying to cause that chaos, have some type of like, you know, there's 3 tanky guys running at you. The backline can always cast the spells. The Shaman and the Jakiro are going to be able to freely do their spells because of that, but definitely looks like an uphill battle for them. We'll have to see based off the lanes.
What do you think about the last pick, getting the Slardar for XM, taking that to the mid? Because indeed, that matchup, right, could go, you know, XM is going to have potential there, laning against the Pango.
Yeah, definitely. I think XM definitely has the potential, but I don't think it's something that's going to smash the Pango by any means either. It'll maybe have an advantage, but I think Pango can come out of it pretty decently. He hits 6, has kill threat for sure.
Oh, well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the action here of Game 1, ready to go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Aurora versus Xtreme. Obviously, we got to see Aurora yesterday with their nice little victory, moving on to this point. And XG, they obviously got the day off. They did well enough for the group stage to jump straight to this stage of the Gauntlet format. So let's see, if the sort of the day of play helped Aurora or the day of rest helped Xtreme coming into this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see, that's for sure, as we also get to see one lineup that is pretty good at skirmishing constantly, right? On the side of Xtreme Gaming, you can absolutely see great spells to just spam out, not really cooldown reliant by any means. I would say that for Aurora, maybe things can be a little slower and they're going to have to wait for those cooldowns at times, but they do have a lot of them, right? They have the Pango Roll, they have the RP, they have the Wheel of Wonder, they have the AA Blast, so they do have a lot of different ways to cover some of these cooldowns, so they can look to actually fight back and match that tempo. So I think for XG, they're looking to set tempo, right? They're looking to play fast, get early Roche, play around Goo, play around the minus armor, and get an advantage based off of that, getting early towers. But Aurora, a very strong draft that can come back at pretty much any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. If this PA gets to farm, it could be a tough time for XG ahead of them.
I'm looking forward to this anyway. I've been wanting to see more Shadow Shaman. I just want to see more 4 positions being played, and we did get to see like a Snapfire even in one of these games too, so cool to see a little bit more of these supports being brought in, as looks like we could have a skirmish coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Aurora. They're definitely not afraid of this first blood fight. XG, do they really want to try and push into this?
They've got the sentry down, so that Ob is going to get taken out immediately. Nightfall.
It doesn't look like either team is going to get a grab.
Does mean that XG will likely get the 3 runes, unless XM doesn't go toward that top one. So actually, Toronto might just be able to go up and get it. So 2 for 2 exchange. That D ward is going to be there as we see them set up. They're looking for the first blood on the side of XG. 4 heroes down here.
Unlikely to get it right. Yeah, Panto's playing safe.
Yeah, they really wanted to try for something there, but not going to be the case. And Panto immediately, he's going to go for that ward. Will Jinq be able to stop him from getting the last hit? He will not. But he's going to get a D-ward of his own. No, he won't. Just kidding. Panto will be able to kill that sentry before he gets the obs on Jinq. So Panto will be happy with that XP exchange.
And there we go, indeed, from the Chinese region. Arme, the 3rd most experienced. 2,208 games.
Holy shit.
And as you can see out of all 10 of those, the highest win rate there, 62%, 62.7%.
FY has the most by a lot. Did you see 250 more than the next player? That's pretty crazy. All right, let's see how these lanes end up going down. Overall for Ame, it should be a pretty good lane unless he does get skewered. I've seen a lot of these Ringmaster lanes. He just ends up getting kills, especially Mira. I think he's gotten first blood most of the games when he plays this Ringmaster, so definitely going to have to keep eyes up here for the action.
Especially for the support, right? Even as Jakiro is super strong with the trade, but you still got to be careful against a Ringmaster.
Yes.
Can get outplayed, as we have seen.
At level 3 especially, I think that's I mean, we've seen the first bloods usually happen pretty much at level 1, and Impalement Arm plus a Blood Grenade gets them that kill, but level 3, the damage
bottom lane.
is crazy.
Oh, he's gone. Panto, able to get the right click coming in.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
That range there coming into play. This bottom lane does feel like it could be quite difficult for the side of XG. Just AA very good at being able to harass, and PA can contribute that harassment as well, so GQ does has to be a little careful with that. Mid, XM, he should have an edge. Let's see how much of an edge it is going to be versus Kiyotaka. Because Kiyotaka has played... he's probably the most entertaining mid laner to watch, let's be honest.
He's played a lot of different mids this time,
He has.
right?
He's...
Like from the morphs to the shakers, and now it's the more standard pangos.
He's a bit of a volatile player, of course, to watch sometimes, but I think that's what makes him so exciting, because he's... Yeah. Feast or famine. Just likes to go for these kills, likes to go for the pretty crazy plays. So he's going to look to fix this lane a little by pulling. He's going to end up losing a range creep out of it, but does get the wave at least to get that water rune as well. Bottom, next success. Looks like he'll be okay.
I'm gonna get the grab hit, but does have the blinkers available.
A little bit of harassment. Gets the healing, of course, from the shackles too.
He's doing perfectly fine so far down here, Nightfall.
Yep.
Not a huge amount of pressure being put on him, but safe to be said for Arme, both carries having a relatively easy lane.
And yeah, but it's mostly just that mid disparity at the moment. Kiyotaka struggling for the first few. I think once he has 4, it becomes quite a bit better for the Pango. But yeah, these first 3 levels, looks like he is struggling a bit versus XM. He's playing it nicely. 6 denies on the Slardar as well. Overall, top 5. Okay.
Indeed, yeah. And FY, of course, still very much up there. 3rd in the world.
I mean, Fly
at the top.
I mean, now he's standing in for everybody as well, too. He's playing on a team and he's standing in for other teams.
He's going to hit the 3,000 games. I'm pretty sure. I don't think Fly's quitting anytime soon.
No, definitely not. Yeah, XM continues to play this lane pretty much flawlessly. 21-6 to the 13-2, or to the 11-1, sorry, of Kiyotaka. Hot start for him. Jinkyu will be able to go get that Obs Ward that he didn't get on the first go. We'll be able to get that little extra experience. Does allow Panto to get a pull. Nicely done for XM.
It definitely feels like a lane, though, that if a support comes over, somebody could die here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's especially going to be around that level 6 that comes out that you will probably see that move happen.
Yeah.
More than likely for Aurora, I would say, but Jinkyu will be able to go bottom, deny away that water rune. His Timber is doing... he's getting sacked a little on Xtreme, but I think Jinkyu is just recognizing that that's going to happen, so he's looking to further dominate the mid lane with that little move to deny the water rune. Jinkyu, careful how far you step up there. Does get caught in the freeze, but he should be fine. Oh,
Ame.
Skewer did hit.
He's got 10 stick charges.
The whip is off the mark.
It's going to miss. He can maybe even turn and look to try and take down Mira here with the quill sprays. And indeed, they'll get him under the tower. So maybe even be able to turn over towards the barrack as well.
Interesting, too. Mira puts a point in the escape act. So you don't usually see that picked up at level 3 on the Ringmasters, but I think he got it as he was getting brought down. We'll be able to get themselves that kill. And now they don't have to worry about the level 2 Tame the Beast in the lane. That big burst damage that we were mentioning.
Yeah, much less likely that Aurora find a kill back their way up top.
Unless it's some skewer play. Oh, well, Pelosin, he played a little too far here, and the Pango was healing. Kiyotaka should be able to set this one up.
A nice little pick up there for Kiyotaka. Is it fine?
Yeah, he'll take that. Especially since he is having that 22-2 versus the 29-9. He's going to push him toward that level 6. Almost at the same time as the Slardar, actually. Be a big deal, giving up that type of kill. How's Ame's Vanguard? About to be finished up. I don't remember the last time I actually got to see a carry Bristle. At least for us.
Kiyotaka. Oh, goodness, this is a lot of damage he's taking. I mean, TPs are coming in. XM, can XM get this? He can.
Nightfall's here.
He's got 1 charge as XM.
XM's gone down.
He's going to pop him. But indeed, he should...
Oh, the stick.
Okay, well, Mira's going to have to take it. So unfortunately for Nightfall, he doesn't get the kill.
Yeah,
has to go the way of a support.
Nightfall really wanted it.
3 people coming mid for that. You take that as XM. You got the solo kill.
They'll take these moves on XG in this early game.
Absolutely.
And bottom, Pelosin instantly goes down there. He's left Ame alone, and they're actually going to get this entire tower with this
6
rotation.
minutes in. Yeah, some good moves here from XG. Really, just benefiting off the fact that XM made such an aggressive play in mid. Super early to take this tower. 6 minutes in.
Huge for Xtreme. And now immediately goes back toward top. Polson's level 4. I mean, Shrine of Wisdom's going to be coming up in about 40 seconds, and they put themselves in a position to potentially go for a steal play. And definitely harder for the side of Aurora to go for the steal play.
If they get that as well, that's going to be some pretty nice early game from XG.
Yeah. Which is what they want, right? This is an early game centric draft that they've gone for, so having this type of start is ideal for them right now. Big success.
Kiyotaka still not quite having the 6.
He left the mid lane, though. He's like, all right, I'm done with the Slardar. Level 7 on XM. Fantastic start for him. Yeah, they're set up for the Shrine. Jinkyu is there. Mira as well. He's got backup coming in.
Can he mess with him?
He's going to have to call for help.
Yep. Hex and Shackle coming into play. TPs are coming over. Mira, can he survive this or get the escape act off?
He's tanky.
Try and get out of this. The Cold Feet will proc onto Jinkyu, and in comes the Rolling Thunder. They make sure that they do not lose this Shrine of Wisdom here, Aurora.
XM's here too.
Maybe actually with XM, they could keep this fight going. It's getting a little scarier for XG as they also lose Polison. XM, can he do this with Ame? It's going to try and push them back. Kiyotaka, of course, did manage to get the Shrine of Wisdom picked up. Ame's thinking about diving the tier 2s. That's a little risky.
Oh, XM got frozen as he was about to get the crush off. Could have potentially got Kiyotaka there as well, but not quite able to. And they'll get their Shrine, so they do defend that one nicely. Heavy commitment for that rotation, but a necessary move. As soon as Pango hits 6,
they could not let Xtreme get away with that.
No, definitely not.
Xtreme playing super aggressive. On the verge of taking another tier 1 tower here on top.
Yeah, I love to see these aggressive moves. Even looking to set up for the power rune as well. Kiyotaka, he wants to get it, but he won't be able to, so XM will have that one to play with. One of the better starts I think we've seen from these Slardar mids. Haven't seen it so much recently either, but at the top, looking real good. Yeah, top tower. Almost being brought down completely.
Oh, there we go. So historically, AA indeed having that sort of edge against Timber. But yeah, this patch only seeing that actually occur two times and going 1-1. But I guess it's not too surprising in the sense that AA is banned quite a bit, right? And then obviously Timber not super hot. We don't see a lot of Timber.
There's a good amount of, I mean, a couple of last pick Timbers that we've been seeing coming into the fray. I think because of the popularity of Ringmaster, you know, you want this floor damage. It's a lot of physical damage in a lot of these drafts. So, I mean, times have changed. There's been so many occasions of how times have changed, right? Timber now has ways to actually play versus AA because you can go for Ags. A lot of these different builds that used to not exist. Oh, going for the catch on bottom, too.
They've got the turnaround here with the shackle set up. Panto's going to try and help out, but the burst from XXS far too much for Nightfall to withstand.
These shackles could definitely prove to be problematic for these little small pickup plays, because when you do look at Aurora's draft, what's their cheap, easy stun? It's got to be the Ringmaster in a position to either save or just throw the Q out. Until they have blinks, in particular, Xingqiu could do some work getting some catch on these side lanes.
The tough thing as well, I feel, for Aurora, especially now that they're already 3K behind, you look at the course, especially the XXS and Armate, these are not easy targets to go on.
Definitely not.
These are tough heroes to kill, so when it comes to making plays, it's very difficult for Aurora.
They're stealing the stacks right now, too.
That's going to be huge. Aurora have to bring everyone over there. They cannot let this go.
At least 4 heroes. I don't know if the PA wants to get involved. Polison, he's kind of baiting them while XM finishes the stack.
I mean, Arme's still feeling obviously super strong. He knows that they're going to have to go pretty far to try and bring him down, if they even can.
He got the whole stack. The entire hard cam. His blink is done, Owen. All 3 tier 1s as well dropping.
They're crushing this XG.
Is a perfect early game for XG.
It really is.
Everything you want to see. They even got the power rune, too. XM, he's got a haste. They might even look for a dive play.
They're going to try for it. Toronto Tokyo will step up with the shockwave. Doesn't need to drop the RP. They will be able to punish XXS. Maybe they can get Polison as well with the Rolling Thunder. So this time, Aurora, they've been doing their best to just bring numbers in to try and slow XG down. This time, they do get the kills. We still will have the tower taken off the map.
XM still has the haste rune to work with.
He's not going to be able to get in there and get that kill, surely.
He's trying.
He certainly is, and I tell you what, he's going to be able to get it. Now with the back of Xingqiu holding back Toronto Tokyo, XM's also able to walk out. He just pretty much slithered in between 4 heroes, got a kill, and got out.
He's playing beautiful this game. Dodges the swashbuckle as well. We'll be able to survive. He's going
back in.
Kiyotaka. High risk, high reward.
They're going to have him.
He's gone.
He just gets right-clicked down by the Xingqiu on the Shaman.
Panto. Also brought down.
They were momentarily able to fight back a little bit, Aurora, but you're seeing if Aurora's not with the full 4 complete setup, I mean, even when they were then, I suppose, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will be able to fight back against XG. XG outplaying them, and now these Ancients, they could be in trouble.
Ame is in the... How do you contest this? RP was used. Rolling Thunder was used. Ice Blast is still not online. He's still not level 6.
Yep.
They might just be able to finish this off. They have the ward coverage as well, too. We see Xingqiu placing a very deep ward past the tier 2 around those Ancients as well. So, yeah, they've got coverage. They've got these Ancients. So they've stolen the stacks. They've pressured all 3 tier 1s. Mid got denied. But either way, super good moves from XG. And XM, yeah, he's going to just go down the early game build. He's going for the blink, then he's going for the shard, so he can look to continue with that aggression since he's got great heroes to use that shard. Aurora, they're going to use their ults. They're going to look to try to break this momentum that XG is starting to build up.
I mean, they're very close to having the blink dagger on Toronto Tokyo. It's just 100 gold away, but they're doing this without him.
They wanted to set up for a power rune, but it actually ends up spawning top, so XM will get blessed with that one again.
It's quite a nice one as well. Polison will get the ice bath off.
They're saving their ults. They want a bigger target with them.
They'll drop the Rolling Thunder now. They will finally get Polison, but it does take them quite a bit of time. Good ice blast in as well onto XM. They'll catch it. The Rolling Thunder coming in very nicely there from Kiyotaka to wrap around into the river and continue to control XM as well. Good couple of kills for Aurora.
They were waiting for that for a long time until they had these ults available. They do get a pretty perfect connection in order to slow down that aggression from XG. XM, he does die.
Oh, Nightfall. He's going to try and take down Xingqiu, but the Shaman wards are down, and Arme's just beaten into it.
He does get the blink out. GQ.
They do still have a potential to go for another pretty decent hit here, Aurora, considering they have got the blink RP already on Toronto Tokyo.
Let's see if they wait to have their other ults at the ready. I mean, he is starting to swing over, but
I think he should.
Vision.
There's definitely an opportunity to try and make a blink RP play here. XXS is very low.
They're both so low.
If Toronto Tokyo can get here, he's still making his way over. He's in with the shockwave and the skirt. Nicely done.
Doesn't even need to use the RP now. They've struck back.
Yeah, it just took XG a little too long to get away with this. I mean, Ame, of course, is still here.
There's an RP available for him.
XM's going to try and come over to help out. And in fact, XM will get the jump onto Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo.
He's got the skewer.
And he's going to be able to skewer across, get the RP onto the two of them. Ice Blast to follow up into the swashbuckle. Beautifully done.
Ame also could be in trouble.
He certainly can. He's got to be careful, Ame.
Play out of it there.
Toronto Tokyo's going to have a blink in a second if he wants to go for the play, but that's going to be a little too far. But I mean, very nicely done there. Indeed, Tips going for the way of Toronto Tokyo. He turns up. And he very, very calmly plays the fight. As it wasn't just YOLOing in, dropping an RP. Nope. Uses his spells perfectly to ensure that they really do their best to dismantle Xtreme Gaming.
Honestly, Panto is doing a ton of work as well, too. You may not notice it because of these big ultis from the rest of them, right? The Pango roll, the RP, even the wheel. But Panto's part of 12 of the 13 kills on this AA. He gets a 3-man coverage with the blast as well. That was pretty much perfect for them to make a complete recovery in the game.
And because that's the worry now for Xtreme, right? Because overall, the draft from Aurora looks really nice. Xtreme, they kind of needed to keep the ball rolling. As soon as they kind of hit a bit of a roadblock, the question marks start to come out. Sure. It's going to get more and more difficult for XG.
They can't. It feels like they can't make too many more mistakes. XM in particular, he was having a pretty much flawless early game and dies back to back. He's actually bottom of the cores. That really just hurts. Off of that.
On a slide, all right. Yeah. That's a difficult area to recover on.
Another catch, Success.
This game,
pretty dead.
As I said, it could very quickly get concerning after what was quite an explosive start for XG.
And Nightfall, he's got his Battle Fury finished.
Yep.
He's going to be getting toward the BKB. He's got the Empower maxed up too. It was a perfect start for XG, but they've got to be super careful in these next few moments not to make mistakes and not to get caught off guard by these ults just coming up. You know, Aurora, as we mentioned early in the beginning, it's a very team fight heavy lineup they've gone for. So every time these ults are ready, they're going to look for fights. And if you look for XG, these next 5 to 10 minutes are crucial. See what they can catch. Jinkyu. No blink just yet on him. Looking to play around XM, who still hasn't even gotten the shard yet. So as we mentioned, he was having a very, very good time, but after dying twice, it's all gone downhill. And Aurora, the ults are coming back up. So the question's going to be, too, is XG, do they even want to try to run into a head-on fight now at this point when these ults are all going to be available?
I mean,
they got to get a pick
to
off.
At least bait something out.
They got to pick somebody off first. Kiyotaka reads the play.
They got to keep ruling XG. And they know it, just grouped up as 5 like this, trying to get some sort of a catch. They don't get it here.
Oh, but the 5v5 fight looks very difficult for them. They have to kill somebody at the start of the fight in order to get the ball rolling for it. Because if they just head-on run into an RP, a Rolling Thunder, a Blast, a Wheel of Wonder, their heroes don't have the same type of things to match. Every time that this game slows down, I would say it's heavily in Aurora's favor.
I think so. The Nightfall gets the BKB, gets the shard down the line. He's going to have all the answers.
It's going to come fast, too, because he's got that Empower. Even though he did get his stack stolen, it's not really looking like he did. He's top of net worth. He's actually ahead of Ame after those last moments. And let's see what neutrals they start to get. Tough Gossamer Gape. It's pretty much the perfect one you can get on the Pango. That extra bit of armor versus Slardar and Bristle. Plus that extra miss, of course, versus the Bash. They've got 2 of them. 2 cores having it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And all the ults are up. So yeah, I feel it is complicated for XG now at this point to make a move unless they do look for that individual pick-off. They do, as you said, blink on Slardar, soon blink on Jinkyu. Maybe that'll be the one that allows them to go for it, but they got to be careful how they run into the 5-man. Greedy Gossamer for Jinkyu. Probably the best tier 2 neutral. And let's see these support items. As we said, Jinkyu close to a blink. The supports on Aurora are pretty wealthy. Looking at it, Mira almost having his Atos for extra form of catch, and the Solar is almost done for Panto, and it's a really good Solar Crest game versus this physical damage. XM in a deep spot.
Ooh, it's a quick blink.
That was a dangerous position to be.
They are going to come in with the smoke.
Oh, and the BKB soon online for Nightfall.
They're going to pretty much both have it.
Yule's also for Kiyotaka now at this point already after the defusal. So if they don't 100-0 him, he's going to be able to survive and turn the fight. Ame. They're looking for the jump.
They'll get the jump.
He's got backup.
He does. He'll be able to get the shield crash off and the escape act is there. They can't continue to try and go for him.
Even though they have good floor damage versus the escape act, he wasn't there, right? The Timbersaw wasn't in position to go for this type of play. That's the blink reveal from Jinkyu. Not able to find a catch. And BKB, so BKB Magnus is done.
They're both gonna have it.
PA's got it finished, and Pango's got his 2 core items for the moment too.
The fighting is going to be difficult for XG.
Absolutely. We have to see, can they get the pickoffs? That's going to be the question. Because, yeah, Aurora definitely very happy with the game state. They're going to smoke and look for their own play.
At this point, they'll take a team fight. They'll hit creeps. They've got a lot of options, Aurora.
I mean, they literally just got like 5 item timings, right? I believe the Atos is done for Mira, as we mentioned. So is that Solar Crest for Panto. They're looking to strike. Do they see anybody just yet, though? I don't believe they did. A lot of ways to catch now. Toronto. Looking for a target. Ags is done. So does have the way to protect himself on XXS if he's able to get it off. Can get 100-0 though. And there is the Yules for Kiyotaka, so he actually can't just dispel it as well. So definitely have to watch for that. Deep ward placed. This one could catch XG off guard if they are not ready for it.
They did a good job of avoiding this initial smoke.
Success.
They're going to jump him. See if they can burst through the timber. They certainly will.
There's the Yules.
We'll be able to take it off. They've got the damage coming afterwards. Rolling Thunder's there from Kiyotaka. Should bring him low enough to depop to the Ice Blast. They bring down XXS. XG, can they get anything in return? Kiyotaka is actually able to get the swashbuckle off. Nightfall stepping up. He's ready to go in with the BKB. He's going to try and run down Jinkyu. Now he's going to turn his attention over towards Ame instead, as the rest of his team has been able to lock down the Bristle. They kill Ame off. Aurora, they can continue to clean up. XM's got to run.
Jinkyu?
He's going to throw himself back in to
that
try.
Was crazy.
I think he was just trying to give the space for XM to get out. I can only imagine. Even though I think XM was probably going to get the blink off anyway.
He was fine. I think he was just going for a solo play to get a kill there.
There's no way he was going for a kill. He wasn't getting a kill in a million years there, surely.
That was crazy. Either way, Aurora playing the fight beautifully. The Yules coming out from Kiyotaka to dispel the Ags instantly from the Timber. They just committed everything on him.
It really is just... It's a tough game for XG.
It is.
It's a tough game for XG. There's an explosive start, but it was always going to be very difficult with this lineup against what is just a very solid draft from Aurora. Very well-rounded.
Very stable draft that can hit all of its... Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was going for some type of solo kill play. Either way, it didn't work.
I think he was trying to save XM. He was worried.
Sure.
He was scared that his Slardar was going to die.
I'll give you it. Big explosive hit, though, from Aurora. And their cooldowns, they're going to be able to come back up pretty fast after that play, too, because they got to back up, go for the Roche. Everything is coming back up pretty much now. 20 seconds until the RP's at the ready. And that ward that they placed at the start of everything, Owen, it's still there. It did not get taken out. Ame's looking very fragile. He runs in, and it's just overwhelming damage for him. Jinkyu?
Oh.
Let's get the blink away. Gossamer Cape coming into play. Jinkyu also had a greater healing Lotus in that last fight, just to point out, because he did full heal on the initial go when Nightfall went on him, which wasted a little of the BKB, and that literally didn't matter at all. A 4K lead now for the team with a PA, a Magnus, and the Aegis as well. Let's see what XG wants to do.
Nightfall's just walking in.
Feels super confident. He's got backup of his team. He's got the save. Super deep forward. Mira is there for the bailout.
Shackles will come out. Nightfall's ready to go in, try and finish off the job. Oh, he's going to be fine, Jinkyu.
Whoop. Almost gets caught by the Passover, but will be able to survive. Nightfall wants the top tower. What is this stat?
The win-loss by number of strength heroes in your team.
It's like dead even. It makes no difference.
Three strengths in the team is perfectly balanced.
Okay.
4 strength is OP. Nobody's ever done in this patch 5 strength. That's a little bit surprising. There we go.
I guess Ogre's not really being played, huh? Because that would be the case.
You could definitely put, you
strength heroes.
You could scramble together 2 strength supports, right?
This ward is still up, Owen. XM is being spotted.
He's going to get it now. Oh.
You mean his death, or?
I mean, now they're going to know.
I feel like the ward has done its damage, though. It's like you may de-ward it, but it's just won you a team fight and got you 2 different pickoffs. Yeah, Aurora, they're playing this beautifully after that laning start that we saw from XG have an advantage. Feels like a distant memory now. XXS.
Toronto Token might be able to close the gap. He's going to try, but yeah, it's too far.
Not worth the risk. Nightfall, just beating on the tier 2 tower, all during the meanwhile.
Yeah, he knows he can. He's like, well, what are they going to do? Who's going to go on me?
He has BKB, he has S and Y. He's playing versus a physical mid-core. He knows he's very confident to be able to do this. And now he's going to go back for that shard next, so he's going to have the answer versus the Bristleback, who they already feels like they have that
That's
answer.
the thing, right? They were able to actually kill him already.
Yep.
In the midst of a team fight. Now it's just going to be so much easier when that's out. It's just a hard game here.
It is. It felt like a draft that XG set themselves up to snowball and make like no mistakes, and they made 2 pretty big ones.
It was a very confident draft, right? You open with this Bristle. At the end of it, you still say, you know what? It's our carry. This is going to be our carry. It's going to be.
It is bold.
You're setting yourself up for a bit of a challenge.
Yeah. I do have to give a good bit of credit to the supports in particular. I mean, Panto, he's 17 out of 18 of the kills, so he's actually played this really, really well in this AA.
A pretty dream support duo, of course, in this patch.
They do have the 2 best.
AA.
Yeah.
Feels pretty fantastic. One of the best aggressive ones with the blast, and one with the best save.
Yep.
With the escape axe.
And Mira always in position to go for that save, as we were mentioning. Jin-Q has not been able to get these pickoffs with his shackles because of Mira's positioning. He's got the ward placed now. He might be able to find Kiyotaka. Mira is moving back over, though.
Look at the jump.
Can they finish him in time?
Got the Serpent wards. Toronto Tokyo's coming in. Doesn't get the RP off immediately, but there it is now. Doesn't matter. They've already killed off the Pango. Ice Blast is coming in with the Wheel of Wonder.
Nice
and the Tamish. A lot of damage here coming in from the support. Enough to cause the death of Jin-Q.
XM might die.
He should be fine.
I think he ticks out. It's close.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. But only just.
That was very close. With the Searing Signet, extra damage almost brings him down.
But they killed the Pango.
They
got the kill.
I mean, Jin-Q set the trap. He had that ward there. Mira had moved away for a quick second to join the Magnus. Here comes Ame with that same ward. Might be able to find Panto.
Yeah, should have a solid chance of taking Panto down.
He's got back up.
They might be able to kill him, though. XM comes in, indeed. They'll finish Panto off. Can Ame get out of this?
Nightfall's got the shard.
He's in indeed with the break. Huge amounts of damage here coming from the PA. Ame trying to juke through the trees. He'll be able to get away for now.
XXS.
And he's ready to get back in here. Nightfall jumps forward. Ame gets critted down by Nightfall.
Will Nightfall go back in for more? Looks like he's happy with that. He'll reset as the Aegis is being ticked out. But they bring down Ame again.
Yeah, just super easy for Nightfall to play in this matchup now.
Yeah. Level 18 as well has been hit. His timings are fantastic. 3.5k ahead of a Bristleback. They're going to smoke.
Whoa. Okay, this is without the carry, without Ame.
It's very aggressive, but they want to try to catch Nightfall while his BKB's cooldown.
I mean, even if they do, though,
they got to see Mira.
They got to perfectly lock him down.
Yeah, and they have to see this Ringmaster.
They've hit the scan. They know that they're up here.
Okay, let's see if they get that connection.
Jin-Q not going to find the catch. I'll see him clear the wave.
This is a risky move.
Yeah, they can't go for this anymore. But they know they've got to take these risks.
They do.
That's the only way they get back in on this one, XG. They've got to do some risky stuff.
Definitely going to do some crazy things. XM will be able to find a shield rune. Has a BKB, so it does have protection to be able to commit inside the fights. Toronto Tokyo has leveled up massively, though. Aghanims is finished for him. Same thing for Kiyotaka, so 2 big items for the cores. Tormentor looks like it's going to be the choice for the side of Aurora. XG's draft feels like it's one of those that wants to be the one getting every single one of these objectives. The fact that they're the ones giving this up to Aurora is definitely painful signs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got defensive items now on the supports, at least on one of them. The Ghost Scepter is finished up on Polison, so he should be able to reset and perhaps get those spells off that he hasn't really been able to much in this game. He's had a very quiet game on the Jakiro, to be honest. 2, 5, and 1. He's only part of 3 of their kills.
Aurora's coming.
They're right
They're going to see XM straight away there. As soon as they see him, they make the jump. He's able to get the BKB off.
He's got the shield rune as well.
Nice path of macro power down onto the 3 of them, but that's about it from XG. They just got to try and bail out of this, but Polison is caught by the Yules. He'll get taken down. XM will manage to get out in the trees, so at least they get the Slardar out of there.
full defensive BKB first usage, though. Never something you want to save from the Slardar. But is forced to do so. Gale Guards getting picked up on the side of XG. A little more protection. All these barriers very useful versus AA. And we did see an early gem also. Sorry, I meant to point that one out. From the side of Aurora. So they do have a gem now at this moment, too, to continue that map control. And another ward that wasn't taken out. A 7-minute ward that they had on the high ground. I believe it's scouted XXS walking toward the mid lane. Toronto Tokyo's going to hunt because of it. $30 seconds, no BKB for XM. And Roche soon to be respawning.
Yeah, they could go straight for that if they want Aurora.
Yep, they've got all their ults at the ready.
Yep.
XG. What's the approach toward that Roche angle? A Ghost Scepter purchased for Ame as well, just looking for any type of answer versus this PA.
But he's got Nullifier, right? It's online,
finished, so he's got the answer already for their answer.
That timing's pretty insane.
Yeah, he's got insane levels of farm. 20k net worth at 29 minutes. Only the one death so far in the PA.
How do you survive as this Bristle in the fight? I don't know if you can.
I don't know, Owen. A very difficult one for them. Blink now finished up for Mira. He also has a greater healing Lotus for the next fight. Extra bit of save that he can throw on that front line. Yeah, Roche. It's going to be the next big one. Polson is sitting inside the pit. It's a pretty quick spawn. What, 20 seconds or so until it's about to be up. The approach from XG has to be pretty much perfect.
Yeah, this is
very difficult fight for them.
Let's see what they can do with this smoke.
They might be able to catch Kitaka.
If they catch someone solo.
This ward is actually seeing Kitaka right now. They're setting the trap for him.
Okay. See if they can make the jump and kill him off in time. They're going to try. Straight in they go.
Toronto Tokyo's there.
He's able to get the Yules off, indeed. Toronto Tokyo's just able to skewer back XM. They destroy the Slardar. Kiyotaka survives. Finally, he goes down. But the fight has been set up for Nightfall to get him with the BKB, help clean up Xingqiu. Ame's going to force him away. See if they can actually do anything about him. Nightfall able to jump over towards Toronto Tokyo. He actually just wants to get out of the fight. He just bails out with the TP. They'll just leave it at that.
They're happy. I mean, they got a 2-for-1 exchange there. They did end up losing Kiyotaka. They're resetting. They might be able to re-go back in.
I mean, they certainly can. They can still go for more. Straight in with the Nullifier onto Polis, and Nightfall able to bring down the Jakiro.
He's going to go again.
They're just very slowly but surely taking them down one by one. Double kill for Nightfall.
Beautiful play from Nightfall. Using his signature move against them, and it catches them off guard because he actually only TP'd to the tier 2, not the base. So he rejoins almost instantly and gets another 2 kills under his name. Kiyotaka back up in about 15 seconds as well. They don't need a flashy RP. As long as they landed even on one of these heroes, you can see the damage.
They really don't. They can very much take their time with their spells right now.
Yeah.
They don't need to full commit to be able to clean up XG, and I'm very much seeing the struggles of Xtreme Gaming in this game one now.
Level 22. Ame has shown himself bottom. Kiyotaka's on him. He's got the Yules. He gets him. Good luck getting out of this one, Ame.
He's got no way out.
No way.
It's just buying time here for Nightfall to close in. And once the PA's here, Bristol's gonna die pretty quickly. Just like that.
Only the one death so far on Nightfall. The first pick PA, absolutely working.
That's the first pick PA. Yeah, I guess it worked when they first pick a Bristle.
Yep. That's why they did it. They just put it out there. It's got the break. It's got a good lane. Ends up having a pretty much flawless game so far for Nightfall.
Yeah, you just have to wonder if maybe XG's kind of feeling like, well, maybe we should have tried to get something in different for Ame and had the Bristle play out somewhere else in a sort of lower priority position.
Especially with this type of lineup that just, it feels like it's literally just, if they make 1-2 mistakes, this game feels so difficult. And those type of games are so hard.
Because they had a great early game. Yeah. And it really was just a couple of rough moves, and then suddenly this game just feels pretty much impossible for Xtreme.
And being honest, those rough moves, they're bound to happen when you're playing versus Magnus, Pango, like these big ultis, they're gonna be hitting sometimes, right? It's not like you're just gonna whiff your spells inside of that mid game, and Aurora absolutely not whiffing their spells.
No. I mean, that's pretty much Xtreme's best hope right now. They need Nightfall to make some crazy mistake. You know, if this game somehow swings back in XG's favor, it is going to be off the back of Nightfall making a big mistake.
Sure. A lot of them as well. Not just one. Sure. It requires like 4 or 5, maybe even more mistakes than that. Another kill found. Olsen will delay his death. but the inevitable is there. Ame also just gets found in the meanwhile. Just gets RP'd. Yeah, this one feels...
It's a back to the drawing board kind of one.
Back to the next draft.
Yeah.
Nightfall, onto the high ground.
What are they gonna do? Who's gonna say something about the PA just
if anyone
sitting
shows
up here hitting the base?
They're gonna get horn tossed if they show. That's what's gonna happen. Aether Lens also for Toronto, Tokyo, so even further reach. And they've got the banner. They want to continue to commit. Ults at the ready. Very nice game from Aurora.
Yeah, they can just keep going.
I feel like they've been powering up. You know, I said it the other day too.
They looked great
like,
yesterday.
You know, they started 0-3 in this tournament. They got given a bit of that win.
That's true. They had a
from
rough group
Falcons,
stage.
and then it's just been looking better and better. And honestly, I have to give Toronto Tokyo a good amount of credit too on his Magnus.
He's
the
been
other
great.
Day, he was great on it. Today, he's hitting every spell.
No, really
Hasn't
good Mag
died.
stuff.
Literally 0 deaths.
Well,
on
we
this
might
Mag.
continue to see sort of the Magnus stocks rise again on other teams.
Yep.
We're getting a couple of players today bringing the bag in.
The jump in the back.
Escape pack comes into play. Xtreme having a BKB and just sort of run.
It's going to be expiring in a second here.
Kiyotaka.
Can he get out?
He's kind of getting in there. Some of the Rolling Thunder once more onto Xtreme, making the space here for Nightfall to help finish up the range.
XXS is in.
He's trying to push them back. There's BKB about to come to an end on XXS. I mean, they can't do anything about Nightfall. He's thinking about going back in. Xtreme's trying to finish off Kiyotaka, but Kiyotaka's able to roll up. The escape pack comes into play as well. Arme attempting to step forward, but the BKB's up here on Nightfall. He'll look to jump, or at least push back Arme here with the dagger, turns his efforts over towards Xingqiu as they'll clean up the Shaman, gets him with the break hit onto Arme. They're controlling the wheels, drop down. The Ice Path will hold Nightfall in position for now, but not enough to stop him still taking down Arme. Arme comes in with the buyback, but they just can't stop them. They can't stop Nightfall.
They killed one. And it was just Mira, and he's buying back. He's looking to end this game. And Nightfall's just playing it super cool, calm, and collected, just jumping from target to target. Almost level 25, throwing out the high fives.
On this bottom racks.
It's gone.
It's gone. Indeed. They're going to have 30 seconds, then they'll have the full lineup up again on Xtreme.
But still into Aegis, and yeah, they're just going to call it.
A tough one. A rough game one for Xtreme. And yeah, pretty easy one for Aurora. One of those ones that I feel like... I don't know if when you're doing this first pick PA, do you deserve to have as easy of a game as this? Surely it's got to get
Surely
punished.
Not.
It didn't get punished at all. I feel like this is one of Nightfall's easiest PA games.
I mean, overall for Aurora...
He made it look easy.
After the first, 10, 15 minutes, they got their ults online, and from then, it was smooth sailing. Every single one of the team fights was absolutely theirs, and they did get the first Roche. They were able to set this tempo pretty much beautifully afterwards, and yeah, you set up your PA for success. The first pick PA only dies once.
Yeah, I mean, easy day at work for Nightfall there on that one, and indeed thanks to the back of his team, and yeah, the draft. I mean, at the end of the day, this was Xtreme coming in. They had a strat. It just didn't work.
It didn't work.
It needed to go off on all cylinders, just never getting slowed down, never losing that advantage. As soon as he did, it was one of those drafts. There was no plan B. There was no backup plan with this sort of lineup fault.
No, it felt like this was a draft that can make pretty much 0 mistakes with the draft that they're playing against, because this is a draft that just thrives. If there's any mistakes and you're able to just get that farm, you even have great recovery on Aurora if things do go wrong. It's just a beautiful draft from them as Xtreme. Yeah, back to the drawing board.
Absolutely. We'll see what Xtreme try in game 2, but as for now, Aurora coming in with a very easy win for game 1.
A highlight here for it. It is going to be pretty much the Aurora show here, because the draft was, I mean, is there much more we can say about it? I really liked the draft here. It feels like it played into all of Aurora's strengths and not so much any of Xtreme Gaming's.
I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect between the draft that we see from Xtreme and the execution of the draft, right? Because when you look at this lineup, like Xiaowe's crafted a, sure there's an AA, but you got the Bristle to overwhelm you, the Slardar to overwhelm you, Timber as well. It's like there's a lot of like early pressure with execution. If the Shaman keeps finding kills, you find the pickoff, Serpent Wards to progress the map. Like in theory, it can run over, the greediness of a PA lineup. But as soon as you make 2, 3, 4 mistakes, the draft completely falls apart and it looks quite bad, putting it bluntly. So it's like, as much as I respect the idea from Xtreme, the execution of the team is just not good enough to play these types of drafts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know if it does feel like if you make enough mistakes, like at this 10 to 15 minute mark, then the draft falls apart. But they did have a really good start, right? They were killing the Aurora on the tier 2 and like kind of having a really good early game. I feel like there was options for them to transition that into a higher net worth lead and then take the Aegis and then perhaps get some pipe or something going that negates some of the damage of Aurora. But we saw around mid lane when Jakiro got caught, the Slaughter ran in, died as well.
Yep.
Not even 2 minutes later, they walk up the hill, get RP, die again. And now the game is even, and you can see it in the net worth that suddenly the PA is up there with the Bristleback, and that's all it kind of takes, I think. Then so probably a little bit of a draft, but also execution, like Robson said.
I mean, you also have Aurora just playing so many kind of specialties, right? You got Kiyotako and his playmaker from the mid lane. On the Pango, you got Nightfall PA, iconic, right? And then you got Toronto Tokyo. He's showing that he's a very good Magnus player. Like all of these heroes, if you miss that one time, they are going to find that ability to kill you and then make the game just feel like it's on a timer. Like you're entering this game, you pick Bristle, you then see PA response. You then put your Bristle carry. Like PA is the counter to Bristleback. You buy a shard, you just outscale, you just ignore him. So it's like the fact that Xtreme just double down, triple down on this being your carry, it's like you need to have good execution. And unfortunately, the one fight I clipped and I did title it, but I refused to say it on broadcast.
No, you have to, I'm sorry.
No, okay, fine.
Dang, I was gonna make production force you to say before they played it.
I don't know, it's fine. But anyway, moving on. Look at this package. Like they get the Timbersaw. Timbersaw just got the Aghanim, so this is like his tanky timing. But the fact that he's already dead on the retreat from Aurora, maybe if the Timber hadn't died and there's a little bit more life, you could argue there's a fight. But you're fighting into also multiple BKBs. But there's no fight position here for Xtreme. It's a Timber that's dead, a 1-by-1 to the high ground. Now you're gonna see Arme die. Oh wait, Slardar's going in. All right, Slardar's running away. Now Shaman's going in. It's like this is your big moment. You win this fight, you might have some life. But also, this is the best timing for Aurora. It's like the BKBs, it's the pickoff, it's the Ancient Apparition. So like losing that fight, you are just meant to lose the game after that.
Yeah, I think just this idea that Jakiro gets caught and then Slardar's like, maybe I can help. Yeah. And there's 4 heroes surrounding this Jakiro. He's for sure gonna die. And Slardar just runs in and dies as well. And we saw it here as well. Yeah. One guy backs off, another guy goes in. And I think that was also what we tried to show about the games we were casting the other day from Group B. But I mean, I want to also say good things about Aurora. I feel like the reason why I've been talking so well about their drafts is that I feel like they always have a nice balance of a lot of team fight, stuns, damage, carry. I don't know, I think it might be contributing the Nightfall first pick carry. It allows them to not worry about that, but set up better picks for their supports and for their mid, for offlane later on in the draft, right? So I think that's they have a really good structure, and I think the reason why they're winning a lot of games is that draft is so solid.
I mean, it helps because the meta right now is like you pick the big core on first pick, right? Like you see the Sand or a Bristle or something, and then Nightfall, he's picking a Tiny or a PA or an Abaddon. Like he's happy to open up the draft for his team to enable someone else down the line, and then there's not enough bans, and you still get your Ringmaster, you still get your AA. Like there's so many value supports that if teams are respecting the cores and banning them, you're opening up so many pools. So yeah, I think the way Aurora draft right now is very strong. I don't think if you want to beat them, you can't just pick like an offlaner, like a Bristleback, right? You can't pick this and give Nightfall the free carry pick. You need to try and hide it for a little bit, force out a different pick to draft. Because right now it's like what I think 3 games out of 3 where offlane into Nightfall carry pick, lose game.
I don't know if it was the first 3 picks that was the problem for me. I think the Timbersaw pick into the last pick Slardar kind of was. I understand the idea of trying to like play on multiple lanes with any of their cores, right? You can go anywhere, try and trick Aurora a little bit, but your first pick, you don't have the ultimate last pick anyways, right? So I feel like the Timbersaw pick for me kind of ruined where the draft was going. I think they could have matched up well against Aurora's draft if they had gone with something more traditional like Ember Spirit or like just a normal Spirit on 18 and then some carry on Arme. Sack the Bristleback, let him get the green facet and just get blade mail, you know, go in, die. But then somebody else is gonna tank and or somebody else can deal the damage and end up winning the fight for you, right? So I think that would have benefited them a lot.
Well, with Aurora winning that game, we already highlighted Nightfall on his PA. He had some words for us as well.
I mean, if I talk about draft, I think they cannot give me pay. My pay is too good, and that was their main mistakes. And other than that, I don't think Kama should play Bristleback. It's like not his hero at all. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we've been saying. This man is just...
Why didn't we just show that at the start of the panel? And then we just cut to break?
Instead of letting you, I mean, I like listening to what you guys had to say.
Yeah, but we said it in like 6 minutes.
Clear this clip and then go have dinner.
Yeah, exactly. I would like some dinner. That'd be great. But
at this point, we should also just bring the players on. They could do the panel after they finish the game there for themselves. I do want to talk about the PA just like a little bit, because the item progression and the timing is sort of where I wonder, because now with PA, I mean, you have your stock standard items, right? But when you come up against this bristleback, you really want to take the shard. Is this something that, like, at the 15 minutes, T, you're willing to pick it up straight then and there, or are there other items that have to come before you're comfortable even being that close to a bristle where the shard's effective?
It's entirely game dependent, because I think the
and
good
in
thing in this one, I don't know if he actually bought shard straight away or he went BKB, but the idea is if your team wants to fight, you just buy shard and you kind of play on the back line, jump in, get kill. But if the game's too difficult, you just go BKB first, secure your game, don't explode, and then get shard after. So I think for PA, it's just like, if the game's going well, get shard. If the game's kind of going a little bit, 50-50, get the BKB, then the shard. But the fact is, by 18 minutes, you're going to have both of them anyways, and you're going to be, the hero of the game. And that's exactly what happened here. Like, if you don't play perfectly, there is a timer in which PA becomes OP. It's like, that's why they're picking the PA there. It's like, and that's why I'm still just shocked where you open with the first pick bristle. It's not like surprise, and I thought I was going to pick PA. This is not like a brand new hero he's revealing, right? It's like the counter that they've done for multiple tournaments now.
I mean, most teams would do that as well.
And then also, like you're mentioning, it's like they're picking the Timbersaw to put it off lane. It's like Timbersaw also isn't a hero that just threatens the PA in laning phase. Like, this is not like a reactive armor PA that sits underneath your tower and denies every creep. It's like a playmaker pure damage one. So yeah, I don't know, the whole draft did fall apart a bit. But when it falls apart, if your team has good execution, it can fix some of those holes. Just the execution, again, just wasn't really there.
Did you feel like this was just a slow bleed out for Xtreme Gaming, Misery, or is there a step back? I know we've talked about the execution wasn't there, but when we look back at it now, is there a moment that they could have stepped back, given an objective, gone for something else that would have just prolonged the game at least?
I mean, I think once you make those mistakes in the early mid game after the laning phase, I think you're putting yourself in a really tough spot. They did drag on the game, but yeah, I just think you have this Slaughter mid as well, right? Who's running around with power treads and blink dagger, trying to get to BKB. He gets it so late, it just doesn't offer anything in the game at that point. So I think, yeah, it's just a very rough time after that.
Living on a knife's edge, no? We love it. China Dota, it delivers in multiple ways. Hopefully it's going to deliver for game number 3, but if they want to get that far, they are going to have to win at game number 2, which will happen after this break. Who shuts down completely when things start going wrong?
Me? It's me.
Kiyotaka can say something like why I exist.
Why do I play Dota too?
Have you ever been kicked from a team? How many and which ones?
Yeah, I got kicked from Spirit and Bedroom. I hate them, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's it.
Who would you be most scared to argue with when they're tilted?
Sometimes I see like Toronto playing like pub, and he's like unreal, like mad, like crushing his like keyboard, like he's like screaming like that hard that I'm like already like a little bit like scared. So like if you like come to him like at the time and say something bad, I like afraid like some scary stuff could happen.
They don't understand still that it's what I'm doing, like it's acting. I'm doing this for content in our like our life.
Without Oscar.
You know, our life is so boring. Like we are playing computers, so I'm doing some content, so we will not die from the. Yeah.
Even when he's alone in the room, he's still acting.
I hope someone hears me.
Who has the biggest "I told you so" energy when things go wrong?
It's me. Always me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Actually,
because I always told and never listen.
I always like predict the meta, predict the heroes,
Everything.
like the Slark support, the mid ranger support and stuff. Like yeah, and after like they get the meta, he like. But I told you so.
But it's okay. It's part of my life in every team.
When we're gonna listen, it's gonna be way too easy to win.
Yeah, thank you, Aurora fans. Bye bye.
Cheer for us.
Yeah, cheer for us. We try to show our best and fuck this tournament.
We're discussing the content piece there where Kiyotaka was like, I tell these guys everything before it comes meta. Maybe finally this tournament they're listening to him, and that's why we're seeing such good drafts from them.
That's what makes a good team. Like when a player comes with an idea, you shouldn't just shut it down. Like even if it's like some really weird stuff, you have to accept it, understand it, and move forward. Like again, I coached and you played with Weeha. We had to deal with him for like 7 months and random shit he'd bring to the mid lane. And it's like once you understand him, you do well.
He's out there.
He got second place at TI. You know? Like, my guy's good. He's eating good. You know, like now he's in pubs playing Marcy mid lane with like diffusal blades and stuff. But it's like he's a good example of like if you don't understand a player and don't respect his like concepts, then you are just going to make him a worse player, right? And here clearly Kiyotaka's got some ideas. Trust him, believe him.
Yeah.
True. I mean, at that time at least, you had to kind of build your drafts around him, your ideas based around him.
Yeah.
Could you say the same thing on the side of Extreme Gaming? Because like, you know, we always talk about how good Zhao is as a coach, but there is also this discipline of who's bringing in the new ideas. How are we going to form a draft for ourselves?
This felt like let's all just sacrifice
everyone.
Yeah, for the greater good of this amazing draft. That's what it felt like, you know. Like nobody really had that amazing of a game. You didn't have that one carry to play around. You just had like these 3 cores that kind of fill the same role, and hopefully, you know, the brawling and all that stuff can carry us to victory. I didn't feel like that was. Yeah, that's in itself is a little bit of a problem for me.
I mean, it might just be a basic summary, but I want Army to be on like the hero that has a statement moment.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like the Sven, maybe it's an easy answer, but like he had God Strength, the big turnarounds, you jump on my Timb or my Slardar, I then get the kill. Like, I'm not seeing that in that game 1 draft. Like putting him on a bristleback just feels so counterintuitive to how I've seen them win games before.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's again my quick fix if I was.
I would rather. I mean, I agree completely. I also think bring back some of the signature heroes, right? I mean, I saw the Venomancer was banned first phase against XM, but what happens to his mid Viper? Why not just bring back some old school like signature heroes for them, right? XXS Magnus, you know, bring back XXS Mars. I don't know, like just something that works for them in the past, right? Ame also like make it around Arme instead. Make him be the Nightfall, you know, of Aurora, the hard carry.
Well, if there is one time that you are going to do it as a team, it's in the game that you could potentially be eliminated on. Xtreme Gaming, we want to see some signature heroes for your players, and luckily, we're about to see what is going to get picked by the Game 2 draft.
Game 2, it can only go up from here for Xtreme.
It can. I'm pretty sure this time around they won't be counter-picking themselves.
Yep.
But I like what you guys were saying about a win-condition hero for Ame. That's really what they looked good on day one of group stages.
I mean, hopefully that is the case, and it will boil down to someone has to sacrifice them in the early stage of the draft to do that. Hopefully, for the sake of the 3-game hope of a series, it won't be Ame getting sacrificed, and already, with the Tinker, a support is doing that.
I want to see some more respect placed on Ancient Apparition as well by Xtreme Gaming. Like, they just let it through. They didn't take it for themselves. I mean, it got all the way to, like, it was the second to last pick. It was the 17th pick for Aurora.
Yeah, I think the hero has fallen out of favor for first phase bans, but considering it for second phase, I think it's critical. Again, the problem in all of Dota is once you exit the first phase, there's just not enough bans available to think about the Morphlings and the Ringmasters and the AAs and all this.
The thing is, they were in a position where they could have taken it for themselves, and they just didn't do it. And it got picked up all the way at the end, which they then picked a Timber Saw into. And I mean, if they lose again to this Ancient Apparition, I'd be a little bit upset, but this hero is exploitable, right? You see him from the mid lane. You can pick things like Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit, anything that can jump on him and take advantage of his lack of catch.
Yeah, and already with the Tinker, they're preemptively respecting the inevitable Ancient Apparition. With the Tinker, with the Matrix, like having barriers, it helps deal with him. Anything to eat through the kind of the Ice Blast damage when you can't heal is pretty helpful. So, you know, I think Xtreme, they are respecting the hero, but they're going with the Tinker approach for now. But with a Tinker, like we said on previous draft panels, you need to be proactive. If you just AFK farm, then the Tinker will absorb farm from your core. That you have to have some do something heroes. There you go. That's a better way of wording it.
Yep. I mean, they've been pretty good at picking do-thing heroes for themselves. Like, they've picked a lot of Sand King, they pick a lot of stun heroes. This Tinker being a little bit greedier, I am kind of worried about. While you are right in that defense matrix will be helpful, they can't really play the group up and just drop spells and let's push behind this fortress of Tinker, right?
Yep.
Because you're playing into an Ice Blast.
Yeah, exactly. The Tinker into AA matchup, you play more on Glimmer Cape and Matrix than Marching Machines and Holy Locket. It's just a very different playstyle, and it does make it the hero slightly weaker. Again, with their ban, so far they banned up the Tiny. Again, natural combination with AA. Other teams here would respect the Sand King, but maybe they don't care about that. If you're against PARIVISION, you're probably banning Sand King in this position.
Do you think Xtreme Gaming would be brave enough to just pick Morphling into AA? Because this Doom ban telegraphs that that's the hero they were looking for, and it's a hero that Ame did win with in game one. I mean, in group stage day one.
Yeah, I mean potentially. I mean they also banned the Doom, picked the Bristleback, right? So I think there's a lot of heroes that Doom counters in that regard. So yeah, it's always open. They are taking their time. That's okay. They take away the Ringmaster. I mean, it is a devastating combination. The Wheel of Wonder plus the Ice Blast. It's just so much damage. Percentage damage from Impalement really helps get the kind of the final blow on a kill. But Aurora do have another pick here. And another ban, so we'll see where they are to go with this. Again, eating through it. Again, a single ban. What does Aurora normally go here? Again, I was hoping to see another Magnus, but unfortunately that's banned out. I think my main concern for Xtreme is just if they don't respect, I mean, they're already respecting Tiny Ringmaster, but heroes like Tidehunter will suddenly come to light in the second phase, Toronto, Tokyo. Like if you see a lane where you can't get pressured, you just pick up Tidehunter and it kind of completes the kind of the front line for your lineup. And Tinker, he can do nothing to a Tidehunter.
Yeah, I mean, I just want them to kind of double up on their team fighting. Like, I still think that even though this Tinker is showing you can still go for something like Jakiro, even if it doesn't do the kind of initiation that you want it to. You could also go for the Elder Titan, just anything that would give you the ability to fight into Aurora at all points. I really like Elder Titan, actually.
I mean, it's been rising in popularity, but on certain players, like in the hands of like Polison or Jin-Q, depending on how they want to play it, even Maposhka from Team Spirit, like it kind of just pops off in the right hands. And sure, they go for the Sand King. Mentioned it could have been a ban for Xtreme, but they do opt to go a different path. Sand King Ancient Apparition. Sand King always farms the early game with Blink, and if the game gets difficult, you're just one Epicenter and Ice Vortex away from getting a kill. Or sorry, Ice Blast as well. Put all 3 spells in the mix.
It's a deadly kill threat. And Tinker is like a backline support hero that doesn't want to get focused on in fights, and Sand King will do just that. Like the re-emergence of the Ag Scepter in the last couple of months has made it really hard to backline. They're gonna run back the Shadow Shaman, which honestly I didn't mind. That hero was not the problem in the last game.
Jin-Q, he honestly did a decent job in the early game, right? Like you find your couple pickoffs, you set up your team, and the nice thing is, it always allows for you to make the punishment. Where we're talking about Sand King and Ancient Apparition having that kill threat, Shaman has that evergreen pick-off potential, right? You hit a Hex on a hero, it doesn't matter what stage of the game, you're probably going to be able to do enough damage. That's where the question comes in. Xtreme has no damage to follow up on a Stampede initiation, Blink Stomp from a Centaur, or a Hex from a Shaman. There is no kill threat yet. They do need to find 2 heroes to provide that.
Yeah, luckily for them, they can close out the phase with like a very strong pick for either Ame or XM.
Ooh.
Viper comes out quite, I just said Viper because I'm thinking of XM Viper, but Ursa. Ursa comes out, but you can definitely pick Ursa if you see the offlane, which they do. And the hero, we've seen it quite a bit versus Darkseer, but not so much in other scenarios. It looks solid though versus Centaur and Shaman with the threat of the AA behind them. Like they're always heroes that can play for kills as well. Now you have this Ice Blast with like these double Blink heroes and Sand King and Ursa.
Yeah, heroes will get deleted. And I like the fact that already Medusa's banned out because Xtreme, they missed the opportunity in the last game to put the Bristle in the offlane, pick up the Medusa carry to close out the second phase. That would have been pretty devastating. But here, Aurora already thinking a step ahead. I think with Prophet, okay. So with Ursa, it's always the question of how good is your lane, and then how quickly can the enemy kite you to deal with your BKB timing. The hero is very scripted, and you buy Battle Fury, you buy Blink, then you have to go for BKB Basher, right? It's like maybe you trade Basher for a Nullifier, but like the first 3 items are always the same. And if you can eat through the first couple BKB charges and not die, the hero can very easily fall off and just kind of become another hero, right? So for Xtreme at the moment, I would argue they don't have the perfect kite to deal with him. Like Stampede here, Hex from Shaman, maybe a Sprout, but again, this Battle Fury, it's like when Ursa's on top of you, you're probably going to be dying.
That's true if he has a good game. What I like about the Nature's Prophet though is if you have any kind of setup heroes that can play for picks, like you mentioned, Shaman loves to play for picks, you can insta TP in the Nature's Prophet and get a lead off of that. Like Nature Prophets, I can't even speak anymore, too sorry, I'm feeling kind of sick, guys. But Furion's ability to connect on any kind of fight that's happening around the map is one of his best early game strengths. And if you can just keep running at them before Ursa is ready to fight, you can make it so that by the time he's ready, you've got like 10k net worth on him as a team.
Yeah, and see if they can actually create those opportunities, because of course that's under the impression that Xtreme are leading the game, right? Setting the moves with the Shaman. One good thing though for Xtreme is just kind of the tankiness that they have, right? Like Centaur, later into the game you get the Aghanims, you pick up your Prophet. If they throw everything onto a Nature's Prophet, now suddenly Centaur comes swooping through, throws him in a cart, then you get a couple barriers from the Tinker. Like again, there's clutch potential available for Xtreme. And the pacing, the Nature's Prophet, with the March of Machines from Tinker, with the Wrath of Nature from Prophet, like if you push every wave, it's pretty predictable where Aurora is, because for their wave clear, Ursa has to right click it with a Battle Fury, or Sand King has to put it with a Caustic, right? Like the heroes have to show for the wave to be pushed, whilst for Xtreme it's play from the shadow, put your quick spells out, and then go make a move. So there's a bit of a discrepancy with how quickly the waves will get shoved to then make that smoke, to make that big play that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a really great point actually, and for that reason I want to see XM on a hero that capitalizes on their vision advantage, like something with a jump to follow up on the Centaur. Like your Centaur will insta find a target into like a Storm Zed. And this puck ban on the side of Aurora means they could be eyeing Storm for themselves, but there are a lot of stuns they're playing into.
Yeah, pretty much at this point, it is like the Puck, the Storm, any hero that provides jump is the perfect pick, and both of them are banned out. which does kind of put you in a slightly more difficult position. I don't think you really want to... I mean, sure, you could do a casual Ember, Mage Slayer. It always does well. I think Mage Slayer heroes are very high value in a skirmishing meta. That's why Monkey King mid, Ember mid are, you know, thriving at the moment.
Yeah, I think Ember is quite fine, but also the Pango that we just saw.
Oh.
Or Slardar again.
I respect the fact that he is a specialist on the hero. Like 2 weeks ago, I played against him in a pub. He just destroyed us. It was like 20-0. I was like, he just wins his mid, just snowballs the game. Like, he is incredibly scary once he has a good start. And this time, I feel like he actually has the heroes after his lane to create more moments. Like Shaman plus Slardar, you get killed. Nature Prophet, you get killed. If things go wrong, like they did in the last game, like you said, Stampede, disengage, run away.
I also really like that the Slardar gives the damage issues that you were talking about a lot of extra space, because this amp damage plus the Nature's Prophet hitting is going to be able to ensure that you're killing the targets that you're stunning. It's going to ensure that you can take the early Roshans and the early Tormentors. And it's also just the gap close hero to capitalize.
Queen of Pain. I've not really seen many Queen of Pain versus Slardar mid matchups, but interested to see how that one's going to go. Of course, both can do good map play, but again, in the laning phase, is Queen of Pain going to go for Dagger? Will she go for Scream? Is it like a wave shove game? Is it a try and stop the Slardar from farming with Dagger?
I'm actually not a big fan of this Queen of Pain pick. I think it's very easy to punish, and the Slardar mid will do fine anyway. Like, I can see it maybe going to side lanes and getting really key pickoffs on Nature's Prophet, but outside of that, like if this hero isn't building super tanky, it's not going to have the greatest game.
I mean, this time they have to shut down Nightfall. Like, again, if Ursa has item advantage, if he controls the game, he can brush off the initiations of Xtreme. He can kind of lead the charge for the, you know, the Sand King follow-up or the Queen of Pain Sonic. So I think everything really boils down to how well does a Centaur Shaman do in lane to stop the inevitable Battle Fury, the inevitable Blink BKB that we see from Nightfall.
That is true. The late game Ursa is something that Furion has always hated, but we've seen that matchup go both ways. I have more faith in Xtreme Gaming's draft this time around because they didn't really pick into any obvious counters, and they played that aggression quite well. I wonder what Owen and Fogged have to think about this.
Thank you very much, Effie. Yeah, I mean, it does look like this time round, they shouldn't get stomped, right?
They have...
It looks better.
They have plan Bs, right? Yeah. Last game, it was plan A, and that's about it. This one, if things go wrong, this lineup can absolutely scale. I'm surprised they did go for the Slardar again, to be honest with you, because I've seen a lot of games in these multiple tournaments that it just looks very underwhelming after laning phase. So I know XM is a specialist, like T was saying. It's one of his favorite heroes. You know, he does like to play like very specific heroes. You know, his Veno, his Viper, his Sniper, his Slardar in particular. Let's see if it works though, because Kiyotaka this time, he's looking to win the lane. Sure, I've seen a couple of these.
Pick. This is
I'm mixed on Quap as a hero, but I think in this type of scenario, he's looking to just destroy the Slardar. But I haven't really seen the Quap destroy many of these melee mids anymore lately. So curious to see how it's going to do.
Yeah, no, excited to see. Just something else from Kiyotaka, right? We've seen a lot of versatility from this lad in the mid this tournament, coming in with the fun picks, and yeah, one that it could go either way with the Quap, as you said. Like, he could dominate the lane, turn this into a game where he just completely controls it, or he could become kind of useless if he falls off. Looking forward to this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get to the action of Game 2. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora. Let's see if Xtreme Gaming can just give it a bit of a better shot. It was a pretty rough game 1. You know, I think we all want to see something a little bit more closer than that. And as we say, with their lineup, it's definitely got a lot of stronger aspects. Just straight up just having Arme on a Nature's Prophet instead of a Bristle.
Yeah.
Indeed, you can expect a whole lot more from him this game.
It's on an actual carry, and it's not just straight up countered from the immediate go. Sure, there is definitely some answers. Ursa is pretty good versus Nature's Prophet in a lot of matchups, but that absolutely can go both ways depending on farm. So let's see how it's going to end up going down. And yeah, you know, Queen of Pain is a hero that I'm still I'm not even 50-50 on it. I'm actually pretty against the hero, but if anyone's going to make it work with the recklessness of himself, it's Kiyotaka, right? Because this guy, balls to the walls. He just likes to play super aggressive, so I'm looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do with it. Either if he feeds or if he just dominates, I'm just looking forward to see him play it. And he at least does have the benefit of a hero that can go in first. You know, he has an Ursa and a Sand King who leads, and then he has an Ice Vortex too that's going to buff him up, so can definitely be some benefits of it there as Nightfall. But they were trying to set the trap onto him, but he was aware. And overall, seeing a little bit of a difference too, right? We do have kind of 2 5 positions in a way on the side of Aurora, right? Going for the Jakiro plus the AA, even though they are very, very strong in both positions. Definitely not what we've seen from Mira in particular in a lot of these games. I think I've literally only seen him play Ringmaster in pretty much every single one of their games, so see what he's going to be able to do with the Ancient Apparition this time around. Versus the Tinker as well, too, right? The barrier, these two heroes kind of counter each other in a way because the barriers in some moments end up saving you versus the AA Blast, but the AA Blast is always, of course, good versus the March. And also, Vortex is great to scout a hero like Tinker, so we'll see how that ends up going down.
Because overall, how would you consider the lanes for both the carries? Like, who's having an easier time?
I think they both... I would say the Nature's Prophet probably has an easier time just because he's laning for Sand King, and I don't really see these Sand Kings ever pressure. I have to just stare at the mid lane, though, mostly. I can't really look at these side lanes, even though there might be some trades, because I think this is the one to watch. When Kiyotaka last picks the Queen of Pain to answer that Slardar, you understand what he's trying to do with it.
All right, how much is he going to go in on the daggers, do you think?
I think he might go 3 points into it.
Yeah.
Because he's looking, at least that's what I would think from his lane, but if he ends up bullying well on these first levels, he might opt to still just go for Scream. We'll have to see. He can absolutely adapt depending on how that lane does end up going.
Oh, look at that as well.
Most
We've got the Master here, top of the board there on number of Pro Centaur games, XXS.
I really like Centaur.
We didn't show the win rates, though.
Oh,
maybe maybe they're not too great. We were trying to hide
they're
those.
2. He's looking pretty dead.
Yeah, this should be first blood.
Can't even get the trade attempts it there from XXS, but the damage from Panto, he's gone for the Twin Terror this time around to assist the lane, and definitely seeing the pressure that he can apply with it. I mean, the damage.
He's going to take a lot here, XXS.
He might. He's trying for the kill. I mean...
What? He stepped back up, XXS. Oh, my goodness, that was risky.
Can he get the trade? Q can't get the angle to get the nuke.
Meanwhile, in the mid.
Kiyotaka. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I don't think he's going to win this trade, Kiyotaka. No, indeed, he gets taken down solo. XM.
Well, that happened. The last pick co-op to counter the Slardar.
That's rough. You can't be feeding up a solo kill when you're picked like this.
In typical Kiyotaka fashion. Feast or famine. But yeah, I'm happy to see the Centaur kind of coming back. I think this is a hero that sometimes is getting forgotten, even though I still feel like he's like one of the top 3 offlaners at the moment. So we saw XXS there, does love to play it, and yeah, definitely does have a lot of merits in this game in terms of being able to disengage with Stampede, build pipe, which is really good this game
They've got a fair bit of burst here for Nightfall.
He's got Stick Fairy Fire. Can he get it off? He can.
He can.
But he's gone.
It doesn't matter. They take him down.
And this is a strong lane. The Centaur plus the Shaman. Shaman's right clicks truly do start to add up when he's actually able to hit in the lane. And I think that's what Centaur provides him in a lot of these situations, rather than what he had in the last one, where he had the Timber. Timber can't really trade as effectively as something like Centaur. And Ame, as we imagined, absolute free farm for him versus the Sand King.
XM. I'm going to sit back there as he waits and salves back up.
And Kiyotaka is starting to reestablish this lane, even though he did die.
He shouldn't die again.
He shouldn't.
If you die again, then yeah, you're really messed up. Once, we'll allow it.
I mean, honestly, I could even see, like... Actually, I'm not going to say it, but I could see the potential of, like, an NP TPing in, and he overblinks, and he gets ganked by 2 heroes. Or
that could happen, yeah.
Could definitely happen, but no early TP kind of be coming out from Ame as Jinkyu
dead.
Does get ran down.
Be able to run him down, and there we go. There's the win rate, so...
Thank you.
Yeah, nobody's win rate's looking too terrible. And indeed, XXS is up there at the top with 63%.
Toronto, Tokyo, doing it. I mean, he's farming the Sand King camps, I call these. These are like the Sand King and the Underlord camps is what I like to call them, because it's just these are the 2 heroes that seem to use it the most. This top, another
and
kill.
This time it's the bigger one taking down XXS, so getting a few kills going their way on this top lane.
I mean, Panto...
Nightfall, he's already got, he's got all 3 of them. It's 3 kills on the carry here, 4 minutes in.
Panto is honestly doing the heavy lifting up here. There's the right clicks. He's literally just attacking him. We're seeing the effects of just the extra bit that he gets from the Twin Terror. Do we have... I don't know. Do we have damage numbers? I think he's actually done like over 1,000 something damage up there very easy, so we do not. Okay. Not a problem. But yeah, he's literally just been very effective trading that he's been able to do versus Jinkyu and XXS up here so far. XXS does have the double bracers now, but some great kills they've been able to get to set up for this Ursa. Even though his last hits, right, 16 and 4, it's not 33 of a Nature's Prophet, but his net worth, he's only 300 behind the NP because of those kills. roaming coming out from XM.
This
he does
is
not
early.
want to lane him. Is he going to get a double courier?
Oh.
He's going to get a double.
That's quite a nice snipe as well. That would have been Nightfall's phase boost.
He might look for a kill up here, too. There's definitely going to be a response that could happen.
Even if he doesn't get a kill, this is, the rotation well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even a rotation coming in from Poloson, so they do want to look for the dive
They
play.
know they're in these trees.
Kiyotaka has TP if he wants to join. Oh, they're bringing numbers.
Oh, indeed, the TPs are coming out. Poloson, he's surely going to be the first to fall. The Colfie kicks in. Yeah, he's gone. They'll
Ame
find
comes.
Mirror in return.
Kiyotaka not quite 6, doesn't have Sonic Wave available. And XM, he'll be like, oh, Quap showed mid. Quap showed top, I can go back to the mid lane. So XM will be able to get a couple extra
They're going to
last
make the
hits.
jump hit.
Jin showed himself.
Yeah, he stepped up a little too far there. They see the chance to make the jump forward, get another kill secured for Nightfall.
They are bullying Jin up here. Constant kills being set up onto him. Kiyotaka now does have the level 6 at the ready, and we are still seeing the effect of him being a Queen of Pain versus the Slardar in the mid lane. He is 500 gold ahead of XM at the moment. Well, XM gets a pretty nice rune. Usually you don't say this about an illusion rune, but versus Queen of Pain in particular, right, being able to dispel, definitely effective.
He's going to keep making these rotations as well, XM.
He doesn't want to get stuck in a
river.
He doesn't want to get stuck in a mid lane matchup versus the Quap much longer, it seems. Trying to make those moves. Yeah, Nightfall. Absolutely set up for success. Phase boot's done, and he's got a component already of the Battle Fury coming out too soon. See how they look to adjust that top lane. Jin going 2-0-2. Usually don't see this that often either on the Shamans. Usually they'd like to pick up the Hex, one of those value points, but maybe feeling like he couldn't actually at this point. Pento gonna go through the gate. Not gonna be the case. Looks like he's just checking for a ward. They're just doing the stacks. They're just continuing to set up Toronto Tokyo for success to get that extra farm going. And he didn't die in the bottom lane at all on this Sanking, so he is getting that farm from the camps very nicely here. Panto? Big Wrath of Nature.
Yeah, Nature's Wrath comes in, that'll help. Yeah, they were trying to maybe set up a chance for Nightfall to go for another kill, but yeah, Nightfall knew that he couldn't do it.
Phase Cornucopia done already. Sure, Nature's Prophet has 500 ahead of him, but the fact that the Ursa is able to get all these kills, he's even looking to set up for another one. He's got the overpower prepped.
I mean, they want to try and dive him. They're bringing XM in with a rotation. He's going to try and start things himself on towards XXS, but indeed, backups coming in from both sides. Nightfall, he's going to get surely taken down. Yeah, indeed, Jinkyu will be able to finish him off.
I like that Ame's turning up for these moves. XM?
Aurora's trying to find something. XM
got
can
the
step
shackle.
back over, indeed. They've got the lockdown.
He's
Shackle
gone.
into the crush. Kiyotaka gets punished, and now with the
Another one.
Stampede online, they could just close the gap on Panto.
Kiyotaka's looking real fragile. Definitely a lot of disables as you're seeing come in for this Quap. Sure, his lane was going well, but there's so much different catch for him. Even one little stun, he just gets caught afterwards from the shackle. And now we do see that point in the Hex coming in from Jinkyu, so that catches him off guard. I love that Ame's genuinely involved. I like to see this from most of the Nature's Prophet. I hate when they just like sit back and just farm and never look to join the fray. So good rotations coming in from him, outnumbering Nightfall. A 2K lead now for the side of XG.
They're playing the early game great again.
Yeah. Almost a Blade Mail, also finished up for XXS, so he's almost got his first core item to be able to finish off this tower. It's a nice Blade Mail game too, versus Sand King versus Quap. A lot of damage he's going to be able to reflect back to them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Queen of Pain, a hero that you really don't enjoy dying too much early on. 1 and 2 now for Kiyotaka. 3K lead, just like that. Ame almost having the Maelstrom done. Their 3 cores are in a very comfortable spot now at this point. And the supports after those kills, sure, we were mentioning Jinkyu was getting ran at a lot, but his net worth looks pretty good. He's got level 6 too to potentially look for a next play. Nightfall's still not 6. He's about to have it after this creep. They've got this deep ward still placed. Jinkyu looking for a move. He's going to drop the wards.
Yeah, straight away. I mean, Nightfall's going to try and turn and take down Jinkyu. Panto, he's going to fall.
Pretty aggressive.
They get the trade. You know, Nightfall's getting himself another kill.
I mean, that's very aggressive from Jinkyu. He wants to. It's a very like stylish play. He likes to. He does the Ripper's Lash into the drop the wards for the bonus damage, but A little too fancy. Ends up giving a kill to the Ursa, which I think Nightfall will be very happy about. How's Toronto Tokyo looking? Is the blink coming on soon? Usually comes between that 9 and 11 minute mark. He's bought a couple small items in between, so a little bit delayed on it, but soon to get involved as well. He's just been quietly farming up on this thing. AA Blast also is online. They don't have a smoke to join together here, so it looks like they're not going to make a move just yet. Probably just wait for that Sand King blink before he does make a move. Looks like things will slow down for a moment here.
I mean, both teams are they're going to feel pretty comfortable whilst the carries are in.
Yeah.
Getting space.
I mean, XG definitely a bit happier, of course, with this early game. You can imagine with the way that they've been able to pressure the top tower, get this early pressure onto the Quap, a couple kills as well. But setting up for these early towers, not the easiest for the side of XG. They don't know where the Sand King is. They haven't seen him at all. They have no idea how his timings are being hit. So they probably expect that blink to be coming out soon. So definitely don't want to get caught off guard by that epicenter first usage.
Yeah, they should probably going to be pretty quick to make that play as soon as that's picked up on Aurora. So we'll see how prepared XG are.
And they can kill anybody. Even the Centaur can die because they have the AA Blast with the Epi, so it's very lucky. Even though it's a 2k HP Centaur, he can absolutely die versus Epi plus AA Blast. Likely not to go for the Centaur, probably wants to go for the Nature's Prophet, but might have to settle. We'll see what Toronto Tokyo wants to do, because that blink, it's done. See if he wants to pair up with Kiyotaka as well. Level 1 blink. So Kiyotaka, this is what happens when you do go for quote-unquote destroying the lane, right? You end up having this 3-1-4 skill build. So if he blinks in ever, he's committed.
Are they going to try here?
XM.
The opening with the Burrow Strike. XM will be able to pick up the damage rune.
He got the sprint off.
And he's away.
The leg day.
They didn't have the follow-up. Wants to drop down, and now with the TP, and Ame wants to try and fight this. He's going to get hit by the Ice Blast, though. Stampede's there to try and help Ame get out of this.
He's dead.
Sonic Wave's going to clip him. Indeed, Kiyotaka finishes off the job. I mean, they don't get XM with that initial jump, but they end up killing Ame instead.
I mean, I was saying how I'm really happy that he's getting involved, but that one was pretty crazy.
That was a risky spot to TP into there in the middle of the river.
And Kiyotaka will be super happy about that. Recovers his game almost completely. The Dagon is soon to be finished. Leg Day ends up saving the Slardar because that movement speed burst that you get for the first 2 seconds of the sprint ends up just breaking away from the Quap. But yeah, Ame just delivers it on a platter. And yeah, that's the Dagon. It's pretty much done for Kiyotaka, so in a much more comfortable spot. Now he's got 3 points in the blink, too.
Yeah, can easily look to make plays with either of the supports or, of course, Toronto Tokyo. Lots of ways to go for kills now on Aurora.
Yeah, the only reason I like this Quap more than a lot of the other times that I do sit is because he has AA. Like, it's just the fact that you have the Ice Vortex, or the AA Blast in particular, it just makes it so much better. Because a lot of times, heroes just survive to the burst lately of Quap.
Look at the jump. Some of the GQ will find Mirror.
Might be able to steal some sacks, too. The Wrath of Nature bouncing through. They've got the Tinker in the area.
It doesn't look like Aurora have any interest in trying to contest that, so they'll let him go.
And that's XM's blink reveal, too. So they are aware now that the Slardar has it finished up. And yeah, they should be able to finish off this secondary Ancient stack, too. Battle Fury, it is finished for Nightfall. He's still in a very good spot in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to pretty much keep up with Ame.
Yep.
You know, when he's pre-Battle Fury on the Ursa.
And that just
now
means it's going to accelerate.
You're going to expect to see him catch up.
Yep.
Especially if Ame makes some risky decisions again in how he turns up to the team fights. Got to be careful.
He's going to be very aware of pretty much where everybody is, because he is still very fragile at this point on the Nature's Prophet. Shrine, 1-for-1 exchange. GQ dropping the ward, trying to get some pressure onto the towers. Kiyotaka will pretty much farm every single one of them, so he, again, continuing to get some nice farm on this Queen of Pain after those 2 early deaths. Haste rune on XM. They've done a good job in this early game, even last game, of securing the runes for XM. He did have pretty much, I think, all 4 or 5 of the early game runes last time, too. This is a good one, too, of course, being able to disengage. Aurora, they're smoking, but it's actually caught by this ward. So mid lane, Xingqiu, he has that ward behind the tower. It sees the smoke. see if they're still going to lose one of their core heroes. They shouldn't, but someone might get caught.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
It's a bit of an interesting pivot coming out from Polus in this game, too. I think we almost always see the Holy Locket built on the Tinkers, even if they're versus AA. So he's just going for a Glimmer instead. It's definitely interesting. So we can follow that screen. Polson, he's TPing back down here. The trap is set for him. And he shows. He is very dead.
He's very, very dead.
Kiyotaka does not get the last hit, but either way, we'll be able to get a good pickup because it's a rich Tinker too, so a lot of gold being spread between them. And they'll even look to find themselves the double D ward. Tormentor also going to get claimed.
Yeah, they can do it. Nightfall comes over to help out.
Mira, careful. Okay. Oh, and he'll get it.
That's a
nice
nice
shard.
one.
Yeah, really nice one this game.
They're going to try for the Roche at the same time, XG, whilst that was going down bottom.
It's up. They do have it at the ready.
Do they know?
This is it happens almost every game. They're pinging it. The blast is coming through.
It's a good timing. They're going to have potential Sonic Wave follow-up and Kiyotaka gets a position, and there he is! It's perfect! The Burrow Strike, the Sonic Wave flies through, takes down XM. Ame has to run.
Is the pipe going to save him?
He might survive.
It looks like the pipe, the barrier, it actually protects him long enough.
It did. It stopped him from ticking down below the threshold. So Ame at least gets out.
But they might lose the Roche.
They did the damage. They pushed them out at the pit.
Can they set up for this? They're TPing back in.
I mean, Nightfall should be able to clean this up, surely.
Xtreme, he's trying to walk in.
He's trying to step up. But it's already gone. Roshan's taken. They get the Aegis onto Nightfall. They get the jump as well on a Jinku at the side. Or drop the Serpent Morse, but the smoke there
nice
from Mira dodges the last few projectiles coming in from those Serpents.
Hey, that was Pantos smoke. Give him that.
Oh, was it Pantos? No, he got him safe.
Actually, wait. Maybe I'm lying. It was Mira. Just kidding.
It was one of them.
It was one of them. He's got the smoke effect over him on Mira, so is him. Atos almost finished up, and yeah, they'll get the rush. A perfect read. They get the Tormentor, great Ice Blast, and Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah.
He was there for it.
Absolutely. They all came in clutch. The Ice Blast and both Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo getting them from pretty much both sides there with the Burrow Strike into the Sonic Wave.
Nice pipe, though. It's actually quite fortunate that XXS went for this build. It saved.
100%.
It 100% did.
Ame could have died there as well otherwise.
Nightfall will take that. I mean, that's the dream. He's got Blink and Battle Fury now, so he can get involved pretty easily. He could even threaten kills onto Ame pretty easily at this point, too.
Absolutely, with any sort of backup.
Yeah.
Right? They've just got so many ways to team up and make moves right now, Aurora.
Kind of similar to the last game, you know, XG, an early game that was looking really strong. Still in a very comfortable spot, as you said. This draft actually has B plans and stuff like that,
Yeah, it's much safer than the game one.
But Aurora strike back exactly at a similar time as that last time. When their ults all come up, get that perfect connection around the Roche pit. Almost perfect. Shield Rune. Polson. We'll take that one away. And how's XM doing this game? I mean, still much better than last time. Blink and the Shard is finished up. He's level 13, so he's got very good levels still on this Lardar too. And overall in this game, hey, he's playing versus the Sand King is also really nice, being able to have this Corrosive Haze. Toronto Tokyo's close to that big item too. Almost has his Ags finished up. I mean, these team fights definitely still look very strong from the side of Aurora.
Yeah, they don't have a huge amount to match it on the side of XG. It's more about the solo target.
They do have a lot of sustain in their fights, though, right? With the pipe,
with the sensor and the
glimmer and the Tinker, exactly. Yep. So they do have ways to mitigate the damage that Aurora does have overwhelming amounts of. XM, Gossamer Cape will not save Phantom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How many do we actually have there this time around? Okay, just 2.
Nightfall.
Nice timings are being hit.
Yeah, he's still going to have 2 minutes to potentially play with the Aegis.
Yep. He's staying, I mean, even ahead of the Nature's Prophet now at this point. And he did get blessed, of course, the Iron Talon. So he's playing versus Nature's Prophet. He's got to be able to have that to be able to chop through the tree. Yeah, Tokyo, he's about to have the Aghanims done, so his damage is going to be pretty crazy in these fights. XXS is going to go back for a Blink himself, so they will have triple ways of initiating the team fights on the side of XG pretty soon. continuing to be efficient here. We see Polison get those stacks going. There's that Ag stun. This does feel pretty complicated to play into now for the side of XG. Even though they have the pipe, they have this extra sustain, the damage that can come through from this item.
Yeah, it's a lot. They can kill people through this.
They are set up for the move, though. XG is positioned with 3 heroes bottom.
Let's see how deep Aurora wants to search.
Toronto showed himself. They saw him with that invis, with the sentry. So he should be aware that multiple heroes are down here.
Doesn't look like they'll get anything here, Aurora.
Counter smoke coming in. XG. With the blink from XXS, they want to try to strike back.
Aurora, they did know to not overstay their welcome, though.
See how XG wants to approach this. Walking into high ground versus Sanking an AA at the moment, definitely not something that I believe that they would like to do. BKB finished up for Kiyotaka. Has an extra form of protection for himself. Not too. He's now tanky. 2100 HP with that BKB. And they still do have Aegis for about 30 seconds. They're going to smoke again. Did the ward... I think the wards may have seen XM down here. On this bottom Ancient side, but looks like they're actually looking to strike elsewhere. Maybe expecting a Nature's Prophet or someone to TP in the mid lane.
XXS. He's gonna get caught, and even though he's the tankier one, when they drop everything on him, he'll still die.
Yeah, they don't even need to use Sonic Wave. They have way too much damage.
And that's definitely a little bit of a worry, right? If they could do that to your Centaur, they could do that to anyone.
Absolutely. And they held their spells. You know, so yeah, Sonic Wave, it's still up for the next move as well, even though they did use the Epi and the AA Blast, definitely necessary. Now tower being sieged.
XM. He's gonna jump this. Ooh. Kills Mirror off very easily.
Pretty much one-taps him there. Look to he's considering going for a next target because he has the BKB. Looks like Aurora will respect it and back away. Ame now having a BKB of his own, he can start to get involved. Doesn't have to worry as much about the burst. They're trying to make aggressive moves because they know that this Epi's on cooldown. Panther's here.
XM's in with the jump. They get the Hex follow-up as well on towards Kiyotaka. Can they lock him down long enough? They can't. The BKB's off. Kiyotaka's going to be fine. The backup comes in from Aurora. He jumps in aggressively, Kiyotaka. Sonic Wave down on a Jinkyu. Jinkyu will run, but XM's been left behind. Pops the illusion, but he's gone. Nightfall tears him apart. Ame TP's in with the BKB. Looks towards Toronto Tokyo, but Toronto Tokyo just goes for the TP out. Doesn't matter. Shackles is there to cancel it. So they get Toronto Tokyo.
That's an aggressive move. I mean, they're trying to take advantage of the fact that that Epi was down. They do end up losing their mid out of it, though, so kind of an equivalent exchange there from Aurora. BKB also used from Ame, so has to play careful for these next 80 seconds. Aurora, I feel like they knew that play was happening. Panta was in literally perfect position to go for the counterplay there. Quick Ice Path comes out. Jinkyu survives, though.
Yeah, he did, yeah. The Sonic Wave pushed him down, and to the point where the foul play procs, but...
Yeah, it dispelled the Shadow Strike off of him as well,
they couldn't get anything else on him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jinkyu. Paired up with XXS, looking for a potential another go. They have the ward bottom. Panto might just get caught by it. And he is.
Yeah, I mean, XM showing it's very easy to clean up here for these supports.
Yeah, and a much better showing this time for him on that Slardar. 5-2-5 so far. Looks like they want to continue striking. Sonic Wave up in 15 seconds. Epi is at the ready for Aurora, so they can look to strike, but they are spotted by these wards at the moment. The BKB is ready for XM, and Ames is about to come back up, so they do have ways to play versus the magic damage of Aurora too. Roche, soon gonna be on the menu. 15 seconds until we find out that timer. And a Hurricane Pike now, so I mean, starting to get these answers to be able to deal with the Ursa, to deal with these targets that can jump on top of him.
He can TP in on the front lines now. He's ready to fight.
How long is that, Roche? It's a long spawn. Almost 2 minutes. Basher finished up for Nightfall. So these BKBs, they're not going to fully protect them, of course. They can still get locked down through it. So Aurora might look to make a move. They do have that Epi at the ready.
I think they're going to want to fight there. If they don't want to... I mean, nobody wants to sit back in a game where there's a Nature's Prophet.
Well,
right?
they do have the Queen of Pain with the Dagon, so that's the one thing they do always have the
I
answer
guess.
for the tree.
The tree is less
I
threatening.
was thinking about
it's
it.
It's still annoying, you know.
Sure.
The fact that you have to go back and be the one to Dagon it.
No, absolutely. But yeah, I was like, you know, maybe there is another thing that they were thinking about with this quad pick at some points. Is the Nature's Prophet ult bounces through, does reveal some information in the bottom lane. I think it was actually just a creep. Just kidding. 5-on-5 fight
set up
coming
for
in.
this.
The ward is here from the side of XG. It is scouting everything.
Arme's ready to TP. They're going to hit this with the scan, Aurora.
Okay, they get the D ward. They know that they're completely
With the jump.
watched.
Now going to try and send her away, but Key Attack jumps forward, pushes him out with the Sonic Wave. They do get the stun down onto Nightfall into the Hex. They're locking him down. Nightfall needs help. He's getting shackled. There's the Power Strike. Comes in from Toronto, Tokyo, frees him from the shackles. So Nightfall can pop the BKB, turn towards the two of them, take down Paulison and XM. XM's going to buy back. Arme's able to get in, clean up Panther at the side of the fight, but the cold feet's kicked in onto Arme. Held back for now. Xingqiu trying to find Mira. The right clicks and the Hex. I mean, Mira's in with the Jukes through the tree line.
Can they get Nightfall?
He's going to go for the TP out, Mira. Mira will still get caught. So they catch him at the end of it.
His buyback ends up actually being worth it. He gets the catch onto the Ursa as
That's the
he's
big
looking to
one
get
as
out.
well. Yeah, taking down Nightfall like that, so...
When I saw him buyback, I was like, oh god, he's got to get a big kill out of this, and he does actually
get the biggest one.
Yeah.
Absolutely the biggest one. I mean, the start of the fight, it already looked a bit risky for Aurora, right? Because Nightfall was getting completely controlled. Toronto Tokyo was able to bail him out just in time to give them that chance to fight on. We'll see it again here.
I mean, having that vision at the start of the fight was pretty huge. They saw literally everything, so they got to pick and choose how they wanted to take the fight, and Xingqiu gets a pretty nice ward trap, and then Ame has the freedom, because every spell was used at this point, so Ame just TPs in, and he can just freely right-click, but a very aggressive buyback from XM. Ends up working out for him, but very aggressive play.
Oh, they wrapped up that fight very nicely, Xtreme.
9K lead now. Support's starting to do their work. You can see Xingqiu as well as Polison starting to get quite a bit done in these fights. Lots of barriers, lots of control coming in from the Shadow Shaman especially too. And Xingqiu is actually about to be a BKB of his own.
That's going to be a problem.
He can BKB and just grab a target because there's only Nightfall's Bastion, right? So
yeah, exactly. Like if Nightfall gets caught before he kind of gets off the BKB and the Enrage, there's going to be a problem in this fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Xingqiu, he could do a huge amount.
And he did
get not prepared for
He got literally the best neutral item he could have gotten to. He got Gale Guard with the Keen Eye, so he's got that cast range as well, which is the dream for any Shaman player. Smoke again from Aurora, looking to strike.
Yeah, if he just gets the Hex off into the BKB shackle onto Nightfall, it's going to ruin the fight for Aurora.
Yeah. He could still die versus Toronto Tokyo's Epi, right, with the Aghanims,
but, I mean,
it's going to be harder.
If he gets the BKB off and they're like pop the pipe barrier,
yeah, he can definitely just live.
He can kind of live for a bit, especially if he's shackling and healing up. They got to watch out for this Shaman.
I mean, just a lot of barriers, right? As we said, the sustain from XG is high.
Keep whoever needs to be kept alive can be kept alive.
They're looking to smoke into them. Feeling their power with this gold lead at the moment. Ame in particular, definitely feeling quite strong. He's about to have Nullifier finish too. It's going to be pretty nice versus these pesky Ghost Scepters, because I believe I saw at least 2 of them at the moment on the side of Aurora.
Oh, Mira's been found.
Dead at the start. Aurora definitely not going to want to fight with that. And Toronto Tokyo's thinking about it, but this is pretty aggressive without an AA.
Yeah, they do have the buyback if they want to do some sort of buyback play, but...
True.
I mean, maybe they want to if it's around this Roche.
If he can land like a 5-man Epi.
But they're going to know it. XXS, he knows. You know, straight away he's up there trying to force them out of that position.
They kill this Roche fast.
Yeah, XM and Arme taking it down. Polis is setting up the area with the March.
They'll drop the wards just in case of things.
I don't know. I think you can't jump into this if you're Aurora. You just have to let it go. Xtreme, they get the Roshan, they get the Aegis for Arme.
That's huge. Nullifier now finished up for him, so he can just kill these supports with ease now. Looking at quite good for the side of XG. Nightfall, sure, he's very farmed, but the supports are pretty much completely caught up to the Sand King as well, too. Toronto Tokyo.
A much more challenging game for Aurora this time round. Xtreme. I mean, oh, mid.
Jump. He's got the catch. I think they thought this was a bait, but it absolutely was not.
Yeah, there's no one coming to save him. There's no one coming to save him.
Xinq's doing work this game. BKB also finished up for XXS, so yeah, triple BKB cores and a BKB support, so they've got all that protection to deal with a lot of this magic damage that Aurora has at the moment. Toronto's still not quite having that BKB, and it's definitely not one that'll just protect him, as we've seen. It's just a lot of physical damage that XG has with this corrosive, which is now about to be level 20 on XM too. He's about to have hacks too, so a lot tankier that he's going to be on this Slardar, as he's been proving to just be able to run through heroes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mira.
He's going to try and get some deep wards down.
And these supports, they're super farmed on the side of XG. They are not easy to bring down by any means, even if they get hit by the combos now. Shiva's finished up for Kiyotaka, also did find Whispers of the Dread with toughness, so extra armor for him, extra amp. Mid lane, catch. Panto again. XM's just got his number this game.
He's just cleaning up these supports. Yeah, XM is just eating them up every single time. We're seeing Kiyotaka coming to the jumper. Xingqiu, as we said, with the BKB. And Stampede coming into play. I mean, that's a BKB for a BKB, but it's a cause BKB for a support.
Kiyotaka? No extra stun.
Like we're seeing how easy it is for Xtreme to kill Aurora supports, and just how hard it is for Aurora to kill Xtremes.
Until they do have something like a nullifier on the Ursa, which I think he actually does have, then we can probably see something different. Then Nightfall can actually target some of these supports. But these supports they're being very annoying on the side of XG. They need to find this Tinker in particular, prevent him from getting these barriers out. And now with the Ursa with nullifier, they actually can. But definitely looking at difficult for them to find the targets as Mira. Using the ult for the wave.
Oh. He gets out.
Live.
He's going to live.
Trying to buy time. Probably waiting until this Aegis goes down before they look to take that full head-on fight on the side of Aurora.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shield Rune, also for XM.
Very
That's
nice
a really
one.
nice one.
Yeah,
And he's gotten 20 talent now too, which is the one-shot creep wave talent. Hex Break. Not the most value of this game by any means, but either way, the other one is not worth ever getting. And just continuing to play with this aggressive posture. I'm liking the Slardar a lot more this game when he's got this Nature's Prophet that can always join in. Then he's always got this like extra +1 or just a Wrath of Nature that gives him great bonus damage to kill a support.
Aurora.
Two-man stun.
And they're going to be found by XXS. He's in with the jump onto the two of them. Mira will get the Ghost Scepter on turns with the Ice Blast onto XM. He's actually able to get the blink off here, Mira, so he'll back off.
It's deep. Ame was considering joining, but he's like, that's right next to their base.
I mean, Aurora, can they run back at them?
No BKB on XM.
Nightfall showing in the mid. They get the Hex opening, but Toronto Tokyo's in with the Burrow Strike. Straight away over towards Xingqiu. Xingqiu caught underneath the tower. He'll get the BKB off. Slide away. Toronto Tokyo's going to try and chase him down the epicenter, but they turn with the shackles. Toronto Tokyo's in trouble. Gets taken out by Ame.
They still have Aegis for a minute, too, so Aurora blown quite a bit of spells, and there's still the Aegis.
They just can't kill these supports. They just can't kill Xingqiu.
Another kill.
Dead again.
XG looking to be pretty comfortable now in this game. Their only real concern is Nightfall, it feels like now at this point. They seem to have answered everything else. A full butterfly on the Nature's Prophet as well, so he actually has the answer for the Ursa as well already at this point. Here comes the push. Banner's down, and XM hunting the next target.
Just in. They find Panto. Panto's gone.
What a game from XM this time.
Just absolutely night and day compared to game one.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What we got here? Which player's missing here from the list of most pro Jakiro games? But it's Sania, Y, Fly, FNG, DDC, and PPD. Who's the other Jakiro spammer?
Is it me?
Nah. Did you play a lot of? Did you play 70?
A shitload of Jakiro.
Oh, well, there you go.
But I don't think it is, unless he's memeing on me again, because he's been doing these quite a bit. We'll have to see. It's not me. It's been too long since my time. Nightfall doesn't have the BKB at the ready yet. Xingqiu, can he close the gap?
Uh-oh.
Can't quite. Kiyotaka looking for their own return kills.
They have to find kills here, Aurora.
Can they get Polison? They have to.
The Burrow Strike's not going to clip. He's going to go for the TP out, but they will find him. It's something. But they need a whole lot more than just that. And Kiyotaka knows it, blinking forward, trying to see if he can get any further catch. But the rest of XG are out of there.
Oh, I called it.
It was you. 54% win rate. That's not bad.
It's not great, but it's not. We'll take it. We'll take it.
That's not bad.
We'll take it. I did lose a lot, so we'll take a positive on anything. Thank you, Nox. At least it wasn't the 0-2 misery stat that he put up. I think it was yesterday. So they do get a return kill, but. Yeah.
It's been a while, I feel, since they've got a substantial win in a team fight, Aurora.
When was the last time it feels like they killed a core? It feels like the last time was when they killed XM on the buyback play. Yeah, it's been a long time, and now another nullifier coming out. XM has that one finished already. Level 20 is hit for sinking, so Toronto Tokyo is continuing to get that scaling, but not by much. Right, his game is completely slowed down. Almost.
Arme's just in a level 25 is there. Yep. He's gonna have the Satanic very soon if he wants to pick that up.
He's got all the answers.
And it's really now that this game just a complete opposite of the game one in the sense that game one needed Nightfall to make a big mistake to lose it. This one's going to need Arme to make multiple mistakes.
Quite a bit of them, yeah.
Because this one, Arme should be able to play it out with how far ahead he is and just in general how great of a position the whole team of XG are this day. I mean, this supports. Xingqiu in particular, Tinker, sure. We see this hero get farm. Man, but on this Shaman,
he's rich.
He is an absolute terror.
Yeah, and he's got a now he buys the lens too. More luxury coming in for him. The cast range you can just see from the shackles and the hex. It's absurd how far you can actually get the catch. And yeah, this is a game as you know, as a solo carry Ursa. It looks super difficult now that you're playing into butterflies, multiple different.
Yeah, they get any
everyone
sort of
else
catch
is scaling.
you're just dead. You need so much to be able to bail you out, and I mean. They just don't. They have a solar crest.
They just have a solar.
That's literally it, right? That's the only way they can try and save him, and that's only going to do so much. Just a solar crest.
If he gets caught from an initial stun, he's likely just dead.
He should be very dead. Xingqiu finds him.
Very well. And that's the gem. Also, it actually gets pushed into the tree line on the side. Alrighty there.
How did he get over there?
I guess they were all.
There was too many standing on top of his dead body, so it like kind of popped over there. Well, that's they should be able to recover that with this courier then.
I mean, no one else is going to find that, that's for sure. Maybe, I don't even know if they will, honestly. I've never seen it pushed like that. I don't think anyone's going to find that. It's gone. It's gone. Goodbye, Gem.
I mean, you're right. There's nobody's making a move with their courier. So, yeah, rip Gem. Rest in peace. We'll see. Well, we're going to see if we get pushed again. I mean, there was like, literally 5 heroes standing here.
How does it push? I guess the trees as well, too.
I didn't know that it couldn't drop when enemy is standing, like, on a spot.
I think it's the trees. I think it's the trees, not the heroes. Because the collision comes from the...
Sure, like there's no collision with it. Anyway, back in action.
Anyway, Xingqiu.
They're going to get the jump on Xingqiu. This time they will kill it. Can they get anything more with this, though? Probably not. They probably just have to get back up to the high ground, Aurora.
Well, that shows how annoying he's been. They'll blow almost everything on top of it.
Shadow Shaman. He's in. He's going for this. TP's in, takes down Panto. XM's in with the jump here onto the two of them. Finishes off Mirror. Toronto Tokyo will come in the burrow strike on XM, but the Stampede's there. They're ready to dive in XG. They look to Toronto Tokyo. They just slam him down.
Yeah, this one's done and dusted.
No, I think it is. Stuck in the fountain here, Aurora. Whilst XG can back off, take the barracks.
Much better showing. Infinitely better showing. Better draft. Better everything across the board this time, XG. Glad to see that they can recover after that last game. That was quite a bit of a beatdown.
Yep.
As Kiyotaka, he blinks in.
Wow, we got the BKB off. Nice boss onto Arme. Ooh, but he's able to get to the side.
Arme has a full Satanic. He's just going to turn.
Maxim's back in. They still need so long until they got Toronto Tokyo and Nightfall back in the game. Sonic Web will come out just onto the two of them, pushing them back momentarily, but the tier 4s are going down. XG, another jump from XXS in with a Who Stomp onto the two of the supports. That's going to be both of them immediately dead. Kiyotaka will blink away, but the buybacks are running out. This game's over. We're going to a game 3. Is this game 2? This XG, where were they in game 1? It must have been the draft right holding the back, because this game 2, it was them doing the stomping.
Yeah, very nice game from them. Playing with this Nature's Prophet, him getting involved, only having that one death too when he TP'd very aggressively forward. That was the only mistake from Ame in this game.
Yep.
Ends 24 of the 30 kills on him. And overall, XM, this time the start out looked fantastic. And again, Queen of Pain looking a little underwhelming on it.
It certainly did. It certainly did. Didn't help himself, of course, by dying solo in the mid-match.
Sure.
You know, what the hottest of starts for Kiyotaka, but a rough one here in game 2. But both teams have got to had to endure some struggles today. Now 1-1 here between Xtreme Gaming and Aurora.
Balance in the world.
Absolutely. You know, game 3. You know, as it goes, we've had two kind of relative stomps. Should be a close one. I hope so at least. At the moment, Xtreme Gaming and Aurora, they're 1-1 right now in this best of 3.
I love Owen's thinking there. He's like, surely we're in for a bit more of a back and forth game. But this one here, game number 2, it really was the Xtreme Gaming show. I loved it here. It was one of those drafts that was a little bit more forgiving, Misery, than game number 1. They were able to make a couple of mistakes, but the game plan didn't fall apart for them. They recovered, and they were able to just get it going for themselves. Because the main one that I think of is the Roche fight, the first Roche fight, where they almost were able to take it, but a great AA blast deterred them, and it just set them back for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't clean, but again, like you said, I think the draft was just a lot better this time. On the other hand, though, I feel like Aurora's draft is actually a little lackluster this time. Not sure exactly what it is, but it just feels like they're lacking something. Maybe it's the stuns. It's the fact that if you don't burst that target initially even if you do burst the target, I feel like then who's gonna kill the rest, right? Where in comparison, all this sustain from Tinker, the multiple stuns from Slardar, Centaur, and Shadow Shaman, and then this very solid carry in Nature's Prophet, which is also one of Xtreme Gaming's most successful heroes in this event. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Aurora needs to go back to drawing board after this one.
I would like to have a very small Shaman rant. It is very tiny. I don't think you should get the right-click Hex from his, if you haven't already skilled Hex. Like, if you don't have Hex skilled, you shouldn't innately get it from his right click. It should only happen once you've already skilled it up.
Oh, you
mean in level 1,
it should be balanced?
Yes, because in level 1 you could go Shackles and you also have a Hex from your right click. So you kind of have 2 spells on level 1 as Shaman. I'm just saying, it feels a little bit.
I see what you mean. It's pretty annoying, but I think if they took it away, the hero would be a lot less strong because they nerfed the cluster cluck and all of that.
Wouldn't have the performance it just had then.
It wouldn't, but that was a really cool game by XG. It's nice to see that when they don't counterpick themselves, like they pop off. I really did love their draft. It was very cool to see them kind of double back and go for the X on Slardar, regardless of Aurora having the 24 pick, having the counter pick. It didn't matter to them. The issue with Aurora's draft as well, Missouri, is like they didn't have any tower damage or like no clear way to like once they got that first Aegis, which was their big window, like all they did was take the mid tower, but there was no other clear way for them to take big spaces on the map.
Yeah, I also think that I mean the big stand-up player for me this game is Sin Q. I feel like every time, you know, everything that was happening in the game was because of him. He was setting up kills everywhere. He had a BKB like pre-30 minutes. Yeah, I think he was just a standout player, and I agree with going back onto the Slardar, even though it failed in the first game. It was smart this game because they have everything they need for Slardar to be enabled, right? The Tinker, and it has great synergy with the Nature's Prophet. So yeah, I really like Slardar this game compared to last game where it really fell through.
I like that he's a specialist player. Like he has heroes that he really loves and he believes in them. And
this is XM you're talking about?
Yeah, XM. And I don't think another mid-Slardar player would have killed the Queen of Pain there at like level 2, was it, when they took the fight? I mean, maybe you could argue that Kiyotaka shouldn't have gone for the trade, but like that was a cool play that he made.
Kiyotaka went for 0 points blink, right, to really, you know, take it to the Slardar, really go for the solo kill himself, and you know, and sometimes I guess you overestimate your ability there.
This is always one of those things that when it doesn't work, we can sit here and be like, yeah, maybe that was a bit greedy. But if it had worked out, we would have been like, yeah, Kiyotaka knows how to make Queen of Pain work. Because Queen of Pain right now, hit or miss. Some players still enjoying her, trialing her out. Others are just saying, put her to the side. Not going to work out here.
100%. Like I remember Kiyotaka having some really good games on Queen of Pain in the past too, especially at Dream Leagues, but this hero is not in the best place right now, so if you're gonna pick it, it has to be like a ridiculous Queen of Pain game, which that wasn't. And another thing that I wanted to talk about actually, which is why I thought it was so hard for Aurora to fight into Xtreme Gaming, is that Xtreme Gaming had all of this like ground control. Like whenever they took over a zone, it was way too hard to fight them because you have all of these marches dropped on the ground, you have these serpent wards by Shaman. Your supports cannot walk into that. Like if you're Jakiro and AA are walking into that, they're dead.
Yeah, for sure. I also think Tinker keeps slipping by into the draft and it keeps winning, and it still looks really strong. I mean, just the fact that the game eventually turns out to be a 5-on-5 clash, and there's this march of the machines running through the fight and all these defense matrices, it just seems to be too much sustain, really. Yeah.
I'm starting to think that there's a limit. You're only allowed 2 meta heroes on your lineup, otherwise it's not going to work. You know, on the side of Aurora, they have the Sand King, the AA, and the Jakiro. obviously really hotly contested around a lot of teams, whereas on the other side, you only really had the Nature's Prophet and the Tinker.
I think you can easily, I think you can easily fall into this trap of just picking a hero because it's meta or because it's
finally
supposedly one of the best heroes in the patch, right? But then you end up with like lackluster synergy or lags in tower damage or something else, stuns. Yeah, so maybe build your lineup around like logic or synergy between the heroes.
Still have a clear idea of what you want.
Think about things.
Yeah, instead of just mindlessly picking the best heroes, right? Because we've seen time and time again this event that it's not necessarily the best heroes that are winning. I mean, who knows what is the best hero anyway?
I think you got to just take a step back, get a little bit of fresh air. Our teams are doing that for themselves right now. Going to break on the other side, though, it is our game number 3 of the series and our final game for the night.
I have tried using Nisha's name, and it was not successful. We were trying to enter a club, and I tried to get us in for free, and I said, do you not know who this guy is? And I pulled up his Wikipedia page, and the guy did not give a single shit. Saber probably. Saber probably tries all the time. I think Saber probably tries all the time.
What? I mean, I use it like subtly. Like, I would never say it. It's just the confidence that's in my body, you know? I'm like, I am the Wallachia 2 times winner, and it gets me anywhere I want. But this is not because I say it. It's just, you know, it's about the mindset.
It would be me, but I don't mess up.
It's Boxy, but he doesn't mess up.
I will just say it. The other people just think it.
Me? I don't think I've cooked a meal in like 25 years.
What about instant noodles?
Instant noodle, but does that count as cooking? It's just cooking.
Mickey just cooks in pubs and pro games. That's the only thing he cooks.
If you count that, then you know it's been like a week.
I said we had no jam, so there could be like smoking on us. And they got the order.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're like, well, but there's no order.
Yeah,
so like
we have-
obviously it's like
We checked the like he's like, they could have a ward here. Why didn't you buy me a gem?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
And then I checked the repo. I'm like, there was no ward. So
There's
why
no
are you complaining?
we would like argue for like 10 minutes about like some super stupid shit.
Can we rephrase the question?
No.
Can you ask him, have you ever intentionally lost your passport so you don't have to go to an event?
No, it was not intentional. It just like disappeared, obviously.
It just disappeared.
But no, I've never lied to cancel a scrim.
So I was out with my dog in the woods and I got lost. So I was lost at the time and I didn't even know like how to find my way back. And they were like, yeah, we have scrims like 5 minutes ago. And then 2 days later, I also forgot scrims and I was at the hairdresser. And then they called me as I was getting a haircut. And then I had to tell the guy like, all right, we gotta wrap this up. I gotta go for the second game.
I mean, for sure, Blitz. I even know he has other accounts, like Taylor Swift Fan 69.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Is it 420? Oh, yeah. Maybe it's both. Yeah.
Gracie Adams 999.
I actually saw on his phone, he has like 3 Reddit apps. And they're logged into like different accounts, and he's like responding to himself on Reddit. Wow, Team Liquid's coach has never looked more buff.
Looking so clean with his drafts.
Yeah.
Were you looking at me?
Did I check it?
you weren't even there.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that these guys would think about it.
I did forget my dongle for my headset for this event. So I'm gonna borrow William's headset, but I'll remember to give it back because it's a piece of shit. What Blitz? Whenever he like, a draft is like shit, he's like, oh, I didn't care about this tournament. I needed to go see a concert with Nat T. I couldn't like, I mean, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, Sabrina Carpenter was playing this weekend. Like, what do you mean? Like, Taylor Swift tour is only like these 2 specific years. Like, I've only seen 7 of them. If I miss this 8th one and prepare for the draft, like, come on, like, there's just no way. So I would say probably Blitz Dota on this one. Yeah.
The Liquid Boys always having a good laugh there. We've got to sit down and talk to them out all of their secrets, and maybe there'll be some more secrets that we find between Aurora and Xtreme Gaming when we do get our game number 3 draft, because right now Aurora fantastic in game 1. In game number 2, Xtreme Gaming, they found their identity again. It felt like they had that oomph in every role, and the Slider mid working out for them a second time round.
Yeah, I mean, I also just really loved their Tinker. They played so well around it. I mentioned the ground control, but this is a first pick Tinker, and it didn't really feel like Aurora had a good plan against it. Like, they didn't have heroes that could take these long, sustained fights and stick it to them. It just felt like there were heroes that were trying to throw everything all at once, and if they failed, that was it.
Yeah, I also think like if this trade-off happens again where the Tinker gets picked, I think A is still a good response to Tinker. I just feel like I like the draft they had yesterday with A lot more, with Tidehunter and Abaddon and Morphling. I don't know, Morph could be whatever, I think, but just pick some more heroes that can go in front of AA and make space and tank, I think. And then the A will actually carry the game. If A is hiding and getting jumped and there's a Queen of Pain blinking away and Jakiro is running away too, and A is like, oh no, guys, help, and nobody can help him. The hero doesn't do anything, right? He needs people in front of him. And I think it's a good response to Tinker regardless, so I wouldn't mind seeing the same trade-off again.
Maybe we'll see a couple of new solutions coming out there if the trade-off does want to happen again, if they're willing to let the Tinker through. Either way, questions will be answered with our Game 3 draft.
gotta say, first of all, whilst I was standing here waiting for the the draft to start, Zhao Wei was talking with confidence. He's walking up and down the lines, saying this player, this, tinker this, tinker that. I didn't understand anything else. I just heard tink like 3 times. But anyway, I felt that energy, and I feel like the entire series, I've been waiting for Xtreme to kind of like wake up, to take ownership of the series. And now after that win, the way in which they win, the confidence of Arme kind of returning, hearing Zhao Wei again, just like the happiness in his voice from winning that game. Now we have a competitive game 3.
Yeah, I can definitely see the win giving them a lot of energy. So now, so you're saying he said tinker, huh?
Yeah, about once or twice, yeah.
Okay.
Everything else, no clue.
All right. Well, tinker's banned out, unfortunately.
That was my inside scoop, misery.
Yeah. Zhao Wei's plans falling to the
He's not crying.
to the ground.
Unlucky. What can you do?
Well, lucky there's a lot of other heroes that you can look at. Sinking for Xtreme Gaming, first pick. We do have a Venomancer banned out again. And also, I like the Xtreme Gaming bans here, the Magnus and the Abaddon. Kind of some of the heroes we've been talking about for Xtreme. Some of for Aurora, for their staples in this tournament.
I mean, they're very flexible for Aurora to utilize, but like you said, they're kind of like the building blocks to very good drafts for Aurora. So get rid of them. And often I think my preference for bans are maybe not the best heroes to pick, but the ones that let every single other hero feel good, right? And for Aurora, these 3, they're up there for sure.
Take away the Sanking as well. Now maybe you're limiting the options for Aurora in terms of the offlaners and the stuns. They go with the Tiny. Also a hero Aurora has been picking up a lot. Usually they played on Nightfall actually, which does indicate that it goes back to the structure they had in the draft where they first picked Nightfall hero and take it from there. That's something that they actually deviated from in the last game, which is why maybe their draft was a little more awkward than normal.
Yeah, but I feel like Xtreme, when they succeed, if we go back to them quickly, is when they have 2 or 3 forms of jump and then Arme understands the fight, it develops, and he joins correctly, right?
Yeah.
Like in the Sven game, he has Centaur and he has Beastmaster. You could even argue Jakiru providing some type of initiation. And then the game we just watched, right? It was Centaur and Shaman and Slardar, and then Prophet at the end. Remember that the Tormentor fight? He TPs into the trees. Everything's already happened. The macros drop. Aurora have already kind of thrown their initial load, and then it helps. So that's what I want to see from Xtreme. Just pick a couple more initiators.
A lot of stuns, right? Just pick a lot of stuns and a lot of damage. I think that's a good call. I think the same thing can be said for Aurora, honestly. I think they also look better when they have a lot of team fight and a lot of stuns. But yeah, we're gonna have to see. I really like the Tide ban. I think that's very clever for Xtreme Gaming. I was about to say I wouldn't mind seeing the Tide Hunter we saw the other day for Aurora.
But maybe that was the thing we saw at the very start of the show. If you remember seeing the draft graphic that we had the hero comparison, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the Aurora heroes are combo breakers. Abaddon, Mag, Bristle, Ring, Tide, all of them. They like to soak initiation and then play that secondary fight. Of course, Ringmaster playing from the back line, the other 4 playing from the front line. Again, I think the development of draft, Xtreme, they're kind of showing that throughout the series, but we are to expect that, right? When we look at some of these teams.
One hero that we actually could see come back into this game in particular is Daxia, because like so many offlaners are banned. We haven't seen Daxia at all recently, but it's been very popular throughout the last few weeks.
For Aurora specifically, right?
For Aurora, yeah, and I think it synergizes well with Tiny. In general, regardless of where Tiny goes.
Crazy. AA's through the pool. Both teams would have loved to take it.
Yeah.
Nothing too shocking there.
I like it for Aurora, to be honest. I like it more than Jakiru here. Yeah. I think it's also obviously a nice synergy with Tiny.
You have to be careful though. If you cold feet an ally and then you toss them, it instantly breaks the cold feet.
Okay.
So you don't get stunned.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
But Vortex, very good.
Ooh. That was also a hero that was on the graphic earlier.
It is nearly midnight. We do want to put their opponents to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, this is most likely the post 5 Naga in Polozon. They have been playing this hero a little bit in the recent qualifier that was happening online.
Was he doing anything maybe special, or was it just kind of the standard, play on deluge, push out wave, press song, and life goes on?
I think so, yeah. I think it's just the standard. I mean, here, now you mentioned it, you do have the Mirana pickup next to it, which gives you the setup with the song and the net for the arrow, right? Plus you have the potential song into like epicenter and a lot of good stuff there. So you do have some combinations in the game. There's your Daxia. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
when it's let through the pool like this, and you're seeing the Naga Siren, especially because Arme also has played the Naga Siren, they're utilizing both Polison and Arme to bring life to this hero that not many teams are going for.
Yeah.
So I think for Aurora's case, it's like, you know what? We understand that you can flex this, but now we're forcing it to the support role. We don't want to deal with some map playing, 80-minute game of just illusions getting shoved out and you can never play.
I think you're most likely going to see the Paulus on Naga here. And Ame pick up something. Maybe we could see a Clinks from Ame, actually. A hero that he likes a lot as well.
Did you not feel from Aurora's drafting here, they're just laying down the gauntlet of, you know what, we think we're the better team, we're just going to fight better than you. Like, look at our lanes. We win our lanes, we group together, and we'll just play the map very aggressively. I think the issue in the last game, Aurora, they didn't have wave shove to deal with the constant Nature's Prophet pushing in waves, Shaman, everyone just pushing in waves, and then it's very predictable. Where's the Ursa, where's the Quap? That could be the same case here for Aurora, where outside of like Iron Shell and then tiny avalanche tossing, it's very predictable wave shove compared to Naga Siren Illusion, Sand King, Verona, etc.
I also think outside of Vacuum, they don't have really any teamfight spells. Like, sure, they have some avalanche, but there's nothing really big on the ground that's scary for Xtreme to deal with. So if they can weather out the wall and the initial initiation for Aurora, I think Aurora doesn't have much in the tank, like moving forward in the fights.
And with the last pick for Nightfall, are we thinking about like, oh wait, no, Tiny, sorry, of course, he's probably gonna play Tiny, my bad, yeah.
I mean, he could be, I think it's more likely to be a mid pick, right? I mean, to be honest, mid, it could also be...
They could decide, yeah.
Yeah, they could decide.
Now with the Prophet carry, Nightfall might just take it and you go Kiyotaka, watch your playmaker to overwhelm what we already expect. Because Tiny in the carrier role, you get kills with Tusk, Darkseid, AA. Tiny, he hits the building, right? So I think that knowledge of how do we end the game is quite good. And finding the Kiyotaka hero.
Yeah, so what can you pick for Aurora that actually adds some teamfight to your draft? Because I feel like the biggest issue they have right now is that they're lacking teamfight.
I mean, in this case, it's always going to be Puck and Pangolier, like the big two.
Pango got banned out.
He's banned.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's then Ember, right? Like if you always to this, the obvious heroes, right? It's Ember, Puck, Pango, are like the big three.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it enough with... Yeah, I guess it could work like that.
And for Xtreme, looking for the XM mid hero, loving the respect to the Slada. But I feel like the archetype of both mid laners here for both teams needs to be win mid lane and be a playmaker. So it's going to be the battle like, which ones do you ban, which ones do you give away?
Monkey King is still a hero in this game, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme can ban the Monkey, pick the Ember if they wanted that as an option.
Just trying to look for the potential heroes we might see. We could also see a Leshrac, actually. I wouldn't mind seeing Leshrac for Aurora.
That's a very old school combo, but with Darkseer and the Tusk, just overwhelming damage.
I think it's something like that they need. Some continuous damage that pairs well with AA, right? So you can kill some heroes on the map. But I mean, we don't see that much Lesh, so.
I feel like we've been hyping up this idea of Kiyotaka having such a wonderful hero pool, yet to really show it other than like his classics. Like he has some annoying heroes. This feels like the pick position that depending on what Xtreme go for, we could see it come to light.
I guess another hero they could pick is Morphling, actually. He's still in the pool. They could just morph and then they can still decide, do we want to put Kiyotaka on Morph or Tiny and Nightfall on Morph and Tiny, and then you wait and see the last pick. Morph is actually pretty good, I think, for them.
A hero that we haven't mentioned is, why not a casual Kunkka from the mid lane? Why not Aurora just go for the, kind of tie the fight together, a bit more fight, you see a Centaur, get an X-Mot, you can never stampede away. I don't mind it. You don't really need more explosive damage.
It looks like the lineup we just had, right? Now it's just a Sanking mid. Like there are some, of course, there are some differences, but you still have the mass stuns, you have the follow-up on the supports, and then you have the Fury and carry.
It is a little weaker though this time for Xtreme. Not having that Shaman, having that instant way to start a fight.
Yeah.
This time it's like, it's an ensnare, then maybe you hit an arrow, or a vacuum to disengage. I think the key thing is, can Polison on the Naga Siren find good moments to combo break? If Darkseid does put a wall down, and you just song disengage, if they expertly take a good fight elsewhere on the map, that's when you can break Aurora.
Yeah, and we also just talked about how if you actually can disengage from Aurora's lineup, they're kind of out of gas, right? If they use the AOL, if you use the vacuum wall and you song disengage, then what do you have left?
Exactly.
You still have tiny spells and Tusk, but that's just not enough compared to like Centaur HP, Sanking, Fury.
So that's where this last pick, it's quite difficult. If they go for like the Leshrac and then they commit the song, it can hurt them, but it's really good to overwhelm. If they go for a Kunkka, it's another big spell to cool down to play on. Actually just go for the Monkey King.
I mean, now you also see that you're facing a melee hero mid, right? So you at least have the counter matchup against the Sanking.
I just don't know how much the Monkey deletes the Sanking from the lane. We already know how good Sanking is at farming the stacks. You play with Invis, if you just get a nice little sentry war, if you win the sentry war, like there's a lot of small things that can happen that make Sanking content in the lane.
I also feel like, I completely agree. I also think that that means that the support rotations are very important early on, right? If Panto and Mira can run mid and help Monkey King snowball this lane, you could potentially see Monkey King run off for this game almost by himself, right? On the other hand though, if they play defensive on Xtreme and they weather the storm or even get a kill on Monkey King early on, it could really falter.
I mean, I'm loving what Aurora has. It feels like it's good lanes, play the map, be aggressive, and at some point, that will turn, right? Like we said, with the Naga song, the Centaur getting items to stand his ground. Once Xtreme itemize to deal with that first couple fights from Aurora, that's when we have a game on our hand. So this is now on Xtreme. Can they find ways to survive, to show what they have? It is a game 3, and Owen and Fold, please take it away.
Thank you very much, TES. Game 3, the deciding match here, ready to go between Aurora and Xtreme Gaming. And Fogged, we're very much seeing Xtreme Gaming go with their own kind of twist on stuff, right? You're not going to see other teams go from Mirana, Naga, Siren support duo in this day and age.
Definitely not. And it's definitely an interesting one in terms of, like, I like what the panel highlighted about the trying to reset from these certain fights. Because you can see Aurora's overall, what they had at that point when he wanted this Naga Siren is they're going to wall, they're going to vacuum, they're going to A, blast a target, try to burst them. If you can reset, can definitely see the merits for it. I haven't seen this hero in quite some time. I know Paulson had played it a couple of times, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do on it. And let's see what 4 Mirana can do, because this is also not really what people are playing. 5 Mirana maybe sometimes, but 4 is a lot harder to actually use.
What do you think there was anything in particular about this game or the way that they've been playing against Aurora that's made them want to go for this sort of style and say, you know what, we can do this kind of extreme gaming flair?
Not sure. Might just be them trying to play their style.
Well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, because it's very exciting here. Game 3, ready to go. Let's have a look as we get into the action here. I mean, because obviously this is, you know, from Aurora's side of things,
comfort.
It's just kind of standard stuff, right? And it feels pretty good. And that last pick, Monkey King for Kiyotaka, it's a quite nice ending to the draft, I think.
And it's a much better hero than Queen of Pain. That's for damn sure. So overall, a hero that can actually get recovery. Sure, we did see a bit of a rough game from No One in particular earlier in the day. He had a very explosive start to the game, and then there was a couple pickoffs that definitely hurt a lot. But overall, this hero, very strong. Mage Slayer builder. They have a pipe builder in the offlane. They're playing versus Sand King. They're playing versus a lot of early magic damage, which I've seen falter when they do see this Mage Slayer pipe coming out. So we'll have to see how it ends up coming in.
Oh, here we go.
He's got to add me. What the 279? What the hell is that? Hey, I have 75% win rate, though. I'll take it.
4 games, though.
I'll take it.
Paulus is 12 games. It's a negative win rate of 45%. So
I've got a better win rate.
Shaky.
I've got a better win rate than everybody except for Skeeter on that board.
Ame's up there as well, of course. He's 4th in the list there, 60% win rate. But of course, we're quite
different days.
Quite a while away from the carry Naga Siren times.
Yes, of course. Mira, looks like they are trying to get themselves a first blood potentially. Ame, is he trying to bait him? Is this gonna work?
No.
I think it's gonna work, Owen.
Oh, surprise!
Oh, it actually is gonna end up working. Do they have the damage? They sure
do.
They do. There's gonna be a trade potentially, though. Let's see. Can they finish off a target?
Yeah,
Mira.
who can they get?
They've got a blood raid. Polson is considering throwing the blood grenade, but looks like he opts against looking for the trade kill, so not going to be the case for them. Nice little trap set. That was a clever bait from Mira. He's like, yeah, I'm alone. Now they'll throw out that blood grenade. And they get the kill?
That's a big one.
What? That last hit did so much damage.
That must have rolled high.
I mean, he rolled high, and how many trees did he have around him? The Spirit of the Forest, extra damage,
It must have just been enough to kill him.
That was crazy.
That hit him hard. And that's a big one, right? He just knocked him out of the lane without a TP.
I mean, massive. And now Mira...
You don't even care that you gave up first blood. No, I think that kill's bigger.
Absolutely. And this is actually pretty smart, the way they're playing with this Xtreme. So I'm not sure who's using it, if they shared control, but some nice body blocks that they were doing on Mira there. Cool start.
Well, check this out again. Look how much damage that last hit came in with. This one here is on, what, 60...
Okay, he did get tapped by the tree once.
It was the tree coming in as well, yeah, kind of where the tree did about 20 and then his right-click did about 45, yeah.
I mean, either way, that's pretty crazy.
And it was just in time.
And I think I just saw Courier die, too.
Well, we've had a lot of Courier deaths today.
Wait. XM killed Kiyotaka's courier. How the hell does that happen? All right, well, the Sand King killed the Monkey King's courier in the mid lane. I guess just walked up and he hit it.
I mean, sometimes you do that as the mid, right? You kind of send the courier in and you've kind of manually clicked it to go sit somewhere, and then you forget that it's just sitting somewhere in the mid. It happens.
Sure. I mean, it's still going to be a pretty free lane for Kiyotaka. He's going to have a treat versus the Sand King in the mid lane. So we've seen Sand Kings in the mid. Even if they do lose the lane, they have the recovery outlets. They just go to the jungle, so they do end up usually having similar types of net worth. But maybe we'll see rotations coming. I mean, I see Pantho.
That's an early one.
Playing toward the mid. Yeah, this is an interesting move. Looking like he wants to take away that water rune from XM.
Yeah, I don't know how much XM's going to care about that.
Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting, very early one. I guess Nightfall is just free farming with 0 pressure anyway, so he can make that type of cool move. All right. And let's see what Polson can do. The reeling. We haven't seen it in a long time, but look at that power.
He just got reeled in over his shards.
Interesting mechanic.
Yeah. And he'll get a courier. He's probably not going to die here, right, Mira? I think he's just walking this off. He's got stick charges, tangos, salves. He's good. Oh, never mind.
Is that 3 or 4 couriers already? I saw at least 3, right? Yeah, 3. Okay. That's nuts. Very early days for those couriers. Bottom. Nightfall should have a very free time overall down here. Pretty much 0 pressure going to come out between a Mirana and a Centaur. Overall, though, XXS is having a pretty good time, too. 11-5. He's actually got some denies versus this Tiny, maybe because of when the AA had left the lane. Sentry is placed in the mid lane. Kiyotaka has won the war. He's even buying Dust to further dominate the matchup. And buys an early Orb of Frost as well, too. So extra pressure he's trying to put out to XM here.
Now, if they get any sort of rotation from a support Aurora, they could get this kill pretty easy.
Absolutely.
If, you know, Tusk wants to head over.
I could definitely see Mira look to make those type of moves. Mira, definitely going to see some stacks anyway coming out from this Tusk, but not the double stacks that you sometimes do see for the Darkseer. So for Toronto, might be a little bit of a slower start since he did end up dying at the start. But overall, Darkseer in a pretty good spot in this game, I would say, just because he is he's these aura builders, which always seems to do quite well versus something like Sand King. And these Darkseers do end up recovering. Similar to the Sand Kings. Is that success? It connects.
He's dead.
They got him. I like this lane duo. Nowadays, you don't get toss ever, so you just have the avalanche. You can't actually break cold feet by accident. Kiyotaka.
XM sees a chance to maybe set up onto him. See people come in, but Kiyotaka able to turn with the boundless strike, get a decent heal off with the Jingu, so he's fine.
I would say for XG, it's a lot harder for them to make these rotations onto Kiyotaka until Sand King in particular has Epi, and even then, their supports are pretty limited on damage. Mirana and Naga Siren definitely not ones that really pump out the highest amount. So definitely hard for them to set up anything onto Kiyotaka. And Amira, he's continuing to just hang in the mid lane to potentially look for this move.
They want to try and dive him.
Pop the eye. They're just being really annoying. They're truly trying to bully XM at the most amount possible here. And they'll get the Sentry War.
No, won't be able to set up for a kill yet, though.
Ame is absolutely free farming, so no pressure onto him when he's playing versus that Darkseer with the backup of Polosin. So that lane, it is doing its job.
And he did have a pretty fantastic game in Game 2, Ame, and his Nexus Prophet.
He definitely was set up a bit better, I would say, for success in that game when he had this Tinker behind him who's shielding him. He has multiple control heroes that were starting fights. This one definitely looks, I would say, a bit harder for Ame overall. Speaking of Ame, they're bringing 3 heroes. They're looking for him. The Deluge, though, the slow, it's going to be enough to distance them from Ame.
I said they want to turn for Polosin. They still want to try and find Ame. At least Mira continue to search for the tree line. But, the vision's taken out.
Nicely done there from Polosin.
In the mid, XM. With the Burrow Strike, Xingqiu stepping up.
Not an easy play to go for.
The heals there already. Kiyotaka able to build
Xingqiu might just die.
And indeed, with this build, he's got no points in leap yet, so he just ends up feeding himself to the mid.
That's awkward. That's really awkward. And now Polosin likely to go down as well.
They're getting some good kills here, Aurora.
I don't know. And
that's rough in the mid.
It's really rough in the mid, and
that should pretty bad vibes, right? When your support Mirana just walks in and dies. You don't. If this Sand King, if they weren't best of buddies, he'd be pretty mad.
Yeah, he's like, what the hell are you doing, man?
It's like, don't you ever come mid again.
I think you know my disdain for Mirana 4 currently. I think as 5 position, it has a lot of merit. As 4, the hero just feels infinitely harder to play. Your itemization comes almost at the same time as a 5, and it's hard for you to utilize your spells in the same way that a 5 does.
I mean, what's the main item you're buying as the 4? You're getting the Atos or the Orchid? You go Atos, right?
Atos or Yules. It tends to just be. Sure. It's Atos, Yules, or you build the Auras. You know, you'll go for the mech if you'd end up having a good game and your offlaner's building pipe, but Definitely going to be a slow start for Xingqiu. And yeah, Kiyotaka, we see there, liking to play different heroes.
Yeah, he's coming with some good showings.
But this guy plays everything under the sun.
Took him a bit of time, of course, because obviously the group stage was rough.
Sure.
But here in the gauntlet stage, some of the performances from Aurora have been pretty top stuff.
I mean, they fixed their problems of those early days. They were just slamming down Ricky, Tiny A. They were trying the same strategy over and over again. It just ended up not working multiple times. Nice illusion bait coming in there. Kiyotaka's in to steal the shrine.
Yeah, this is kind of hard for XG to fight.
They've got both, for sure. Aurora, this early game, it's beautiful.
And so a bit different to the other games, right? Even the one they won, right? The early game has kind of been XG's in both so far this series.
This time, I feel like they doubled down in terms of winning these lanes. But Toronto Tokyo is also extremely farmed at this point, being able to go back and get these stacks. He's actually top 3 net worth as well.
Yeah, and that's off the back of having a bit of a slower start in the lane on the first few waves.
Okay, XM looking for a move here. Kiyotaka.
Always in and he's out. They'll still get the Who Stomp in into the stuns.
They've got the numbers.
What?
Oh my God, wait, what? No, he goes down
no
the
way
round.
he lives. They got him. They got him.
He actually got pushed super far forward there. They have to bring 5 heroes to push him away, and they did end up still losing that Shrine of Wisdom earlier. But looking to try to fix this early game that does feel a bit disastrous for them at the moment. They do find the Obs Ward too, so I think that's 2 that they've been able to take away during these moves. Toronto, as we see, a definite pipe rush game, as we were mentioning, versus that Sanking. And yeah, let's see that again. Guess he got the jump onto the secondary tree and then it pushed him. Oh, it's a Sprout. Okay. I was like, I didn't even see the Sprout. I'm blind. It's late night hours. I'll blame that.
Paulson.
Toronto Tokyo's already level 6. Soon to be 7. Maximizing as well, pulling it to the neutral camps. Going to be able to finish up one of those neutral items. Madstone bundle acquired. Kiyotaka continued to play super aggressively. Is he going to get punished for this? He's got backup. XM's trying to close the gap.
He's got the balance to hold XM back a little bit.
I mean, he revealed that he has a ward in that area with that boundless strike, so they should know that there's some vision.
Top lane. They did drop the wall to try and attempt for this kill.
Finish him off.
I think he's going to be fine, Paulson.
Okay. Mira's coming in to connect.
Or that might do it.
Got the shards.
Mira, shard block perfect. He traps him in. Kill him off. They'll get the kill at the end of it all, Aurora.
Toronto Tokyo gets that last hit too, and he's now top net worth after being in a kind of quote-unquote sack lane in a way versus the Nature's Prophet. That is not the case by any means, even though he died first. Having a dream start. He's going to have a really fast pipe and playing versus some limited damage, I would say, on the side of XG early game.
The pipe is going to ruin them, yeah.
Pipe Mage Slayer is going to truly ruin them. Kiyotaka, they're going on him again mid. They've got Stampede. Can they finish him? They can.
See if they can get out. Xingqiu should be fine. Still has a leap at the ready if necessary. Indeed, they have to use the Stampede to get in and get it, but it's an absolute worth kill.
And those kills matter. They're going to delay that Mage Slayer quite a long time here for the side of Kiyotaka.
And Aurora looking to see if they can strike back. They're bringing Nightfall in.
This is an early rotation that you don't really see from Tinies too often lately.
XM, he's got the Burrow Strike, but the Avalanche still connects. The arrow will come in actually and hold back Mira, and that allows them to take Mira down, and Nightfall's not able to dive any further forward, but the TP's coming in from XG. XG bring the numbers over.
Xingqiu's starting to get some work done too. These arrows are connecting. He's just playing around XM, and it's actually working here. He's going to queue up the Yule Scepter, so it looks like that's going to be his choice. Guess playing versus the Darkseer too, having that Dispel is going to be pretty nice versus the Surge. Success. Vanguard is finished. Kiyotaka gets the Boundless. And they did have those stacks. So for XM, he found that ward also that we were mentioning that Kiyotaka had shown from earlier, so he was able to back up and farm. That's 3 or 4 Obs wards, if I'm not mistaken, taken out from XG. So early game, they've been able to take out a lot of this vision. XM trying to be active here with this invis.
And they're getting the smoke out on Paulson, so they might try for a smoke play soon, XG. See if they can set something up for Arme to TP into.
I mean, let's see if they can get the smoke connection before the pipe
He's thinking about going for the solo play. But he'll hold back on it. Doesn't want to do it for Mira.
The next fight's going to have pipe. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to have it after these stacks. Very early timing coming in for the side of Aurora.
It's going to be so brutal for the XG team fight, trying to kill them off through this pipe.
I mean, XM's first epicenter might just get piped.
Yeah.
And then he's going to be pretty sad. As yep, about to be finished up after these last few ancient creeps. Level 6 on Panto, very close to being picked up also. And Kitaka now taking his foot off the pedal a little bit here, looking to finish up that Mage Slayer before he goes super aggro here. But they might look to play together, because yeah, that pipe, it's done. A very early timing for him.
Yeah, definitely one of the faster ones.
I think one of the fastest I've actually seen. I mean, 6,000 net worth at 12 minutes is no joke for a Darkseer. Arcane Rune bottom. Can Xingqiu at least deny it away? Not going to be the case.
Because I guess at this sort of point of the game, it's from XG side of things, like, what do the supports offer? Like, what are they looking to do? What do you do with these two supports right now?
You can disengage pretty effectively with both of them, honestly.
Sure.
The Moonlight Shadow plus the Sleep is very good at setting up, either for an aggressive move or just to disengage in particular. But they are very reliant on their cores, I would say, for the most part, these two. And here comes that move. Aurora, around that pipe timing, looking to go for this top tower. They've got a song available for Polison, but the whole squad of Aurora is here.
Does he want to try and set something up?
I mean, they don't really have a good song into something big.
Yeah,
No
true.
blink yet on the Sand-King. If they had blink Sand-King, then he could potentially think about it, but I think as soon as they see the pipe, they're like, this tower cannot be defended. As Panto actually off the mark with his Ice Vortex there. He checked that ward spot that we've been seeing more commonly placed on the north side, but he actually misses. He put the Ice Vortex on the north, as you see there, so he actually just missed it. And XM is going to get time to finish up that Blink Dagger, so they could look to make
They're getting good farm, you know. They're keeping up on the gold, as you can see at the top here, Xtreme.
And their heroes do farm fast. They've got Centaur, passive farmer, which is very effective. Nature's Prophet, one of the fastest, of course, and Sand-King. 3 very, very good junglers.
Smoke's going to come in from Aurora.
But they are literally just jungling right now.
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty passive gameplay from Xtreme, whereas, you know, Aurora can definitely afford to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and they can look to punish that Shrine of Wisdom again as Xingqiu. He's going to be the target. He does get the leap off.
With the Moonlight Shadow off as well, underneath the tower.
Oh, those are nice shards.
They got the dust at the ready. Xingqiu will try and turn.
The miss.
He's still alive. Kitaka didn't manage to get the last hit in.
He got the miss from the Starstorm.
He's out of there. I mean, Kitaka would drop the Wukong's command, but Arme's able to easily walk out of that one.
Song in the back.
So if they can set up anything in return here with Polison coming in with the song, but
a little awkward.
It's just a drive-by song.
Just sing the song of his people.
Yeah, just walks past them all, but no, nobody ends up dead. They managed to make sure that XG, they get everyone out there. Xingqiu a little too slippery. They couldn't kill him.
The Starstruck, it actually worked. The evasion that you get from that secondary Starstorm, 60% blind miss. He missed the attack on from Kitaka.
That's pretty, it's pretty annoying for both the cores, right? For the Tiny and the Monkey King. Very reliant on getting those hits in to do the damage, to get the kills.
I mean, Aurora surely wanted to get that free kill there. And look at behind it. Look at behind XXS. XM has the blink. He's got the Epi at the ready.
Okay, can they set something up here, XG?
Oh, that's awkward. Don't show.
Don't show.
No one saw it. No one saw it.
We didn't see it. You didn't see it. You guys and girls watching. Nobody saw it.
He immediately jumped
We were
away.
looking at this beautiful tree.
These are some of the better treants, I do have to be honest.
That's pretty cool. What is like a coconut?
Yeah. Another D ward. XG, that's the 5th one I believe I've seen. Mira, surge forward. They're looking for Xingqiu. He's got a leap.
That's the last one for a few seconds, but it's enough of one.
They're dodging the ganks.
They are. They're keeping the sort of the passive state going, and I think that's something that Arme's going to feel very happy with.
Fastest pipe timing.
What have we got?
Wow, it wasn't even in the top 6.
There's been a lot of
really fast
right?
ones, to
Yeah.
be fair, yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy collapse. There were 12 minutes. What did we get this game?
I thought it was pretty early up there, but I completely forgot what time.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo was 3rd. I don't know if that was necessarily the one that he did just now.
Oh, it was pre-12 minutes. We didn't see the exact time. Oh, so it was the fastest.
Wait, so this was the... Yeah, no, I think it was 11 minutes 56.
Yeah, okay.
I want to say.
Okay.
That's the number I had in my head when I looked at the top. But yeah, okay, so it was the fastest.
Yep, it was the fastest.
There we go. A world record.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He does have the build where he has a max surge, so he doesn't have the max vacuum. So in terms of team fighting, his team fight is not, sure he'll provide the sustain, but him landing a big vacuum, not going to be the case just yet. This game has slowed down a lot. 5-4. Both teams content with getting that farm, but I feel like Aurora more content with wanting to look for the fights now at this point. Mage Slayer's done, Pipe's done.
Yeah, it definitely seems easier for them to fight.
Yeah, that's
and,
for sure.
You know, whereas I think XG, they're just going to be kind of like, well, Arme, you got this, right?
Yep.
And Arme's going to be like, yeah, I got this. I got this. Just let me farm.
Let's see if it ends up working out for him, that farm.
We're getting the closer game that we wanted, though. At 16 minutes in, it could go either way.
Absolutely.
You know, the other two were kind of starting to get a bit spooky for one of the teams at this point, but this one, it's a good one.
Pipe was 11:45, I was just told. So
there we
it was
go.
even earlier.
I was close. Yeah, even earlier than I thought. Policy's dead.
Gets caught.
11:45.
I mean, Aurora definitely does have the way to set up for a lot of kills here. Let's see if they can get any trades here. He gets the snowball off Mira.
Nice little dodge.
We'll be able to get that one off.
Yeah, he's out.
Are they going to look to defend here on this tower? I think this is a hard one to defend for XG.
Oh, they do clip him with the dust, but the Burrow Strike's there.
This tower looks pretty dead. They're swinging over toward mid, too.
Yeah, the creep's coming for them.
It's a very spooky creep. It's a Mage Slayer creep. That tower is going to go down.
They're very much having to be dodging these plays right now.
XG's just got to play to farm.
Yeah, they don't want to get dragged into anything they don't want to.
No. They can look to go for some type of like disengage play and look to outnumber if they do have that sleep, you know, for that disengage or the Moonlight Shadow in particular. But yeah, I think fighting ahead on 5v5 at the moment, they'll be lacking in damage. So they want to pick and choose their battles quite perfectly here, as they are actually smoking forward. They're looking to catch Nightfall when he's split away right now. He's going to sneak right past, though. Looks like they are perhaps reading the move, though. Jinkyu is pinging. He's got the Yule, so he's got the setup also for the arrow.
This could be a kill.
Nightfall.
You get the opening.
Is gone.
Into the arrow. They'll even throw down the percentage just to be careful.
Sure.
It's been a slow game. Why not drop all the ults?
I don't blame it. Why not?
Well.
With the pace that it is, might as well throw that out to get that kill. Good read from the side of XG. I think Jinkyu's doing more than I was expecting him to be able to do at this former run so far. He's actually enabling XM quite a bit here in these last few moments. Crimson Guard for XXS finished up after that Blade Mail. Gonna be more, as we said, more of a farm-heavy kind of style game. Means he's not gonna go for the blink super early. Gonna delay it till that next item. Aurora. Gonna make the move. Do they want to try to get a kill up here? It looks like they do. Polison. They did see him. Looks like they are going for perhaps a different target. Or maybe just gonna farm the wave, I guess. They do have this deep ward at the moment that is scouting out Ame. It doesn't look like they can close the gap onto him just yet. Polison.
Should have him there with the setup. They get the punch up into the shards.
Very dead. Well, I actually didn't see that Mira was the one who got that shard, so that's actually a pretty big deal. This is one of the better ones. The Tusk. This lets you farm and finish up your next item very fast when you do get it. Being able to put some extra points into the shards. And yeah, he almost has Blink on Mira. So that's going to give them a follow-up for the Darks here in particular in a lot of fights. XXS will be able to get that tower.
Radiant are scanning.
Almost the Ags finished up for XM. BKB on the horizon for Ame as well. So, yep, they're slowing the pace of the game down. 7-5. Aurora, still not... I mean, probably still pretty happy with the game state, of course, too. But I think both teams are pretty content with what's going on right now. Aurora just looking to hunt more.
Can they kill XXS? It's pretty tanky. He's got Crimson and Stampede ready to go if he feels threatened.
I feel like this is pretty unkillable.
In fact, he's just ready to run straight at them. Mira's going to go for the TP out, but Pollen's ready to put a stop to that. You got to bring a bit more if you want to try and mess around with the Centaur.
You either need an AA blast or one of the two big core heroes. He's
going to try and make this play.
It's a big hit.
Blast now coming in.
Not quite enough. It's a nice connection there with the Boundless Strike, but not enough damage there. Doesn't want to commit, as XG does have the numbers here. And XG, they're going to look to make their own move. Aghanims is finished up on XM. He's got Epi ready.
Yeah, they're strong now. Honestly, this is the timing you look for with the Sand King.
Arrow will scout things out. Panto. They saw him there.
Yeah, they'll settle for him.
He's fairly tanky.
Indeed, they're not going to be able to settle for anything.
No, in Toronto now with the Greaves, with the pipe, they don't want to go for that chase forward onto him.
A little bit awkward.
Yeah. I mean, nice little macro moves coming in from XG. Aurora. Blink is done for Mira. They're going to smoke. They're looking for a move. I think that might have been seen by the... I think it caught a little bit of the vision from there. I think it may have. They pinged it instantly. Paulson hiding in the trees to scout. He'll get the glimmer, and he'll be able to disengage. Yeah, it looks like they saw it coming.
Dusting, just in case someone was around, Vacuum comes in, but indeed he's already gone.
Hey, this is how XG wants to play.
Hey, I really think it is. I think Arme he's having the time of his life.
Yeah,
he's like, I've got my BKB pretty much. It's you know, he's ready to fight now, and he's also ready to just keep farming and know that with the way that the rest of Xtreme are kind of spread around the map, it's very difficult for Aurora to ever get the chance to come and actually find the Nature's Prophet.
And they're doing a very good job of using their supports as they're supposed to, right? Disengaging with Moonlight, disengaging with Song, even scouting out with the illusions.
And just keep it going.
Yep, just keep getting that farm going until you feel like you've got that timing to be able to actually take a head-on fight.
Because overall, against these cores, right, Nature's Prophet feels pretty good down the line. Sure. It's a pretty solid one, as long as he's not falling behind, and he's not.
No, absolutely.
He's on top spot, Arme.
And look at this, Kiyotaka even getting hunted. Polison can't quite get the angle, and now Polison might be in a dangerous spot himself. Mira has the blink. Can't quite get the angle. 2K lead. All that time going by. Nature's Prophet doing Nature's Prophet things. So we said Nightfall, still very farmed. He's about to have BKB as well. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. But we are building up for a explosive mid-late game, as it's one of the lower kill count games I think me and you have gotten. 7 to 6 at 23 minutes.
I think it has to be, yeah. I think there was a couple of pretty low kill games.
We did have a
this
couple
one.
of them. We did also have some, the Falcons one just keeps coming back to me. That was like 40 kills in 20 minutes, but this one, much slower. Mira continuing to try to find targets. Bolson.
He's going to Song. Does he want a Song TP? He does. Just gets out of that.
Do they have range for the Boundless? It's not up. Mid lane, XM. Looks like he's just toying around with Toronto, Tokyo. Lots of individual plays coming out here. No big team fights, but that for XG, they're probably happy that those fights are not kicking off just yet. Now they can maybe look to start going for these since they do have the BKB on Ame. He might look to get involved soon. They're starting to get these items that will allow them to fight. Aurora. Continue to, it's this cat and mouse game almost, it feels like. They're just hunting, and XG continuing to avoid. Kiyotaka hasn't committed his gold yet either. He has 3,300 on him. We've seen more Pavis at this tournament than I think I'd seen for some time. XXS, quick blink.
That was a very quick blink. He was ready for that one.
He just had gotten this blink dagger as well, too, just before this jump. It's huge. He's able to disengage like that. Has Kiyotaka spent the gold for the BKB just yet? Not yet.
Maybe he's dreaming of bigger things.
I hope not. I think the BKB is very important for him.
He doesn't need a BKB.
I think it's really important.
It's 7 to 6. There's nothing's happening.
I think it's really
important.
important.
Why won't BKB? Get yourself for Radiance.
I think it's really important for him.
That relic's looking awful tempting. We'll see.
It's too important for him to have it because they can just Song, disengage. Like they just have too many
it's a
different
lot
little
of stuns,
controls.
right? You get caught in one, you're getting caught by them all.
Exactly. It's risky if he goes against them.
Oh, this is the courier death in lane. Oh, okay.
What? That was way later.
Was it?
The replay was
No, I think that was the Sand King about to kill the courier.
Oh, was it? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Whatever.
I don't know.
Whatever.
It's just a flashback to a random point earlier on. Why not? Anyway, back in action.
Toronto, they're going for a play on the tankiest hero.
Look at the Wukong's command down, so she's got to back off.
Again, and nobody dies.
Nobody's dead. Nobody's dead.
Hey, they tried to go for the Greaves pipe hero.
Yep.
That was a bold attempt there from the side of XG. Epi on cooldown now. But spells used. They forced the Monkey King ult, and Kiyotaka, he does commit. So BKB finished for him, BKB finished for Nightfall. They're looking to play with multiple BKB timings.
Now he seems even less likely to get these kills. Everyone's getting more ways to save themselves.
Surely there's going to be one big explosive connection soon. XM, as we said, Epi's on cooldown 60, but so is the Wukong, so maybe they both just wait for those cooldowns to come back up. Mira, looks like he's prepping for the Roche. Puts the ward down. They've got these double BKBs at the ready. Looks like that's going to be the call for them. Stampede cooldown 30, Song still for 15, Epi as well. Aurora's going to start it.
I don't think XG's going to do anything about that.
No.
I think they're like, you know, whatever. We'll
Creeps.
just keep hitting the creeps.
Yep, that's going to be the name of the game for the side of XG until Ame says, I am ready. Maybe the Pike will be the call for him to say, I am ready.
I don't think he's going to say that until he's level 25.
Maybe it is possible.
It's like, why not? You know, if everything's kind of working, just keep with the status quo. Keep us just going.
Yep.
You're not losing the game, so just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, they'll go for their own exchange, right? Rather than contesting, they're like, yeah, we don't have our ults up. We'll go for the Tormentor. Who's going to get it? Pullison will. A pretty nice shard. Actually, with the heals, of course, coming in.
Yeah, decent amount, right?
Yep. It's a lot of sustain in this game. From both sides.
Dude, why haven't we seen some, like...
What's that?
Nagasara Medusa strats.
What, because the max mana regen?
Yeah.
I mean,
is that?
Come on, like...
Dude, that's a decent amount. Was it 4%
Don't give them any ideas.
That's what, 28% of your mana, the max mana. That's a decent amount of...
That sounds pretty awful. Can't you just like build a Holy Locket and click it on someone, or buy some Arcane Boots? I don't know. That sounds pretty underwhelming.
That's true, actually. Why if you have Refresher, you have 2 Song of Siren?
A Refresher, oh yeah. All right. I mean, definitely some cool stuff, though. I'm glad that we're at least getting to see variety. When was the last time we didn't get like Wallachia? We saw 0 Naga Siren play.
No.
So this is cool to see that we're getting another hero at the least. XXS.
Oh,
taking a bit of a beating.
I mean, neither hero's gonna die.
No,
nobody's dying. Though.
Oh, and when was the last time we even got a kill?
Is this? I wonder if we can bring up that stat. What are the lowest kills that we've had?
When was the last kill?
It's say pre-30 minutes. Say 30 minutes. What's the lowest kills? This has got to be getting up there, or getting down there.
It's been 7 minutes since a kill.
Has it actually?
Yeah, it's been 7 minutes since a kill. There's been a bunch of Obs wards killed and a tower, but yeah, 7 minutes since we had a kill. Oh, Shrine of Wisdom though.
I might call. Ooh, Arme.
He's got the shard. He's out. And he does claim the shrine, and they'll be able to claim the opposing one.
Yeah,
Polison.
Song and TP. He's just got TP out, right?
Yep. Mira did not get the snowball in time. 5k lead.
Yep.
They're just hitting creeps.
I think they're chilling. I think XG's chilling a bit more. I think Aurora might start to be sweating a little bit.
I'm still 50-50. I'm still pretty
bit.
50-50 on it. I don't know. It definitely still looks strong because Nightfall is massive. He still is very
I just
farmed.
have more faith in a Nature's Prophet to carry a game this patch than a Tiny.
I hate Nature's Prophet so much.
It's that crazy. 50-50 at the moment on the numbers.
That feels. It still feels like a pretty even game state. Both teams itemizing with these auras. We see Xingqiu now. He does get that mech after having solar, so matching the auras of the opposing side. Aurora. Gem picked up. I think they picked that up actually some time ago, and I didn't point it out. Sorry, but whatever. Gonna get the push going. They've still got Aegis for 2 minutes as well, too. And there's no glyph here. So this tower, they're rotating over to attempt for the defense, but it is into this Aegis.
They're just gonna let it go.
They're thinking about fighting on it.
XXS is in with the jump. Epicenter is coming in now, but they're going to actually look to make a jump on a key attacker, but key attacker gets the BKB off. Nightfall's able to turn. They actually kill XXS off. Nightfall doesn't even drop the ones.
He's gone.
He's still got this Aegis good to go. He's ready to move on for more. They look to XM. They get the punch up and the Ice Blast connection over him, so XM falls.
They can't even kill Nightfall once.
He's got to run on Polos and lucky to get out of the shards there.
Aurora striking hard here. I mean, it's XM, it's XG who looks for the fight themselves.
I don't know if they wanted to do that. I think they should
back to hitting creeps.
I was going to say they're going to be like, well, back to the original plan, boys. Let's not try and fight.
Owen, Ame, no BKB, Nightfall on the prowl.
Oh, is he ready for this, Ame?
Dun, 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 dun. He sees him for a second.
He's able to push him back.
Mira.
They're coming for him.
Mira's here.
Gonna try for the TP out, but the toss is there.
They've got detection. They've got the kill.
That's a big one.
They've opened up the game now. After a very, very long hiatus, they do find a big grab at the hand of Nightfall. Killing XXS, tanking spells. Kiyotaka getting the BKB off. Sure, he dies.
Yeah.
But either way, ends up being well worth it for the side of Aurora. They've been looking for a fight for, it feels like 15 minutes, and they finally get given one.
And he still didn't lose the Aegis. He still got that for a minute. Oh, no, on Nightfall.
And his timings they're looking really good, Owen. He's considering a couple different items here. But yeah, his timings are solid. He's got this Revenant's Brooch, so you can see even something like Centaur, they can pierce through him. They can actually kill him anyway.
I feel like I'd kind of like to see the Harpoon come out soon, right, as well. Just give him a way to sort of pull someone and
he was queuing
pull his way out of the Sprout if he's got a target to drag onto.
He had queued it initially, and then he just switched, probably just feeling like he can just tank up with the status. Sure. Because he's tiny anyway, so maybe not feeling like he needs it. If they're going to make the move onto him anyway, right, he's set up to just wail on them. As Aurora, for the first time in 15 minutes or so, they do claim themselves that gold lead. And definitely seeing the struggles of damage on the side of XG. I mean, sure, Ame is going to be able to deal that damage in some situations, but I don't know, this Tiny is just so tanky with the backup of the auras, the Mage Slayer plus that pipe. It does feel very difficult for them to bring down Nightfall. Kitaka also about to have that Nullifier finished up too, so I mean, he's gonna have the way to play versus these supports. I don't know, it's feeling a little more chill, I would say, for the side of Aurora. Even though XG, they're getting to hit these creeps, it does feel like overall, they're getting more scaling going. On the side of Aurora, that is. Yeah, Nullifier's done. Kiyotaka continuing to grow. XG. Well, I mean, what's the next? Is it really just going to be hit creeps till Ame hits 25?
I think that's what Ame's saying. Wait until I'm 25, boys.
I guess it is. Nightfall. On the hunt. Bullison might just get caught this time.
He's looking pretty dead unless he can get the song off.
Nope. Even if he does, he's dead.
Yeah, the tree's already in.
They even popped Stampede to attempt to save him there. So 90 seconds, they're not going to have that to protect each other.
Oh.
Kiyotaka's on the hunt too. This is the other concerning thing when I see like the Nature's Prophet, sure, he's getting the farm. It's only him. And if he just gets caught on the side, one of these situations by Kiyotaka, he could just die almost immediately. They have to be very careful. I feel like for XG, you have to just huddle around Ame. Even though it's a Nature's Prophet, it feels bad to do so with this. If he gets caught, all of your net worth is gone. And he does commit the gold, Owen. So Ame purchases the Sacred Relic for that Nullifier. Mid, Nightfall. Another solo
That's a
grab.
big one. That's XM gone for a minute. No buyback.
Nightfall's being the difference maker now in these last, what, 6 minutes or so. He's been able to find a couple solo pickoffs. SNY done. He's also got the Harpoon. Getting some pretty crazy levels. Yeah, for XG, I see them feeling that pressure now. Stuck inside the base here for some moments. 45 seconds without their Sand King. Here comes the push.
With the hoof stomp opening onto Nightfall. Maku dragged back onto XXS, taking quite a heavy hit here.
No
Put the BKB on XXS.
GQ.
Get the setup here on towards him, but jumps out in time.
God, yes, he almost just dies to that grab. I think the Gossamer actually saved him.
Still 20 seconds until they have XM back up for the defense.
Aurora. They kill these towers fast. Nightfall with the Solar Crest. Force the Glyph. Stampede is back up, but the BKB's on cooldown for XXS now. And Aurora looks like they'll respect the Sand King coming back up. Roche soon to be respawning. Nightfall just... I feel like he just finished the SNY, then he just finished the Harpoon, and he has now got another thing coming out. The Silver Edge is about to be done. And oh, Roche, it's a pretty quick spawn.
They've got the blink on Polison now, so...
Okay.
They've got the setup. It is just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to find some sort of excellent angle for XM to just follow up with like a multi-man burrow strike.
I feel like he has a song to disengage more than song to set up.
Sure.
I feel like songing to set up is kind of disastrous at this point.
Even if you can sort of song and set yourself... But is there any sort of instant way to catch someone as the song comes to an end if you want to try and just like song move in and just blow everything onto one of the cores?
They're going to get the BKB off, right?
Yeah.
Or they're going to get these auras for Toronto. I think they're too tanky to die. I think if they can reset and play the long fights on the side of XG, that's ideally how they want to do it. If they can waste a Wukong's, waste a wall, then they can look to reinitiate. But I think if they just go all in with the song, it looks too scary still at this point. These heroes they're just too tanky. It's a 4,400 HP Tiny with a Mage Slayer Pipe Greaves behind him. Nightfall, he's the one leading the charge. XM will be able to get the blink away. Aurora just on the hunt. Roche about to respawn. Am I reading this clock completely wrong? No, I'm not. Okay. It does respawn.
What do we got here? Last 5 years of LAN events. It's about 3,942 games. Only 26 games have gone on this long, 35 minutes with fewer games. That is
really
a very small amount of games.
That's crazy.
26 there out of the 3,942.
That actually is pretty nuts.
That's like what percent is that? That's like less than 1%.
You have a cal, you're on a computer. You got
less than 1. Yeah, that's
Basher, Kiyotaka, on the high ground here. He's scouting them, the tree. Look at it. He gets stunned initially.
It's a good arrow.
Gets stunned again, but he's got the backup. Mira's there.
Andy, the snowball save comes in. Gives him the chance to live. Still a Kiyotaka. He's falling pretty low. He'll get the bounce strike to try and jump away. He's healing up. He's fine.
He gets the B. He pops the BKB so late.
Pollison's trying to chase him down.
XM.
They get the drag back onto XM, so they get the kills, and they manage to make sure that nobody goes down Aurora.
Oh, and they don't have the damage on XG. He even waits. I mean, honestly, he waited maybe too long to pop the BKB.
He looked like he was going to die.
Yeah, he actually waited until
afterwards. Managed to find some sort of additional damage to actually kill him off.
Yeah. Oh, and Nightfall's actually reading this play, too. Look at this.
He did this before up top, right, where he was able to turn a good play into finding Arme on top of it.
He might just be able to find him.
He's got BKB TP.
He's reading him. He might burst him fast enough, Owen. Ooh, he reached the wrong direction.
Close. And Arme is out in time with the TP.
It's crazy how much burst damage a Tiny does at this point, so he could absolutely have gotten him there. But not quite. A good read, at the least, there from Nightfall. And yeah, we're seeing definitely damage issues. The Epi comes in, and it does something there, but as soon as these auras
I thought they were going to be like absolute down. I don't know if the host stomp had already come in, but I felt that there was maybe a chance they were going to have another stun to continue to keep him held down, Kiyotaka, but it didn't come in.
Mira just clutch.
Not enough.
Yeah. There's Kiyotaka baiting in a way, right? Yeah. He knows he has the backup of Mira to be able to get that snowball protection. Are they going to commit for the Roche now? It is back up. I think they just scouted it, so looks like they will be able to go in toward there. XG. Difficult for them to attempt to contest over there.
And Arme's farm is, it's slowed down a little bit, especially in terms of the XP. Still needs a bit of time to try and get that 25 so he can put that additional map pressure.
His slowed down, and the other two cores have completely fallen off as well, too. XXS hasn't gotten much of anything, and neither has XM in these last 7 minutes or 8 minutes. And there's that next. Roche Aegis claimed for Nightfall, level 25, about to be hit. I believe they've got a couple greater healing lotuses as well on the side of Aurora, so definitely going to try to keep track of that one with extra heals, as we've seen for XG. They are limited on the damage. Panto, looks like Ame's going for a solo play up here onto him.
Is he?
We'll be able to get the kill. Kiyotaka's on him now.
They get the jump on a Nightfall. They have the damage to bring Nightfall down between these two. Doesn't look like it. And Nightfall's able to turn with the toss.
Ame will be able to get out also. Still had BKB active during the vacuum.
Got Burst Strike up again. And even so, this is still into the Aegis of Nightfall. So
a nice little
he's going to keep it fine.
I mean, a nice little solo play from Ame.
He gets in, he gets out.
A kill. Does have to use the BKB to get out.
It was risky.
It is going to be on cooldown. He got lucky also because he didn't get bashed, but it was only one of the attacks that Kiyotaka did get onto him there.
It's close to the butterfly. It's a pretty nice game for it.
Not as nice, I would say, as last time when he's playing versus the Ursa. Tiny is a little different because it's more of that hybrid damage as well, too, but still, definitely something that he absolutely needs.
And there we go. So indeed, the 26 ones that had as low of kills as this did at 35 minutes, and then we got the 15 minutes. I could see that happening here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Just a 7K lead right now for Aurora.
I mean, Aurora's still in a very comfortable spot, as we can see. XG still trying to find that timing for them to be able to actually take a fight. Yeah, I feel like the timing's just getting better and better for Aurora, though. As time goes by, I feel like they're actually the ones... Yeah, they're just getting stronger and stronger. They're scaling more.
At the 20, they might be able to wrap their way to victory.
There's
XG.
Always the possibility.
Farmer gets to 25. We've definitely seen Nature's Prophets win these sort of games.
XM? Can he get himself out of this when the bash comes in on the Stampede?
He should be fine, though, right? He's got Burst Strike again in a second.
Bullet fire.
XXS jumps in as well. The Who Stomp to make sure that Kiyotaka's not able to chase. Might have put himself in harm's way, though. Balance out on the two of them. Ice Blast coming in as well. Xinku's able to jump out.
XXS.
He's in trouble. The bashes continue to come in. He's dead. Out for 70.
He may bail his teammate out, but he pays with his life. Mate, going for another solo play.
Oh, this one's a risky solo play.
This is at a tier 2.
Oh, no, he's got to run.
He's got the song.
He's got the song. Do they want to get anything to get out? They just want to get out.
Polison there to bail out his ally. And delaying the push. So he does force Aurora back, which is pretty good.
And this is they will be able to do these sort of plays, right, when they want to go for the wrap. They can kind of push, and as long as Polyson's there with the song, they can just always get out.
He is only level 15, though, so it's not that super low cooldown.
Sure.
Level 18 is when you've got that 60-second, I believe, still. Oh, no, it's actually 100 nowadays. Oopsie. So it's actually much longer still cooldown, even when he gets 18 on the Naga. So does still have to be very careful. But Ame might have to take these type of risks. Close to being 25. She does not look amused. And a full Daedalus now for Kiyotaka, as we said.
Yeah, big
they're scaling a lot.
Yeah.
Looking very difficult for Ame now at this point to do it on his own. XM is back alive. Nightfall. Still 100 seconds on the Aegis.
Mira.
He's finishing
Looking
off.
mate.
Nice little reel in.
XXS will get the Who Stomp. And
There's the
XMZ with the Burrow Strike Epicenter. It's going to bring them down to about half HP, but he has to back off as soon as the Wukongs is laid down. They use the Stampede as well to get out of that.
This Epi's just doing next to nothing this game, it feels like. Yeah, the pipe, the Mage Slayer, just too much coverage. They can back up, reset, level 25 as we said for Nightfall. And now an Aghanims also. So Toronto Tokyo, he's also getting the scaling. So on top of them having a Monkey King Tiny in terms of scaling versus NP, now the NP is going to start getting turned against himself.
I mean, he's got to TP over and steal that Wisdom, surely.
To get the 25.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You know, it's a pretty high chance they're not back over there, but he's not going for that risky play at the moment.
It is pretty risky, right? I mean, in terms of what we can see, right? We see everything, but he has no idea. They could have like a ward there, and if he gets caught getting a shrine, it's pretty miserable.
Boundless is going to miss onto Polyson. Probably doesn't matter, though.
Trying to get out there, trying to get some extra information for the team. Shrine will be claimed. Toronto Tokyo, he's able to get that one.
Kiyotaka is just on a bit of a hunt just to see if he could catch Ame, but Ame did get out in time.
And Nightfall he's having like a beautiful game. Just flawless. 7-1 and 2 still on this Tiny. He had to die that second time. All right, Ame, how close is he?
He's close.
He's getting closer. But this doesn't feel like one of those where it's like, okay, he's got 25. They can just fully take over. They have so many good ways to hunt him still.
I mean, they don't have any Dagons, though.
True. They do have a Daedalus, Monkey King, and a Tiny who do kill that pretty quickly.
That's true, they hit pretty hard.
And Panto, he could look to build it if he would like to. Does have close to the goal to have it. Oh, and look at Mira, too. Another really strong item this game in terms of breaking the base, and Aghanim's about to be finished for the Tusk. Nature's Prophet does not like to get kicked in. Moonlight Shadow to get outside. Looking to maybe catch Aurora off guard, at least in terms of numbers. But Aurora with the read again. Ame trying very hard to get this 25. What's the next pick up there? I see Kiyotaka has built something as well. He's got the Abyssal, so now they can go through that BKB even easier. And the Aghanims, it is there for the Tusk. So Mira has got it finished. And Mira did have to point out, small things, but he's got Ogre Shield Totem. He's got Force Staff as well, too. So he can get in and get out of the fight pretty easily, too, if he does go for a kick target. XG. Hanging on. But Aurora playing it patient, full Swift Blink. A Nightfall getting to territories of soon having to maybe even replace something by the Moon Shard. It's a nice big up for XXS too. Almost an AC finished up for him, so trying to get these extra answers. But Aurora content with the map state, waiting for that next Roche perhaps, or waiting for an extra pick off that they can get before they go for high ground.
And they're definitely chilling right now, Aurora.
Yeah, they're in a comfy spot.
As it is for this format, all series, knockout series, you don't want to mess it up. You don't want to throw away this sort of a position.
I like this. Even, Toronto Tokyo, I think he's recognizing that as well, too. I think I saw him queue up a couple different items. Now he gets a BKB of his own. So now triple BKB cores on the side of Aurora for that next Roche fight. Ame.
He's nearly got it.
One or two more camps, and he's got it, yeah. queuing up the Lincolns. I'm pretty sure he saw the Ag's Tusk, so doesn't want to get booted in. But Aurora, they're looking to make the move. And amp damage also spawns top. Anyone they find is going to die. XM. Able to get the burrow out. Has the BKB and they have the Stampede.
They have to get him out.
That's an expensive getaway. Mira.
Oh, he's in.
Trying to get the catch.
XXS tries to get the hoost dump. He's not going to be able to clip him. Nightfall's able to get him with the avalanche onto XXS. The Ice Blast comes in, doesn't quite reach him.
Nice force staff. Gets him a little bit further so he doesn't get punted in. Nightfall. Rax. Almost 3 shots.
They're being so careful here, Aurora.
Yeah. They're just waiting for next Roche. That's the next big thing that they want to go for. It is back up in about, what, 40 seconds or so? Close enough. Kiyotaka, with this amp damage, I think they saw him over here. Maybe they could set up for a potential move here because they do have that ward. They'll see him.
Yeah, they know.
He'll get the hell out of there.
Almost tipping over.
Maybe not. He's sticking around.
Ooh.
Kiyotaka.
They see him.
Kiyotaka.
They're going to see him again. He's going to put the BKB, try and run. He's going to go for the BKB TP.
And he's out. And the blast will connect onto 2.
Risky stuff, though. Risky stuff.
That was such a Kiyotaka play. Just completely by himself. Nobody even in the area, and he's standing in that corner. So no BKB, 75 seconds. XG, are they going to try to use that to go outside? It still feels very risky. Scouting out the Roche. Aurora, just waiting for it. Rune will be bottom. It's a haste. They do see that Roche. It's a refresher shard, of course. Level 25 also now an XM. Getting close to refresher, too. I mean, this tanking, the refresher 25 timing can change things. It is an immense amount of damage, and the area control is crazy.
Especially against these kind of shortened BKBs, right?
I mean, there still is a lot of damage negation on the side of Aurora, but if he's able to get refresher, it might be overwhelming to see if XM can get to that point.
I mean, they're heading up here, Aurora, but it seems like Xtreme is sort of prepared for this.
Kiyotaka, BKB cooldown 15.
Oh, XXS tries to get the jump in, but now he's on the low ground. Sends towards him with the punch. They'll get the kickback, but Nightfall doesn't want to go on this quite yet. Jump in with the burrow strike, Epicenter. Mira's just straight up dead. Nightfall will turn with the combo, just completely destroy the Sand King.
He jumped the gun on this.
I mean, Aurora's going to try and find some more here.
And XM thinking that he can do more there, but he's jumping into the double BKBs and all these auras.
Nightfall just destroyed him.
I mean, it wasn't even the multiple BKBs. It was literally just Nightfalls, actually. Yeah, he just kills him in 2 different tosses. Now they don't have the Epi for the defense either. So this Roche, very likely to fall to Aurora. And he just still continues to look too hard for XG to fight. Even though they're getting and keeping the farm consistent, the actual fights just don't look close. Attempted jump from Toronto.
And Paulson could go for the Blink Song steal.
That'd be hype. He might actually do it.
He might. If he could check it out with the illusions, get some sort of information.
They have a ward right on top of him.
Well, that's true. They're going to come straight for him.
Bye-bye.
He's not going to get the chance to make a cute play.
Nah, no funny business. MKB now, Nightfall. We'll be able to move his BKB out when it's on cooldown. And it looks like they'll be giving Kiyotaka that Aegis since Nightfall. I don't think he's feeling like he can die. As we've seen in a couple of these fights, he just stands his ground. He just kills him in 2 seconds.
It will be a little bit awkward, though, if this is the time that he does die.
Yeah, if he does get caught,
the time that he's, you know, this, what was it, 3rd Roshan, and first time he doesn't have the Aegis on himself.
It's definitely a bit interesting. Maybe just because he has no slots, but he is the Sieger, so usually you want to give the Aegis. He's the one stepping up and hitting. Yeah, hey, whatever. He probably just feels confident enough. Scan connects. Ame.
Ooh, Ame.
Kiyotaka is hunting.
He's seeing if he can get a chance, but Ame's out.
What time did we say? What time did they say it was? 50-50?
I think it was like 50-55 or something.
50-55?
So we're pretty much close to the average time of the games that have this slow. I mean, honestly, at this point, we've probably even got another stat. You know, still 18-9 at 50
still
minutes.
Still is low kills.
Is relatively low here.
Surprising, it's still only giving them a 66. It's the Nature's Prophet factor,
it's the Nature's Prophet 25,
yeah.
I think. You know, there's always the chance for that split push, that wrap, that creep cut. That bad fight into, you know, suddenly you're losing a barracks.
We've seen it happen. We've seen bigger comebacks from Nature's Prophet. from mistakes, of course, from the enemy. Aurora, just waiting. If somebody shows, they're gonna get booted outside. Nightfall. Kitaka, considering to just maybe set the ring down for the push.
XXS is in. For the Houston, but straight away the BKB's out from Kiyotaka. Uses Stampede to get out of the Wukong's command, and they'll put the fortification.
Hard to walk into this here. Banner is down, Wukong's is down, and they've got a second one.
XM's thinking about going. He's in. Burrow Strike Epicenter in onto the two of them. What's the BKB, but the snowball save comes in from Mirror. It's going to take them a little bit deeper. Song of the Sirens there to allow XG to reset.
AA Blast is going to connect, actually not onto Polus.
Just onto XM. XXS is backing, gets the Houston pop onto the two of them, comes in with the Burrow Strike on a Mirror. They've killed the Tusk. And that's going to force Aurora to back off.
They still do have the refresher. Kiyotaka is considering, and he puts it into his bags.
They pushed him back.
They'll play patient.
They lost the range racks on the mid, but they keep the bottom full set intact.
I mean, Aurora's being, I don't think I've ever seen them this careful, Owen. No, this is...
I said you gotta be elimination games.
Yeah. Like, so some of the times I've seen Aurora, you know, they'll be a bit more reckless. In particular, you know, Kiyotaka, we love him for that, but this time, he's keeping it very composed. They lose Mira, and they're like, we don't have our save. Back it up. Even though they have the Aegis still, even though they have the refresher shard, they'll be careful.
And we're definitely seeing, though, as you said, that the potential from XM, and you can only imagine, once he does have the refresher,
then he can
they got to be careful how they push into that.
Then he can actually play versus these snowball saves, right? Then he can do the one and then into the secondary one after the snowball potentially comes out.
Got to be careful here, Aurora, even though they have such a lead.
Such a lead with these three cores in particular with what they're up against. And Kiyotaka, they're really rich too, right? 6,000 or 7,000 gold Kiyotaka, 6,000. They all have like 6K, all three cores. Panto has queued up that Dagon also too, so that Treant's also going to be dealt with at all times. XG. Smoked up, but...
And do you think that for XG, you're just saving for buybacks? You don't want to spend up on any of your heroes?
They need extra lives, yeah. They're on the back foot pretty heavily.
Yeah. Oh, they're coming out of the base.
This is a risky move.
Who's going to find who first? Nightfall. He's going to try and make the jump. Gets him with the avalanche on towards Xinkyu. Xinkyu's out.
He's dead with no buyback.
He was the only one that doesn't have it.
XXS is caught.
Nah, but this one will come out. Just been the chance to reset, get out of the Wukong's command.
Olsen.
That was close.
That was really close.
Yeah. He's away, but they're going to have to try and hold it for 1 minute without their Mirana.
No Mirana, no Stampede, no Song to disengage.
Aurora's in.
Refresher used from Kiyotaka.
He's ready for round 2.
He's just going to drop the Wukong.
He's thinking about it. Doesn't need to for the tier 3 quite yet. Nice blast coming in, but they get the jump with the Houston. Toronto Tokyo's in with the vacuum onto the two of them, but they'll be able to force back to safety. Toronto Tokyo's going to try and chase down Polison. He has got buyback available on XM. Kiyotaka, as the Aegis gone, XXS is going to attempt for the TP out through the remainder of the BKB, and he'll get back to the fountain to safety.
Looks like he shouldn't take out either. I think the Pyrrhic Cloak actually ended up finishing off Kiyotaka, his own allies, killing him. Sprout.
They get the jump in again with the Burrow Strike. XM pots the BKB. Kiyotaka able to get out with the Boundless Strike himself.
AoE Surge, they'll disengage. The Rax stays alive with 100 HP.
It does. It costs them the buyback on XM.
It's a very expensive one.
But that it is them pushing back the Aegis push, as they take the Aegis out of the hands of Kiyotaka.
They pass him the cheese. He's still got that one at the ready, and looks like they disengage for 80 seconds until those BKBs do come back up on the side of Aurora. XG, hard for them to punish these BKBs being cooldown, but they're going to try. They're going to smoke outside.
It's a little risky. They don't have Epicenter.
Oh, and I don't know if they're going to know that Kiyotaka has this full refresher. This could catch them off guard also. Can pop the BKB and end up surviving. It's a risky move, but as we were saying, this might be moves that they have to take at this deficit.
Who are they going to find?
They're looking, getting the ward down, looking for the catch.
Kiyotaka would be the big one.
It's not an easy kill. It's always in these trees.
Close by, they're going to know that he's around this area.
The refresher's actually still cooldown from using the refresher shard from earlier, so 30 seconds until he has that available. So Aurora, looks like they're going to play patient. XG, not going to be able to find
They're
anyone.
not going to get the chance here, XG.
Shield rune bottom. Not a bad one for this Centaur by any means.
They want to at least get the next items done, especially with XM using his buyback, right? The refresher, 900 or so gold away. He needs that for the next hold. They need that little extra bit of something. But I don't know if he's going to get the time to because the smoke's already coming in from Aurora.
Oh, he might get caught here too. Nightfall. He's right on him.
XM's got to get out, but the Yeet still drags him back. Still, the BKB's there, the Stampede, the Shiva's Guard, the press all the buttons and run. It will work. He gets away.
Literally pressing quite a lot there just to disengage. No Stampede now, no BKB for XM. XM could just die instantly in this next fight.
It's scary now.
He has to be super far back. Honestly, I'm like, does he like sell phase boots to buy the refresher?
Yeah,
I'm honestly
like
considering
really need this
like
refresher.
I feel like he might consider it.
You really need it. Yeah, selling the phase would do it.
It's pretty much the only way that he can get it if he wants to for the next fight. Kitaka.
I just BKB and Wukong's command and getting the Tiny in there as well. They want to try and get these racks. Fortification is out. They should get these. Still hard for Xtreme to get in on this.
He'll be careful. He'll pop the refresher just in case of anything. So
and they got what they came for. They got what they came for. They get out. And he sold the phase, yeah.
He did, right? Yeah, I was going to say, he has to get this refresher. It's the most important timing for them in order to try to hold this game now. See if it does make a difference or not. His net worth is looking super pathetic now. I mean, for quite some time, obviously, they haven't been able to get much of anything.
They're holding.
They are holding.
They're holding. We're going to get into 60 minutes pretty soon. If they can get some sort of Book of the Deads, that'll help them keep the game going.
Does Ame have the damage is just going to be the question, too. He needs he needs the Stygian Deso. He needs as much as possible. I feel like it actually is getting pretty close to maybe even like the Rapiers, but he doesn't really have the inventory
it's kind of awkward to find a slot for that, yeah.
Because he needs the Lincolns or he gets kicked back. He needs the distance.
Oh, Nightfall.
Nightfall.
He's going to find Xingqiu. I think he just bailed out. Okay, now XX says he wants to go in. He's in with a 3-man hoof stomp. Stampede as well to try and get the rest of the team into position. Jump ball from XM, but it's not enough damage. XM has to back off as XXS will get taken out.
XM's punted back in the ring.
He's trying to run here, XM.
Can he disengage?
Burrow strikes on cooldown for a few seconds. The BKB will keep him safe from the avalanche. He's trying to get the epicenter going, but the toss is there for Nightfall, and that's him out for 2 minutes. No buyback.
Ame.
Can he get
to go for Tokyo, but he's alone.
He's still got the BKB ready to press, but he's caught by the stunner. Put the BKB now, but the punch up's there. The song comes in from Polison. Can they get out?
Looks like they should be able to disengage Polison. Also going to be able to get out.
They get out, but no XM. 2 buybacks. And indeed, XM, he is out pretty much for good. Dead for 100 seconds. This should at least be the mega creeps for Aurora.
He gets the Rapier. He needs it. He absolutely... They don't have damage on. Every single one of the fights, I'm just seeing everyone surviving with like 50% HP on the side of Aurora. So he's got that Rapier. Let's see if he can actually hold his ground.
Okay. Ame, can he do it?
Honestly, maybe... Oh, I'm like thinking, can he even do anything else? I'm like, can he sell maybe something else and just buy Daedalus as well so he's got the extra damage? But no, it's too much to ask for from just him.
Aurora. I've been very careful about how they proceed.
Level 30's been claimed now onto Nightfall. Final racks. There's no glyph.
And they've got to let it go and just hope they get time for XM to see the light of day again.
It's 55 seconds for him. That's the Megas. BKB coming back up from Kiyotaka, so is the refresher. Another refresher also. Toronto Tokyo's got it, double wall.
They got Song in 10 seconds, so can try and make a risky play to get the jump onto Ame. Ame forced back.
Okay, he's got the root.
They're going to jump back in on towards him. The hoof stomp. Ame doesn't want to hit yet. He's still scared. Kiyotaka comes in with the Wukong's command of the BKB. They've got the Stampede to disengage. Toronto Tokyo will manage to vacuum drag back Polison. It's coming in, but Polison should be fine. Tier 4's though.
Wall.
Going down 20 seconds until XM's back in.
The building's Owen.
Oh, he's in again, XXS, but the refresher's there from Kiyotaka. He's able to get the second BKB off. He'll jump out with the balance, try looking over towards Ame, because Ame, he's just deep into the midst of it all, tries to get the fight going, but he's gone in, will buy back immediately. XXS, can he TP out? He can.
The Rapier's on the floor.
Oh, no, nobody's grabbed it.
They didn't grab it.
They didn't grab it. Okay.
Oh, just kidding.
Okay,
Kiyotaka's got it. He was baiting him.
Kiyotaka was there ready to get it.
XM.
It's got the epicenter. They do have the arrow in onto Mira. So if they can at least take down the Tusk, he gets the snowball off. XM's in trouble. He'll get the BKB off. Mira will live. Oh, that's the Rapier gone.
I mean, they'll live to see another fight, but they did end up losing that Rapier. He doesn't have the gold for the second one either yet.
No, not yet. Nightfall did buy back, though.
True.
So if the Tiny somehow dies, maybe we see something crazy.
Maybe if the time... They need to lose quite a bit more because they still have Kiyotaka too, right? They still have these other two gigantic cores and Roche.
Yeah, they can
this
get the
one
Aegis.
Get to Nightfall, yeah.
Now, Kiyotaka's, he's going to sort out his inventory. He's going to sell the Mage Slayer, sell the Treads.
There's some crazy inventory. 60 minutes. Has anybody gotten a neutral item? Looks like Xingqiu is backing up to farm one.
I mean, Aurora can play it safe and just get their 60-minute items online.
They can. They can play it very safe.
Yep.
Now that these megas are coming in as well. Ame will go for the Nullifier himself, back it up instead of that. That's the biggest damage item he could buy at the time is... We'll see the replay.
Yeah, just at this point, they get kind of that stun opening onto Nightfall, but Ame knows that he has to run.
Yep.
You know, he's already running before the rest of his team starts to run. He's just so scared of getting jumped by Kiyotaka.
And Polison actually lucky to live there. I didn't see that greater healing Lotus. He would have died to that AA blast. But then afterwards, I mean, Ame TP's into a very risky spot.
It was risky.
Every spot is risky for him, it feels like, at this point, right? He's going to get booted in or something's going to happen. This one, he's literally right in the midst of everything.
He wanted to try and finish off Nightfall, but as it was, you know, Mira was sort of in position ready to punch him up during the BKB and waste a lot of time of his offensive attempt there.
I think Kiyotaka was actually baiting them, right? Because he was this little...
He was messing around with the South.
I didn't even see him when he turned into the South there. That was actually kind of cute.
At this point, they can't even kill the Tusk. Just too tanky. Even with the Epicenter and a very long duration stun on him, Mira's out.
Oh, and by the way, in the actual game, not in the replay, Kiyotaka got a solo pick, so he killed Polison. So, 70 seconds, no Naga Siren. He was able to set the trap for him. It was just on the sidelines. He was just literally sitting in the trees, and he's a rapier, so he just two-shot him.
We've got Stygian Deso for Kiyotaka. They're getting the items out. Ame will find himself a Magic Lamp.
That's a big item. Stygian Deso with the Audacious, so an insane amount of damage going to be coming out from this Monkey King now. And Nightfall gets blessed with Spider Legs, too. When he has no boots, that feels pretty dream.
Now he wants a rapier himself. Doesn't want to be left out after Kiyotaka's got one.
I don't think he needs it this one, but why not?
I don't think he needs it either, but, you know.
Mira?
Ame? Oh, my goodness, he nearly had him.
That was
He nearly found him there.
Split second from getting caught. Spider legs. And a refresher on Panto. He's also hit left. This might be one of the first AA25s I've seen in some time, too. Panto, he gets it. Extra Ice Blast threshold. I mean, why not? You know what? Nightfall, buy it. We all want to see more rapiers anyway in this game.
And what's he going to sell for it? MKB. Sold the MKB. There we go.
There we go. I mean, look at his damage. Usually not the most valuable hero, I like to mention, of course, for the Tiny having a rapier, but why not at this point?
Yeah, I mean, if they could just get in, kill Ame, it's game over.
Yeah. And Kiyotaka, I mean, his damage. I'm watching this Monkey King to see how much he's going to hit for. He does also have Scrumptious, so he did get the Savory Shield to point out.
Oh, they're ready to go in. Kiyotaka popping the BKB, ready to lay down the Wukong's command. Indeed, they're looking to just hit the H. Nightfall's just ready to close this, get this series victory in the bag. The fortification now, Xtreme's in with the jump of the Epicenter, but he's kind of dying in the Wukong's command. They have to use the Stampede to help him get out of there.
Kiyotaka's on the throne.
He just wants out of this.
Ending this game.
BKBing, ending the game. The throne is hit. The game is over. Aurora will take this series 2-1.
It took them 64 minutes. XG truly made them work for it, but this one, it was pretty much mostly dominant from them for, I mean, what felt like, honestly, from 30 minutes onward, they had full control of this game. Even maybe before that, like the 25-minute mark. A really good approach. Honestly, Aurora, really liking their approach with the drafts in particular. I feel like they never come into a game where now in these last few days, where their draft just looks iffy by any means. It looks like it's good at all stages of the game. And this game, they played it really nice. I have to highlight Nightfall in particular. He played it phenomenal in this game in order to accelerate and get these early, solo pickoffs that allowed them to just snowball this game.
That's really solid stuff. And Toronto Tokyo, honestly, I feel like he's been stepping it up recently.
He is, definitely.
With the off-lane performances. Yesterday and now today, hitting records on his pipe timing at the beginning as the Darkseer. Even with the rough start, right? Dying without TP didn't matter. Still hits one of the fastest timing on the pipe that we've seen this patch. It was a very solid showing here from Aurora. And no sort of throws, no slip-ups in this one. They played it as safe as you could. As you have to in these elimination series, folks.
I mean, this is, I want to just give credit to Aurora in particular, because we've had, and I think a lot of people have had some critiques of them, but this definitely looked like one where they played the most careful, right? Not diving, not going for these crazy type of plays, waiting for these item timings, waiting for patience, waiting for the Roshans in particular in this game. And yeah, it works out.
Yeah, and Xtreme, well, it was good to see them try something a bit different with their support duo, but just wasn't enough overall. To be able to give them a shot in this Game 3 as Aurora will be the ones moving on 2-1 here today against Xtreme.
I have Mira standing next to me, a little bit tired because that game went a lot longer than people would have expected. 60 minutes, what was going on?
Just casual, just game like versus Naga and like Furion and Mirane was in this and like Sand King just pushing waves. We're just chilling, playing like 70 minutes. You know, we're gonna win, but we just need to be like super patient here. Just wait like our timings, and wait like them to make like one mistake, big pick off, and we can go high ground. And in, like the late game with Monkey King, we just win because like big arena and we push.
So at no point in that game, despite it being so low kills and very farm heavy, were you worried that you were going to lose? You always knew that you had it in the bag.
I think yes. Like since
You're
sorry,
good.
1 second. Yeah, that was like super long game. I'm a bit like tired, and so like we just take some rush and we just go push. So like easy for us, I think.
All right, well, last question. I know you are tired, but I do have to ask. With game number 2, were you guys, how did you reset from that one? Because game number 2 was a lot more difficult for you.
Yeah, I guess so, because like we had like we had just position 5, like it was I think Jack, and we had I think like 0 stuns, so like it was hard to play versus them. And Furion just like pushed us, like farm the whole map. That was like really hard. They made like some decisions to pick task, to have stuns and win the game. Yeah, and Tiny.
Well, you got your revenge on the Fury on Xtreme Gaming here as well. Congratulations again, Mira. I look forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Thanks.
I mean, the intensity and the pressure in this game, even though it wasn't the most kills in the game, the fact that, both sides, I think for Xtreme, just prolonging it, keeping the wave shove, finding the odd pick or two, and then for Aurora, to stay focused, to understand the big picture. And again, Nightfall, just when I walk in here earlier, he's just commanding everyone in every moment. Like, he sees Nature's Prophet a millisecond, he says Nature's Prophet, every single hurry instantly directed their attention. So that team fighting, the way that they played this game was impressive.
It really was, and it was a war of attrition at the very end there. Like Mira mentioned in the interview, like a big part of the problem was Xtreme Gaming had so many ways to just push out waves and split the map. Like the map play that comes from Nature's Prophet and Naga Siren is really difficult, but ultimately they were able to secure it. I think also it's worth talking about, they didn't really have damage for Tiny at a certain point when XG were unable to fight into Aurora. It's because if they were throwing spells at Tiny and they weren't killing him and he was getting snowball saved, or there was one moment where he was getting Blink stunned on and getting epicentered and also just walked it off with no help from his team, there wasn't that much they could do. They just had to split them up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the problem for them is that all their damage pretty much comes from the Nature's Prophet. And for Nature's Prophet to deal damage, he has to be in the fight, ready to click people when the stun comes in, right? And Furion is always somewhere else on the map farming, right? So it's kind of it's a kind of a problem that your only damage comes from the Nature's Prophet. When, he needs to be farming, he needs to be pushing lanes, but he also needs to be ready at all times to connect with the stuns. So, plus, when the Fury and TP is into the fight, like he needs to worry about Monkey King jumping him, Tiny being on top of him, Tusk. So, yeah, I think it's just, as the game prolongs and Aurora gets more and more items, it becomes a very hard game for Xtreme Gaming to win.
I just can't get over the fact they have 11 kills. It's like 64-minute game,
Yeah.
and it's like 11 kills. So even while Xtreme are like split pushing, making all this, like Aurora's still identifying. We don't want to get picked off. If we do, don't overcommit. And I think that's sometimes the problem for Xtreme. Like you saw, San can get jumped in the mid lane, then he's escaped. Now Centaur's blinking in to save him, but he's already escaped. So there's still a bit of disconnect with Xtreme. And once they find like that fix, then they might be able to make the run, but still not, I guess, good enough to survive the gauntlet.
Yeah. Well, Aurora, they put on maybe not so much of a show in this game number 3. It was long. It was definitely a close game that I know Owen wanted for himself, but it was definitely not super exciting. Hopefully, though, when we see Aurora continue on, we might get some more exciting information from them. One of their players, Panto, has given us just that.
Tomorrow, we're gonna meet Gaming Gladiators, and I want to say some bad things about this team because I hate them so much. I hate everybody in this team. I hate Queen because every time I play with him in pub, he go AFK like 10 minutes and say like there is no chance to play this game, so I don't want to even try anymore. But when he against me, he always try his best. Even he can make something like fake GG and still playing. I also hate Melody because every time I meet him in pub, he wants to steal my role. Why you pick me? Why you pick me? So let me 5. I want to play my role. Or don't tell me anything about my random hero, okay? And what is more, I don't really like Watson because he always last pick Imba and he trying to win 1 against 9 in pubs. And okay, bro, maybe you gonna practice some heroes instead of just winning games. Okay, you have rank 1 again, nice, good job. And if you think I have nothing to say about Ace and Tofu, you're wrong, guys, because they playing like on fakes S2 and they trying to win every pub. They playing party and they trying to even when Ace playing his main, which he have 1000 rank, Tofu always pick him. So there is it's not fair. Tofu rank 100, Ace 1000. Guys, it's not fair, Pops.
Well, he really went in. I think we were just looking for the general collective of Gaming Gladiators, but he pinpointed each and every player on that team.
The question was the prompt. Was it, are you excited for tomorrow? And that's where he went? Or was he, was he asked, does he...
Whoa.
That's the. I just wanted the question. Did Ted put him in that position, or is this his true feelings?
I think this is, Panto's true feelings.
He's holding it in.
Unprovoked.
Yeah,
we
unprovoked.
just said, hey man, talk about tomorrow's matchup. And
Exactly, yeah.
Who knew Panto had it in him? Is all I'm saying.
It's always the support players.
It's always
the quiet ones, you know what I mean?
The ones you least expect, they're the ones that are going to be saying the stuff, but also the ones that are going to be making it in the tournament because, Aurora, they didn't do so well in group stage, but right now they are making a run in the gauntlet bracket. They were able to knock out BetBoom team yesterday. Here, they are able to take it 2-1 against Xtreme Gaming. And what we heard was from Panto about their matchup tomorrow. That's going to be against Gaming Gladiators, but also we've got Spirit and Tidebound on the horizon for ourselves too.
I mean, with the Aurora Gaming, to kind of put that one, it's just Gaming. They've had a bit of a break, a couple months off. Their players stood in for other teams, and now they're back together. They're looking pretty decent after the group stage, but having that gap since the Blast group stage, how good are they truly? Whilst Aurora, they're showing that development, and it's a close series.
Yeah, I think that they have to be coming into this very hungry. Like during the group stages when they were talked to, they just said it feels really good to be back. It's like lit a fire under them. And I'm sure like being sidelined while all these other teams you were regularly competing with last year are just performing and attending these LANs and you're missing a couple of them, that doesn't feel good. So coming into this one, I think that they really want to prove themselves and they showed us in group stage day 1 that they have really improved their map play. They had a little bit of wonky drafts, but I think tomorrow is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that even in this series, for example, we saw the Xiao 8 started banning out the heroes we saw Aurora play yesterday. They did not lose in the end, but it does feel like there is an advantage to being waiting later on in the bracket, right? You get to see so many games played by the team you're facing. And yeah, I feel like it's off to the teams that going home now. It's like soon 1 a.m. or something like that. Like now they have to come up with something new, right, for tomorrow. So.
Luckily for them, Aurora, they played the last series. They're going to be playing our second series tomorrow as well. So it is going to be still a pretty good break for themselves. And in between now and tomorrow, if you guys are looking for a little bit more Dota action, well, you can head on over to Blast TV. You can have your say. Go ahead and vote on what you think is going to be play of the day. If you think it's worthless, it's really not because it gets made into a very beautiful short form video like the one yesterday.
Dead, Mickey is able to finish him off. Now he turns his attention on Laurel, knocked up in the air by the punch, hoping that the shield will save him here, but the Sprout delivers the final blow. The Wisdom Shrine finally gets taken and gets given to Rue.
All right, let's see.
Who thinks he can beat Mickey in a fight?
They have global here, so you can't TP out.
1v2, they play it slow.
They might get him here.
Oh god, the TP coming in. It's blocked. He blocked himself with the trees, but he got the kill. No, their shields go into Mickey. Nature's Prophet stays alive.
There wasn't a global in time.
He just needed the global a bit sooner, but Insania with the quick fingers gets off the defense matrix and the heals from the Holy Locket and the Glimmer Cape. A billion shields get put onto the Nature's Prophet and they lose everybody for it.
So it is a reminder, head on over to Blast TV there. Yesterday, it felt like maybe we didn't have that many options to pick from, but this time around, Effie, 6 games, we had both series go the distance, so there's a lot to choose from for Play of the Day.
There is a ridiculous amount of good plays that happened today, especially around the Roche area, but that first series in particular, that felt like could have been a grand finals matchup. It was so ridiculously close and so good. Like, this gauntlet is really ramping up, and the Play of the Day is absolutely within that first series.
Yeah, we've already said goodbye to 4 more teams. We are going to say goodbye to you guys, but we'll see you at 4 p.m. for another series and another great day of Dota at Blast Slam 3.